Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
Malik wasn't that easy to deceive, especially if he was as slippery as an old fox. He was not caught when the Insight plan was shattered, not to mention that he is still supervising S.H.I.E.L.D., and has direct control over S.H.I.E.L.D. in times of danger. Malik can't believe what Kahn said about Wakanda. He must have seen the information before he can believe that there is such a country on Earth. The level of technology is higher than that of all white people, and it is also a group of black countries. If it was someone else, Malik would definitely think that the other party was joking, but he had heard a little about the source of Xinjiang, but the current director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Nick Fury, and many confidential authorities have been divided into levels. S.H.I.E.L.D. only supervises and takes over in times of crisis, so it's hard to interfere with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs without reason. But about Wakanda, Malik will definitely look into it, and he will not let go of Kahn's secrets, the first large-scale super soldier squad, if they did not cooperate with a terrorist organization, revealed some super soldiers. If there is any news about the soldier squad, then this super soldier squad will definitely shine in the Middle East battlefield. It's just that Hydra didn't gain anything, and the recovered corpses were worthless, and each of them turned into coke in a short period of time. If you want the secret of serum, apart from cooperating with Kahn, you need to use espionage to steal the other party's serum information. Someone suggested using the latter, but after discussing with Stern, Malik decided to adopt a cooperative approach first. The means of espionage are too difficult. They have inquired that the protection of the Biological Research Center is not weak. Only then will I contact Kahn. Fortunately, they made the right choice. Kahn really had the intention of cooperating, and he was even willing to trade the serum. If they knew it was so easy, why would they spend so much effort to assassinate the super soldier squad on the Middle East battlefield? After leaving the Malik Manor, Kahn kept laughing and scolding Jonan in the car. "Betty, don't deal with this old fox in the future, he is 10 times more sinister than your father." After chatting for more than an hour, Kahn heard a word like, "I will confirm," from Malik in the matter of helping sell gold. If there were not people around all the time, at least he would have to give this old fritter a legitimacy. Unfortunately, his only weakness might be memory magic. Several well-known masters of memory magic in the wizarding world, Dumbledore, Snape and Voldemort, Kahn did not ask any questions to the first two, and when he got the diary, he was wary of Tom, so he violently ingested memory may cause sequelae to the other party. "Dad, he's not an old fox, and without you, I probably wouldn't have dealt with this kind of person at all." Betty said that she was originally a biological researcher, but now she is working hard to adapt to management, and if she is required to deal with politicians, it will be even more embarrassing for her. "You can tell Nee's father that these guys belong to Hydra, but it's enough for him alone to know. Let him not spread the word, he must know what to do." Kahn gave up and told Ross that this old man is also a standard politician, otherwise he would not have quickly become the Secretary of State a few years after the failure to hunt down the Hulk. This is almost a triple jump, from a not-so-top general in the military to a pivotal figure in the political world. After leaving Washington, Kahn accompanied Betty to order 2 private jets and helicopters. There is also a helipad on the roof of the Pent Group building. It will be more convenient for Betty and Pent Group's senior executives to travel in the future. But after booking the plane, Betty said to Kahn with a worried face that the money was almost spent, and if she wants to develop rapidly, she can only borrow money from the bank. But Kahn didn't say anything, just asked Betty to call some umbrella people to his house after returning to New York. He still has more than a dozen tons of gold. If he sells all of them, he can at least get back billions of dollars. Every time Kahn goes to the Hokage world, he will bring back a large amount of gold and store it. Although he spent some in the wizarding world, the rest is enough to support him. Pent Group for a while. But with so much gold, Kahn can only rely on Hydra if he wants to sell it. It is the most convenient thing to ask them to help, which can save a lot of trouble. With the size of Hydra, it will be completely digested by turning around inside. Net. My God, where did you get so much gold? When Betty saw the gold in the basement, she covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. She bought this villa for Kahn, and Betty would often come here to live when he was away, but she never knew that there would be piles of gold in the basement. A hill of gold. There are about 18 tons. I have already negotiated with Stern. They will transfer the money to us within 2 days after taking over the gold. Kahn helped Betty's shoulders out of the basement, and then walked upstairs slowly. Just let them do the next work. Betty, you want to help me buy a construction company, I want to change the manor here, and the group building. Regarding the idea of the Pent Group's underground base, it is not realistic to use all robots, so Kahn must have his own construction company, which can prevent the leakage of information to the greatest extent. Of course, the most urgent need must be his manor, a modern-style magical manor, which is something that Kahn has never had time to achieve in the wizarding world. Do you want to change it again? It's not long since I bought it, and you haven't lived there for a few days. Okay, but I need a few assistants to help me deal with it. If you want to renovate the manor, you can let the assistants take over. There are too many other things. Up. Betty said with a sigh, the more the Pent Group expands, the more things she has to do. She has to be in charge of the Biological Research Center, and Umbrella also needs to manage it. We are discussing relocation. Kahn agreed immediately. Of course, you can handle this matter. If you feel that there are not enough manpower, you can recruit a few more, but the matter of rebuilding the group building will be completed by Anton Vank. I will give you a copy after a while. Design drawings. In fact, it is not considered an architectural design drawing, but some places must be mixed with some magic materials, otherwise it will not be able to live like Hogwarts Castle. After the building was completed, Kahn placed the Muggle-repelling charm on this place. Except for those wearing alchemy items, the common people would never notice it. As for the alchemy items for the wizard Muggle-repelling curse, it was just a small gadget for Kahn, and he could refine more than 10 at a time if he didn't need to be given some protective magic. There is also the matter of Sokovia. Our people just went to Sokovia in the name of charity. It may take some time to find out about the situation of the Maximov brothers and sisters, but they have anything special? While the Umbrella soldiers were moving the gold, Betty continued to report other things to Kahn. If you want to quickly find the Maximov brothers and sisters, contacting the local government and the police station is the best choice, but Kahn does not want to alarm Hydra. People, so choose to act low-key. 2 superpowers are probably enough for Hydra to tear his face apart. Kahn shook his head and said, take your time. If you can't find them, it means that they have been taken one step ahead by the Hydra people. Then you need another method. Wanda and Quine, the latter is okay, but the speeder with some abilities is a bit troublesome, but there are ways to deal with it. Wanda's ability is very powerful. Chaos magic can touch the multiverse after it is fully developed. Even if it is not fully developed, it can destroy the soul gem. You must know that Thanos destroyed the 6 infinite gems and made himself embarrassed. If Wanda's ability cannot be won over, she is the most terrifying enemy, especially when she is emotionally unstable sometimes, and she will explode once she loses a family member. If her eyes don't change, she can almost be regarded as Cosmic Wave Wanda. Betty asked suspiciously, are those too important? It's not so important, it should be said that it's terrifying. Colin said with a slightly solemn face, the Big Brother's ability is not bad, but my sister Wanda has the ability to destroy the world. A very troublesome matter, quite troublesome. Colin used 2 troubles in a row, which is enough to show the importance of Wanda Maximoff. If she really becomes an enemy with Wanda, and she happens to control a little chaos magic, it may be extremely troublesome for Kahn. And if he is also a wizard, Kahn would like to use Wanda to try whether he can learn chaos magic. This kind of magic that modifies, distorts and creates reality at will is an unimaginable temptation for anyone. The magic in Harry Potter's world is already remarkable. It involves space and time, but it cannot change reality and cannot break Gump's basic deformation laws, but chaos magic can easily do it. And Agatha, if she can exchange magic with her, it will be good for Kahn. It's just that this witch's whereabouts are a bit mysterious, and Kahn doesn't know where to find her. If we can find traces of Ashagia, maybe Kahn will have a chance to exchange the Dark God book with her. After hearing Kahn's words, Betty said with a solemn expression, "I know, not in a while, I will find a reason to go to Sokovia in a few days. Let your new assistant go, you are completely mine now. If you go to Sokovia, they will definitely think that it is my instructions." Kahn shook his head and said, because of the extremist virus and the super soldier serum, many people were watching his and Betty's actions, and even Laura might be within the range of those people's surveillance. There's a cover for the new assistant, Kahn, who is actually looking for people, will send a few people from Umbrella. Afterwards, he ordered some other things. Seeing that the gold below was almost finished, Betty was also ready to follow. For the rest of the time, Kahn is preparing for the next world deal. Alchemy items, basic materials, TNT and other ammunition have also been replenished a lot. The power of the Marvel world is developing too fast. If the next world cannot grab valuable items or gold, etc., he will return to the Hokage world just added it. Ligue met Likue, I didn't expect that there is a real Umbrella here. After Kahn came to this world, the first channels for obtaining information were the internet, newspapers, and media, but during his stay, he happened to see a relatively explosive news. Some time ago, there were a lot of news about accidental deaths after injecting Umbrella drugs in various places. News broke out in the United States, Mexico, Japan, Canada and other places, but the incidents were quickly subsided. According to the news, after officials, forensic doctors, and Umbrella personnel intervened in the investigation, it was found that this was an accident caused by an individual case and had nothing to do with Umbrella's medicines. However, Umbrella Group has made relevant compensation. The current situation has calmed down. But Kahn knew that this was suppressed by Umbrella's forces. Although the government agencies of various countries are still well preserved, Umbrella has long monopolized many fields through secret development. In the fields of military technology, biopharmaceuticals, computers, and national defense, it is as difficult for civilians in the United States to avoid Umbrella's products as tax evasion. Unless they are poor enough to wander, they may be able to avoid Umbrella's products. The T-virus and the Red Queen of Artificial Intelligence. It should not be developed now, but Umbrella is really second to none in the field of computer and artificial intelligence. In the Marvel world, perhaps only Stark can match Umbrella in technological development. Let's compete. After Kahn collected information on Umbrella, he sighed in his heart. The power on the surface should not be underestimated, and the biggest power of Umbrella is the power hidden under the water. As for this world, Kahn speculates that it is the movie version of the world of Resident Evil, because the founder of Umbrella does not have Spencer. This person is not Psy, but a group of people headed by Marcus. With only 3 days, it's easy to choose a long-lived traitor, but how to get the T-virus and artificial intelligence? Although Umbrella has not yet developed it, but with their solid foundation in the computer field, as long as the project is approved, it is easy to create an artificial intelligence. Compared with the Red Queen, Kahn pays more attention to artificial intelligence. It is not that Vank and his son are not good at developing artificial intelligence. Ivan Vank may need to understand a little bit, but with his ability, if he wants to develop artificial intelligence, he only needs one assisted by a large team, and then it took years. This still requires Kahn to help him find someone, but then the development project of the arc reactor will be delayed. Sometimes there is such a big gap between geniuses and non-geniuses. Tony Stark can develop Jarvis, which is comparable to human intelligence. Nuke codes and more. In addition to Jarvis, Tony Stark has developed other artificial intelligences, which are also very powerful. I remember that Red Queen was developed by Isaac, but he is such an idiot that Red Queen made such stupid restrictions. How can a guy who is ambitious and ready to build a new world set such a thing for artificial intelligence? Conflict of contradictions. Kahn thought of Dr. Isaac's various operations, so he wanted to push him off the line and let him do it. With the Tianhu card in his hand, he fired a cannon for the opponent until it exploded. It is enough for artificial intelligence to be loyal to only one master. No matter how many settings it has, it should serve its own purpose. I don't know what Isaac thinks. Both settings are in serious conflict with his purpose. After thinking for a while, Kahn decided that he could not let the artificial intelligence go. If she could bring the Red Queen back, it would make up for the last shortcoming of the Pent group. For the development of the group in the future, he only needs to order remotely. Although the expressive power of the Red Queen is weaker than that of Jarvis, Kahn feels that Isaac has too many restrictions on the Red Queen, and the development is not enough. If Umbrella can summon experts in the field of human interaction to study the Red Queen, it shouldn't be too uncomfortable to expand its ability to the level of Jarvis. Kahn doesn't know much about the field of artificial intelligence, and these are all his guesses, but at this stage, he still has to complete his goal and stay in this world. If you can get the T-virus, you can't miss it. The extremist virus should be able to repair the side effects of the T-virus. Compared with the super soldier serum, the T-virus without side effects is better, because it can develop telekinesis. If it is strong, it can even affect satellites and so on. The T-virus can give rise to many other viruses. If it is well developed, it can replace any drug in human history. It is the same as the extremist virus, and its side effects are slightly smaller than the extremist virus. It's just that the fusion is too difficult. It seems that only Alicia's adult clone, Alice, is the most perfect T-virus fusion. Kahn can't remember whether Dr. Isaac perfectly fused the T-virus or the virus serum derived from the T-virus. But Dr. Isaac's clone has been engaged in the research of T-virus. I think Alice should be just a special case, not a generally successful research. Then find a trading partner, stay here, and then look for opportunities to control Isaac or Marcus. Now it's not as good as before. It turns out that Kahn has no strength. Even if he obtained ninjutsu and the perfect extremist virus from the Hokage world, it is still only enough to protect himself, so the target must be someone who is not easy to die, otherwise he will lose the world trading coordinates. But after wandering around the world of Harry Potter, Kahn fused the genes of 3 magical creatures, controlled a huge and powerful magic power, and built a source of magic power. Find someone at random, and freeze that person after completing the transaction to ensure that the life body does not dissipate. Just when Kahn had this idea, he suddenly saw the urgent news broadcast on the TV in the hotel. According to relevant sources, at 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, the founder of Umbrella, James Marcus, passed away due to illness, and Umbrella's shareholding structure has changed. According to relevant sources, Alexander Isaac may become James Marcus. 'Cause only daughter's guardian, Umbrella's company will. After reading this news, Kahn thought of the news suppressed by Umbrella some time ago, and immediately knew the current time. Interesting, it seems that I can change the transaction partner. Kahn laughed a few times, and then walked out of the hotel suite. It would be too much effort to find a common to trade with, so why not go directly to Alicia? Alicia Marcus, James Marcus' only daughter, is also his most caring relative. With James Marcus's wealth and status, he can find more women, get married, and have children, but he has not given up on Alicia's idea at all. Even if his daughter has a terminal illness, James Marcus still intends to use everything method to cure Alicia. However, James Marcus was killed by Alexander Isaac because of a disagreement, and Alicia was on the scene at the time. Although she is only about 10 years old, Alicia has been tortured by illness since she was a child, and her mind is much more mature than ordinary children. In addition, the education she has received is also very good, and her discrimination is stronger than other boys and girls of the same age. She knew that her father had been killed, and she also knew that she was incapable of revenge, and she knew that she should put up with pretending that she didn't know anything. If Alicia hadn't known about Isaac early on, Alicia wouldn't have guarded against him so deeply. When she was in her 20s, she quietly recorded the meeting of the Apocalypse Project, uploaded it to Red, and asked Isaac to create it himself. The artificial intelligence has become a weapon against her. But now Alicia can only hide in bed and cry quietly in the middle of the night. Usually at this time, her father will come to tell her some stories and other things to comfort her to sleep. It's gone now. In Nuota's villa, apart from her 10-year-old child, there is only a team of Umbrella Company guards left. The leader of the team is Isaac's subordinate Weskier. Their task is to ensure Alicia's safe life. Before Isaac takes control of the company, don't make trouble for him. Dad. Alicia was lying on the bed, covering her head with the quilt weakly and helplessly, crying in a low voice that she didn't have the courage to go downstairs that day, and now she can only silently recall that she hadn't seen her father James for more than a day. Duh. Suddenly, Alicia heard someone coming up, then turned on the light in the bedroom, and slowly walked towards her. Alicia didn't know who it was, and she was instinctively afraid. Almost from the time she was sensible, she spent most of her time in the hospital bed, exposed to experiments and treatments every day. Even if she was only 10 years old, Alicia knew the instinct fear of death. Call. The quilt on Alicia's body was lifted directly. This sudden encounter startled her, and she hugged her head and shouted. Ah! But in the next second, Alicia suddenly found that she couldn't make a sound. She opened her eyes wide and tried to shout out, but no matter how hard she tried, there was no sound in her mouth. Calm down, Alicia. Alicia suddenly heard a very gentle voice, which suddenly gave her a natural sense of intimacy, and dissipated a little of the fear that had been hovering in her heart. So Alicia slowly took her hands away from her head, and turned her head to look at the person standing by the window. She is dressed in black, but her appearance makes Alicia feel good about her. She is still too young, otherwise she can feel the unicorn temperament in Kahn, which is naturally easy to attract women's attention. Who are you? A mage is also here to save you. Kahn said softly to Alicia, did you cry just now? Because you missed your father, it seems that you know what happened to your father. He's sick, and he may not come to accompany me again. Alicia's eyes turned red when she heard Kahn talking about James Marcus, but she still told Kahn what Isaac had said to her. You're lying, you know what it's like, afraid to tell the truth. Kahn didn't expect that Alicia really knew about her father's murder, and she seemed to be a smart little girl, so it would be easy to handle. End of this chapter. I promise, I agree to this agreement, Mr. Magepent. I can help you, Alicia, keep you safe, cure your illness, let you grow up like a normal person, and finally inherit everything from Umbrella Corporation. Except for resurrecting your father, other things I can do it. Magic, can you protect me? Just like my father. After finishing speaking, Alicia ran out of bed and rummaged in the cabinet on the other side. She remembered that her father left a few $1 coins when he told her a story before. In order to increase persuasiveness, Kahn also used transfiguration to turn a nearby cabinet into a sofa, and then sat on it under Alicia's surprised eyes. To be honest, he is not good at persuading children, so he can only use magical means to increase your persuasion. Kahn smiled and took out a piece of parchment with some agreements written on it, and it floated from the air to Alicia. After she reached out to take it over, she slowly read the content on it. Kahn smiled and touched her head, and then placed the world transaction coordinates on Alicia. Next, he could start his own plan. For things that Kahn dislikes such as MO and magical creatures, you can be a little more ruthless, but for Alicia, a poor little girl with red eye circles, try to persuade as much as possible. A minute later, after Alicia found the 1 yuan coin, she quickly picked up a pen to sign her name on the agreement, and put the coin in Kahn's hand. Of course, this is just a very easy matter. As long as you agree to this matter, I will help you solve all the problems you encounter in the future. Although Alicia is smart, she still doesn't understand some of the above content, such as $1 and power, but there is one thing that Alicia cares more about, that is, she happens to have $1 for healthy growth. From now on, you will be my goddaughter, Alicia. Beginning today, Alicia Marcus will purchase a protection agreement from Kahn Pinter for $1, and Kahn Pinter will protect Alicia Marcus' healthy growth and become her guardian. At when Alicia turns 18, all powers will be returned to Alicia Marcus. Very well, Alicia, the transaction is established. And compared to Alicia, people like Isaac can only be controlled firmly, and it is difficult to cooperate peacefully. It is purely a problem with the brain to have to come up with an apocalypse plan when they are almost in control of the power. Control Alicia with Soul Reaper, something Kahn can do, but doesn't really want to. He has little conscience, but not none. After Kahn lifted the quilt from her body, Alicia, who was weak, felt a little cold, but in the next second, several phoenixes, unicorns and fire dragons transformed from flames appeared in the room, and the room not only lit up, but also it made Alicia feel very warm. Godfather? Well, this can be considered as an explanation to the outside world. I am your father's personal friend. Well, eating some chocolate frogs can make you feel better. Just now when the name of James Marcus was mentioned, Alicia seemed to think of her father again, and her eye circles turned red. Kahn was not good at raising babies, so he took out some snacks from the wizarding world and put them on Alicia's bed. The moving chocolate frog caught her attention instantly. As for whether eating chocolate will affect Alicia's physical condition, it's no big deal. The repair ability of Extremis virus serum is far superior to that of T-virus. Cutting off limbs can slowly grow back. Repairing an aging disease is a breeze. However, Alicia was too young. If Kahn didn't want her to die, he could only inject her with the perfect Extremis virus serum. No matter how weak Alicia was, she could withstand the Extremis virus serum. Godfather, is this really chocolate? Alicia was distracted by the chocolate frog, and the sadness in her heart disappeared a lot. She was choked by a strange flavored bean just now, and she probably tasted like booger. This is chocolate. Go to bed early tonight. After a while, I will completely cure your illness and make you healthy. With a wave of Kahn's hand, the snacks in front of Alicia immediately flew to the table beside her, and her mouth was rinsed with a stream of water, and then she was pressed against the bed with a gentle force, and the quilt on the side flew to press on her. On her. These methods directly satisfied Alicia's fantasies about the magic mage, and she also signed something similar to a magic agreement, which stated that she would ensure her healthy growth. Alicia is naturally familiar with this word. Dad would say a prayer every day before going to bed. Alicia felt instantly relieved. After Kahn left the room, the lights in the room were also turned off. After a while, Alicia suddenly got up from the bed, tiptoed out of bed and walked to the table where the snacks were piled up. She just ate a honey milk flavored bean, so want to eat another one. But this time her luck was still bad. She ate a booger-smelling strange flavored bean again, twisted her face together and spat out the strange flavored bean in her mouth, and then went back to bed to sleep. Kahn didn't care about the matter upstairs. He had already left a layer of iron armor on Alicia when he left. He will give 1 or 2 defensive alchemy accessories tomorrow, which can basically guarantee Alicia's safety. Not to mention the dozen or so people downstairs. After Kahn came downstairs, among the people Isaac sent, Wesco, he and this group of people were under the Imperious curse by Kahn, and when Isaac came here tomorrow morning, Kahn would also give him a. Weskier and Isaac are Alicia's enemies. When Alicia grows up, Kahn can give them to her, but for now, let them live temporarily, and Isaac will help Kahn develop artificial intelligence programs. As for Isaac, can go and do some dirty work. Your task is to protect Alicia's safety. You can die, but she must live. Yes. People under the Imperious curse have no self, they will only obey the orders of the caster unconditionally. After Kahn ordered these people, he came to James Marcus's study room. There should be some materials left by James here. Kahn planned to learn about Umbrella Company first. Some encrypted files cannot be read, but Kahn can find Umbrella's company structure, personnel, and some reports from this computer. As expected of a global group monopolizing multiple industries, there are more than 3 million employees alone, and there must be more unrecorded ones. Satellite aerospace, biological medicine, national defense and military industry. There are too many materials, and it is impossible for Kahn to read them all in one night, but Umbrella has involved too much research and development. Even if he brings back half of these technologies, it will allow the Pent group to develop rapidly, thus evolving to multiple fields. However, he can't get many technologies now, so he can only wait until he becomes the real power chairman of the company, and then slowly copy all Umbrella's technologies. Such a good force, why must it be destroyed? Kahn shook his head, then turned off the computer, and waited quietly for Isaac to come to the door. If there is no accident, Isaac will first take Alicia to a notarization tomorrow to become her guardian, and then James Maku he held a funeral. The night passed quickly. During this period, Kahn had been looking at the materials of Umbrella Corporation. He was about to accept such a huge multinational monopoly group. At least he had to be familiar with the group's projects. In the morning, Alicia rubbed her eyes and went downstairs to eat sleepily. She woke up early the next day, and after confirming that the magical snacks on the table were still there, she felt relieved. However, Alicia was still a little scared when she went downstairs and saw Weisko and other guards, especially Weisko. She always felt that this man was cold and terrifying, and on the day her father had an accident, this man was also in the house. "Come here, Alicia." Kahn shouted, and then Alicia quickly ran to the side of the magic mage, who could bring her a sense of security. She was able to quickly gain Alicia's trust thanks to the temperament brought by the unicorn gene, which can improve her health. Kahn's favorability with women, Alicia is no exception. There are servants in the villa who take care of Alicia's daily life, but they are also arranged by Isaac. After Kahn's imperious curse, they obediently started to take care of people. Magic. "Godfather, can I eat these?" Seeing the rich breakfast in front of her eyes, Alicia couldn't help asking a little greedily. Although she was able to get up from the hospital bed after treatment, she still had strict requirements on her diet, and it was usually a tasteless nutritious meal. Kahn said indifferently, "Of course, I said it will cure you, and you will be like a normal person in the future. You can eat barbecue until you vomit." After hearing Kahn's words, Alicia licked her lower lip, then pushed the nutritious meal in front of her aside, and picked up a slice of ham to taste. At this time, there was a sudden sound at the door, and then Isaac led someone in. "Why did you all walk in? Get out and stand at your posts, Whisker," they. Isaac hadn't finished his reprimand when he heard the sound of cracking pistols opening the safety at the door. Isaac couldn't believe his eyes. All the cronies he had arranged betrayed him in one night, especially Weisko. Without his own words, Weisko should now be made into a skewer and eaten by African Mo-up. "Westcott, do you know what you're doing? Put, drop, gun." And then a cold gun barrel stuck to Isaac's forehead, making him unable to utter the words that he gritted his teeth, and then he put the gun on his head step by step, and came to the spacious living room. "It turns out that there are guests here. It seems that they all betrayed Umbrella because of you. I think it's okay." Kahn didn't want to listen to Isaac's nonsense, so he cast the imperious curse directly, and then Isaac stopped persuading, the expression on his face changed, and he bowed to Kahn very obediently, "Master. Don't be so surprised, Alicia, this is also a kind of magic." Now he realizes his mistake, so he will sincerely repent. Kahn explained to the surprised Alicia, "When you grow up after that, I will hand them both over to you. You still don't understand." Alicia really didn't quite understand, she could only nod her head in a daze. After breakfast, Kahn and Isaac went to carry out the shared delivery, accompanied by Alicia. After this matter was dealt with, he was going to inject Alicia with the perfect extremis virus. Her body was indeed a little weak. If Kahn hadn't secretly used recovery magic on her just now, Alicia would have vomited up after eating the ham. There has been a shareholding change in the Umbrella Group. The person behind the scenes surfaced. It turned out to be. Who benefits the most from the death of founder James Marcus? 10 trillion beneficiary and James Marcus' daughter turned out to be in this relationship. A little leak of this kind of news can attract the attention of many people, but the energy of the Umbrella Group is very strong, and it quickly suppresses all the news about Umbrella. The world Kahn came to was still the movie version of Resident Evil, and the power of Umbrella here was far greater than that of the game version of Resident Evil. If you dare to implement the Apocalypse plan after 10 years of accumulation, Umbrella's economic size, power and technological accumulation can at least catch up with the top 10 developed countries, or even stronger. Except for the top 3 countries, no one should be able to sanction Umbrella Group 2. The reason why Isaac quarreled with James and killed each other was because James wanted to stop the T-virus passed on products and recall them, but this move would directly destroy the most profitable biopharmaceutical field in Umbrella, and even affect the entire group. In this team, in addition to Isaac, there is also Dr. Charles Ashford, who is the inventor of the T-virus. Later, his invention was discovered by James Marcus, and he was directly acquired by Umbrella Corporation and vigorously researched. Although the Patient Zero incident has been brought under control by Umbrella, other T-virus-related products are still in circulation, and all of these products may have side effects. For the benefit of the company, Isaac and James will not fully pass the test products flow to the market. From now on, do your best to research the antidote. This is the order of the board of directors. Side effects of the T-virus. After Kahn took over the company, he did not convene the board of directors at the first time, but held a meeting of researchers related to T-virus. It is absolutely impossible to recall. Kahn is for Umbrella's power, not to clean up the mess. If Umbrella really goes bankrupt, there will be countless greedy vampires flocking to Umbrella. This was from yesterday. I still owed 3,000. I thought I would come back in a good state today, but it turned out to be more and more sluggish. End of this chapter. This is Kahn's best bet. But just as Kahn took office, he had to face a very difficult problem. Moreover, the recall of T-virus products can't solve the problem. At most it can reduce the spread of the situation. People who have already taken T-virus drugs still have the risk of side effects. After the meeting was held, Kahn only ordered one thing, and then the research team of the T-virus product, led by Isaac, immediately started research on the antidote. Tomorrow coffee and tea must be made up. There are more than tens of millions of people who have bought the medicines of Umbrella Pharmaceutical Company, and if one person pays 10,000 yuan, the Umbrella Group will be seriously injured or even bankrupt. Kahn can only hope that the research team can produce the antidote before the situation spreads on a large scale, and then quietly spray it around with a spray plane, and then treat the T-virus product as having no side effects. Although this move made Umbrella a lot of money, the danger also increased greatly. The handover of the shares was completed in a very short period of time, and no one would scratch Isaac's neck in this regard, and Kahn has also become Alicia's guardian, and now he has become the most powerful person in the Umbrella Group. The shares exceed 50%. Tokyo. A white-collar office worker suddenly had a seizure on the road, then quickly fell to the ground, and was out of breath after only a few minutes. When the passers-by saw it, they immediately screamed in surprise, and some people slowly approached and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" The white-collar office worker didn't move, and the people next to him slowly came forward to check the situation, but suddenly the white-collar office worker who came back from the dead bit his shoulder. Blood splashed all over the moment, causing the crowd to scream in horror. The call to the police, the sound of shouting to stop. In just 10 minutes, the street was completely in chaos. Not only in Tokyo, but also in France, Britain, Germany, Australia and other places, the situation gradually spread. However, the Umbrella Company made preparations immediately. They have branches all over the country. The company on the bright side and the company secretly controlled by Umbrella work together to cover up the side effects of the T-virus. Down. Umbrella specially set up a biological disaster countermeasure force, which has more than 70 strongholds around the world, with more than 3,000 armed soldiers under its jurisdiction. Many people who turned into zombies were directly killed by Umbrella's biological people from the disaster countermeasures force shot him dead and took him away. It would be good to let the local police come forward to wash the ground afterwards. There are many excuses. The police force is insufficient, so we cooperate with Umbrella, the police entrust and so on. Although civilians in various countries suffered a lot of casualties, after buying off the local government personnel, it was enough to get Umbrella out of this incident. Even if there are more incidents, it will also arouse other people's suspicion, but it is only suspicion, and they can't find any evidence. Umbrella sells all the medicines containing T-virus, which are semi-finished products. It is impossible for other countries to study the side effects of T-virus from corpses or those medicines on the market. Except for Umbrella, no one has this aspects of strength. Even Umbrella has not thoroughly studied the T-virus. The level of biological research in those countries is really not enough. Now, apart from waiting for an antidote, the Umbrella Group will not make any statement. Even if someone suspects that all this has something to do with Umbrella, Kahn will not admit it. Alicia, after today you will be back to health, even stronger than the common people. Are you going to go to school by then, or play for a while? Kahn brought Alicia to the laboratory and told her that after a period of research, he has been able to ensure that Alicia's body can fully withstand the extremis virus and can repair the aging disease on her body. Alicia turned her head and thought for a while, and said, "Go to school, the Godfather is too busy now, let's talk about the fun later." Alicia is really sensible. Kahn ruffles Alicia's hair before laying her down on the lab bed. Afterwards, Kahn took out the extremis virus serum prepared in advance and injected Alicia directly into her body. After a while, Alicia began to feel pain, which was an unbearable feeling when she absorbed the serum for the first time, but she would be fine after fully absorbing the extremis virus. After a few minutes, the pain on Alicia's body slowly dissipated. At this time, her body had completely absorbed the extremis virus serum, and the bioelectricity of her whole body was re-edited. Alicia's body under the control of the extremis virus. Diseases such as aging and frailty were quickly repaired. "It's all right, Alicia, you're all right now." After Kahn took Alicia off the test bed, he said to her with a smile, "Now Alicia has not only regained her health, but also doubled her physical fitness several times in a short period of time. Now Alicia's physical fitness can kill an adult with a full punch, and she can even walk with a car behind her." Kahn also told Alicia specifically, and asked her to train her strength before going to school. Otherwise, if Alicia had a conflict with others, she could kill 3 classmates with one punch. Now there are many guards around Alicia, obviously there are 5 bodyguards, and secretly there are 50 elite armed forces following them. As long as someone dares to attack Alicia, these people will rush to the scene to provide support within 2 minutes. The armed force is enough to fight a small battle. If the enemy attacking Alicia is too powerful, Umbrella will also send out gunship helicopters and fighter jets. And there are 2 protective magic items on Alicia's body. Even if the President of the United States wants to do something to Alicia, it will not be so easy, unless he orders an attack with a nuclear bomb, but then he doesn't have to do it. After arranging Alicia's affairs, Kahn came to Umbrella Company to check the progress of the T-virus antidote. Still unsuccessful. Kahn frowned after listening to the reports from Isaac and Dr. Ashford. More than a month has passed, there have been more than 100 T-virus zombie incidents around the world, and the death toll has exceeded 400 people. Now the public relations and biological disaster countermeasure forces are operating at full capacity, but if no antidote is found, then because of the T-virus there will be more and more people who become zombies due to side effects of drugs. At least 3 more months, boss. Dr. Ashford said with a solemn expression, although we have obtained a lot of reliable data, the T-virus will evolve at any time. If we want to fully produce the antidote, we must need a large number of experimental subjects. This single biological countermeasure disaster force will meet your needs, Dr. Ashford, and you will be the head of the T-virus team from now on. Isaac, you will leave the T-virus project team immediately. Yes, boss. Isaac agreed without any hesitation. Dr. Ashford on the side froze for a moment after hearing Kahn's order, and he didn't react until Isaac answered. It's thanks to the chairman for his attention. Dr. Ashford thanked him. He always felt that Isaac's temperament had changed drastically recently. Isaac, who used to value the T-virus the most, now agreed without saying a word after hearing that he was transferred from the team. But Ashford quickly stopped thinking about it, and the words that fell out were exactly what he wanted. It turned out that he and Isaac had a lot of disagreements, and now he wished that Isaac would leave the T-Virus project team as soon as possible. Kahn then ended the video conference. It is also a helpless move to remove Isaac from the T-Virus. One more him in the research team will not help. It is better to let Isaac develop artificial intelligence. With the support of Umbrella's technology and talents, the artificial intelligence developed by Isaac this time will definitely be better than the Red Queen, and it will be completely loyal to Kahn's artificial intelligence, without so many bullshit settings. Kahn won't be here for long and must leave behind an AI strong enough to protect the company's assets and Alicia before returning to the Marvel Universe. Many of Umbrella's technologies are very advanced, almost equivalent to the top technology level of Marvel Earth, excluding Wakanda. Kahn will bring back these technologies and artificial intelligence, and within 10 years, he will become the world's leading large-scale multinational monopoly group, even if Stark Industries is not enough in front of the Pent Group. Moreover, Kahn does not intend to give up on this world. A multinational group that monopolizes several fields in the world now only needs enough technology accumulation to achieve interstellar leap, is the focus of Umbrella. New energy weapons, interstellar space technology, artificial intelligence and other aspects should be the direction of Umbrella's development. As for the human evolution experiment, let it be handed over to the Pent Group of the Marvel Universe. The other side has the basis for this. After the T-Virus is matured here, Kahn is going to take it back. Japan. This country can be regarded as a country where Umbrella mainly invests. Because of some policy reasons, Umbrella not only established a large underground base here, but also has a permanent army of about 500 people, of which 200 people are biological disasters. Members of the countermeasures force. Because another big eastern country is not easy to enter, Japan is a frontier for Umbrella to enter Asia. Bedlord City is a seaside city in Japan with a population of more than 1 million, and there is a large sea airport and military base here. It's Japanese officers, but they can even betray Japan when Umbrella has orders. Bedlord City is considered to have more zombie incidents among all cities in Japan. A total of 32 zombie incidents occurred here, but all of them were solved by Umbrella's biodisaster countermeasure force, and Bedlord City's garrison was also secretly help out. Except for those who were killed on the spot, the remaining living and active zombies were all transferred to Umbrella's Tokyo branch. There are also many researchers here, and those zombies will be precious experimental subjects, dissecting and recording the T-Virus here detailed data and transmit it back to the US headquarters. Mr. Toagio, Mr. Busujima is involved in an infectious disease transmitted from animals. His corpse may also carry the source of the disease. If you take it back, it will cause very serious consequences. That's why the superior will report the relevant disease. Take all the sick and dead bodies away. At present, only the data of the zombies is needed, but if the T-Virus is to be further developed, they need to transport all the zombies to the United States. What infection? My master has been in the dojo recently, and he hardly goes out. Last time he was just saving people, and he was directly killed by that lunatic. After a while, there was a fierce quarrel in the police station. Seiko Busujima clenched the wooden knife in her hand, then stood up and slowly approached the inside, and soon heard the quarrel inside. End of this chapter. The money is not much, only more than 2 million. This is the compensation that Umbrella gave them in the name of both parties. When ordinary families hear that there are poultry infectious diseases, many people will give up asking for the corpses if they are compensated with money. Meeting this man today was a dead end. The man named Toagio hadn't finished shouting when he suddenly saw Seiko Busujima at the door, and immediately fell silent like a goose being strangled by the neck. If he couldn't ask the police station for an explanation, he gathered his brothers and sisters together. He didn't believe that the police station could withstand the pressure of so many people. In the police station of Bedlord City, a primary school student with purple hair and a wooden knife waited in the police station with his father's disciple for a long time. According to her uncle's words, it seemed that his father had been attacked and hadn't returned yet. Tuagio is going to settle down the only daughter of Master Buto first, and then come to the police station to ask for an explanation. If it is impossible, he will contact the former students of Master Buto. Even those high-ranking politicians have ties to Busujima Ishin. Then he walked to the door, slowed down his voice slightly and said to Siko Busujima, "Junior sister Busashima, let's go back first." "You don't care. You are the police. My master's body is for you." "What? What about my master? Didn't even bring back the body. What is this? Your police station is going too far." The man named Tuagio snorted coldly at the chief inspector of the police station. He would never let this matter go away. The master died because of saving someone, and now even the body will not come back. There is nothing worse in the world than this outrageous thing. He didn't know how much Siko Busujima heard what he said just now, but even if there was only one sentence, it was a bit cruel to her. Snort. "Mr. Tuagio, it's useless for you to tell me. Now the police station does not have the body of Mr. Busashima. The murder of Mr. Busashima is indeed the cause of the other party. They are willing to pay a sum of money, but we don't care about the rest. Unlike the end of the world, zombies are still relatively rare, and the total number of captured zombies in the world does not exceed 500. We made it, boss. It has been 6 months since the last meeting and inquiry, and Dr. Ashford reported a piece of good news to Kahn. Although he has been studying the T-virus in the laboratory, Ashford is not ignorant of the outside world. More and more zombies were sent to the headquarters, and news that was unfavorable to Umbrella came from outside from time to time. It was enough for Dr. Ashford to know what Umbrella was up to now. But even so, Ashford didn't have the idea of betraying Umbrella in his heart. It turned out that he had some ideas because Isaac didn't respect him, and he and Isaac's crazy ideas didn't fit. But it's different now. After changing to a new boss, they attach great importance to these researchers and give them a lot of autonomy. Moreover, Umbrella's influence is too strong, and most people think that Umbrella's work is proud. Dr. Ashford took out a tube of Green's potion and showed it to Kahn. This is the detoxification serum of the T-virus, which can decompose the remaining T-virus in the human body, and it can be transmitted through the air, as long as we release it in 32 locations around the world. With the detoxification serum, all T-viruses on the planet can be eliminated. You did a good job, Dr. Ashford. Let me know to produce enough detoxification serum, and then Alina will connect with you. Kahn said with a satisfied smile. Alina was single-handedly promoted by him, and she is currently the head of the biodisaster countermeasures team. In the past, she only listened to his and Alicia's orders in the entire company, and now she has added a Red Queen. Although it was a while late, it was still too late. The number of deaths due to zombie incidents in countries around the world has exceeded 10,000. Some countries have pointed the finger at Umbrella, but they have no evidence. In the first 2 months, it was difficult for the Biological Disaster Countermeasure Force to collect zombies. All those infected with the T-virus side effect were intercepted by the local government because they were politically interfered by some European heads of state, and finally learned of this under the supervision of the Red Queen. It was the President of the United States who contacted them. They believe that the zombie incident was created by Umbrella in order to destroy the world. Except for Umbrella's products, only the United States can spread the virus in dozens of countries around the world, but this time the President of the United States dared to swear by his thigh, definitely not what they did. However, the President of the United States passed away last month. Kahn also asked Shadow Clone to take half a day to attend the funeral of the President in person. It is said that he collided with the Secretary of Defense's car that braked out of control, and the two died quite well. Miserable. The number of employees Umbrella employs is 2 or 3 times greater than that of the American Army. It is extremely easy to change a president quietly. And without Kahn's action at all, the Red Queen will command, and the rest will be handed over to members of the Special Operations Force. The American political circle will lose 2 politicians who are most hostile to Umbrella. After the vice president took over the position of president, the relationship between the White House and Umbrella has eased a lot. At least in the United States, Umbrella is safe and secure. Dr. Ashford, you have a new task next, which is to use those diseased zombies to study the perfect T-virus and T-virus variants. Umbrella will give you the greatest support. Kahn gave Ashford a new order, but he noticed the hesitation on Ashford's face, so he asked, "Is there any difficulty, Dr. Ashford?" "Boss, if you want to conduct a variant virus test of the T-virus, you may need a lot of live volunteers, just relying on those zombies. Don't worry about this, there will be a steady stream of voluntary subjects sent to your research center, and Umbrella is not short of money." Kahn told Dr. Ashford that with the energy of Umbrella and a little money, you can buy a lot of Momo from the African continent. Although different races may be needed for the experiment, the variants of the T-virus that were promoted in the early stage, silence is enough. After hearing Kahn's words, Dr. Ashford could not say anything more and agreed, although this boss is a little easier to talk to than Isaac, if he insists on fighting, it may be worse than falling into Isaac's hands. Awful. In the past 6 months, although Ashford has been researching the antidote to the T-virus, he is not ignorant of the group's affairs. All 4 directors and 17 senior executives have been fired. As for their current safety, Ashford Ford only saw one of the voluntary subjects. The battle among the group's top executives was extremely fierce. In the eyes of many people, Kahn was just a strange outsider who suddenly got a majority of the company's shares. His management of some things might not be as good as James and Isaac. But people who have this kind of thinking are very wrong, at least they paid a heavy price. After finishing the conversation with Ashford, Kahn clicked on the table, and then called out the virtual projection of the Red Queen, a mature woman who perfectly echoed Kahn's XP. This time he did not let Isaac the appearance after making Alicia's voice and face popular. "Red Empress, how is the copy of the technical documentation?" The Red Queen replied, "According to the classification, all the technical materials have been collected and stored, including all the technical data that can be collected in 31 countries. There are a total of 13,572 technical data." Kahn nodded after hearing the answer from the Red Queen. He is still very satisfied with the Red Queen's ability, but his intelligence is a little bit unsatisfactory. It's still a bit sluggish. It seems that Isaac and the others need to spend more time on the Red Queen. "Sir, I can simulate 21 expressions and 27 emotions, but if it is not necessary, my program logic will advise me not to do so, but if you need it, I will add this requirement." The Red Queen replied proactively that it has only been 2 months since she developed it, and the first order she received was to deal with some people who shouldn't exist, and then to collect all kinds of advanced technologies and store them. After completing the 2 missions, she has been using the internet to infiltrate all over the world, including company secrets, national defense systems, and even the control of nuclear weapons, own intelligence system module. Now Umbrella has replaced all the processing systems of all companies in the group with Red Queen. Although there will be some mistakes at the beginning, as more and more things are handled, Red Queen's handling methods will become more intelligent and perfect. Now the Umbrella Group has packaged Red Queen into an intelligent operating software, which is free and open to companies around the world. With the help of more than 2 billion computers around the world, Red Queen's daily growth rate is very scary. But she is only loyal to Kahn, which is the core of the Red Queen, and the second person who can command the Red Queen is Alicia. After a period of time, Kahn will go back to the world of Marvel and let the Queen develop the Pent Group after waiting for Hong to go further. With the assistance of artificial intelligence, Pent Group's processing efficiency and development speed will increase by more than 10 times. Isaac and others are developing an artificial intelligence named White Queen. The 2 artificial intelligences correspond to the colors of Umbrella's logo. Underground military bases, satellite surveillance, launch bases for medium and long-range ballistic missiles, surveillance and bribery threats to high-level U.S. troops, and so on. Umbrella's military strength is still a bit weak. In Kahn's view, Umbrella doesn't need to be so cautious. Even if he doesn't implement the apocalypse plan to destroy the world, he still has to become the uncrowned king of this world. Umbrella's military capability is qualified only if the military power can destroy at least 2 developed countries in a short period of time. Kahn slowly thought about what he was going to do next, and after a while, he suddenly asked, "How is Alicia doing now?" The Red Queen replied, "At 3:52 p.m., 2 classmates were beaten and cried in the school. They are the son of Mayor Lake and the daughter of Chief Brook. The other party has 12 bruises and lost 3 teeth. The teacher has told Alicia to reflect at school, but she has no intention of calling you. It seems to be quite serious. I'll go there in person, so as to save some people who don't open their eyes." After Kahn finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, but he thought of something, so he continued to ask Xiang Hong, "How is the candidate?" The Red Queen replied quickly, "There are 3 people who are suitable to take care of Miss Marcus and who can be accepted by her, and they have also passed the company's background investigation. After a while, Kahn will leave. Before that, he has to arrange everything here. Alicia is the top priority. His second goddaughter is the key to whether he can come and go to the Resident Evil world." Accident. After Kahn came to the school, he happened to meet Mayor Lake and Chief of Police Brook. They naturally knew Kahn, the actual person in power of Umbrella. The 2 of them knew that their son was provoked by Alicia Maku. After that, his legs almost went limp from fright. A president and a minister of defense died some time ago. It was such a coincidence that many people secretly speculated. The previous president was rarely tough and expressed dissatisfaction with Umbrella many times, but died unexpectedly after only 3 years in office. Their son has offended Umbrella's heir to the other half of the shares. If he hurts the other party, they won't suspect 2 more accidents. So after entering the principal's office, Mayor Lake and Director Brook decisively whipped their son again, and they didn't stop teaching their son until Kahn called to stop. Bad mouth must be disciplined, today's lesson will impress them. Kahn had no interest in the matter, so he left the school with Alicia. After returning, Kahn told Alicia about the nanny, housekeeper and assistant, and then continued, "Alicia, I will be away for a while, and if I have anything to say, I will tell the housekeeper first. If she can't do it, find the Red Queen. Godfather, may I go with you?" Kahn replied without thinking about it using the dragging formula, "Not for now, maybe you will have a chance when you grow up." "Okay." Alicia replied with some disappointment. She guessed that the Godfather was going back to the magical world, so she was curious and wanted to follow, but she didn't expect the Godfather to refuse. Afterwards, Kahn accompanied Alicia to have a dinner. Now both of them eat a lot of food. Even if Kahn can absorb natural energy, there is no such thing as fasting. The stronger the body evolves, the more energy it needs. Alicia can eat 5 caddies of steak in one meal, and Kahn's appetite is more terrifying than Alicia's. He has asked Umbrella to study compressed nutrition, otherwise he would waste a lot of time eating every day. After the antidote to the T virus was released all over the world, zombie incidents would no longer occur. Although there were many incidents in succession before, under the suppression of Umbrella, the world generally showed a trend of peaceful development. This will be Kahn's technical support library, assisted by artificial intelligence, and Apex researchers from all over the world will definitely give Kahn a lot of help. Marvel World. The harvest is really not small. Tish finally paid attention to the Ponte family again, and now he can relax a little bit. Kahn showed a satisfied smile on his face. This time, he only controlled a few people, and he had such a big gain: the artificial intelligence queen, tens of thousands of advanced technologies, T-virus and all subsequent development materials, 10 grids of gold, 10 grids of gold titanium alloy aerospace materials, and the rest are all rare metal resources, which are used by the Pent Group. Whether it is group funds or development resource reserves, there is no need to worry about it for the time being, and there is also a Red Queen who can coordinate the overall situation. Before coming back, Kahn also injected himself with the T-virus in Umbrella, which further strengthened his physical fitness, and his life became more perfect, his brain developed to a higher degree, and he even awakened the same mind ability as Alice. This is because the extremis virus has recompiled the T virus. The aspects of the T virus that can promote the perfect evolution of life are retained, and all other aspects that are not good or conflict with the genes in Kahn's body are all eliminated. He is now as if reborn, with 2 viruses and 4 genes in his body. Thinking of Hashirama cells, Kahn once again felt that he should go to the ninja world to supplement the Sharingan genes for himself. But it is still necessary to settle things in the Marvel world first, at least let the Red Queen get on the right track. Kahn picked up the phone and contacted Betty directly. Betty, if you are not busy now, come to the headquarters of the group. First install the Red Queen, and then let the Red Queen take over the affairs and overall planning of the Pent Group. It is that in the Marvel world, the operating software of the Red Queen cannot be promoted as vigorously as in the Resident Evil world, so that it is easy to be discovered by others, Wakanda and Tony Stark's Jarvis, as well as S.H.I.E.L.D., just don't know God whether the S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network protection is strong or not. I don't know if the Red Queen can break it. The body of the Red Queen must be extremely cautious. In the original Crisis, several people used the back door to shut down the artificial intelligence of the Red Queen. In the case that the Red Queen is impossible to betray Kahn, he thinks that he can prepare a few more for the Red Queen. With a spare body and a robot for her to control, the Red Queen has no means of protecting herself. When Kahn came to the company, Betty was already waiting for him here. He directly held a high-level meeting, called Laura, the Vank father and son and other people who knew some secrets of the group, and then told them about the artificial intelligence. Laura, help me build 2 computer rooms temporarily. My Manor and Umbrella Company will help Red Queen build the last computer room after the underground base is built. But now the group can use Red Queen to help with office work. After Kahn finished speaking, the computer next to him made a voice and introduced himself. Hi everyone, I am the assistant of Mr. Red Queen, and I hope to get along peacefully in the future. The development of Umbrella has been perfected for a long time, and the intelligence of the Red Queen is already very high. Now she will actively chat with Kahn and solve some of his troubles. Although it is programmed, it is much better than the previous sluggish Red Queen. Vank and his son were surprised and very excited about this. With the artificial intelligence of Red Queen, the last gap in their new energy war weapon plan was plugged. But they have to build the underground base in New York City first. The Red Queen has shown the blueprint of an underground base in Umbrella on the computer. A huge beehive is enough to cover Brook Forest and Queens. It took Umbrella 7 years to build such a large project, but they did not have new energy robots, and Vank and his son built a lot of engineering robots during this period, and together with the energy supply of the arc reactor, they can operate within 24 hours. Uninterrupted construction within the building greatly shortens the time spent on building underground hives. Sir, I only need to take these 4 places and increase the number of engineering robots by 6 times. I can complete the construction of the underground hive base within 4 years. After the construction of the hive is completed, the engineering robots can also be disassembled and transformed into war machines. The Red Queen has just received all the information of the Pent Group. With the authorization of Kahn, the encryption set by Ivan Vank failed to stop her. The data of the arc reactor and the war robot were naturally collected by the Red Queen. For years, the speed is already very fast. Kahn nodded, and when he was about to agree, Betty quickly interjected and said, Kahn, the funds from the last sale of gold are running out, and the profits may return after the drug is launched next month. Don't worry, Betty, I'll take care of the funding issue. Kahn gave her the first reassuring look, and then calmed her down. Betty's worries were not unreasonable. The Red Queen's body placement, the number of engineering robots doubled, and several landmark buildings to be taken down and built underground hive. All of these will be completed within 4 years, so the money spent each year may reach billions or even nearly tens of billions of dollars. Even with the support of pharmaceutical profits, it will be a lot of pressure on the Pent Group. But money is really not a strenuous thing for Kahn. If he wants to, the amount of gold he takes out can scare Hydra. In the face of Umbrella's size, a Hydra is really not enough. Later, Kahn negotiated a little bit more with them, mostly him calling the shots. Kahn feels that his desire seems to be getting stronger and stronger, but he firmly refuses to admit that he is lustful. He just thinks that the genes of dragons and unicorns have affected his nature. The real him can endure years of loneliness to practice guns and study hard. The meeting lasted for about 3 hours, and Kahn finally ordered, Queen Hong, summarize what you just said, make a plan and distribute it to them, and give priority to your body. My manor is under construction, and the computer room is now working together. Come on, Anton, I'll leave the energy aspect to you. However, in order not to delay the next thing, Betty only got comfortable 3 times before washing her body and leaving. She didn't even have time to drink milk this time. Kahn brought back so many surprises this time that Betty was still immersed in the surprise after the meeting. The Red Queen replied, understood, sir. Of course, Kahn himself misses Kushina a little bit, and he doesn't know how long he has been away this time. This is from yesterday, I am really sorry to code up to now, I bow and apologize. Betty had better reasons, determination, and the sage model of a woman, and Kahn couldn't persuade her to let her go. Anton Vank also readily agreed, and then secretly lamented the degree of intelligent computing of the Red Queen. Although he had never seen Tony Stark's artificial intelligence, he felt that Stark's artificial intelligence was not necessarily better than the Red Queen. This requires the help of Hydra. The drug company Hydra also has shares. The 5 drugs selected by the Red Queen are much better than the same type of drugs on the market. They are born with the advantage of hanging other drugs. In the market, you can make a lot of money. After recovering from the surprise, it is naturally endless joy. Pent Group has achieved such a rapid development, and it may become the top 10 groups in the world within 10 years. As a personal participant and witness, how did Betty may be displeased? He hasn't visited the ninja world for a long time, it's the easiest world for him to win. If he cooperates with Orochimaru now, Kahn has enough strength to win the ninja world. After that, he can vigorously develop the power of the ninja world to feed back the forces in the Marvel Universe, such as 10 Tails and more. Excellent physical fitness is also a difficulty. In the future, Betty alone will become more and more unbearable. Let's get down to business first, transforming the Wizard Manor and the company, and then go to the ninja world after dealing with it. The technical information brought back by the Red Queen includes many drugs developed by Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals, such as analgesics, wound healing ointments, etc. After doing a comparison, 5 of them were selected and prepared for application, listing, and sale. When you are in joy, you need to use the joy of sprinting to stabilize this emotion, so that you can work better. As for those gold titanium alloys, and scarce metal materials, there are not many places now. What the Red Queen suggested is that after the construction of Umbrella's body computer room is completed, a part of it can be temporarily stored there, and the rest will be handed over to Vank and his son. Used to build engineering robots. Master Madara, you have failed again. The grandson of Senju Hashirama is really strong. Even if he is surrounded by more than 40 ninjas, he will kill him in the end. On the border of the land of Earth, there is a dark space buried deep underground. It is very empty, and the underground space is nearly 100 meters high. There are no obvious lights, but the inner environment of the underground space can be vaguely seen. White Zetsu and a Fei are the subordinates cultivated by Uchiha Madara with Geto statue and Hashirama cells. One has a strong concealment ability and can be used to inquire about intelligence information in various places. The other can use possession technique to attach to other on the ninja, use the wood-style blood succession limit. Yeah, that Nawaki's wood-style ninjutsu is really strong, even if I team up with White Zetsu, it may not be his opponent. It seems that Madara-sama is right to worry, Konoha village will produce another ninja god. After hearing what a Fei said, the old Uchiha Madara in the seat was unhappy. The title of God of Ninja was given casually. For so many years in the ninja world, there is only one Hashirama who is the god of ninja. As for the demigod in Rain Shinobi village, what a joke, now another grandson of Hashirama wants to inherit the seat of God of Ninja. Tell me in detail. After hearing Madara's words, White Zetsu immediately danced and said, the situation was very critical at that time. The clone pretended to be Nawaki, and just led the Cloud Shinobi to that town and blocked him in the town. Arrival of the Tree Realm, Wooden Dragon Technique. After hearing these ninjutsu from White Zetsu, Uchiha Madara gradually recalled the scene of himself fighting Hashirama, but he also expressed disdain for Cloud Shinobi's incompetence in a cold voice. Wood style ninjutsu is not as good as Hashirama. I didn't expect 40 many Cloud Shinobi failed to deal with a junior. The current ninja is really weak, but this person does have some influence on the Tail Beast collection. If I want to shoot. Uchiha Madara thought about it in his heart. He was already very old, and if he made a move, it might be the last time. Maybe he could survive with the help of a Fae, but this was definitely not the fight he wanted. With an aging body, Sharingan alone, this is not the fight he wants, and with infinite Tsukimi, he must find someone to execute his plan in his place before he dies, so as to ensure that Nagato will resurrect him. Before that, Uchiha Madara definitely wouldn't flick. Uchiha Madara ordered, disclose the details of Hashirama's grandson to other ninja villages, and what about the right person? Upon hearing this, White Zetsu immediately reported to Uchiha Madara, in the entire Uchiha clan, there are 3 teenagers who agree with your request. Uchiha Obito is 10 years old, Uchiha Shisui is 9 years old, and the other Uchiha Yunma is 5 years old. Among them, Uchiha Obito is the most suitable for you. The request is nothing like a normal Uchiha yet. Uchiha Shisui's talent and strength are stronger than Uchiha Obito's, but he is more valued by the Uchiha clan, and he is currently training with the security team. Madara, which one should you choose? Keep an eye on Uchiha Obito. As for talent, the Uchiha family is most talented when they lose love, and the talent that is displayed at other times is not important. While saying this, Uchiha Madara remembered when he obtained the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by obtaining the Mangekyo Sharingan can the true power of the Uchiha clan be displayed. Understood. I also think Uchiha Obito is more eye-opening than Uchiha Shisui. After all, he cares about a lot of friends. After White Zetsu finished speaking, he left here, preparing to control White Zetsu's avatar and make the next plan for Uchiha Obito. The war in the ninja world has been going on for several years, and this time the war is far more intense than the previous ones. Chaos. The entire ninja world was almost in a mess. Although the Third Ninja World War was marked by the exposure of the Muyi Baya incident, the most intense war was the Cloud Shinobi War that took place in the country of Tang and Tian. Backed by both hatred and interests, Third Reikage resolutely launched a war against the Nation of Fire, and even invaded the territory of the Nation of Fire in a short period of time. Although Konoha responded, it was difficult for the revenge-hungry Cloud Shinobi effective counterattack. With the strength of Third Reikage, there is no room for ordinary Jonin to intervene. Even if the 3 of Tsunade and the 12 Konoha elite ninjas planned to hold Hanzo back, except for Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, the rest of the Konoha shinobi were very close. In a short period of time, it was solved by Hanzo. When there is a big difference in strength, once inserted into the opponent's battle, there is only one dead end. This was the case against Third Reikage. Tsunade was sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen as the commander-in-chief of the Yuno country front, but she couldn't stop Third Reikage's offensive trend at all. Only after Nawaki arrived, their siblings joined forces to deal with Third Reikage. Moreover, Nawaki's chakra amount is extremely amazing, and he can also split 2 wood-style clones to support the battlefield, once curbing the trend of Cloud Shinobi's attack. But when the next Abbey team came to the battlefield, Konoha's side was powerless. Cloud Shinobi had too many top-level ninjas, and they almost showed a tendency to resist Mist Shinobi who attacked the border of the Kingdom of Thunder. As long as the opponent did not go ashore, just don't care. Most of the troops are used to deal with Konoha, 8 Tails Jinchuriki and the next AI, as well as Urwei Jinchuriki, London Shueiji, and the most powerful Third Reikage. Facing Cloud Shinobi's army, Tsunade has been shrinking the line of defense. Sarutobi Hiruzen sent Kushina and a group of Hyuga and other ninjas to the frontline battlefield of Yuno country after asking for help from the village twice. This is almost the last batch of support troops in Konoha, and almost all the famous masters in the village have been sent out. If there is still a shortage of people on other battlefields, Sarutobi Hiruzen can only form a team of genin who has just graduated and send them to frontline stress relief. The war has developed so fiercely. Why hasn't Orochimaru made a move yet? After Kahn came to the country of Soup, he first learned about the news of the genin world, and then called Xia Chuan and Chuan Mu over, and asked them carefully about the situation of the ninja world in the past 2 years. He has been away for a long time, more than 2 years, enough for many people to have complicated thoughts, so every time Kahn returns to the ninja world, he must carefully clean up his influence. Fortunately, Xia Chuan and Chuan Mu have no different minds. He can use simple legilimency to detect the emotional changes of the two around him, otherwise Kahn would have some headaches. But this time, Kahn is going to develop the forces in the ninja world well. Super Soldier Serum Enhancer, Exoskeleton Auxiliary Mecha, Intelligent Combat System, etc. Under the control of the Red Queen, Kahn can create a group of troops that can wipe out a large number of ninjas, except for those particularly strong Jonin or Kage-level ninja. But the premise is that Kahn will spread the Red Queen in the ninja world, build optical cables, develop the computer industry, etc. Without huge data support, it will be difficult for the Red Queen to analyze the mode of dealing with ninja fighting styles. Xia Chuan, next, Chuan Mu will hand over all the things in his hands to you, and I have other things to entrust to her. There is a detailed plan in this document. Chuan Mu, next, don't be stingy with money, and do your best. The Internet and computers developed in Ninja World. Kahn took out a thick Internet and Ji Xuanji development plan, which is a set of development plans formulated by the Red Empress based on various detailed information about the Ninja World provided by Kahn. Now there are newspapers in the Ninja World, and TV stations are also developing, and the country of fire is already trying to build a TV tower, but all of this is related to Kahn. Without his support, the TV tower and the like will be at least a few years later. Kahn told Xia Chuan 2 years ago that any media-related industry should be quickly acquired, and TV towers and TVs are one of them. After some signs appeared, they were directly purchased by Xia Chuan. Now Chuanqi's task is to open a computer factory, and at the same time lay fiber optic cables and signal towers in the land of fire. Talking about the satellite is a bit difficult. Kahn only brought 30 engineering robots this time, because the underground beehive base of the Pent group is equally important, so Kahn did not take too many engineering robots, otherwise Anton would be distressed to death. 30 engineering robots are responsible for the core part, and the construction team of Ninja World is responsible for simple buildings such as the foundation of the rocket silo. If everything goes well, Kahn will be able to launch the first satellite of Ninja World in less than 2 years. This is still a later stage project. The robot delivered 24 hours of uninterrupted construction. If all engineering robots are used, Kahn will be able to try to launch Ninja's first satellite in less than 10 months. At that time, the war should be completely over. Although the Ninja World after the war is not very safe, at least it is a time of rapid development. At night, Kahn directly used the summoning technique to summon the little white snake that Orochimaru used to summon, and then stuffed a scroll into the mouth of the little white snake, and then released the summoning technique, so that the little white snake went back to summon Orochimaru. Otherwise, Kirigakure couldn't resist testing him. As soon as Kahn came to this slightly damp cave, he felt a familiar figure rushing towards him, then a lowly snake appeared beside Kahn, like a puppy who has not seen its owner for a long time, kept sniffing his breath. Kahn may be busy for a while in the future, with the affairs of the daimyo prefecture in the land of fire, the contact with the Chirumi clan of Kirigakure, and Orochimaru. Kahn used apparition to patrol around the southern peninsula of the land of waves, the land of tea, and the land of fire, and used legilimency to find a few guys with strange thoughts, and then dealt with them. Meet us at Ryuchi Cave at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. It's okay, it'll be safer. I don't know if it's her illusion, or there is a real change in this contractor. Ichikajima Haim feels that his smell is more charming, so she can't help but want to swallow it in one gulp. Give me another bowl, I haven't tasted it for 2 years, just one bowl. How can it become more and more attractive? I really want to take a bite. Fortunately, when he left, the war broke out soon, and the major ninja villages focused on each other, and Kahn transferred most of the important industries to the country of tea, and it was only safe for 2 years. Ichikajima Haime's obsession with pervert made Kahn a little unacceptable, and pushed her away from him in disgust, but Ichikishima Haime floated over against Kahn's push again, and kept sniffing the scent of Kahn's body. It's probably these things. Next, let's do what we should do. I may stay in the ninja world for a while, and send me a message if there is something to do. Kahn looked at the time, and it was still a few hours before the time Orochimaru agreed with him, but Kahn directly told the little white snake to ask him to go to Ichikishima Haime and summon him in advance. After a while, Kahn felt the reverse summoning technique signal from Ryuchi Cave, and then he summoned the little white snake again, and took the scroll out of its mouth. The little white snake nodded, and released the summoning technique. Half an hour later, Kahn felt the reverse summoning technique that Ichikishima Haime used on him. This time Kahn did not refuse, and was directly summoned to Ryuchi Cave. Hearing that Orochimaru's performance on the battlefield of the Land of Winds made Kahn feel a little puzzled. If he didn't take advantage of the rapid success in the war, even his apprentice Nawaki would surpass him in reputation. Ichikajima Haime can feel the breath of Kahn, and her attraction to her has become much stronger. When she was able to transform into an adult hundreds of years ago, Ichikajima Haime didn't feel hungry, but today she smells Kahn after the breath came from her body. She remembered the feeling of eating instinctively in the past after a long absence. If it weren't for being unable to beat Kahn, Ichikajima Haime would definitely not beg for help in such a low voice, but would go up and capture him directly, and then enjoy it slowly. However, when praying for Kahn's blood, Ichikajima Haime vaguely felt that she, the contractor, had become much stronger. Absorbing natural energy can naturally enhance the perception ability, and their alien perception is even stronger. Because of this, Ichikajima Haime could only plead in a low voice. After getting a small cup of blood, she went aside to enjoy it like a treasure, but after a while Ichikajima Haime returned again, looking at Kahn with longing eyes, but this time Kahn ignored her. If you come to pester her again, use magic to restrain her aside. Ichikajima Haime's character perfectly embodies snakes. He climbs up when given a pole, and usually can't give him a good face. After being warned, Ichikajima Haime didn't dare to disturb him. Without the interruption of the lowly snake, Kahn waited for Orochimaru here. The natural energy of Ryuchi Cave is very rich, but it is a good place for practice. Because of the genes of the phoenix, he can convert it into his own after absorbing the natural energy. Magic growth. And now Kahn's magic power has been transformed into a magic vortex, and the upper limit of his magic power has doubled. He has absorbed natural energy for a while, but he has not yet felt the saturation of the magic vortex. After a while, Orochimaru appeared directly in Ryuchi Cave, and was brought to Kahn by Ichikishima Haime, and then retreated obediently, leaving space for the two of them. Orochimaru glanced at Haime Ichikishima in surprise. He didn't expect Kahn to be able to tame one of the 3 major snake princesses in Ryuchi Cave so obediently. Then he said with a hoarse smile, "Kahn-kun, I didn't expect you to disappear for 2 years, it was a surprise to me. Because of a little accident, you know that I have to go around to do business, so sometimes I am a little busy, but your progress is too slow." After Kahn casually changed the topic, he continued to ask, "In the ninja world, it seems that Nawaki's reputation surpasses that of Ni. Now he and Namikaze Minato are called Konoha twin stars. If you don't take action, I'm afraid 4th Hokage will be selected from the sacred tree and Namikaze Minato." "No way, because of some accidents, Teacher Sarutobi became aware of the relationship between me and you. He was not at ease with me as a disciple, so he sent me back and forth to 3 places during the war. The Sichuan Kingdom War was urgent 2 months ago. I was transferred here." Even though he was distrusted and obviously targeted by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru still kept a smile on his face, showing no resentment or anything like that. Power is really a magical thing. It can turn such a powerful ninja into a standard politician. Once someone threatens his power, he will not hesitate to suppress whether it is a disciple, a villager, or a descendant. Kahn waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to lament. After you become a Hokage, you will have enough time to lament the changes that power brings to you. Do you have any plans for Sand Shinobi Village? Do you need my help?" Orochimaru smiled and said, "It's just a tail beast. Even if there are Chiyo and third Kazekage, it's nothing. You probably haven't visited the depths of Ryuchi Cave." In the depths of Ryuchi Cave, Kahn suddenly thought of raising fire dragons. It has been 2 years now. Could it be? How many fire dragons have you raised? Orochimaru said, "There are 43 dragons in total. Fortunately, there are a lot of prey around Ryuchi Cave, otherwise so many fire dragons would be a real trouble, but excluding the supplies for Ryuchi Cave, 3 dragons should be able to be used in the next war. There are 10 fire dragons, and the smallest one is 30 meters in size. As expected of you." Kahn was surprised when he heard this number. 30 fire dragons about 30 meters in length, with rough skin and thick flesh, only the eyes are the weak point, and they can fly into the sky. If Sand Shinobi faces this group of behemoths, fear may arise in his heart, like a common ninja facing a tailed beast. Moreover, there are so many common fire dragons. Kahn doesn't believe that Orochimaru didn't prepare a special summoning beast for himself. Like his fire dragon, it has grown to about 40 meters now. Has the whole card against one tail all the time. Kahn smiled reassuringly, "In this case, I will go to the capital of the Land of Fire next. After the war, Daimyo and Kushina should be on your side. And Nawaki will not compete with his teacher for the position of Hokage. Tsunade should stand on her brother's side. She still has a magic contract with Kahn, and when the time comes, Tsunade will try to violate the magic contract. Kahn can also go to the Uchiha clan, but there is a lot of support for Orochimaru from top to bottom. Sarutobi Hiruzen and other Konoha high-level executives are sandwiched in the middle, and it seems that there is nothing to do. By the way, Mr. Kahn, Cloud Shinobi seems to be a bit unstoppable towards you. Mr. Sarutobi and other high-level Konoha officials have reported this matter to the Daimyo Prefecture. Fortunately, Kushina was sent to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Orochimaru laughed in a hoarse voice. It was the first time he had seen Third Raikage fight Konoha so hard. It probably had something to do with the banana fan that Kushina took out, appearing in her hand, plus Third Raikage must target Kahn. The result is already obvious. But don't worry, Kushina is very strong. I heard that 8 Tails Jinchuriki and 2 Tails Jinchuriki are no match for her, and whoever dares to speak ill of you, Kushina will not let that person go. Being able to walk so close to 9 Tails Jinchuriki quietly, and at such a young age, Kushina showed the strength of the top ninja powerhouse. Now Mr. Sarutobi and the others probably regret that their toes are turning blue. Thinking of this scene, Orochimaru felt happy in my heart. Although he had already guessed that Mr. Sarutobi would target him, Orochimaru still couldn't avoid being disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen when he was really caught in a political struggle. Is there such a thing? Third Raikage is too stupid, just a few Six Paths ninjas. Kahn smiled after hearing the words, and said indifferently, Daimyo should not be so stupid. If he is really so stupid, then I will let him go down early. A ninja village leader threatened Daimyo to hand over a country's minister. Third Raikage does have this ability, and Cloud Shinobi Village can do it too, but he is stupid enough to touch the bottom line of the daimyo and nobles of various countries. Ninjas are tools in the hands of daimyo and nobles, and now this tool actually threatens the master. Although Kahn does not have any real power in the country of fire, he is still a minister, and there are only a few people with higher status than him. Let Third Raikage taste the sweetness today, maybe there will be some troubles in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also stupid, this kind of thing can't be considered, it is too obvious to do it against him. Kahn quickly figured out what the next issue of the newspaper would be, and he ensured that both 3rd Hokage and the daimyo would like to read it. On the status of ninjas, taking a raikage as an example. After this piece of newspaper is sent out, there will be thorns in the hearts of the daimyos of all countries, even the daimyos of the Land of Thunder that Xianhe Cloud Shinobi Village has befriended are no exception. This war should not last long. It should be said that Konoha will not last long, even if the Fire Nation daimyo has increased material support to Konoha because of the White Fang incident. It is impossible to provide unlimited support. The war lasted for more than a year, and even if there were logistical supplies and war funds, the number of ninjas could not keep up. Orochimaru also plans to have a decisive battle with Sand Shinobi in the near future. He showed weakness 3 times and moved the camp once. 3rd Kazekage seems to be hooked soon. I believe that the war on the Kawa no country will end soon. After Kahn got some news from Orochimaru, he left Ryuchi Cave. Before leaving, Ichishima Haim held him and was reluctant to let him go, but was kicked away by Kahn, and then the reverse summoning technique was lifted. Looks like I'm going to the capital. Distance is no longer a problem for Kahn. Now there is no one who can threaten him in the ninja world, except Otsutsuki. Threats really weren't enough in Kahn's eyes. Kahn is a bit of a rogue, able to destroy Cloud Shinobi Village and leave 3rd Raikage completely helpless against him. After operating to the capital of the Land of Fire, Kahn didn't go to the pharmacy or the newspaper office, but went directly to the Daming Mansion. He already knew a little about the medicine business from Xia Chuan, and now Viagra's sales are comparable to wound medicine. Although the unit price is more expensive, it is enough to see the popularity of Viagra in the ninja world. People with a little money will try to buy 2 pills. After all, to a certain extent, this is not a medicine, but a man's dignity. Under the promotion of Ninja Weekly, at least in the whole country of Fire, the sales of Viagra are very hot, but Kahn doesn't care much about the money in the ninja world. The progress of Orochimaru may be faster than him, and Kahn can't lag behind. Outside the daimyo mansion, Kahn was taken to the castle tower after a guard communicated. After he entered, he found that there were only the daimyo and a few servants in the house, but there were at least 4 people in the dark, and one of them made Kahn feel like familiarity. It should be Hitaki Tsukumo. Mr. Kahn, I haven't seen you for a long time. I didn't expect you to leave like this. After Kahn was seated, the daimyo said with a smile, like an old friend whom he hasn't seen for a long time. Kahn also smiled and said, I got a few treasures outside, so it took a long time, but after I came back, the people below told me that Cloud Shinobi Village invaded the Kingdom of Fire because of me, so I came to find your excellency daimyo urgently. Gone. 3rd Raikage, don't pay attention to him. I have already sent an envoy to contact the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. This time it is 3rd Raikage who is a little confused. When he said 3rd Raikage, the Fire Nation daimyo had an angry expression on his face, but then he was attracted by the treasure in Kahn's mouth and asked curiously. Miss Kahn, what treasure is it? A defensive ring that can defend automatically is of great help to those of us who are walking outside. It's not obvious to talk about it. Why don't you let this maid demonstrate it? Kahn took out a box from his bosom and said to the daimyo, in fact, this is a magic item made by him using alchemy. It does have 2 functions of protection and recovery, but the 3rd effect is spiritual influence. Wait for this kind of thing for a long time, will be controlled by Kahn in the end. Has a similar effect to Voldemort's Horcruxes, and is a standard dark magic item. After hearing this, the daimyo became interested, and immediately ordered the maid to come forward, and then asked, how to demonstrate. Just let her wear this necklace, and then His Majesty the Daiming will call someone to attack her. Is it that simple? Although he had some doubts in his heart, he could see the effect soon after trying it, so the daimyo asked the maid to put the necklace on, and then said, Tsukumo-kun. As soon as the words fell, a white-haired ninja wearing a mask appeared in the house using the body flicker technique, bowed and said, Your Excellency, daimyo. The daimyo pointed to the maid and said, Excuse me, Mr. Shoamao, try it according to what Mr. Kahn said. Yes, Your Excellency. After Hitaki responded, he drew his sword and slashed at the maid. However, His sword skills were superb and he did not use chakra nature transformation. Even if the blade was within a centimeter of the maid's throat, he could easily withdraw the knife. But Hatake Tsukumo's knife was blocked. 30 centimeters away from the maid, a milky white halo appeared, directly blocking Hatake Tsukumo's knife. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes narrowed slightly, then he withdrew his knife and slashed again. This time he used more strength, and also used chakra to increase the slashing strength. But it was blocked by the white halo again. When he was blocked for the second time, Hatake felt a little surprised. Although he didn't use wind-style chakra nature transformation, he at least used chakra to increase his physical strength. The knife just now could cut through both walls. Kahn smiled and said, "Mr. Shoamao, you can use a little strength." The Fire Nation daimyo also followed suit and said, "Mr. Shoamao, a little more force." "I see, Your Excellency." After Hatake Tsukumo finished speaking, a subtle electric light appeared all over his body, and then he quickly slashed at the maid. This time, the fierce knife gesture directly scared the maid so that her face turned pale and she closed her eyes. However, the knife was still blocked, but the halo of the white breast was even worse, like an incandescent lamp, and the maid was also pushed away by the power of Hatake Tsukumo's knife, and she took 4 or 5 steps back and sat on her buttocks on the ground. When she opened her eyes, she found that she was not injured. "It's really powerful. Your Excellency Daming, I have used more than half of the power of the knife just now, and it should be the limit of defense." Hatake Tsukumo said to the daimyo. Hatake's swordsmanship focuses on 2 types of wind and thunder. Chakra nature transformation, lightning style stimulates body cells, speeds up speed and hand strength, wind style increases the power of swordsmanship, and steel can be split with a single knife. Just now he used lightning style chakra to increase his strength, which is enough for a common man wearing a treasure. If he really used wind style chakra, he might be able to break through the defense of the treasure and kill the maid, but that is not necessary. How many Hatake Tsukumo are there in the entire ninja world? And how many people can focus on sword skills like him? A rare treasure indeed. Is this a legacy from the Sage of 6 Paths and legendary? The big name of the Fire Nation was overjoyed, and he looked at the necklace on the maid's chest without blinking, obviously liking it very much. It has nothing to do with Sage of 6 Paths. It is a treasure left by a wizard. It can also be called the God of the Right Way. Kahn shamelessly gave himself this honorary title, and then asked the daimyo with a smile, "If your lord likes this treasure? If so, I will give it to you." When the daimyo heard the words, a look of joy appeared on his face, and then he asked again for confirmation, "Is it really for me, Mr. Kahn?" "Of course, I already have one similar to it, and it's useless to wear 2. Kahn stretched out his arm and showed the daimyo his magic bracelet. After seeing Kahn's bracelet, daimyo happily accepted the black magic necklace. With this thing, he can sleep much more comfortably in the future, and knowing from Kahn's mouth that this treasure has the function of restoring energy, he felt even happier. Originally, Kahn was just a minister he promoted to deal with Konoha, but he did not expect to be presented with such an important gift. "Your Excellency Daming, I still have a gift to give to the Daming Mansion. I am ashamed to say that Cloud Shinobi was attracted because of me, and the Nation of Fire suffered a lot. This should be used as compensation." Kahn took out a business agreement, and the maid handed it over to the daimyo, which said that half of Viagra's profits would be transferred to the daimyo mansion. Since daimyo wore the black magic necklace, daimyo mansion almost belonged to Kahn. It was only a matter of time. "It's too expensive." The daimyo is also a loyal user of Viagra, so he is naturally aware of the terrifying profits contained in this drug. He had been tempted before, but Kahn was the minister of the Fire Kingdom, and doing so would break the rules among the nobles, so even if he was tempted, he didn't have any wrong thoughts. But now Kahn took the initiative to give away half of the profits. "Daimyo, after getting this business agreement, I was slightly moved and happy in my heart." Kahn shook his head, and said with profound understanding, "Although your Excellency Daimyo is enlightened and understanding, the Kingdom of Fire has suffered losses after all. Kahn noticed the change of mood of the Fire Nation daimyo, and counted with a smile, "Then thank you, Your Excellency daimyo. I was stupid and reckless and made mistakes first, so how could I blame others? Ninja really is this kind of guy." The daimyo immediately made a decision in his heart and said, "I will immediately send an envoy to Konoha village to inform 3rd Hokage that the Land of Fire will never agree to any request from Cloud Shinobi and 3rd Raikage, and the daimyo will fully support this war." After leaving the Daiming Mansion, Kahn thought with a smile in his heart. As for the income from Viagra given to Daiming Mansion, it only temporarily exists in Daiming Mansion. After a while, the entire Daiming Mansion, or the entire Land of Fire, will become Kahn's personal belongings. Kahn thought about it carefully, and found that he had a lot of things to do. Besides Konan Fortress, he also had to contact Tarumishin. He had been trading with Mist Shinobi for 2 years, and he had to give him at least 2 pieces of chakra metal. Some time ago he wasn't there, so Yuan Shi, that old fox, just pretended nothing happened. After the successful transformation of the Air Fortress, it can be used as Kahn's new daimyo mansion. Kahn has always cared about enjoyment. By then, the Land of Fire will not be far from the unified ninja world. As the only daimyo, he will naturally have to enjoy it. It's just a small matter. Mr. Kahn will stay in the mansion today, and I can order someone to host a banquet. The reason is to check the situation of the Konoha newspaper. In fact, it is to look at the situation of Nanoyu. She is Kahn's spy chief who stayed in Konoha. Nanoyu may know better than Orochimaru what happened in the past 2 years. Now that he's back, naturally he won't let Master Yuan pretend to be stupid. After he becomes the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he can drastically upgrade the Land of Fire, computer network, industrial innovation, satellite launch, etc., as well as new energy exoskeleton mechanical super soldier troops. End of this chapter. The envoys sent by the daimyo to Konoha will leave in 2 days, and Kahn will follow them there. There is also Kongmin Fortress, but this can be handed over to Hong Ho to redesign and transform. That guy Shinong should study forbidden technique and medical ninjutsu. The same is true for Bailohu. Go to the underground gold exchange to inquire about the news, but maybe it's all over. With such a huge benefit, not only the money supporting Konoha can be earned back, but also the daimyo house can make a lot of money. The Fire Nation daimyo is crazy to compromise with Cloud Shinobi, and he heard that 3rd Raikage wants to do something to Kon Gongmin Namiji. It was a big loss when the pharmaceutical factory in Dacia started. I am really ashamed of my procrastination. Starting tomorrow, stop procrastinating. Of course this has nothing to do with Mr. Kahn, it's all Cloud Shinobi's rudeness. It went very smoothly, but it will take 3 months to completely control the Fire Nation daimyo without making a sound. Although it is a bit slower, it is definitely faster than Orochimaru. The situation is like this: Your Excellency 3rd Hokage, the daimyo-sama is very, very dissatisfied with the actions of Cloud Shinobi and 3rd Raikage. The Land of Fire will never be threatened by a Cloud Shinobi village. The daimyo-sama has decided to support Konoha again. War funds and supplies for the only Cloud Shinobi village. The emissary of the daimyo prefecture spoke to 3 people, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Udatane Koharu, and Mitokado Hamura, in the Hokage office. At the beginning, when they heard the daimyo's tough attitude towards Cloud Shinobi village, their faces were still a little ugly, because Konoha village faced 3 battlefields at the same time, and its stamina was already very weak. But after hearing the war funds and material support, the faces of the 3 were a little bit. It looks better. Although the number of ninjas is really small, with this batch of support, they can attract other small ninja villages to join Konoha, which can still relieve the pressure on the front line. Small ninja villages such as Kusanagi Village, Rain Shinobi Village and Takanobi Village have a high possibility of employment. I see, Your Excellency the Messenger, regarding the attitude towards Cloud Shinobi Village, Konoha will always side with the Daiming House. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking to the envoy of the daimyo prefecture, and asked the Umbun ninja to send him away. Afterwards, he slowly lit his pipe and took a deep breath. It didn't take long before Hokage's office was filled with smoke again. Utatane Koharu couldn't help asking, Hiruzen, what should we do with the next batch of support ninjas? Now we can only let those genin who just graduated. Some of them haven't even done a few missions. Isn't it just to add to the chaos when they are sent to the battlefield? Let's think of other ways. Mitokado Hamura shook his head and said, genin who graduated more than a year ago were all sent to the battlefield, and only those who had just graduated from ninja school for less than a year remained in the village. Realize that it must not be sent to the battlefield. Take out 100 million taels and 30% of the supplies and give them to Danzo, and ask him to tell Kusanagi and Taki to help us. As for ninja support, I will discuss it with each ninja first. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a puff of smoke, it is not that there are no ninjas who can go to the battlefield in Konoha, and many ninjas have not registered as ninjas. Before the war, the number of registered ninjas in Konoha was just over 5,000. Now, there are more than 4,300 surviving ninjas in the ninja file, of which 700 are genin who has just graduated from ninja school for less than a year, civilian ninjas in the Hokage building, medical ninjas, sealing classes and knots. World classes and ninjas guarding various places. Less than 3,600 ninjas have all been sent to the 3 battlefields, and now Mu Yeming really has no support on the face of it. Unless Sarutobi Hiruzen is willing to negotiate with the various ninja chiefs and ask them to send a group of family ninjas to the front line, but this time the Sarutobi clan will also take the lead in sending people, otherwise the other ninja chiefs will definitely not agree. Kusunin and Takinin are a little bit possible. They also often accept employment from other countries. We offer so much money, and they will definitely not refuse. But Rain Shinobi Village, will the old fellow Hanzo agree? Utatane Koharu asked suspiciously, they have a lot of scruples about Hanzo, an old guy. If it weren't for his strength alone, Rain Shinobi would have been maimed by Konoha long ago. If Hanzo disagrees, then go to other organizations in the Land of Rain. Recently, there have been many group ninjas in the Land of Rain. They don't seem to agree with Hanzo's decision. If we hire them, Hanzo will be troubled for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and then began to think about it. Now the battlefield of Tango country is the most troublesome. Although Kushina blocked the 2 Jinchuriki, Cloud Shinobi has always been in power, and their military strength made Sarutobi Hiruzen have to be cautious. Although Rock Shinobi did not send Jinchuriki here, there are a large number of Rock Shinobi. In the first batch, thousands of Rock Shinobi entered the battlefield, and they are very good at joint ninjutsu. On the frontal battlefield, even Konoha Shinobi can hardly resist the opponent's joint ninjutsu. The battlefield of Kawagoku is even more difficult. Sand Shinobi Village not only has 3rd Kazekage on the battlefield in person, but also one-tailed Jinchuriki, Puppet Master Chio and another ninja who uses magnet style, while there is only Orochimaru on the field of Kawanobi Village. Outstanding ninja, there are only more than 20 jonin among the remaining 900 ninjas. What Sarutobi Hiruzen is most worried about is the war in the country of Kawa. Although he wanted to warn Orochimaru, he didn't expect Sand Shinobi Village to be so crazy. It almost pressed the power of the entire ninja village to the country of the wind, and beat Orochimaru to Kikyo Castle. Some time ago, Orochimaru applied for a group of ninjas from him, and now it seems that they should be sent there. No Nayu, I didn't expect you to be promoted so fast, it's beyond my expectation. Kahn took out an earring made by alchemy, handed it to Nanoyu and said, this is a ninja tool that can protect itself automatically. If you encounter danger, it can save your life at a critical moment. What are you going to do? Stay in Konoha, or go to my place? Yakushi Nanoyu took the earrings in his hands calmly, and then replied, Boss, you can just order, no matter which option you choose, I can accept it. You have already become the vice president of Konoha Hospital at the age of 20. I think it would be a good choice for you to stay. You can learn something from Tsunade's side, and I'm not in short supply. Kahn told Nanoyu that although she has learned all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, there are still some bottom-of-the-box jutsu that she has not learned. It was almost time to learn 100 Healing's mark, but Tsunade was suddenly transferred to the front line. Moreover, Xia Chuan outside can still support it, and Shenong also has medical ninjutsu. Now Kahn has asked Shenong to allocate part of his time to train medical ninjas, which may be useful in the future. I see. Yakushi Nanoyu nodded, and then continued, Boss, Noera Lin's talent in medical ninjutsu has also been revealed. She has done many operations and learned healing jutsu and chakra scalpel. I believe that in another 10 years, she caught up with me in medical ninjutsu. In addition to Noera Rin, Aoki Dazang, Sato Akutagawa, Hiratani Ikawa, and Uehara Nobu are all very good. Now they have become the leader Chunin. If they survive this war and accumulate enough mission credits, they should be able to be promoted to special jonin. I think they should be given some ninjutsu support so that they can survive smoothly. Kahn nodded with a smile and said, I see, it is natural to help the excellent people, Nanoyu, you can ask them what kind of ninjutsu they need, or help in other areas is fine. Except forbidden technique, secret technique and some rare 5-attribute ninjutsu, the rest of Kahn can be obtained from the underground gold exchange, and he can also provide some potions. The potions brewed by Hermione are very effective. Healing medicines and blood-enriching medicines are a little worse than medical ninjutsu, otherwise Tsunade would not be so interested. As for Noera Lin, where is she assigned now? Yakushi Nanoyu replied, assigned to the Namikaze Minato team, Noera Lin, Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, except for Hitaki Kakashi who graduated 3 years ahead of schedule, the remaining 2 are basically the top of this class. Uchiha Obito's strength is not weak. In the original book, he learned fire-style Great Fireball and tree climbing when he was 10 years old. He can also fight Kakashi back and forth in physical skills. Even Uchiha Sasuke doesn't have this kind of performance. But Uchiha Obito's mentality is bad, not very suitable for the battlefield. Not to mention Rin Noera, a genius medical ninja, she should have been assigned to Konoha Hospital, but was assigned to Namikaze Minato's elite team by Sarutobi Hiruzen. There is also Kato Dan, who survived, but it is miserable. Now he can't do anything except lie down, and even eats. Not coming. Yakushi Nanoyu pushed his glasses down, then patted the tatami next to him, and said to Kahn, lie here, I hope my technique is not unfamiliar. After listening to Kahn, he got up and said to Nonayu, I know, let's keep the status quo in the near future, the war is probably coming to an end, Nonayu. It wasn't Nanoyu's massage technique, but she just rolled over and sat on Kahn's body. End of this chapter. Although she has no apprenticeship, Rin Noera is considered to be her half-student. If Namikaze Minato wins her over to her, Namikaze Minato will also feel disgusted. Yakushi Nanoyu asked suddenly. Kahn was taken aback by her words, then nodded and replied, well, is there anything else? Later, Yakushi Nanoyu told Kahn some other things about Konoha, and she found out a lot of inside information, especially some secrets about Genbu and Konoha Chunin. Well, I'll trouble you then, Nanoyu. Kahn shook his head slightly. What he was talking about was the will of fire. If he was affected by this thing, his cultivation of Noera Lin would be abolished. It feels a little strange, and the tatami is a bit hard. Just when Kahn thought this in his heart, there was a soft feeling in his waist. Moreover, there are no ninjas in Konoha who can support the front line. This is analyzed by Yakushi Nanoyu himself. There are only 4 doctors left in Konoha Hospital, including her, because the necessary operation must be maintained, otherwise even she is going to the front. Yakushi Nanoyu reported for 2 hours, and only finished talking about the important things summarized in the past 2 years, which also gave Kahn an understanding of the blank period of his absence. Kahn thought for a while, and after going back, he just cleaned up the room, so there was no need to be so anxious, so he followed Nanayu's command and lay down on the tatami. Is that so? Being with those guys is contagious. Are you leaving? Massage, I agreed last time that there are new massage techniques for you to try, but you will leave for 2 years. Yakushi Nanoyu immediately said, I will find time to find Noera Lin, she is also learning medical ninjutsu from me now, and I will try to find out about them. Master Orochimaru, the support from the village has arrived, but... Kikyo Castle, in the Konoha War Conference House, a ninja who was in charge of arranging frontline personnel reported to Orochimaru, although it is a good thing that the support troops came, the support troops sent by the village seem to be of little use this time. In addition to one Namikaze Minato, there are only 3 Jonin, 20 Chunin, and the rest are all Genin, and there are not many military supplies. This kind of strength is of little help to the front line. After seeing the new support troops, many ninjas in the Kawano country camp have some resentment towards the village. They are also fighting for the village, and Sand Shinobi is also extremely difficult to deal with. Kazekage, one-tailed Jinchuriki, puppeteer. Why do they have to face such a difficult situation in the battlefield of the country of Sichuan? Although Master Orochimaru led them to repel Sand Shinobi several times, but more of them retreated in exchange for their lives. And there were a few times when Orochimaru was cut off, otherwise the Konoha Shinobi in Kikyo Castle would suffer even more. It doesn't matter, I already have a way to deal with it. In this war, Sand Shinobi will lose. Orochimaru said in a flat tone, but the expression on his face was very confident, and this confidence could infect all the Jonin in the room. Having been with Orochimaru for a while, they all know that Master Orochimaru is not a big talker. Since he said that, he has absolute certainty, and this certainty has brought them a lot of encouragement. Senior Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato came here after setting up the students. After entering the camp, he saluted Orochimaru. Minato-kun, it's lucky that you are here, if it's that Jiraiya guy, I'm going to have a headache. Orochimaru said to Namikaze Minato with a smile, and then pointed to the seat, sit down, I'm planning to discuss the decisive battle with Sand Shinobi, and I need you to lead the assassination team to attack the rear of Sand Shinobi. After Namikaze Minato heard Orochimaru's words, he was a little embarrassed, but he took out a scroll from his arms and said to Orochimaru, Senior Orochimaru, this is an order from Hokage-sama who asked me to pass it on to you. Mr. Sarutobi? Does he have any new orders? Orochimaru took the scroll, opened it and read the above command, and couldn't help chuckling twice in a hoarse voice. Jonin next to him suddenly felt something was wrong, just after Mr. Orochimaru read the scroll. Hehe, from now on, Minato-kun will be the second in command of the Kawano country front. When I'm not around, you will follow Minato-kun's command. Namikaze Minato quickly shook his head and said, why, I mainly learn from Senior Orochimaru, and it's fine if Senior Orochimaru decides what to conduct. After hearing the appointment of Namikaze Minato, the Jonin in the house guessed some situations, and most of them were silent. Master Orochimaru was the commander, and they had no objections, and both their qualifications and abilities were recognized by them. But Namikaze Minato is a little younger, and no one will doubt his strength. He learned the Flying Thunder God technique of Second Hokage, and gradually gained the reputation of the Yellow Flash, but the battlefield command, this seems to be the first time. Several have participated in 2 ninja wars, and have more battlefield experience than Namikaze Minato. But this was Hokage's order, and they couldn't object, so they had to use silence to represent their opinions. Okay, let's continue to talk about dealing with Sand Shinobi. Regarding the next decisive battle, Sand Shinobi must have figured out our support. Even if there are thousands of ninjas to fight, there is still some gap compared with Sand Shinobi, which is why they are so arrogant. Reason. Orochimaru spoke slowly, and everyone listened to what he had to say next. However, with so many ninjas on the battlefield, the rear of Sand Shinobi village must be very empty. Minato-kun, you take these 2 summoning scrolls and my blood, and use summoning technique after Sand Shinobi village, and then cooperate with 3 assassination teams wreak havoc in Sand Shinobi village. Destroyed in Sand Shinobi village. Senior Orochimaru, there should be many civilians there. Namikaze Minato didn't want to oppose Orochimaru's decision when he first came here, but he really thought so in his heart. If the ninja war involved civilians, the impact would be too bad. Orochimaru didn't take back the hand that handed the scroll, but said again, Minato-kun, this is my order. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato said, then sighed inwardly, and took the order. While he didn't want to involve civilians, others could still complete the task without him, just not as easily. As for the others, according to what I said before, Lu Chuan, hand over the summoning technique to the new support troops, and the support for the next decisive battle will be handed over to them. Jonin named Kagawa reconfirmed and asked, Master Orochimaru, how many ninjas do we need? Orochimaru said, to be on the safe side, 6 people are allocated to one summoning scroll, at least 180 people are needed, draw out the Chunin team, and then make up the number with genin. That much, and it takes 6 genins. After hearing the request, Jonin in the house couldn't help but count in his mind, there are at least 30 summoning beasts, and 6 genins are required to perform the summoning technique at the same time. Will Master Orochimaru call those summoning snakes to be his helpers? They have all seen Master Orochimaru's summoning beast Orochi. If the General Genin does not use the detonating talisman, there is no way to deal with the opponent. There are not many Chunins who can deal with huge snakes. I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Lu Chuan responded with joy in his heart, with such a group of helpers, at least on the frontal battlefield, they don't have to fear the huge number of sand shinobi at all. As for one-tailed Jinchuriki and 3rd Kazekage, you don't need to worry about it, Mr. Vermilion Bird, your team is in charge of the Chiyo old woman, just hold on. Orochimaru continued to arrange, with Nara Vermilion Bird's ability to formulate tactics, knowing Chiyo's puppet art information, it is not difficult to hold her back. After ordering a series of things, Orochimaru let them go down to do things, the summoning technique taught by Lu Chuan and the hidden assassination team of Namikaze Minato need to be prepared in advance. After everyone left, Orochimaru's eyes slowly turned into 3-shaped orbs, and then the 3 orbs were connected together to become 4 connected ring-shaped orbs. Not yet, a sand shinobi doesn't need to use these eyes. Sage mode is enough. Orochimaru thought in his heart that he is not a pushy person, and he will not be afraid if he becomes Hokage, but it is better not to make extra troubles now, otherwise his good teacher is very cunning. This war must be resolved perfectly, and Sand Shinobi Village will be his stepping stone to fame. On the battlefield of the Tang Dynasty, Kushina immediately walked to the tent where the meeting was held after receiving the notice of the meeting. Miss Tsunade. Kushina is the 3rd to come here. She is now wearing a ninja costume, her long red hair is tied into a ponytail, and her face is as white as a lotus flower. She is at the most beautiful age in her life. Sit down first, and I will announce one more thing when everyone is here. Tsunade's expression is also relatively relaxed. Facing Cloud Shinobi Village during this period of time has put her under a lot of pressure. Facing the monster 3rd Raikage, she cannot use Katsuyu to help other companions heal during the fight. She must wholeheartedly cooperate with Nawaki and 3rd Raikage Froze. Even so, the record has been amazing. After all, 3rd Raikage claimed to be able to beat the ninja of 8 tails in Cloud Shinobi Village. That is, the distance between Cloud Shinobi and Rain Shinobi is too far, otherwise many Cloud Shinobi think that the demigods of the ninja world should be them Lord 3rd Raikage. But now 3rd Raikage is blocked by Tsunade and Nawaki, and sometimes the siblings cooperate very well, which can make 3rd Raikage very embarrassed. Now the prestige of the Senju brothers and sisters has gradually overshadowed Tsunade's own title of Sannin. If Nawaki Tsunade jointly destroys the Hanzo of Rain Shinobi Village, then their Senju brothers and sisters will join forces to become another ninja god. There are only demigods, and only true ninja gods. After everyone arrived, Tsunade gave the order from the village, which not only had the seal of 3rd Hokage, but also the seal of the Daimyo Prefecture, which can be said to have gathered the orders of the 2 supreme leaders of the Fire Country and Konoha Village. Deny all demands of Cloud Shinobi, and drive all Cloud Shinobi who invaded the Fire Nation out of the country. Konoha Village gave the most support to the Yuno country battlefield, with more than 1,700 people, as well as powerful ninjas like Tsunade, Nawaki, and Kushina that could effect a war. And there is another scroll that is only for Tsunade. It says that Danzo will contact the helpers of Grass Ninja Village and Taki Ninja Village. At least 100 foreign ninjas will come to help out. Ninja has a different meaning. There is also material support, and Konoha values the battlefield of Yuno country far more than the other two battlefields. Next, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan are scattered into various squads, and we're going to teach Cloud Shinobi a hard lesson, and Kushina, your potions. Halfway through Tsunade's speech, he suddenly turned his head to look at Kushina, wanting to get something good from her. As for the other people in the deliberation camp, they all looked away. They knew that Kushina had a potion, which was 10 times more effective than ordinary medicines. It was like a medical ninja following them. So when Tsunade asks Kushina for something, they naturally hope that Master Tsunade will succeed, maybe they can get a little bit of it. Tsunade smiled and asked people to put away the healing potion, ready to distribute it later. I thank you for the ninjas on the front lines, Kushina, and you will have the most credit for repelling Cloud Shinobi next time. After talking about the potion, Tsunade went on to be serious. There are also 2 Jinchuriki from Cloud Shinobi village. Sister Tsunade, I don't have much anymore. Kushina said reluctantly. It was given to her by the boss before leaving. She didn't want to use it for 2 years. As a result, she was blackmailed by Tsunade in half when she went to the battlefield. Then she fumbled out more than 50 bottles of wound healing potions from the ninja bag, and said with some distress, "That's all, there is no bottle left." Tsunade said with a chuckle, "He has already returned to Konoha, go to him to ask for it after you run out, if it doesn't work, just say I owe it, and I will go to him in person. The boss is back. Who let those fools in Cloud Shinobi village make such a request? They deserve it. At least not messing around inside her. Kurama won't absorb Kushina's chakra after Kushina enters Ninetales chakra mode." Nawaki on the side smiled secretly in his heart. He and his sister had lived with Kushina for so long, and he had already figured out her temperament. Whether it was chocolate, cakes, potions or other aspects, Kushina was tightly controlled by his sister. And Kushina also changed a sealing space for Kurama, without the shackles of adamantine sealing chains, gave Kurama a large sealing space. After Kushina heard about Kahn, she said with a smile, then she thought for a while, took out a ninja bag, and groped in it. Kahn cast a solidified space extension spell on Kushina's ninja bag before leaving. This is also the only ninja bag that can hold a house in the ninja world. Kushina said frankly that according to the method Kahn gave her, although she failed to convince Kurama to believe her, the information also succeeded in making Kurama restrain her hostility towards Kushina. Ninetales chakra can also be used, but Kushina will return it afterwards, and this time she borrowed a lot of chakra from Ninetales, and she will definitely beat Eight Tails and the 2 Cloud Shinobi Jinchuriki. Kushina's eyes lit up when she heard the words, and she felt an urge to go back to the village, but she also knew that it was not realistic now, and the front line couldn't do without her, so she could only suppress this idea. Don't worry, they won't win this time, I've accumulated a lot of Ninetales chakra. Sand Shinobi Camp. Third Kazekage and a group of Sand Shinobi executives discussed with Jonin in the tent. Umbu from Sand Shinobi had already obtained information about Konoha's reinforcements, and now Third Kazekage knew that Namikaze Minato led the crowd to Kikyo Castle. However, although Namikaze Minato's strength is outstanding, he is quite likely to be the next Muibaya, but according to the information they have collected, the magnet style of Sand Shinobi village is probably the most restraining technique for Namikaze Minato. The situation in Konoha is very wrong these days. They are probably thinking of a decisive battle with us. It seems that they did not give up Kikyo City this time as they did before. Third Kazekage passed on the latest information about Sand Shinobi Umbu's investigation to the crowd, and then asked Jonin, another name in the tent, how's Fanfu? The situation is okay, there is no sign of losing control, it's just that the energy can't keep up. The Sand Shinobi Jonin answered that they had arranged a team sealing squad, but since Fanfu went out in the battle, this sealing squad has not been used much. Third Kazekage nodded and said, after all, I am old, and the camp takes care of Fanfu first, at least let him persist in this war. Everyone, it seems that there will be a decisive battle next, but Orochimaru is not ignorant. He knows we have two magnet-style ninjas here. Definitely let Namake's Minato bypass the frontal battle. Chio said, I will summon the logistics team and change the transportation route if necessary. Although it may delay some time, it doesn't matter as long as Kikyo Castle is captured. Elder Chidai is right. Third Kazekage said, as long as Kikyo Castle is captured, San Shinobi Village will be the biggest winner in this war. At that time, San Shinobi Village will become the strongest ninja village among the 5 great ninja villages. What Third Kazekage said is not aimless. Now the only thing restricting the development of San Shinobi is resources, but they have already hit Kikyo Castle in the Land of Fire, the opponent's town. As long as San Shinobi occupies this place, it will be able to reap the entire country of Chuanji, and the development resources that San Shinobi Village will get every year will be multiplied several times. By then, the number of ninjas, the size of San Shinobi Village, the village funds, etc. will all be doubled, go up several times. Elder Chiendai, how are the puppet master troops preparing? Chio nodded and said, don't worry, Kazekage-sama, all the latest poisons have been distributed. This is a completely different poison from before. Even if Katsuyu Girl is in Kikyo Castle, it will take a long time to crack it, not to mention she is still in the Tang Dynasty country battlefield. It is not that they are unprepared. This kind of poison has not been exposed in San Shinobi in the previous wars. Konoha must have thought that they used the previous poison, but the latest poison was developed by Chio after a long time of preparation. The antidote for the new poison is completely useless. In this case, let's go down and prepare. After the military supplies are distributed to all combat ninjas, we will start a decisive battle against Konoha. Kikyo City is not so easy, a tense and cruel atmosphere hangs over everyone's heart. Only Jonin in the camp knows about Orochimaru's plan. After hearing the strength of San Shinobi Village from the ninjas of the same village, other people can't help feeling a haze. Even Namake's Minato is a little worried. Although Orochimaru has prepared many summoning beasts to assist in the battle, Namake's Minato is also a contractor of Mount Myaboku. He knows the drawbacks of summoning technique. They lost more than 100 ninja power, and the summoning beast returned to the battlefield. Namake's Minato wanted to tell the village about the situation here. The situation in Kikyo Castle was more dangerous than he imagined. If possible, he hoped that the village would send another batch of reinforcements, but Orochimaru immediately sent him the task of harassing the rear. It was too late, so Namake's Minato had to give up the idea. Both Konoha and San Shinobi are preparing for the final decisive battle. San Shinobi Village wants to capture Kikyo Castle in order to stabilize the territory that their side has won in this war. And Orochimaru wanted San Shinobi to be his stepping stone, to achieve the greatest results with the least support and manpower. Under the deliberate promotion of both sides, the cloud of war will soon come. After noticing San Shinobi's movements, Konoha's reconnaissance team reported the incident to Orochimaru immediately, and then the Konoha shinobi in Kikyo City also moved. Orochimaru said to the communication frog left by Namake's Minato, "Go and tell Minato-kun that you can act." Receive. The communication frog responded, and immediately released the summoning technique. After arranging Namake's Minato, Orochimaru turned to the many jonin in the camp with a smile and said, "Everyone, let's go, this time I will teach the San Shinobi a hard lesson." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." A plain on the border between the Kingdom of Kawa and the Kingdom of Fire originally had a vast forest, but during the previous battles, the dense forest had turned into barren land, and it would take at least several years to recover. San Shinobi will definitely choose to pass here, but Orochimaru will not let them pass here so smoothly. Kikyo Castle can block ninjas, but it can't stop Tailed Beast Bomb, and their Tailed Beast Bomb can easily smash the hard wall of Kikyo Castle. After coming to this battlefield, the distance between the two sides was close to 1 kilometer. San Shinobi did not choose to go around and sneak attack, because 3rd Kazekage knew that it was meaningless to do so. Shinobi's backtracking doesn't do anything at all. Their one-tailed Jinchuriki is their greatest advantage in this war. Among Orochimaru's Sannin, he should be the most difficult to deal with. Third Kazekage saw Orochimaru's figure in the distance, and couldn't help sighing. With such a small number of people, they have persisted for so long under the Sand Shinobi army, and they even use Jinchuriki. Third Kazekage even sensed that Orochimaru still had strength left after giving Konoha Shinobi a break last time. But Konoha will lose this time, let Funfu prepare. After Third Kazekage finished speaking, the order was quickly passed to Funfu. Although he is a monk who advocates peace, he sometimes has to think about the people around him, brothers and sisters, and other monks in the temple. Old guy, your body can no longer support you to use the doze technique, and let me come out to fight this time, you will lose control of your body in a short time. In the sealed space of Funfu's body, Shikaku threatened Funfu as if warning him. At first, he hated this monk, but after getting along with him now, Shikaku has gradually recognized Funfu's quality, which is similar to Sage of Six Paths, much like a monk. But the power of the tailed beast is not used casually, not to mention that Funfu is already so big. If he uses the power of the tailed beast this time, even if Shoha doesn't take the initiative to take Funfu's body, he can no longer control the power of the tailed beast. Isn't that very good? In this case, you will have a chance to escape. Funfu turned his back to Shuha in the sealed space, put his hands together in prayer, and said slowly, I have troubled you these years, Shuha. Humph, you old man don't need to tell me, I will do as well. After a while, there was a sudden bang on the battlefield, and a cloud of smoke tens of meters high appeared. After the smoke cleared, Konoha Shinobi players who were 1 kilometer away saw the numbers appearing on the side of Sand Shinobi. A 10-meter-tall tailed beast. The round body seems to be covered by sand, with purple lines on the body. Even if they are far away, they can feel the oppression from the tailed beast. Gudong. Some Konoha Shinobi couldn't help but swallowed, and clenched their kunai tightly. Fighting with ninjas can also provoke a struggle, but fighting with such monsters. Boom, boom. After using the power of the tailed beast, Funfu's life has also entered the countdown. He is now controlling the body of Shizuru, walking towards Konoha Shinobi's side step by step, and Sand Shinobi's ninja troops also dispersed. Under the leadership of the captain, prepare to smash through the Konoha Shinobi position in one fell swoop. One tail, if not too many people. Orochimaru murmured without letting others hear, and then he quickly entered Sage mode. In the past 2 years, he has also taken time to strengthen himself. Extremis Virus and Sage mode are his 2 trump cards. Purple Eye Shadow, Blue Snake Shadow Chakra, powerful momentum even blows away the surrounding dust. Konoha's ninjas also saw Orochimaru's Sage mode for the first time. Although they didn't know what it was, such a powerful chakra was enough to give them a sense of security. Summoning Technique. Boom. A burst of smoke also appeared tens of meters high, followed by a huge dragon roar, setting off a strong hurricane, blowing away the smoke around it in an instant. Not inferior to Shizuru's body shape, the ferocious and terrifying dragon head, with a slight movement of the wingspan, the nearby ninjas can feel the powerful hurricane, and the sharp claws that seem to be able to tear apart steel easily reflect the faint light. This is. After Konoha Shinobi saw this huge fire dragon summoning beast, their hearts were filled with shock. It was not the 10,000 snakes that Master Orochimaru often summoned, but they felt much more fierce than 10,000 snakes in terms of momentum and size. After the dragon roar, the summoning troops hidden in the distance also received the signal. They took Orochimaru's blood and smeared it on their hands, and then jointly used the summoning technique. Bang bang bang. 30 huge fire dragons appeared directly a little farther away from the battlefield, and then heard a dragon chant from Orochimaru, so the fire dragon flapped its wings and flew into the air, flying directly into the air, and the dragon chant came from Orochimaru. Direction to fly. Lulan, far away from the center of the ninja world, has saved the country from most of the wars. However, Due to the problem of dragon veins, Lulan still could not avoid the chaos of war. Boom! The last mechanical puppet was knocked down by a blonde boy, and then he took out a USB flash drive from his body, turned the mechanical puppet on the ground over, and inserted it through the information interface behind his head. My side has succeeded. After 3 seconds, all the Pent 42 mechanical guards will stop. It's fine for this idiot Baizu to steal the design of Pent 42. How did you make so many simplified versions? After the blonde boy finished speaking, all the mechanical guards that were still fighting in Lulan stopped moving instantly, even the super-large mechanical guards that were fighting Kakashi also stopped. Good job, Naruto, but I will report to the daimyo when I go back about you tampering with the seal. No, Mr. Kakashi. Before Naruto continued to beg for mercy, Kakashi turned off the headset, and then slowly walked up to Momozuki behind the mechanical guard, and took out an arrest warrant. Stealing the confidential documents of the Land of Fire, trespassing on forbidden places, and being suspected of influencing the past history, betraying Ren Baizu, I will execute you on the spot according to law. As soon as the words fell, a white glow flashed by, and just as Baizu's head full of panic flew out, Kakashi had already retracted White Fang into the scabbard. Then Kakashi scratched his hair and said with some headache, "How do we go back now? Ms. Kakashi, what should we do now?" After recovering all Pent number 42 mechanical guards, Uzumaki Naruto asked Hatake Kakashi with an embarrassing face, but the latter was rolling his eyes at him. The reason why he went back to the past was not because this guy was too impulsive and he had to follow up to protect. Queen Sarah can't do anything about it. People in this era can't precisely control the power of the dragon's veins, and even the daimyo haven't studied it thoroughly, so they set it as a forbidden area. Hatake Kakashi said weakly, he was just a guardian ninja, not a person in the scientific research department, and it was his first time to travel through time and space, so how could he know what to do now? There are only 2 ways now. Waiting near the dragon veins. After the daimyo knows that you have been involved in the dragon veins, he will definitely try to save you. The second is to go to the daimyo-sama, but I'm not sure what the daimyo will do to the dragon veins at this time, no research. After hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, and he said decisively, "It goes without saying, of course I went to find my father. After hearing your decision, I think it's better to wait here. Now is the time for the Third Ninja World War. The Kingdom of Fire hasn't unified the ninja world yet, so don't run around." After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, he waved to Naruto, ready to go back and talk to Queen Sarah, and stay near the dragon's vein for a while. After Uzumaki Naruto heard the words, he immediately changed his face, stepped forward and hugged Kakashi, and begged, "Mr. Kakashi, I will definitely obey your command this time, and the 2 fathers of time and space work together, maybe we can let us go back as soon as possible." I said a lot of reasons, but I didn't want to see the past. Hatake Kakashi can see Uzumaki Naruto's plan at a glance, but he also has some thoughts in his heart. Since he has come to the past time, he also wants to know whether he can change some things that haven't happened. Even if it can't be changed, Kakashi also wants to know the cause and effect. So after Uzumaki Naruto begged for a long time, Hatake Kakashi agreed, but he still made 3 chapters with Uzumaki Naruto and said, "After leaving Lulan, all actions are subject to my orders. Without my permission, you can't act without authorization. The clothes have been changed." "Understood, Mr. Kakashi." Uzumaki Naruto readily agreed, and then took out another outfit from the ninja bag, and Kakashi went aside to change, and bid farewell to Queen Sarah after both of them changed. The 2 of them are heroes who saved Lulan. Although Queen Sarah tried her best to keep them, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to go to this time and space to see the cultural scenery, so he refused Queen Sarah's invitation to hold a banquet. In the Land of Winds, Namikaze Minato led the assassination and harassment team to San Shinobi Village after receiving the news of the messenger frog. There are a total of 12 of them, basically including various ninjas such as investigation, assassination, and sabotage. Among them, the ninjas capable of investigation include the Hyuga clan and the Inuzuka clan. Travel freely within the territory of the country without being discovered, unless Sand Shinobi conducts a large-scale search. The 12 of them set off half a day earlier, and soon approached Sand Shinobi village. Captain Minato, there seemed to be 10 ninjas watching at the entrance of Sand Shinobi village. It seems that they have received the warning message in advance. Using Earth style or solving these people can get close. The ninja of the Hyuga family said, Sand Shinobi village is surrounded by deserts, so you will be found when you get close, and you can't sneak in unless you go to the sky and into the ground. Unlike Konoha, which is surrounded by forests, it is very easy to get close. However, thanks to the desert, Sand Shinobi does not need to cover the entire village with a large enchantment. First, it is very easy to guard in the desert, and it is difficult for the enemy to approach. Secondly, they do not have so many enchantment ninjas. 10 people. Then let's attack directly, destroy Sand Shinobi village and then evacuate. After Namikaze Minato thought for a while, he ordered that if he was allowed to fight with ninjas, he would never be soft-hearted, but now he can only hope that Sand Shinobi will react faster and transfer the civilians away after guarding against civilians. And if the village is in danger, Sand Shinobi will definitely send it back to the front line, and he will try his best to solve Sand Shinobi during this period. Do it. After Namikaze Minato said what to do, he dispersed with the others and prepared to attack Sand Shinobi village. The Sand Shinobi guards in the distance, 3 of them felt a tickle in their necks at the same time, and then their whole bodies became weak, unable to speak, and fell to the ground with a thud. Gaara, what's the matter with you? The entrance of Sand Shinobi village is divided into several steps, and every few steps are guarded by ninjas. 3 ninjas suddenly fell down on the bottom floor, and something must have gone wrong. The face is black, it is poisoned. There are enemies. The Sand Shinobi who went down to check was the team leader, and he immediately noticed the abnormal situation. The ninja of the Aburame family controlled the poisonous insect to bite him, but this Sand Shinobi was very keen to find the poisonous insect, and took out the kunai to pierce it. Phew, boom. A flare soon exploded above Sand Shinobi village, and Kazekage-sama received a warning message in advance, and Sand Shinobi, who stayed behind, raised the level of vigilance a lot. As soon as the flare exploded, the ninjas in Sand Shinobi village were on alert. In the distant desert, several strange ninjas also appeared, running towards the gate of Sand Shinobi village. Upon seeing this, Captain Sand Shinobi immediately shouted, "It's the enemy, prepare to attack." However, he immediately discovered that one of these enemies in the desert was very fast. Not long after he issued a warning, he used the blinking body to come near the entrance to Sand Shinobi village. He could only see a yellow flash. 2 kunai attacked from a distance. Captain Sand Shinobi dodged one of them, then blocked the other kunai with a kunai block, and shouted, "Team up to block the enemy, as long as." Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. A few seconds before he lost consciousness, only one thought flashed through his mind: how did he come behind me? Damn it, avenge the captain. Although the remaining Sand Shinobi had a good momentum, they were not the opponents of Namikaze Minato at all. Under the elusive Flying Thunder God technique, these Sand Shinobi at the entrance were quickly resolved. Next, I will summon the summoning beast of Senior Orochimaru. While the summoning beast and I are attracting attention, you will attack Sand Shinobi as a team. Immediately after Namikaze Minato gave the order, he took out the scroll and Orochimaru's blood, and then used the summoning technique. Boom! 2 huge clouds of smoke rose, and then there was a tyrannical dragon chant. The sound was like muffled thunder, and most people in Sand Shinobi village heard it. Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a gust of wind, and subconsciously used the Flying Thunder God technique to get away from the summoning beast. After he backed away, he realized that what he summoned came out were 2 huge fire dragons 20 to 30 meters high, but Namikaze Minato did not knowing the Charmander, it looked a bit like a lizard to him. Roar! These 2 fire dragons are the most violent ones bred by Orochimaru. They are usually kept alone in a space in Ryuchi Cave. Now that they are summoned out, the fierceness in their bones is immediately vented, with a big mouth, a length of 34 meters, a long pillar of fire spewed out from the dragon's mouth. Then the two fire dragons flapped their wings and attacked Sand Shinobi Village. They have been imprisoned for too long and need a good vent. Mr. Kakashi, where should we go to find Dad? Do you know what he looks like now? After hearing the news, Hatake Kakashi recalled his memory when he was around 9 years old, and then said, Daimyo's appearance hasn't changed much, so it's easy to recognize. Let's go to the fire country to find out. He should be the Minister of Publicity now, and someone should know about him. Whereabouts? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly asked, would you like to visit Sand Shinobi Village? Before Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, Hatake Kakashi punched Naruto's head with a fist and warned him, this is the past, do you really want me to report the truth to the daimyo when I go back? It's just that Kakashi didn't expect that Mr. Minato was so insidious when he was young, and attracted Sand Shinobi behind him to them. But what Kakashi didn't expect was that after they turned their direction, Namikaze Shimo's group behind them also turned with them. The front should be approaching Sand Shinobi Village soon, let's go around then. Hatake Kakashi said to Naruto, and then immediately took Naruto to flee in another direction. They are people from the future, if not because they will not be able to go back for a while, Hatake Kakashi would not even meet the famous names in this time and space. Among the piles of rocks in the distance, a few ninjas suddenly appeared and rushed towards them. Hatake Kakashi spotted Sand Shinobi behind Namikaze Minato with sharp eyes, and he also felt a little familiar after seeing Namikaze Minato. After getting a little closer, he immediately remembered that this was his former team leader teacher. Before Kakashi finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head and looked forward vigilantly. I see, Mr. Kakashi, I must be obedient. The last few days of October are indeed a bit stretched, but in the new November, watch me start the explosive update mode. I heard that the incident was very serious, and it was kept extremely secret among Konoha's senior management. Kakashi was too young at the time, and his father was not in Konoha village, so he didn't know what happened at all. End of this chapter. Ms. Kakashi, it seems to be Konoha's ninjas, why are they here? Uzumaki Naruto nodded quickly. After this warning, he also saw that Kakashi was not joking. If he was really disobedient, he would probably die after returning. There are pursuers behind them, trying to drag us into the water. Uzumaki Naruto also saw those people, so he asked Hatake Kakashi in a low voice. There was nothing hidden nearby, and when they saw each other, the group of Konoha shinobi also saw them. By the way, please ask for counting tickets, recommended tickets and monthly tickets are fine. He served as his team leader Jonin for several years during the war, but later I heard that because of a mistake or something, I don't know if he was punished to perform tasks at the route or put in prison directly. In short, he seldom showed up in Konoha. Stop, Your Excellency's behavior just now, we will not treat it as nothing happened, it is better not to get close. Hatake Kakashi said coldly, although Namikaze Minato has something to do with him, but the two of them are not from this time and space at all, and he will not treat the behavior just now as nothing happened. Embarrassment flashed across Namikaze Minato's face, he stopped his steps and said, sorry, I thought you were Sand Shinobi's pursuers. These words are not convincing at all, they don't have the characteristics of Sand Shinobi at all, it would be too overbearing to guess. Of course, Kakashi didn't say these words, but Uzumaki Naruto beside him couldn't hold back and asked, you are Konoha's ninjas, why are you in the land of wind? This is what we want to ask. You should be ninjas. Since you are not Sand Shinobi, why did you appear in the Kingdom of Wind? The ninja of the Aburame family stepped forward and asked, but just as he pushed his sunglasses, Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi jumped aside, and then Uzumaki Naruto shouted with anger, this guy is still secretly attacking us, do you want to fight? Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, the Aburame family and several other Konoha shinobi members were startled, especially the ninja of the young girl family. His bugs were difficult to detect, but he was discovered just when he was close to each other, and it was discovered by two people at the same time. Naruto. Seeing that Naruto wanted to seal, Kakashi stopped him directly, then turned his head and warned, "We are ninjas from the Lulon country. This meeting was an accident, but I hope you don't make trouble again." After speaking, Kakashi saw that Namikaze Minato also took 2 steps back, and motioned for Naruto to leave with him. After the two left, other ninjas from the assassination team came forward, and the ninja from the Hyuga clan said, "They have already left, but the blonde boy just now has a lot of chakra, which should be the most I have ever seen. The second most among ninjas, ordinary ninjas are simply incomparable. And that seal, should it be shadow clone technique?" Another ninja said, "Subconsciously, a ninja will use his best technique, just like the blonde boy just now. Forget it, it was just an accident to meet them. It seems that they are really not Sand Shinobi. I seem to have heard of the place Lulon. It should be a small country further south." Namikaze Minato dispelled the thoughts in his mind for the time being. That person was so similar to his student just now, with the same white hair mask. If he didn't know that Kakashi had no other relatives except Mr. Sakumo, he would have thought it was a member of the Hatake clan. "Let's take a break, and then take a detour back to the battlefield of Kikyo City, we should be needed there." This time, the few of them had a death feud with Sand Shinobi Village. Namikaze Minato didn't expect that the summoning beast Orochimaru gave him would be so violent. The 2 fire dragons had rough skin and thick flesh, and they raged in Sand Shinobi Village for several hours. Finally, they were killed by the joint efforts of all Sand Shinobi, but at that time, a quarter of Sand Shinobi Village had been destroyed, and under the sneak attack of Namikaze Minato and others, the casualties of Sand Shinobi Village ninjas were nearly 200. However, they also lost 6 people, and only half escaped. After that, the angry Ebizo led dozens of Sand Shinobi to chase them for a long time. Seeing that there was little hope of catching up, and the village was unattended, Ebizo gave up. Chase back to the village. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, Kikyo City also achieved a complete victory on the frontal battlefield. 30 fire-breathing dragons flew in the sky, causing a lot of casualties to Sand Shinobi. The fire dragons cultivated by Orochimaru have a breadth of more than 30 meters. It is difficult for Jonin, who is good at fire style, to release the breath of fire dragons. In addition, their fire-breathing efficiency is very frequent. Not long after flying over, they rely on with rough skin and thick flesh. The continuous dragon's breath flying towards him in the sky directly scattered the Sand Shinobi village's position. And Orochimaru also has a special fire dragon, holding down Sand Shinobi village's one-tailed Jinchuriki, and he himself fights with Sage Mode and 3rd Kazekage, as well as Sand Shinobi village's 2nd magnet-style Ninja Rosa. With Senju Chakra enhancing the power of ninjutsu, it is difficult for a single 3rd Kazekage to deal with Orochimaru. This situation also shocked 3rd Kazekage. In the previous fights, although he noticed Orochimaru's hidden strength, he didn't expect him to have such a whole card. Without Luo Sha's help, he would soon be in danger. Jonin of the Ino, Shika, Cho tribe relied on intelligence to hold Chio back, and one-tailed Jinchuriki was entangled by Orochimaru's fire dragon. There were not many people who could deal with the 30 fire dragons in the sky. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot break the skin of the fire dragon, only the powerful wind style can cause damage to the fire dragon. At the beginning Sand Shinobi did hit the wings of 5 or 6 fire dragons with wind style ninjutsu, forcing the fire dragon to fall from the sky on the battlefield. But then Sand Shinobi discovered that the fire dragons with broken wings would release them, and the mad fire dragons were more difficult to deal with, and their enemies were not only fire dragons, but also Konoha Shinobi. 3rd Kazekage saw that one-tailed Jinchuriki didn't work, and Sand Shinobi's line had been disturbed by dozens of fire dragons, and the defeat had already been revealed. If they continued to entangle, it would only increase the casualties, and 3rd Kazekage knew the blessings before the war. The lifespan is not long, and if the victory of the war is not decided in a short period of time, they may lose one tail. After Shikaku escaped, he would not return to Sand Shinobi village honestly. Retreat. I was very entangled in my heart, but third Kazekage still made this decision. Rosa. When third Kazekage called his name, Luo Sha burst out a powerful chakra, set off a wave of gold dust from the ground to attack Orochimaru, and shouted, "Master Kazekage, I will hold Orochimaru, you go to deal with those summoning beasts." Third Kazekage felt uncomfortable. He intended to hold Orochimaru back and let Luo Sha deal with the summoning beast and lead Sand Shinobi to retreat, but unexpectedly Luo Sha took the first step. At this point, third Kazekage had no choice but to control the iron sand and kill the fire dragon. And Orochimaru was also stopped by the Luo Sha, who broke out in a short period of time. If he wanted to break through the Luo Sha, he could do it, but Orochimaru didn't think it was necessary. A sand shinobi village was not worth exposing him to gain more power, especially with style and Sharingan. After third Kazekage gave the order to retreat, Sand Shinobi's precarious front collapsed all of a sudden, and third Kazekage also erupted with a powerful chakra, desperately rescued Fanfu, shot down more than 10 fire dragons, and finally abandoned some of the ninja rear, leading most of the Sand Shinobi to withdraw from the battlefield. After doing all this, third Kazekage is almost running out of chakra. We won, we won. The surviving Konoha shinobi were weeping with joy. Some of them sat on the ground in a daze after they stopped fighting. After a while, they stumbled up to find the whereabouts of their teammates. Thousands of people are fighting, and they don't care about so many people, especially in open places. Many corpses fell on the battlefield, and the flowing blood even gathered into blood pits. Roughly counting, at least 400 people died on this battlefield, of which Sand Shinobi's corpses accounted for about 70%. Although there are fire dragons to help, the number of Sand Shinobi ninjas is indeed much larger than that of Konoha. It is extremely rare for Konoha to achieve this record and victory. Orochimaru glanced at Luo Sha, who was paralyzed by the snake venom, and then ordered, "Contain the corpse and return to Kikyo City." "Yes, Master Orochimaru." The rest of the Konoha shinobi answered in unison. On this battlefield, the Konoha shinobi's reverence for Orochimaru reached its peak, and it can be said that Orochimaru alone took a lot of credit for their victory. At this time, a small drone landed from the sky, and this strange thing immediately aroused the vigilance of other Konoha shinobi, but when Orochimaru saw the drone, he waved to the others, "Don't worry about it, it's something on our side." "Yes, Lord Orochimaru." After Konoha shinobi received the order, although he put away his vigilance, he was still very curious about this thing that landed from the sky. Orochimaru had seen the drone in advance, and he knew it was used to take pictures. Since it was nearby, it meant that Kahn was watching the battle not far from the battlefield. It seems that he is a guy with a worse taste than him. After seeing the drone, Orochimaru temporarily ignored it, but first directed the affairs on the battlefield. If he did it, he would have a perfect finish. As for the corpse of the dead fire dragon, Orochimaru did not let it go, and it could be eaten by 10,000 snakes. Although it would no longer clamor for a living sacrifice, sometimes it would definitely not go all out. Orochimaru knows better than anyone else that he is motivated only by giving benefits. Only he can control the fire dragon, and the intelligent summoning beast like 10,000 snakes is often very useful. Cleaning up the war, treating the wounded, arranging patrol teams to prevent Sand Shinobi from counterattacking, etc. After everything was arranged properly, the sky had already darkened. At this time, Orochimaru left a shadow clone in Kikyo Castle and came to a place outside Kikyo Castle in the woods. Here, Kahn has been waiting for a while. "Orochimaru, today you are famous in the ninja world. With the victory of this war, there is at least a 90% chance of succeeding fourth Hokage." After hearing the words, Orochimaru chuckled and said, "If it is not 100%, then there must be variables. I am afraid that when the fourth Hokage is elected, the scene of the second Hokage selection will be repeated." Kahn frowned after hearing the words and asked, "Well, you are worried. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen have the courage of second Hokage? Don't underestimate Mr. Sarutobi. He used the war to stabilize the position of Hokage in one fell swoop. He didn't boast about the name of ninja. Orochimaru reminded that ever since he planned to become fourth Hokage, he has been very concerned about his teacher. In his prime, Mr. Sarutobi was definitely a decisive ninja. After discovering the signs of the rise of range shinobi village, he directly started a war. It not only stabilized its position, but also suppressed the rise of range shinobi and dragged sand shinobi into the water. So you need some insurance. When Kahn was talking, Orochimaru suddenly interrupted him, and said with a sneer, "There seems to be a little mouse eavesdropping in the dark, Mr. Kahn." Then, he suddenly turned into countless little snakes and quickly spread out in all directions. 2 seconds later, in the woods more than 10 meters away, there was the sound of fighting. "Anyone who came earlier than me?" Kahn frowned slightly. He didn't check the surrounding environment after he came. The person in the dark should have bumped into him and it didn't happen, but Orochimaru noticed some changes. Swish! Waving the knife, several lion majesty in the woods were split into two in an instant, but Hatake Kakashi immediately reminded Naruto with a serious face, "Naruto, we have been discovered, I will cover your retreat." Snake ninjutsu, shouldn't it be the fourth Hokage at this time? Kakashi quickly thought about the ninjas who are good at using lion majesty. Apart from Orochimaru, there is only his disciple Anko. Another disciple of Master Orochimaru, Master Nawaki, did not learn his snake ninjutsu. Slashing like flowing clouds and flowing water, I didn't expect that there are other people in the ninja world who know the Hatake sword technique of Tsukumo-senpai, and the eyes are somewhat similar to Tsukumo-senpai. "Are you a hidden ninja in the Hatake clan?" A cold and hoarse voice sounded nearby, and the next second, Hatake Kakashi saw two giant pythons rushing towards him quickly. Shwa, shwa. Two white lights flashed, and then a faint thunder flashed in the dark woods. Hatake Kakashi cut off the two pythons with two quick knives, and suddenly found that the snake's belly was covered with detonating symbols, which made him sweat coldly. But after he and Naruto jumped away, Kakashi discovered that the detonating charms under the snake's belly were fake. In this silent night, using so many detonating charms is completely to remind the patrol ninja that Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, will not be so ignorant. His purpose is Naruto. Kakashi thought of Orochimaru's purpose the moment he jumped away. His strength has just been revealed a little bit. It may not be realistic to want to do it in a short time, so another one who looks younger will be easier. Sure enough, as Kakashi thought, the Orochimaru they saw just now was an Earth clone, and the real Orochimaru had already lurked on Naruto, and it was too late for Kakashi to rescue him at this time. Hiss! A few snakes sounded in the jungle, and Uzumaki Naruto, who had just landed on the tree trunk, was entangled by 6 or 7 lion majesty, and they were about to strangle him in the next second. This is Orochimaru's latent multi-snake. The hand is very convenient for subduing the enemy. Huh! But Orochimaru suddenly felt something strange. After the python entangled Uzumaki Naruto, a milky white halo shield suddenly appeared on his body, which perfectly protected him, and Lion Majesty, who had many snake hands in his latent shadow, could bite it all. Less than Uzumaki Naruto. What ninjutsu is this? It seems that you are also of great research value. After Orochimaru said this with a smile, he felt his latent figure snake hands suddenly lose all strength and fell to the ground. Don't worry, Orochimaru, they may not be enemies. A figure came out from the woods. It was Kahn, who had just used force and relaxation on Orochimaru. Both future Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi showed relaxed expressions after seeing Kahn, but the former showed more excitement. After hearing Kahn's words, Orochimaru put away his intention to continue the attack, and asked, "Isn't it an enemy? Mr. Kahn, do you know these two people?" After taking a closer look at Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi, Kahn said to Orochimaru, "There is probably a little speculation, and they will be left to me. As for what I just said, it's the same when we go back to the village and discuss it again. I guess they don't have much energy to start a war in Sand Shinobi Village." Orochimaru said with a smile that the 2 fire dragons he gave to Minato are special, as long as they are summoned in Sand Shinobi Village, they can have a good effect. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru turned around and walked towards Kikyo Castle. The matter between him and Kahn was not urgent, and it would not be too late to discuss it after returning. After Orochimaru left, there were only Kahn, Uzumaki Naruto, and Hatake Kakashi left here, and then Kahn asked, You must have come from the future. It's amazing, I guessed it all at once. Uzumaki Naruto had a surprised look on his face when he heard the words, and then he came to Kahn naturally, and asked with a smirk on his face, Then why don't you guess my identity again? Except for my relatives, I rarely give alchemy items to others. Even if I give them to others, they are alchemy items that contain black magic. As for the one over there, the white hair, mask and white fanged knife technique, only Hatake Kakashi in the entire ninja world can do this. Let's dress up. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto didn't seem very smart, Kahn wondered if he was his offspring, but his personality was a bit like Kushina's. However, no one in the ninja world could make the alchemy items worn by Uzumaki Naruto except him. You two put your hands on me, let's talk in another place. After Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi listened, they obediently put their hands on Kahn. Now Kahn's appearance has hardly changed from 10 years later. A little sternness will let Kakashi and Naruto face the future of Kahn. Feel. After they put their hands together, the 3 of them left here through apparition in the next second. A few days later, the news of the Kawano country battlefield came back to Konoha village one after another, and the news of Orochimaru's defeat of Sand Shinobi village was also spread in Konoha village. At the same time, an issue of Ninja Weekly, praising Orochimaru was also spread in the land of fire and Konoha. The above almost records the detailed process of the Kawano country war, in which there are a lot of metaphors to praise Orochimaru, exaggerating the military strength of Sand Shinobi village, reducing the support of Konoha, comparing Orochimaru to a lone army, and then reflecting this through comparison the hardships of a war. After reading this issue of Ninja Weekly, almost everyone will marvel at Orochimaru's wisdom and strength, and then slowly become his admirers. Build momentum. Only a small number of people in Konoha village can see it, but even if they can see it, it is useless. The Konoha newspaper is specially approved by the daimyo, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have the power to close the newspaper. What's more, apart from the Konoha newspaper, there are 4 or 5 newspaper offices in the Fire Country. Could he still manage things other than Konoha village? Besides, the Konoha newspaper has not done anything other than tout Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily banned the publication of Ninja Weekly in Konoha at this time. The intention is too obvious. Hokage office. Although he received the victory from the front line, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed no joy of victory at all. Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief when he first received the battle report. If Sand Shinobi village can withdraw from the battlefield, then Konoha will be able to spare more energy to deal with the other 2 battlefields. But the public opinion in the village made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel that something was wrong. Before Orochimaru came back, his reputation was rising day by day, which was obviously controlled by someone. Ninja Weekly. This newspaper was specially approved by the daimyo of the Fire Nation, and the person behind it is Kahn, the Minister of Propaganda, who has the right to interview all ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen also found out that Orochimaru and Kahn had a private connection, plus the current abnormal public opinion in the village. There is definitely a connection between the two, and Orochimaru's goal may be 4th Hokage. Orochimaru, you have changed. After Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of tobacco, he made a decision in his mind, and then he said to Yutane Koharu, Mitokado Hamura and Danzo, what do you think about the battlefield of Kawa no Kuni and the praise of Orochimaru in the village? Mitokado Hamura hesitated for a moment, and then said, in my opinion, let's first determine whether Sand Shinobi has really left the battlefield. As for Orochimaru, Hiruzen, is the news that Umbu found true? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in his heart when he thought of Orochimaru, who was getting stranger gradually. Udatain Koharu asked, then who are you going to give the position of Hokage to? Jiraiya or Tsunade? If possible, maybe the war would end quickly, and he would not have to abdicate. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his heart that through this war, he would have the opportunity to make his Hokage position more secure. After Sarutobi Hiruzen gave an order, he asked the three of them to do things. After regaining Minoa's style of doing things, his tone became much tougher. Danzo said flatly that he actually has other methods, but once he speaks out, it will probably be implemented by his roots, but as an old teammate of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen has no intention of abdicating, even if he chooses fourth Hokage, and has nothing to do with him, a weak, semi-disabled old man. How could you want to abdicate? Turning to bed and frowning slightly, he said, with Orochimaru's achievements and status, no one in the village can match him, and he is still your disciple. Hiruzen, are you planning to abdicate? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought in his heart, but this kind of thing is not up to him to decide. He has been Hokage for 10 years, and he was about the same age as Orochimaru when he became third Hokage, and Konoha suffered too much loss in the war this time. Someone must be responsible for this war. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly, and said slowly, there is no clear evidence, but there is a high possibility that if I am not wrong, Orochimaru wants to become the fourth Hokage. Let's talk about peace. Let's make sure that Sand Shinobi will not participate in the war again. As for Orochimaru, the other two battlefields are not in danger. You can transfer him back to the village and put him on hold for a while. Naturally, no one will talk about Orochimaru in a few months. Orochimaru is not suitable for fourth Hokage, and even if he is my disciple, I will not entrust the village to someone who does not belong to this position. Sarutobi Hiruzen said bluntly, his decisive attitude made Mitokado Hamura, Udatain Koharu and Danzo look sideways, and they couldn't help but think of Sarutobi Hiruzen's high-spirited look before. End of this chapter. Fourth Hokage. Orochimaru, you shouldn't have done this. Just this is not enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought with a slight frown. It seems that Danzo has suffered many setbacks, so he has been more cautious and can properly let the roots loose, otherwise the role of the roots will be too small. I see, Yen, I will entrust you with the envoy to Sand Shinobi. After confirming that Sand Shinobi will not continue to participate in the war and signing a peace agreement, I will send it back to the village immediately. Danzo, I will give you 2 teams of Umbu, plus your roots, go to the battlefield of the country of grass and wait for the next order. I'm still thinking about it, but now it's mainly about resolving the war. Even if a new Hokage is elected, it will have to wait until the end of the war. It turned out to be like this. I probably know the matter, so has the dragon vein returned to normal now? After listening to Uzumaki Naruto's story, Kahn knew the reason why they came here. He didn't ask much about other things, such as age or future things. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to say it rashly, but Kahn made it clear things stopped. He doesn't want to walk on the sidelines according to the stipulated future, and now Uzumaki Naruto is free from illness and disaster, and even begged Kahn to persuade his mother not to force him to marry in the future, which is enough to show that Uzumaki Naruto is living a good life. Moreover, the strong vitality and chakra on his body have almost completely inherited some of the characteristics of Kahn and Kushina. Kahn said, you don't need to tell me about the future. If you know it, you have to do it deliberately. It will disrupt my schedule. Now let's discuss how to let you go back, and how far you have studied the dragon veins in the future. In terms of Longmai, it is designated as a restricted area by you. It is difficult for others to break in except for a few people, so we don't know much about Longmai. As for Baizu, to be honest, I don't know whether he is. How do you get into the enchantment of the dragon vein? It stands to reason that even 5 Kage-level ninjas can't get in. Kakashi started talking about him and Uzumaki Naruto from the time he took over the mission, until he chased Centipede into the dragon vein by mistake, and then traveled to more than 10 years ago, and found that he could not go back after killing Centipede. There is also the Pent 42 mechanical guard stolen by Centipede. Uzumaki Naruto also took out one for Kahn to check. Although he doesn't know much about the design of new energy war machines, he can still see that this kind of mechanical guard is too backward up. Judging from the level of development more than 10 years later, if this is handed over to Vank and his son, they will soon develop stronger energy weapons. This is probably indulgence, otherwise how did Baizu steal such a thing? After thinking about it for a while, Kahn continued to ask, what kind of equipment is near the dragon vein? Do you have any video data? I have this, because I need to turn on the recording mode when doing tasks, so I recorded all around the dragon veins. And my watch is specially made, and my father said that even electromagnetic pulses can't destroy it. After Uzumaki Naruto finished speaking, he took off his watch and handed it to Kahn. After Kahn took the watch, he studied it, a seamless watch, which touched his blind spot of knowledge, but there was a red queen in the experimental base of the country of T, so he put the watch on the red queen scan on the device. Afterwards, a series of data was transmitted by the red queen, and Kahn realized that his guess was right after seeing it. Boss, I have received 3,000 terabytes of documents, among which the image data about the dragon veins has been displayed for you. After the Red Queen finished speaking, the video data of Uzumaki Naruto and Hitaki Kakashi appearing around the dragon veins appeared on the projection screen. The Red Queen also made a 3D scene very intimately, reenacting all the action scenes of the three at that time. But Uzumaki Naruto on the side never focused on this. He was just surprised when his mission watch had so many things. This is the alchemy rune. After reading the familiar alchemy runes around the dragon veins, Kahn quickly thought of a way to send them back. Seeing Kahn's expression, Kakashi asked, "Excuse me, can we go back?" "Well, if there are no accidents, there should be no problem going back, but I have to study it first, and you have to wait for a while." After Kahn finished speaking, he arranged the residences of Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi. They could also go to nearby towns or stay at the base. Then Kahn began to study the ancient runes next to the dragon veins. Kahn can understand most of these ancient runes if they are taken apart, but when they are connected together, he feels very strange. I don't know when he controlled this ancient runes, but Kahn feels that these runes are composed after casting spells one after another. He finally used the power of the dragon's veins. Start rewinding time. Kahn only recognizes what a fraction of these represent. It wasn't until 10 days later that Kahn barely understood how these ancient runes worked, but he still didn't understand the spells formed by the ancient runes and the relationship with the energy of the dragon's veins. There is a lot of knowledge beyond his control, which may require learning new runes to understand. But being able to understand how these alchemy runes work is enough to send Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto back. These ancient spells are two-way. Meditation is a way to start, and backwards is also a way to start. After calling Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto over, Kahn broke the news to them. After Uzumaki Naruto heard the news, he hugged his head and said, "I can go back so soon. It's a pity, I still have a lot of places to visit." He will be disciplined after he goes back. There is only one teacher Kakashi here, which is much more comfortable than at home. Up. However, Kakashi did not have much joy. He looked a little dignified, and after pondering for a while, he asked, "Mr. Kahn, can I ask you?" "No, don't tell me anything, don't affect the future by changing the past, and don't do redundant things." Before Kakashi finished speaking, Kahn refused. He had been saying before that he didn't want to know anything about the future. Otherwise, every word and action would have to consider whether it would change the future, which would be more likely to change the future. Uzumaki Naruto on the side opened his mouth, but he didn't say it in the end. Although Kakashi was his teacher, the other person was his father. Afterwards, Kahn summoned the fire dragon and flew the three of them in the direction of Lulan. Originally operating would be the most convenient, but Kahn had never been to the Lulan dragon vein, and the video data he brought from Naruto was not very accurate and there might be problems with operating rashly, so he used the fire dragon to hurry. Kahn's fire dragon flies very fast and has enough stamina to cross the sea. It only takes half a day to travel from the country of T to Lulan. It didn't take long to send them away, but Uzumaki Naruto nagged a little, telling Kahn that he must take over the right to education in the future. In the end, Kahn was a little annoyed, so he sent the two of them directly to the energy of the dragon vein with magic, and then activated the ancient rune spells. After sending the two away, Kahn went back to the country of Tea to study the technical information received by the Red Queen. The ancient runes at the dragon veins would not be clear for a while, and there was a lack of accumulation of ancient runes. Perhaps it will have to wait until Kahn later acquires some knowledge of ancient magic to figure out the alchemical runes next to the dragon's veins. Sir, many of the technologies in it are upgrades of Umbrella's copy technology, among which the technical information about the space fleet is the most, accounting for half of the transmitted information. The rest are about the perfect variants of the T virus, the G virus and the Z virus, and biochemical humans. Arms and endoskeleton auxiliary armor technology. The Red Queen used a projector to show Kahn the transmission data while introducing. The first thing he saw was the space fleet. Since it is called a fleet, it must not be just a space carrier. Equipped with 30 space fighters, energy shields, and hundreds of beam cannons on the mothership, the ordinary power can penetrate a 1-meter-thick alloy steel plate in an instant, the most advanced anti-radar stealth technology and so on. With such a space carrier, it is impossible to pose a threat to Kahn by gathering all the countries in Marvel except Wakanda. It is not a threat at all, unless it is the existence of Captain Marvel or the awakened Thor. However, if you want to build this space carrier, you must at least gather the strength of several countries to have hope. The world of Marvel may be very difficult. Just an underground hive base will consume a lot of energy of the Pent group. If a space carrier is added, the Pent group will not need to do other things in the next 20 years, just build an aerospace mothership is enough. We can only go to the world of Resident Evil and gather Umbrella's power to build this space carrier. After thinking about it for a while, Kahn realized that, as for the following biochemical human arms, except for the world of wizards, the other three worlds are suitable for research. Moreover, the arms created by combining biochemical viruses and machinery are simply several times stronger than super soldiers, and the cost it has been reduced a lot and can be controlled through a satellite-independent network. There are detailed data on Ultimate, even Kahn can understand it. After handing it over to those researchers, I believe it will be manufactured in a short time. Kahn stroked his chin and thought, it seems that I have to take time to go back, and I have to go to the world of Resident Evil to arrange things. The space carrier moved his heart a bit. An uncivilized village. The country of Chuan was slowly regained by the Konoha shinobi, and the power of Sand shinobi was suppressed to the border of the country of Wind and the country of Chuan. Years of hard work and the lives of hundreds of ninjas have yielded nothing, and their village was destroyed by Gold Flash Namikaze Minato. Hearing that third Kazekage had returned to the village, he was so angry that he vomited blood. A quarter of the village was destroyed, thousands of civilians and jonin were killed and injured, and one-tailed Jinchuriki was dying. We had to find the next Jinchuriki or pull out the tail beast before Funfu died. All the previously occupied territory was also vomited come out, plus war arrears and Luo Sha being captured, that is the magnet-style ninja he cultivated. After a rough calculation, third Kazekage fainted from anger. After recovering, third Kazekage intends to launch another battlefield, but neither the ninja troops nor the military supplies can support him to launch another large-scale war. So when Konoha Messenger came to Sand Shinobi village, even though third Kazekage wanted to kill them angrily to vent his anger, he suppressed the anger in his heart and asked someone to invite the messenger to Kazekage building. The situation has reversed, and now it is they who need to guard against. I'm a little late, I'm really sorry, tomorrow will continue for 3 more. By the way, the protagonist is also blonde, don't say that the protagonist is green. Your Excellency Kazekage, Konoha's side wants to end this meaningless war, and when it comes to instigating the war, it is Lord Kazekage's side. Not long after Mitokado Hamura came to Sand Shinobi village, he was taken to the Kazekage building to negotiate with third Kazekage. After he entered Sand Shinobi village, he knew the easy sentence of Namikaze Minato raid assassination when reporting the results of the battle. What a lot of casualties. The squad raided Sand Shinobi village. A large number of houses were destroyed, and Sand Shinobi's medical capabilities could not afford so many wounded, so many civilians could only be placed in simple tents to wait for treatment. Sand Shinobi village has almost no ability to start a war again, and it is difficult for them to even defend the national border. After knowing this, Mitokado Hamura has a bottom line in his mind. After hearing the words, Third Kazekage slapped the table and said angrily, if it wasn't for Muyi who wanted to assassinate the Minister of the Kingdom of Wind, and Konoha refused to admit it, how could Sand Shinobi village start a war? Prior to this, all of Konoha's garrison ninjas on the border of Kawano country were assassinated. Who did this? I believe Lord Kazekage should know. Mitokado Hamura pushed his glasses. Now Sand Shinobi has no spare power, and the ninjas on the Konoha border still have the strength to fight. If Sand Shinobi continues to fight, then Sand Shinobi will lose more. It's useless to talk about whose fault it is now, Kazekage-sama, the most important thing is to end the war and heal the pain. Does Sand Shinobi village still hope to gain benefits from Konoha through war? With all due respect, then it's something completely impossible. If it weren't for the fact that most of the Konoha Shinobi clan's ninjas were not mobilized by Hokage, then Konoha's military power must be the strongest, even if Cloud Shinobi village is useless no matter how militaristic it is. Third Kazekage also knew about this, but besides signing a peace agreement, they had another option, which was to spend it with Konoha. Now that Konoha is facing 3 enemies, it is far from as easy as Mitokado Hamura said. If Sand Shinobi village drags Konoha to death, then the other battlefields will not receive support. We must know that Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi still have spare power, and Konoha is facing 3 battlefields at the same time, and has already used all his strength. The room fell silent for a while, and it was hard to hear the other parties breathing. After a long time, Third Kazekage said, the peace agreement can be signed, but Sand Shinobi village has not lost, and Konoha must make compensation. This is impossible. If this is the case, it is better to decide the outcome on the battlefield. Afterwards, Mitokado Hamura and Third Kazekage had a heated argument, arguing around the terms of the peace agreement and the threat of war. Third Kazekage must get some benefits, otherwise he would not be able to explain to the ninjas in the village. Mitokado Hamura also didn't want to let go. They had to pay compensation if they won the battle. What's the matter? It's better to continue the war until one side can't hold on anymore and decide the outcome. But this is the most extreme choice. Mitokado Hamura can't make this decision and doesn't want to make it. In the end, it's useless to argue, and the negotiation is temporarily put on hold. He plans to communicate with Sarutobi Hiruzen before negotiating. And Third Kazekage has a lot of things to do, he can't waste all his time on Konoha. If Mitokado Hamura really doesn't agree to his request, then he will really start a war against Konoha again. The Kahn Chamber of Commerce in the country of Tea is the confidence for Third Kazekage to launch the war. The mineral and oil resources in the country of Wind are exchanged for the materials needed by Sand Shinobi village. No matter whether Konoha agrees or not, Third Kazekage has already done so. If Konoha agrees to the conditions of Sand Shinobi village, then Sand Shinobi village will benefit, and use the exchanged materials and Konoha's compensation to develop steadily for several years, but if Konoha does not agree, Sand Shinobi village will declare war on Konoha again. With such a huge loss, it is impossible for them to swallow the bitter fruit by themselves. Kahn had just returned from the world of Marvel and Resident Evil when 2 messengers from Ninja Village came looking for him. Sand Shinobi Village and Kirigakure Terumi clan, these 2 ninja villages still have a lot of hatred, so Kahn can only settle the Terumi clan first, and take the envoy of Sand Shinobi Village over. The people who came to Sand Shinobi Village were Ebizo, Yitsang and 2 other ninjas. Yitsang was a Scorch-style blood follower limit ninja who gained a lot of fame in the war against Mist Shinobi. In terms of status, it is always inferior to Luo Sha. This time, Ebizo came to buy supplies and medicines. Sand Shinobi Village was severely damaged, but there was little hope of the daimyo prefecture appropriating funds. Sand Shinobi Village could only place its hopes on the mineral resources in the desert to trade supplies with Kahn. Of course the transaction is fine, Elder Ebizo, everything should be carried out according to the previous practice. The country of T also has some medical personnel. If your village needs them, I can send some medical personnel to help you, and the entrusted task, I just don't know. Sand Shinobi Village is still unable to accept the task entrustment. Kahn and Ebizo talked a lot, including entrusting mining veins. Engineering robots are very valuable now, and there will be additional costs to use common miners. It is better to entrust this matter to Sand Shinobi Village, and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce will receive the goods directly. Ebizo thought about it for a while, and agreed to all of them. There is no need to ask Third Kazekage for these things. Whether it is medical staff or entrusted tasks, Sand Shinobi Village is in urgent need of it. Sand Shinobi Village will definitely face doubts from other merchant nobles if Kikyo Castle is not conquered. At this time, there will be a large number of long-term task entrustments, which will be beneficial to Sand Shinobi. Although mining is a bit troublesome, it can at least ease the current situation. Negotiate this long-term agreement with Sand Shinobi Village, and they will gradually become Kahn's mining ninja village. After sending Ebizo and his party away, Kahn called people from the Kirigakure Terumi clan. This time, it was not Terumi Nobu but his cousin who brought him bad news. Terumi Shin is dead, and now the struggle between Third Mizukage and the blood successor ninja clan is almost intensified, and if there is any disagreement, they will die endlessly, and the blood mist policy has become more and more cruel. Some time ago, a ninja school graduate appeared. All the classmates were killed, and he was the only one who passed the graduation exam. Mr. Kahn, the family still has some scruples about relocating the whole family, but some people don't want to stay in Kirigakure, if possible. Kahn didn't wait for Terumi Nobu's cousin to finish, and said, "No problem, the country of waves, the country of tea and the country of fire, these places can resettle people, even if the people of the Terumi family stay in Kirigakure, I can also provide help." "Thank you very much, Mr. Kahn." Cousin Terumishin said gratefully that the reason for his behavior was purely forced by the increasingly crazy Third Mizukage. The war against Cloud Shinobi was done well, but Third Mizukage stubbornly suspended the attack, and then ignored many jonin objected, established the Blood Mist unit, and prepared to fight against Konoha and Sand Shinobi. Moreover, the 7 ninja swordsmen and Umbu have also become Third Mizukage's strongest weapon against the blood successor ninja. Unless someone takes the lead in rebelling, if they are caught making a small mistake, they will be imprisoned in Umbu prison. After Kahn heard about Kirigakure's information from Terumi Nobu's cousin, he felt that he should also send people to sneak in, and then find an opportunity to recruit some blood-following ninjas. Although the Blood Mist Rebellion happened a few years later, who knows if some small changes will cause the Blood Mist Rebellion to happen earlier. Another few months passed. The war has lasted for more than 2 years now, and the ninjas at the bottom all have the intention of a truce. Even Cloud Shinobi, who has always been belligerent, has this intention, to prevent Cloud Shinobi from advancing an inch. Cloud Shinobi's 2 Jinchuriki were no match for Nine Tails Jinchuriki at all. Kushina is not an ordinary Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she is still the Uzumaki tribe who controls the adamantine sealing chains, and the Vajra chains have awakened with Style's ability to absorb chakra. Aimi is the second-tailed Jinchuriki of this term, and can skillfully use the power of the second-tailed, but he is not young, and he may have to replace Jinchuriki in a few years. Third Reikage also fell silent after reading the summon scroll. The Kingdom of Thunder had suffered a lot of losses before the war, and now the daimyo is not willing to continue the war in Cloud Shinobi Village. Third generation knows that the daimyo of the Kingdom of Thunder is unwilling to bear the reason for the consumption of the war, but he was unwilling to let go of Adam's hatred. End of this chapter. If it's only aimed at Konoha, then the daimyo will definitely continue to support him. The relationship between the Yayue clan and the daimyo of the Land of Thunder is far closer than that between other ninja villages and the daimyo of their own country. Third Raikage raised his voice and ordered that he knew that he should think about Cloud Shinobi Village instead of taking the future of Cloud Shinobi Village for his own personal enmity. Young AI spoke to Third Raikage, but he stopped in mid-speak, because the rest was written in the summon scroll by the earthen platform. In addition to Adam's vengeance, there are also 6 paths ninja tools. Since this time, Third Raikage can't help the anger in his heart every time he sees Konoha's 9 Tails Jinchuriki using a banana fan. Do it, AI. Father. Can I support it for another 6 months? Unikuni Cloud Shinobi Camp. Father, all the wounded last time have been sent back to the village. This is a message from the Earth platform. The next batch of support troops will not arrive on the battlefield until a month later, but... However, Third Raikage also silently decided in his heart that even if he sacrificed his life, he would also recover some losses for Cloud Shinobi Village. After Third Raikage made this decision, he was no longer hockey like before, but felt a little depressed. The first update, ask for votes. If it wasn't for Cloud Shinobi Village Urwei Jinchuriki and 8 Tails Jinchuriki cooperating with each other, and Kushina didn't adapt to tail beastization, Urwei and 8 Tails would have been captured by her long ago. The young AI saw that Third Raikage hadn't spoken for a long time, so he said, the Jinchuriki of Konoha Village are becoming more and more proficient in tail beastization. Maybe after a while, Bai and Aimi will no longer be the opponents of 9 Tails Jinchuriki. Let's talk about peace. After the war is over, you will inherit the position of Raikage. Cloud Shinobi decides to negotiate peace. When Kushina heard the news, she felt very incredible. Some time ago, she killed her. It must be a conspiracy. However, Tsunade knew some inside information. There were also people from Konoha in the Kingdom of Thunder who were collecting news, and said, it's probably true. Even if there is no peace talk, they won't be able to hold on for long. If it is delayed to the end, Konoha must win miserably, but even if there are peace talks, Cloud Shinobi will speak loudly, as there was a precedent 10 years ago. Second Raikage acted like a robber when he was about to negotiate peace with Second Hokage. I lost, but you have to pay me. As for the favorite secret technique, Shueiji directly snatched it, without any courtesy and shame. Even Kahn knew to wear a mask when doing this kind of thing, and Cloud Shinobi Village did not hide it at all. Tsunade continued, they may let go of Kahn, but 6 Paths Ninja, I guess they will never give up. Whoever wants to give them the 6 Paths Ninja gear, this is what the boss gave me. Kushina immediately said, even if I continue to beat them, I'm not afraid of them. I'm clearly a loser, but I still want so many demands, give me some time, and I can capture their Jinchuriki from Ninja Village. Tsunade knows that Kushina is not talking big. Her adamantine sealing chains have great restraint on the tailed beast Jinchuriki. If the young AI Ting hadn't rescued the 2-tailed Jinchuriki in the last war, the 2-tailed Jinchuriki would have been captured by Kushina. Now Cloud Shinobi Village can't deal with Kushina at all except Third Raikage, but even if the opponent is switched, Nawaki's wood style can also restrain the tail beast Jinchuriki. I'm not in charge of the peace talks. In the end, it's up to the village. But with your current strength, you don't have to worry about them forcing you. Tsunade patted Kushina's shoulder and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm on your side. The envoy of the Cloud Shinobi peace talks has already passed the camp and went to Konoha Village. Third Raikage actually still has the power to fight, but after the fight, Cloud Shinobi will have to recover for a while, and there is also a gap with the Daming House. Therefore, a truce is necessary, unless they can see the hope of victory, but Third Raikage is not honestly planning to negotiate peace. While sending envoys to Konoha, he submitted an alliance intention to Rock Shinobi. Now Rock Shinobi doesn't know Cloud Shinobi's intention of peace talks. They only know that Cloud Shinobi and Konoha had an extremely fierce fight not long ago, and it is very reasonable to find them to form an alliance now. After Namikaze Minato led the support troops to the battlefield of the Country of Grass, Jiraiya immediately greeted them. Minato, I can feel at ease with you here. To be honest, there have been more and more reinforcements from Rock Shinobi recently. Now the number of rock shinobi ninjas on the opposite side should exceed 3,000. After Jiraiya led Namikaze Minato and others into the camp, he told him about the battlefield in the country of grass. To sum up, Konoha's situation is very pessimistic. The difference in the number of people is almost twice. Even if Namikaze Minato brings 500 reinforcements, Rock Shinobi has 1,000 more people than Konoha Shinobi. Although Rock Shinobi didn't use the tailed beast Jinchuriki, their joint Earth-style ninja, even Jiraiya, had to dodge. Namikaze Minato nodded after listening to the situation on the battlefield of the country of grass, and said, "Mr. Jiraiya, let us work together to defeat Rock Shinobi, but you need to hold me back on the frontal battlefield." Jiraiya laughed and said, "I know, as a master, you must help your disciples to smooth the way. Later, I will summon the Jonin captains in the camp and announce to them that you will be the commander-in-chief of the grass country battlefield." Namikaze Minato was surprised when he heard this, and quickly asked, "Mr. Jiraiya, why did you give up the commanding position to me?" He didn't know about it at all, and he had no commanding experience at all. "Because you want to be a Hokage, right? Teacher Sarutobi told me that if I don't intend to be a Hokage, I should pave the way for my disciples." Jiraiya said with a smile, "I have more important things to do, I can't be bound to a village." But besides the teacher, there are seniors Orochimaru and Tsunade. There are many ninjas in the village who are more suitable for the position of Hokage. Jiraiya interrupted Namikaze Minato and said, "They want to be Hokage less purely than you, Minato. I have always believed that you are the most suitable to be Hokage. Now you are only short of combat achievements, and Sarutobi-sensei and I will help you." Although it's easy to say, Jiraiya knows that Namikaze Minato's competitors are not weak, especially Orochimaru and Nawaki, the grandson of First Hokage, the blood successor of First Hokage. Jiraiya doesn't know what Sarutobi teacher should do to let Namikaze Minato win Nawaki. After being encouraged, Namikaze Minato became more confident and said, "I see, Mr. Jiraiya, I will work hard next." Afterwards, Jiraiya summoned the Jonin in the camp and announced the news that Namikaze Minato was appointed as the commander-in-chief of the battlefield. Some Jonin were surprised by this, but the Ino, Shika, Cho and the Jonin of the Sarutobi 4 tribes had been informed in advance, and the origin of these 4 tribes had a profound history even before Konoha village, especially when Sarutobi Hiruzen became 3rd Hokage after that. Basically there will be no objection to his request. Especially supporting Namikaze Minato, in Ino, Shika, Cho's opinion, is much better than Orochimaru or Nawaki becoming Hokage. Orochimaru has experienced 2 ninja wars, and he has already had his own team and followers in the village. After becoming Hokage, the relationship with the 3 clans will not be as close as that of the Sarutobi clan. As for Nawaki, it will be farther away. Civilian ninjas are a tradition of the Senju clan, not to mention Nawaki's personality is very similar to First Hokage. It is believed that he promoted Uchiha. The most favorite of the 3 tribes is the rise of Namikaze Minato, who does not have his own team and followers. After becoming a Hokage, he can only rely on the Hokage of these ninjas. With the full support of the Ino, Shika, Cho, Sarutobi clans and Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato successfully became the leader of the grass country battlefield. The next war arrangement against Rock Shinobi was also very smooth, because Namikaze Minato had already discussed with Jiraiya and Jonin of the Nara clan. After the news spread, many people were very surprised. They felt that Namikaze Minato was a bit young, but most people felt relieved when they thought of his strength. Only a few people worried that Namikaze Minato had no battlefield command experience. "I didn't expect Minato-sensei to become the commander-in-chief, so he can arrange some tasks for us to become heroes." Uchiha Obito was a little surprised when he heard the news, but when he thought about the strength of teacher Minato, he felt that this was the right thing to do. He has been a disciple of Namikaze Minato for 2 or 3 years, and the 3 of them are better than others for this teacher learn a lot. That kind of missions are all very dangerous, either A level or S level, not for a guy like you who has just become a chunin. When Uchiha Obito heard Kakashi's taunt, he immediately clasped his fists angrily and said, "A***** whole Kakashi, we are both chunin, if I can't answer, you can't either." Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Obito casually, and said relaxedly, I don't intend to take on tasks that I can't complete, and I am a Chunin with 5 years of task experience, and I will soon become a Jonin. B********************* D Kakashi, do you want to fight? Okay, you too. Noara Lin stopped the quarrel between the two, and then warned, now you are in the camp, you two should stop arguing, or you will cause trouble to teacher Minato. Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi gave up the quarrel after hearing Noara Rin's words, but they still looked at each other coldly. Kakashi couldn't understand that Obito was often late for various reasons, and Obito thought Kakashi was too impersonal. However, the two of them still listened to Noara Lin's words very much. After all, Noara Lin was also considered a young genius among Konoha, but her talent was all in medical ninjutsu. Noara Lin became Chunin only half a year later than Obito, but she was not take the Chunin exam, but become a Chunin by virtue of medical ninjutsu. There are only 7 of Konoha's medical jonin in total, and except for Yakushi Nanoyu, all of them are over 30 years old, and Noara Lin became a medical Chunin at the age of 11 with only medical ninjutsu, which is enough to show her talent. If it wasn't for Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Rin Noara should have stayed at Konoha Hospital instead of participating in an elite infiltration team. It has been a month since the last large-scale war. I believe we will have a mission soon. Let's make some preparations, and don't cry when the enemy approaches. After Kakashi said these words, he returned to the tent to check a genin bag again, leaving Uchiha Obito who was angry but was persuaded by Noara Lin. After signing the peace agreement with Sand Shinobi, Konoha's ninjas in the country of Chuan withdrew many, and Sand Shinobi village officially withdrew from the war against Konoha. In order to transfer Orochimaru back to the village and liberate Kikyo Castle's armament deployment, Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Sand Shinobi's material compensation, but it was not written in the peace agreement, but was secretly given to Sand Shinobi village by route. However, Cloud Shinobi's peace talks made Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitate. They backed down a little when they proposed the terms of the peace talks for the first time, but it was really just a little bit. The demands after the concessions were also too much. If the other ninjas in Konoha knew about it, they would definitely not agree to the peace talks with Cloud Shinobi. Third Raikage has no sincerity at all, let's decide the outcome on the battlefield. After the first peace talks, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to the Cloud Shinobi envoy very stubbornly, and then drove him out of the Hokage building, but left a little room, and did not directly drive the Cloud Shinobi envoy out of Konoha, meaning to let Cloud Shinobi the envoy went to send a message to ask for instructions, and then showed a little sincerity. After more than 10 days, the messenger of Cloud Shinobi brought the conditions for the second peace talks. This time it was much more normal, but the third Hokage was still difficult to decide. Because the 6 Paths ninja tools are not in Konoha village at all, if Cloud Shinobi insists on this, there is no need for peace talks. Cloud Shinobi and Konoha signed a peace agreement, and one of the most fiercely fought battlefields in the ninja world calmed down. 3-tailed beast Jinchuriki, more than 5 Kage-level ninjas, and 6 to 7,000 ninjas fought, raised the land of soup and the hundreds of miles around the battlefield of the land of fire to wasteland, and there were 7-tailed beasts. The pothole after the bomb bombing, the deepest pothole can turn into a huge lake as long as it rains. Cloud Shinobi's first peace talks were purely a lion's mouth, but the conditions of the second peace talks were more sincere. At least in Cloud Shinobi's view, they have taken a big step back. But Sarutobi Hiruzen can't be Kahn's master, there is only one 6 Paths ninja in Kushina, and the rest is all on Kahn. Therefore, the second peace talks also failed. From the perspective of Third Raikage, they are full of sincerity, and they just want to return the 6 Paths ninja tools of Cloud Shinobi village, and the task entrustment of Tangogwa and Taian's Higuo, as well as the ninja garrison. Konoha. Even this cannot be agreed, and there is no sincerity in the peace talks. After that, Cloud Shinobi village and Konoha had another full-scale war, but this time Third Raikage was ambushed by Tsunade. Cloud Shinobi was blasted by Kushina with a tailed beast bomb as soon as he came up, and then slowly surrounded by Konoha Shinobi. And Cloud Shinobi's 8 tails and 2-tailed Jinchuriki are not Kushina's opponents. If Kurama does not absorb Kushina chakra, she can use Ninetail's chakra mode casually. After turning into a tailed beast, he directly hit 2, and finally captured the two-tailed Jinchuriki before AI came to support him. Nawaki's wooden golem jutsu also terrifies many cloud shinobi. The huge wooden golem, which is nearly 100 meters high and weighs 80,000 tons, can shake the ground with one punch and one kick, and can quickly recover after being destroyed. And third Reikage was dragged by Tsunade with several ninjas of Nara and Yamanaka. After this battle, more than 400 people died in Cloud Shinobi, more than 200 people were captured during the retreat, and their morale plummeted. Ninetail's Jinchuriki left an indelible impression in their hearts, even stronger than third Reikage. It was also because of this battle that Cloud Shinobi's third peace talks continued to lower its requirements. Not only did it not entangle the Six Paths ninja tools Wada and Tang's power sites, but Cloud Shinobi had to pay a high price to redeem the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the 200 captives. Third Reikage was unable to start a war at all, and Konoha was full of talents, and powerful ninjas emerged endlessly. Third Reikage wanted to cause huge damage to Konoha through a sneak attack, thereby forcing them to back down on the peace talks, but he did not expect to suffer a big loss. After this battle, Cloud Shinobi only proposed to pay the redemption money in batches, and followed Konoha's request for all the rest. Compared with Urwei Jinchuriki, the Six Paths ninja is not very important. There are very few ninjas in Cloud Shinobi who can use Six Paths ninjas, but they have a way for Jinchuriki to control the power of tailed beasts, so there is no room for Niobe. After the peace agreement between Cloud Shinobi and Konoha was signed, the two parties left the battlefield separately. As for the destroyed terrain on the border between Fire Nation and Yuno Nation, it told everyone in the ninja world about the horror of Tailmon, especially Ninetail's Jinchuriki. After a period of time after the signing of the peace agreement, Tsunade, Kushina, and Nawaki returned to Konoha from the battlefield. When they returned, they were also warmly welcomed. After returning to the village, a smile appeared on Kushina's face. She could feel that some villagers welcomed her sincerely, and many people were shouting for Mrs. Kushina. Kushina looked around as she walked, and when she approached the Hokage building, she still didn't see the person she wanted to see, so she couldn't help being a little disappointed, but going to Hokage's office to listen to the battle reports was even more boring for her, since she was neither the commander nor the second-in-command, and the battle situation has been reported in advance. Sensing Kushina's movement, Tsunade asked, "Kushina, where are you going?" After Kushina's sneaking was noticed, she smiled slyly, and then apologized with folded hands. "Miss Tsunade, I don't really want to go to Hokage's office, please help me ask for a leave. Leave a shadow clone anyway, and don't want you to report and summarize." After Tsunade reminded, Kushina also thought of this, and then directly left a shadow clone to follow the team, and the main body rushed towards the dessert shop. It didn't take long to get to the dessert shop from near the Hokage building. Kushina took a look at the dessert shop first, and saw Nanami pointing to the house behind. Kushina walked back with a reddish face. After walking to the door, Kushina slowed down and then tiptoed to surprise Kahn. Today came back quite suddenly. Kushina clearly remembered that she surprised Kahn when she walked in quietly a few years ago, and today she suddenly wanted to see Kahn's frightened appearance again. As for bullets, Kushina can ignore them with his current strength. Ninjas have learned to lurk. If you walk after using chakra, you can eliminate all footsteps. Kushina walks to the living room step by step. Unless you sleep at night, the boss usually stays in the living room. "What are you doing? Why don't you take off your shoes when you come in?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind Kushina, and she was so scared that she immediately shouted, "Who?" When Kushina looked back, she suddenly found Kahn standing behind her, holding a newspaper in his hand. "Boss, why are you behind me?" Kushina asked with an embarrassed face, and then went to the door to take off her shoes. She wanted to scare Kahn, but she didn't expect to be frightened by him. "I knew you when you first came, and then to use magic to come behind you is to apparate." When he said this, Kahn held Kushina, and then an apparition came to the living room. There was no sound during the whole process. Kahn's control over magic has become much stronger recently. Hot tea has been made in the living room, and some desserts and pastries are also placed. Kushina glanced at them and found that they were all her favorites, and the angle of her mouth was raised a little higher. However, she thought that Kahn had been gone for 2 years and there was still no news, so she forcibly put away her smile, pressed her lips together and sat at the round table, as if preparing for an interrogation. "Boss, sit here, I have something to ask you." Kushina patted the round table and tried to put on a serious expression, but she suddenly found that Kahn seemed to have changed his facial features. His appearance was still the same, but there was a very attractive temperament, which made her unable to move her eyes away. This feeling, the more I look at it, the more I want to see it. After Kahn sat beside her, Kushina came back to her senses, and then tried hard to look away, and said in a low voice, "I asked you to sit opposite, why did you sit here?" "Then I'll sit down." "It's okay to sit here." Before Kahn got up, Kushina reached out and grabbed his sleeve with great force. After Kahn sat down, he took out a newspaper and put it on the round table and said, "I haven't had time to congratulate you, Kushina, you have become famous in the ninja world." The content of the newspaper was all about Kushina's achievements on the battlefield, but she didn't go into details about her 9 tails Jinchuriki, but only talked about her military achievements, and finally added a few pictures of her heroic appearance. "How did you get this picture?" Kushina looked at the heroic self in the newspaper, and couldn't help laughing. No wonder the villagers welcomed her so much when she returned to the village just now. It seemed that they all knew about her affairs. Much better than those Konoha shinobi players on the same battlefield. They praised her on the lips, but they were still afraid of the power of 9 tails in their hearts, run away in the village, even though Tsunade explained that Kushina can control the power of 9 tails. "Thank you, boss." Kushina smiled with flushed cheeks, obviously satisfied with the contents of the newspaper. "Is there only verbal thanks? I'm a little disappointed. I wanted to tell you a piece of news about the Uzumaki people about you, but now it seems." Kahn paused at this point, then looked at Kushina. "I just came back and I'm covered in dust." Kushina said with a little refusal in her heart. She didn't resist giving Kahn a knee pillow massage, but just came back from the battlefield. There must be sweat on her body. If she knew it, she would have taken a shower first. Kushina felt a little regretful think. "Clean up." Kahn snapped his fingers, and then controlled the magic power to clean all the dust on Kushina's body. Kushina only felt a gust of cool wind blowing over her body, and then she felt very refreshed. "It's amazing, is this the magic you mentioned earlier, boss?" Then Kushina saw that Kahn did not answer, and that look made her cheeks flush immediately, and she knew what she should do next. "Okay, I get it, just lie down." Kushina patted her leg, but she was interrupted by Kahn before she finished speaking. "Forget it, Kushina, you just came back from the battlefield, you must be very tired, let me give you a massage." "Why?" Kushina was taken aback when he heard the words, and then his body suddenly rose into the air. The sudden weightlessness made Kushina hug Kahn's neck directly, and his white toes curled up because of tension, and they would twitch twice from time to time. "Yes, do you want to refuse?" "But there is no reason to refuse." Just when the deer was jumping in Kushina's heart, she had already been placed on the sofa, and then she felt a pair of hands massaging her shoulders. A strange sense of comfort immediately made Kushina relax, and the tense muscles relaxed after a while. Slow and soothing. But after massaging the shoulders, it was the waist that made Kushina blush, as well as her thighs and her fair feet. Kushina blushed and wanted to pull her feet back, but she was so soft now that she didn't use much strength at all. Can only let Kahn keep kneading on her white and lovely toes. "Kushina, do you know the name of the Uzumaki with whom you are related?" And Kushina snorted softly in a moving nasal voice. She felt that pair of hands that seemed to be full of magic clinging to her legs, but her reason still made her ask, "Call, what's your name, name?" "His name is Uzumaki Naruto, seeing me is like seeing his father, and he also said that his mother is a Uzumaki pepper who likes to discipline his son." Namikaze Minato clenched his fists and said that he remembered that Kushina had just entered school and said out loud in class that his dream was to become Hokage. If he became Hokage, he should be able to clear up the previous misunderstanding with Kushina. Kushina's cheeks were flushed very seductively, and she was speechless after she finished speaking the signal words. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder and said with a smile, "If the plan is successful, then you are the biggest contributor to the victory of this war. Maybe you can really become Hokage because of this, and then Kushina will look at you differently." On the grass country battlefield, Namikaze Minato arranged some strategic deployments, and also knew how to defeat rock shinobi. "Don't worry, Jiraiya-sensei, I will definitely complete this task." Namikaze Minato said confidently, he will definitely repel rock shinobi. The abridged version has almost 300 characters missing, and the technique is still not good enough. Rock Shinobi Village lacks seal scrolls, and the transportation of materials depends more on transportation. The Canopy Bridge is really the key point for Rock Shinobi to transport materials. As long as it is destroyed here, Rock Shinobi will face huge material transportation pressure. "Boss, you are lying." Afterwards, there was a melodious chant and a moving spring scene in the house, but all of these were blocked by spells and enchantments. Jiraiya exhorted, "Minato, it seems that you are under more pressure, so be careful. Then let me meet him." After discussing with Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya made a series of plans for Canopy Bridge. Kahn asked with a smile. At this time, Kushina was short of breath. She sat on Kahn's body at some point, and the clothes on her body were also a little messy, and there was a seductive fullness under her neck. "Of course I didn't lie to you, do you want to see him?" And Kushina's hands were also wrapped around Kahn's neck. If she didn't want to talk, she might have gotten closer. At this time, Kushina naturally knew what would happen next, but she was not afraid in her heart, but had a glimmer of expectation. The 2 years of missing, at this moment, was like a dry wood being lit, burning an inextinguishable flame in her heart. "Well, Teacher Jiraiya, I must become Hokage." Next day. When Kahn woke up, he looked at the time. It was almost noon, his neck was covered with fiery red hair, and his left arm couldn't be pulled out, but he didn't feel sore. With his physical fitness, he would be fine even if he was pillowed by Kushina for a day. Yesterday should be the best time he felt. Kushina's physical fitness was also very high, which satisfied his 12 fantasies. It lasted until the sky was getting brighter, and Kushina fell asleep. Kahn woke up quickly. Even though he had consumed a lot of energy, he recovered early after sleeping for a few hours, but he was a little hungry. After throwing back the covers, he found Kushina's legs on top of him, so Kahn gently moved Kushina's legs aside. He liked it last night, but now Kahn is going to get up. However, Kahn just moved the legs on the body aside, and she put them on again. It seemed like an unconscious behavior in sleep, but after Kahn repeated it several times, he realized that Kushina was pretending to be asleep. Then he leaned into Kushina's ear and said, "Since you don't want me to go, let's come again, Kushina." "No, no more." After hearing the words, Kushina was so frightened that she didn't dare to pretend to be asleep and make trouble again. After opening her eyes, she shook her head vigorously with a pretty face pale. "But you didn't act like you just didn't want to, and you don't want to see Uzumaki Naruto sooner?" "Wait a minute." After the resistance was ineffective, Kushina was brought into a familiar rhythm. After coming out of the bathroom, Kushina pretended that she was exhausted and asked Kahn to feed her at noon. In fact, there was no need to pretend, she was really exhausted. However, after a hearty lunch, Kushina also regained a lot of energy, and now she only needs a good sleep to be full of energy. "Kahn, I heard that the situation on the battlefield of the country of grass seems to be very dangerous. The number of rock shinobi has exceeded 4,000, which is more than the enemies we faced on the battlefield of the country of soup." After being fed by Kahn for a while, Kushina felt that she was eating too slowly, so she picked up the chopsticks and ate. She also needs a lot of food now, but when eating, she did not forget to share the news that Shadow Clone heard with Kahn explain. It's a bit exaggerated. 4,000 rock shinobi can occupy the whole country of grass. Moreover, rock shinobi, cloud shinobi, and sand shinobi are not easy to deal with. They won't invest too many ninjas in Konoha. Kahn explained to Kushina that he had more intelligence-gathering sources than Kushina. The gap between rock shinobi and cloud shinobi was that Third Reikage deceived rock shinobi. Rock shinobi launched 2 wars on the battlefield of the country of grass, but Third Reikage, however, after the peace talks with Konoha, he led cloud shinobi to occupy the interests of rock shinobi. Third Reikage cheats first and stabs second, but there are so many rock shinobi ninjas, and they are fighting with sand shinobi and Konoha. There are not many people to deal with cloud shinobi, so I know that cloud shinobi is robbing rock shinobi. Interests, there is nothing to do. Unless rock shinobi can make a truce with Konoha and sand shinobi, then they can turn around and clean up cloud shinobi. After condolences to the dead ninjas, it's time to talk about merit and rewards. What do you think I can get? By the way, do you have any forbidden technique you want? I can exchange merit for you in the Book of Seals. Kushina smiled and said to Kahn, not only did he intend to tell the person he likes about his strength, but he also wanted to repay Kahn with credit. Kahn thought for a while, then shook his head and said, forbidden technique. Forget it, Sarutobi Hiruzen probably won't give you the forbidden technique I want. As for the others, they don't help me much. Let's talk about it later. After Orochimaru becomes Hokage, he may be able to watch Konoha's sealed book casually. However, except for spiritualization technique and impure world reincarnation, the other forbidden techniques are not very attractive to Kahn. His current strength is more thanks to magic and genetic evolution. Spiritualization technique and impure world reincarnation are the means used by Kahn to study the enemy, not the necessary forbidden technique to increase strength. But Kushina continued to ask without giving up, what is forbidden technique? I will definitely get it for you. Seeing Kushina's appearance, Kahn had no choice but to say, impure world reincarnation and Linghua technique are 2 forbidden techniques. If there are 8 inner gates, they can also be used. Body, soul, and resurrection of the dead. Kahn doesn't know much about the Book of Seals. What impresses me the most is the 3rd gate ninjutsu. I always want to get it and study it. I see, leave it to me. Kushina promised, and then thought about how to get a few forbidden techniques in his mind. After eating, Kushina was ready to leave Kahn's place and return home. Although she could sleep here, she was a little worried that she would be R******D again after waking up, which would lead to an endless loop, so Kushina made up her mind to leave home. However, Kahn told Kushina that after a while he planned to build a larger house next to Konoha village, where he and Kushina would live. It was nice, but there were too many people around. Kushina felt her legs fluttering all the way back to the Senju tribe's land. Before entering the house, she tiptoed and walked in after she didn't find anyone in the house. But before returning to the room on the 2nd floor, the door of the next room was suddenly opened, and Tsunade, who had just woken up, came out of the room, glanced at Kushina, yawned and said. It turned out to be Kushina. You finally came back. I thought you were going to live with him. Kushina blushed and retorted, how could it be so fast? But Tsunade looked contemptuous when he heard this sentence. Kushina's current appearance can't be hidden from her, a medical master. Her face is rosy and reveals a trace of fatigue. She can guess what she was doing last night. Anyway, you just need to pay attention to yourself. You can have a baby at this age. Tsunade waved her hand and continued to yawn. Last night she played in the casino until late, and then she had a good meal after coming back. She didn't have a good rest at all. It was rare to come back from the battlefield, and she was going to eat and sleep well. Once you wake up at night, go to the casino to win back all the money you lost yesterday. As for the matter of Konoha Hospital, Tsunade can rest assured that Nanoyu is here. Miss Tsunade, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm going to rest. Although she experienced that kind of thing, Kushina was still embarrassed to discuss it openly. After she denied it, she quickly turned around and walked upstairs, but her legs were a little weak when she went upstairs, and she almost missed the stairs. Seeing this scene, Tsunade shook his head and sighed. How long did it take for this to happen? But it had nothing to do with her, after all, it was Kushina's personal relationship. However, it should be much more convenient to pay debts and research potions in the future. After all, the two parties are related now. After taking a sip of beer, Tsunade thought in her heart, now she feels that she can gamble unscrupulously for a while, and let Kushina intercede if she is debt collected. After Kushina left, Kahn went to Orochimaru to discuss the location of 4th Hokage. With the daimyo support, fame, military exploits and Nawaki not competing with his teacher, coupled with Kushina's support, Orochimaru is only one step away from Hokage. Mr. Kahn, although it is almost done now, there are still 2 points that need to be noted, the lack of a prestigious ninja support, and what to do if there is a war when Hokage is elected. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Kahn suddenly said clearly, "You mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen may send you out when electing Hokage? But it must be you, Tsunade, Jiraiya or Nawaki, it should be suitable." Orochimaru smiled in a hoarse voice, and said, "It's appropriate, but Tsunade and Jiraiya may not argue with Sarutobi teacher to the end. As for Nawaki, as long as he has no command experience, he can veto it. Maybe he will be with me," was sent out. It is indeed possible, but, the two you just mentioned should be the same person. Kahn suddenly thought of another point, in the whole village, only he is more suitable. Yes, if Uchiha Fugaku is willing to help, then the matter will be solved, but the Uchiha clan seems to be interested in the position of the 4th Hokage, and with the credit of the guard, it is really hard to ignore the power of this clan. Orochimaru chuckled and said that he felt that the Uchiha clan was a little unclear about the situation. Compared with the Uchiha clan, it would be better if he could persuade the Hyuga clan, they have too many interests, and the other party will invite you out instead. It is almost instinctive for that family to seek good luck and avoid bad luck. It is estimated that the biggest wish is to guard the caged bird and pass it on for another 1,000 years. Compared with the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan is much more powerful. As long as the three-god jade is turned on, it is an elite ninja in Jonin, and has gained the reputation of, one-on-one, one must escape in the ninja world. But the position of Hokage is not something they can contaminate, especially those who only have ninja prestige. Kahn said, "Are you going to ask me to help you negotiate with them? Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen guess my relationship with you, so they will still be suspicious. It will make him suspicious, and it will also make him flustered. After all, they are not very friendly to the Uchiha clan, but I am different. I know what Uchiha Fugaku wants. If there is no accident, he will agree to our request." Orochimaru said confidently that the Uchiha family wanting the position of Hokage does not mean that Uchiha Fugaku wants the position of Hokage. The new patriarch of the Uchiha family can say anything, but lacks courage. And I have almost no communication with Uchiha Fugaku. Kahn-kun, you have visited the Uchiha clan before. If I go, it will be more conspicuous than yours, so I can only ask you. Okay, who asked me to be an ally with you? Kahn heard Orochimaru say this, as long as he agrees, but I don't guarantee success, I can only try my best to persuade, and since they want to persuade the Uchiha clan to support you, they may ask you to become Hokage in return, such as Umbu quota and so on of. There is no problem with this, you can make the decision for me. Orochimaru said with a smile that he didn't think much of the poor power in the village. He became a Hokage to better study the unknown, as long as the Uchiha clan doesn't rebel, it doesn't matter if they are given a team of Umbu. The Uchiha land is still an important place in the village. This was decided when first Hokage planned and Uchiha Madara allocated the land, and it is much better than the Senju land. After Kahn came to the Uchiha tribe's land, he stopped a group of guards, explained his purpose, and was then taken to Uchiha Fugaku's home, and one Uchiha went to tell Uchiha Fugaku about this in advance. "Mr. Kahn, please come in." When Kahn came to the place where Uchiha Fugaku lived, the other party was already waiting for him at the door, the publicity secretary of the Land of Fire, the president of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Kahn's status was no worse than that of the Uchiha clan in any respect. If the Uchiha clan had the old-fashioned manners passed down from the Hyuga clan, it must be given to Kahn. Clan Chief Fugaku, it's a pity that we didn't communicate with you much when we visited last time. After Kahn and Uchiha Fugaku complimented each other at the door, Uchiha Fugaku took them to the living room at home. Just after they sat down, a beautiful woman with a mature temperament opened the door. The home skirt was very slim and decent for this beautiful woman. She half-kneeled in front of the table holding the tea set, revealing a section of shredded legs, and the peach cheeks on the cheeks were slightly soft. After putting down the tea set, she retreated silently. Out. This should be Uchiha Mikoto. Kahn just took a look and then looked away. He couldn't be too rude when he came to the door for the second time, and then he set his eyes on the tea. Uchiha Fugaku said slightly apologetically, the tea was prepared in a hurry, and the tea was not very good. Please forgive me, Mr. Kahn. This is already very good. It makes Mr. Fugaku laugh. I have only developed in recent years, and I am not the kind of person with aristocratic heritage. After Kahn finished speaking, he chatted with Uchiha Fugaku about other things, from the ninja war to the ninja world, and finally talked about business cooperation. Unlike his father, Uchiha Fugaku agreed after a little thought. Now they are cooperating with Kahn because the Uchiha clan is the top climber. Although they also cooperate with the Ninja Cat clan, their ability is much worse than that of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. Whether it is the sale of weapons or the supply of raw materials, if the Ninja clan is replaced by the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, the business of the Uchiha clan can increase by 60%, the increase in the supply of raw materials can arrange livelihoods for the clansmen, and even increase the subsidies of each clansman. Most of this pile of chores is on Uchiha Fugaku's body. Now Kahn proposes to cooperate actively. Uchiha Fugaku will refuse unless he is out of his mind. War is the thing that consumes the most of a family's heritage, even if the Uchiha family is one of the best in Konoha for the wealthy clan. After several years of war, those who belong to the Chunnin clan have consumed a lot of their accumulated clan property. As for the subsidies and task rewards given by Konoha village, they are only a drop in the bucket for the families of war orphans, and the Uchiha family paid for most of them. If there is no subsidy from the clan, it is impossible to practice Uchiha shuriken throwing technique only with the subsidy from the village. This kind of throwing technique consumes a lot of ninja equipment, and it is difficult for ordinary families to afford it. It took Kahn and Uchiha Fugaku more than an hour to chat and discuss cooperation in the house. Seeing that the time was about the same, Kahn stopped beating around the bush and said directly to Uchiha Fugaku. Clan Chief Fugaku, let's get straight to the point. Orochimaru hopes that the Uchiha clan can help him. In return, after he becomes Hokage, the Uchiha clan can get out of the guard, and other departments in the village can also be open to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned by Kahn's directness. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Fugaku said, Mr. Kahn, the Uchiha clan also has great hopes for 4th Hokage, let us give up fighting for the Hokage position and help Orochimaru, it's really hard to do. Clan Chief Fugaku, what is the confidence of the Uchiha clan to compete for the position of Hokage? Kahn shook his head and said, military exploits? Fame? Is it the trust of Konoha's high level? Or the daimyo's appointment? Fugaku Patriarch, the Uchiha clan may gain the trust of some Konoha shinobi people in the war by virtue of their strength, but you might as well think about it if you want to become a Hokage now. How is the Uchiha clan better than Orochimaru? By the way, Chief Fugaku, the daimyo will appoint Orochimaru to be the 4th Hokage, and only Orochimaru will be appointed. After hearing what Kahn said, Uchiha Fugaku thought of his identity, and immediately knew that the daimyo of the Fire Country had been persuaded by Kahn. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly and said, in this case, wouldn't Mr. Orochimaru be able to become the 4th Hokage safely? He shouldn't need the help of the Uchiha clan. Need, because third Hokage is interested in the genius ninja from the grass country battlefield. Although Orochimaru has a great chance of winning, he is afraid that third Hokage will be a rascal. Kahn briefly talked to Uchiha Fugaku, and after listening to it, he thought about it a little bit, and then he understood. After all, he has learned from Uchiha Hamada for a long time, and he is quite clear about some political fighting spirit. Chief Fugaku, it is easy for the Uchiha clan to judge whether it is more beneficial to cooperate with Orochimaru or to cooperate with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kahn said slowly, just finished drinking the tea in the cup, then slowly got up and said, I heard that one of the high-level Konoha has a bad prejudice against the Uchiha clan. I believe that the Fugaku clan leader can also feel it. I am interested in my proposal, and the Fugaku patriarch can send someone to find me in the near future. After saying this, Kahn and Uchiha Fugaku bid farewell and walked outside, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw Uchiha Mikoto waiting not far outside, neither far nor near, as if specially in the aisle, same as Yamato Nadeko, who is waiting to be summoned. Seeing that Kahn was about to leave, Uchiha Mikoto asked with a polite smile, Are you leaving now, Mr. Kahn? Do you want to stay for dinner? I'm already preparing dinner. Today is not the time, next time, Mrs. Mikoto. Kahn refused with a smile, and then was sent to the door by the Uchiha Fugaku couple, and left directly. What's the matter, Fugaku? In the evening, Uchiha Mikoto saw that her husband had frowned for a long time, and he didn't even eat much dinner, so he couldn't help but asked worriedly. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and said, Because of the Hokage election, some time ago, the clan was more inclined to let me run for the fourth Hokage, but now it seems that the hope of the Uchiha clan is very slim, and the chance of winning is not great. If that's the case, then don't run for the fourth Hokage election. Uchiha Mikoto doesn't know much about politics. Although she is a jonin in the village, she retired shortly after becoming a jonin to take care of her family and has seldom cared about the affairs of the village. As the patriarch, I always have to fight for the interests of the clansmen, not to mention that the Uchiha clan has made a lot of contributions in this war. If I can't even fight for what I should get, it will be my negligence as the patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice, but although he has this heart, he is still often targeted. One thing that Kahn said to him today made Uchiha Fugaku very concerned, that is, someone in Konoha's upper echelon was really targeting the Uchiha clan. Promotion to Chunin is fine, but promotion to Jonin is often rejected. Now there are 9 tribesmen in the guard with 3 Tomo Sharingan, but no Jonin status. He has always understood in his heart that Konoha Jonin has the right to discuss and make decisions about major issues in the village. Konoha often rejects the promotion of Jonin of the Uchiha tribe, probably out of fear they have too much say in the Jonin meeting. Moreover, Konoha's high-level dismissals have well-founded reasons. Although they are just some trivial matters that I can't remember clearly, Konoha uses them as reasons for rejecting Jonin's promotion. Uchiha Fugaku suddenly thought that Mr. Kahn seems to have a good relationship with Uzumaki Kushina of the Sealing class, and she is also the 9 Tails Jinchuriki who can control the power of the tailed beast. If you can't find Kushina, grab desserts and fresh vegetables. Mikoto, I remember you saying that you seem to know Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Fugaku said, as for inquiring information from Uzumaki Kushina, it is okay to try after getting acquainted. Then let's maintain the relationship. If you have time, you can invite her to come to your house as a guest. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a long time, and finally turned to Orochimaru's side. Not only because of the existence of Kahn, there are many ninjas on Namikaze Minato's side. Although one of his students is from the Uchiha clan, Namikaze Minato's side is not a good choice for Uchiha as a whole. I see, Fugaku. End of this chapter. On the second day, Uchiha Fugaku went to the security team early in the morning, preparing to tell the tribe about the clan meeting, and Mikoto told Uchiha Itachi to stay at home alone, and then she picked up the shopping bag and prepared to go to the dessert shop. But Uchiha Mikoto was very lucky. She had just arrived near the dessert shop, and saw Kushina walking towards the dessert shop with a happy face. Seeing this, Uchiha Mikoto also had a smile on his face, and walked towards Kushina. Orochimaru Namikaze Minato. Uchiha Mikoto was taken aback when she heard her husband's question, then nodded and said, I know her, but I'm not very familiar with her. She's very enthusiastic, but we only said hello a few times. She and Kushina met in a dessert shop. Several times Uzumaki Kushina helped her choose desserts very enthusiastically. Mikoto thought that Kushina was a shop assistant, and finally figured out that she was a ninja from the ceiling class. Uchiha Fugaku also defended this, but to no avail. The second update, ask for votes. As for whether the Uchiha clan can get close to Jinchuriki, Uchiha Fugaku is not worried at all that Konoha high-level officials will come out to warn them. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is about to marry someone from another village. What will Konoha high-level officials do? Uchiha Mikoto looking for you? Kahn asked, holding Kushina's white shoulders in his arms, but after a little thought, he thought of Uchiha Mikoto's intentions. It's normal for a wife to socialize in the ninja world. The Fire Country daimyo asked Kahn about it before, but he refused it when he was alone. If she comes to you, just deal with it normally. She probably wants to use you to get closer to the relationship between me and the Uchiha clan. After all, there are fewer people around Orochimaru. Kahn laughed a bit when he said this. One of Orochimaru's two friends is the master of Namikaze Minato, and the other is from the Senju clan, and his disciple is also from the Senju clan. It is difficult for Uchiha Fugaku to make friends. So we can only start with Kahn, who can negotiate conditions on behalf of Orochimaru. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, the relationship between the two is at least similar to that of third Hokage and Mitokado Hamura, and Kahn is still a publicity minister. The two parties have already finalized the cooperation. Also close is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. There is no problem in making good friends with Kahn. As long as Orochimaru can fulfill his promise, the cooperation between their Uchiha clan and the Kahn Chamber of Commerce can bring greater benefits. Mikoto is a nice person, we didn't even know you when we first met. Kushina gritted her teeth and said that she didn't want her rare friend to be involved in some calculations, especially since her and Uchiha's identities were extremely sensitive. Orochimaru, did you do this? Jiraiya frowned slightly, stared at Orochimaru for a while, and then said in a low voice, you shouldn't do this, for the position of Hokage. You think highly of me, do you think I can find out what Mr. Sarutobi did? Orochimaru continued with a chuckle, I did it or Sarutobi teacher did it, which one do you think is more excessive? Jiraiya, from what angle do you stand to talk about me? Forget it, maybe you leave the village and go after Destiny's Child better. Jiraiya said in a deep voice, I will not watch you destroy the village, Orochimaru, you have changed. Destroy the village? I protected hundreds of ninjas during the Sand Shinobi village attack. Could it be you or Mount Myaboku? Orochimaru suddenly felt that he had talked too much. Jiraiya was an unreasonable idiot a long time ago. Although they are teammates who can trust each other on the battlefield, their ideas and personalities are too far apart. The situation is also normal. Even without the position of Hokage, he still can't understand Jiraiya pinning all his hopes on an illusory child of destiny. Compared with Jiraiya's evasion, Orochimaru wants to learn all the truth and control the laws of operation of all things by himself. That's the end of today's matter. Umbu will go back here, and wait for teacher Sarutobi to deal with this matter. Orochimaru spoke to Umbu's ninja, but his words directly labeled Umbu's behavior as a private action. If Umbu retreats, then this matter will definitely spread again. Captain Umbu took half a step forward and said, Master Orochimaru, we. But he only said half a sentence, and then Orochimaru couldn't open his mouth under the aura of Orochimaru, and the Umbu member who was stared at by Gold's vertical eyes, within a few seconds, fine beads of sweat soaked under the mask. Enough, you go back first. Jiraiya raised her voice and stood sideways on Umbu, interrupting Orochimaru's pressure on Umbu, but Orochimaru's hand Duanyi surprised Jiraiya a little. Chakra's mixed illusion method seems to have a little natural energy. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. After Captain Umbu was rescued by Jiraiya, the face under the mask instantly heaved a sigh of relief. After saying this, he took the other Umbu and left here. After seeing Umbu's people leave, Orochimaru also lost the idea of talking to Jiraiya, turned around and left. As for Uchiha Aoki on the side, he told the members of the security team around him to let the clansmen patrolling outside pay attention to this place, and then left as usual. When the crowd was almost gone, Namikaze Minato approached Jiraiya and asked, "Teacher Jiraiya." "I'm fine, Minato, I just didn't expect Orochimaru to change so much, let's go back first, Konoha village may change soon." Jiraiya told Minato that under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, they visited the Ino, Shika, Cho clan in the morning and discussed a lot of things, but this happened unexpectedly, and within a day, it spread all over the world. The whole village. Jiraiya turned to Minato and said, "You go to Lugio, he probably already knows about this, maybe Lugio can figure out a way to deal with it, I'll go to teacher Sarutobi." No one disturbed them during their morning discussions, so they didn't know about it at all. They didn't know until Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato left the Nara tribe. "I see, teacher Jiraiya." After Namikaze Minato finished speaking, he immediately rushed to the clan of the Nara clan, while Jiraiya went to the Hokage building, and he wanted to ask about it. Things escalated even faster than Sarutobi Hiruzen imagined, and his Hokage was famous throughout the Fire Nation. After the Fire Country daimyo saw the news in Ninja Weekly, he was also very angry and took 10 guardian ninjas and several ministers and rushed directly to Konoha village. If it was before, the daimyo of the Land of Fire would at most send an envoy to Muyi-sun to ask, the daimyo might be angry, but he would not turn against Sarutobi Hiruzen because of this matter, but this time is different, he is deeply influenced by black magic, plus Kahn used apparition to go to the capital of the Land of Fire, and influenced the daimyo at close range. And before the daimyo's convoy arrived, the envoy had already rushed to Konoha one step ahead. I didn't expect third Hokage to do such a thing. Bah, I thought he was a good person who worshipped the village, but he gave San Shinobi village so many benefits. After seeing the weekly magazine, Kushina angrily put the newspaper aside. There's nothing you can do to get angry, Kushina, he's Master Hokage after all. Uchiha Mikoto comforted him, saying that after Uchiha Fugaku left the village, Uchiha Itachi was bored practicing all day long, and Mikoto stayed at home alone and had nothing to do, so he had to follow what Fugaku said and come to establish a good relationship with Kushina. However, in Mikoto's eyes, Kushina is really a happy and innocent woman, and it's very easy for her to tell a lot of things. Although she often complains about the bad things in the past, when she was young, when she was squeezed by Kahn's small orange purse, it was a happy smile. What Hokage, now I am dozens of times stronger than Umbu, but he still restricts me to stay in the village, if not for the boss, he would often. Kushina stopped suddenly in the middle of speaking, and she suddenly remembered that Kahn's apparition and T-Country base are secrets, even if Mikoto is her best friend, she can't reveal it. But Mikoto didn't care about Kushina's strangeness, and said softly, after Orochimaru-sama becomes Hokage, you can go to other places with Mr. Kahn. Isn't the relationship between Orochimaru-sama and Mr. Kahn very good, but Kushina, do you have a plan? Of course, I plan to go to the country of soup to soak a few famous baths first, then go to the country of rainbow to swim all over the sea, and then go to the country of snow for skiing, hee. When it comes to playing, Kushina is very excited. She made a lot of strategies and just set off. Uchiha Mikoto said enviously, that's great. Kushina suggested, Mikoto, you can also ask Fugaku to take you out. Anyway, it should be easy for you to leave the village. Mikoto shook his head and said, Fugaku has to deal with the affairs of the clan and the guard every day, and he has recently left the village. I am afraid that he will not have time for the next few years. Is that so? The housewife feels bored. Kushina asked dully, and then she suddenly thought of something, and whispered in Mikoto's ear, Mikoto, you guys, how long will it take? That? Mikoto was startled when he heard the words, and then saw Kushina winking at her, and then leaned into her ear and said in detail, although there were only two of them in the room, Kushina still kept her voice very low, lest someone who didn't exist would hear it. This time Mikoto heard it clearly, but even after having a child, she still blushed when discussing this issue, but seeing that Kushina wanted to know very much, she pestered Mikoto for a long time, and finally Mikoto answered in a low voice because of the helplessness of being pestered said, usually around 10 minutes. Kushina was taken aback when he heard the words, and then asked again, only 10 minutes? It's been a long time, and everyone else is like this. Mikoto quickly defended Fugaku, and she regretted it a little after she finished speaking, but a qualified wife cannot speak ill of her husband outside. Kushina thought for a while, and she felt that one of them and Mikoto must be abnormal, so the earth god said, but I and Kahn often. Kushina said sternly that people in Umbu near their new home could not notify them. Although it is very quiet here, the only downside is that it is difficult to communicate with the outside world, but it will be much better when telephones and computers develop in the future. When Kahn came to the living room, he saw the two of them staring at him who had just entered the room, and couldn't help saying hello, Mrs. Mikoto, so you are with Kushina, please. 7 or 8 little ones. Both of them are quite strange, but Kahn didn't have time to delve into it. He said to Kushina, Kushina, the Jonin meeting is about to take place, and I have to go at that time. As for how to speak, it depends on Tsunade or Uchiha Yatsushiro. In the past, the Jonin meeting was held at any time, and the Jonin would rush to the Hokage building immediately after receiving the information, but this time it was different, the time was set in advance, and it was a bit too formal. Jonin meeting, I see. End of this chapter. After Mikoto finished speaking, Kushina quickly nodded and answered. Before leaving, Nawaki and Uchiha Fugaku had already found someone to tell them. Uchiha Yatsushiro was the vice-captain of the guard and could fully represent the Uchiha clan. As for Tsunade, Nawaki had persuaded him to side with Orochimaru when electing Hokage. Sometimes she won't interrupt. This Jonin meeting is more important. Kushina, as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, must go, but Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't seem to want Kushina to attend. Orochimaru used the summoning snake to convey this to Kahn. Not at all, no trouble. Mikoto lost her voice in shock after hearing the words, and then quickly shook her head, impossible, it is absolutely impossible, Kushina, are you lying to me? Even ninjas can't do it. Yes, the two of us are good friends, how can we be in trouble? There was a sound of opening the door of the house, and no one would come to this place except Kahn. Kushina and Mikoto recovered after realizing the identity of the visitor, and then waited until Kahn walked into the living room. Mikoto's cheeks were also flushed, and what Kushina said was beyond her cognition. Things that she had never dared to think about before, even after listening to Kushina's description, she couldn't imagine that feeling. Kushina said to Mikoto with a blushing face, but it only took a while to say her boldness, and she felt very shy after she finished speaking. Why did she even say such a thing on the spur of the moment? Really shouldn't. It's true, it's even more tiring than going to the battlefield. Although I often feel like flying into the sky, but when I get to the back. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku and Nawaki who went to the battlefield, quite a lot of people came to the second Jonin meeting. Among them, the daimyo of Fire Nation and his party occupied the front row. In addition to the daimyo and the minister of Fire Nation, there were 10 other people. Guardian Ninja followed behind him. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly. He didn't expect the daimyo of the Fire Nation to be so serious. He signed a peace agreement with San Shinobi privately, which seemed to tarnish the reputation of the Fire Nation for hundreds of years. This is unreasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been thinking after being notified by the envoy of the daimyo prefecture. The first thing he suspected was Orochimaru and Kahn, but after thinking about it, he felt that they were unlikely. He admitted that Kahn has a lot of influence in the country of fire, but Sarutobi Hiruzen knows the daimyo very well. He is ambitious and courageous. It is no problem for him to take advantage of the opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction with Konoha, but if the daimyo is allowed to stand on the opposite side of Konoha, he definitely didn't have the guts. So this time the daimyo rushed to Konoha with great momentum, who gave him the courage. Guardian Ninja. Except for Tsukumo, only one person is a ninja sent by Konoha, and the others are all recruited from the ninja world by the daimyo house. Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly thought that the daimyo has also developed a lot of power over the years, and the guardian ninja alone must have recruited a lot, but with a few middle jonin, does he have the confidence to fight against Konoha? Apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitokado Hamura, Yudatane Koharu, and Danzo all have the same idea. Usually they fight each other in private, but when it comes to the daimyo issue, they are consistent. Although the first Hokage is the daimyo election plus the vote of the entire Konoha, but from the second generation to the third generation, they have taken the power of Hokage appointment to their side. The power to elect Hokage back. This time, many ninjas with the title of Jonin came, such as Yakushi, Kakashi and others, so we changed to a larger house, which can accommodate more than 200 people. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the patriarchs of various ninja clans sat in the first row on their knees, and the ministers and deputy ministers of the medical department, enchantment class and other departments sat in the second row, followed by Jonin of Common. Third Hokage, please give me an explanation about the news on Ninja Weekly. The Fire Country daimyo asked directly, breaking the quiet situation, and the people in the house all looked at Third Hokage. This turmoil is all from the news in Ninja Weekly, and the above things are Third Hokage. Hokage Chief Envoy, Mitokado Hamura performs. During this period of time, there have been more than 10 times more disturbances in the village than before. If it was fake, Mr. Hokage should have come forward to clarify it. However, the Hokage building has not moved, which is enough to explain many things. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the tobacco in his hand, and said slowly, "This matter is true." In addition to the previous peace agreement with Sand Shinobi, Konoha also signed a peace agreement with Sand Shinobi in secret. It's the peace agreement in Ninja Weekly. When the ninjas below heard the confirmed news from Sarutobi Hiruzen, they couldn't help making a noise of discussion, but Kahn, who was sitting next to the daimyo, raised his mouth slightly and gestured to Orochimaru. The means he had prepared would be useless, if only Sarutobi Hiruzen could foolishly deny it. Boom! Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table twice with his pipe, and then said in a deep voice, "Signing a peace agreement is nothing to do. If you can exchange some supplies and money for the lives of frontline ninjas, I still won't hesitate. In my heart, nothing is as important as the lives of fellow villagers." Cough cough. Suddenly there was a burst of coughing and laughing in the room, and everyone turned their heads to look, and found that it was Kahn who was sitting next to the daimyo. "Sorry, I have a sore throat, Mr. Hokage, please continue." Kahn immediately smiled and apologized, but after he finished speaking, he deliberately turned his head to look at Hatake Tsukumo behind the daimyo, and then the smile on his face became even wider. Orochimaru and other smart ninjas immediately remembered what happened to Hatake Tsukumo a few years ago when they saw Kahn's expression. Valuing your companions, in retrospect, that was really impressive. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Kahn slightly. Naturally, there is no need to show much hatred between life and death enemies. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is given a chance, he will not hesitate to eradicate Kahn, the enemy of Konoha. But apart from Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kahn also noticed Namake's Minato's hostile eyes, but after he noticed, Namake's Minato turned his head away immediately. In any case, this matter has nothing to do with the old man. It is not what Hokage should do to deceive the ninjas of the same village, so no matter how I deal with it, the old man has no complaints. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words immediately moved many ninjas. They didn't know much about Hatake Tsukumo at that time, or Sarutobi Hiruzen hid it well back then, and he didn't do anything at all. And after hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said just now, most ninjas couldn't help but agree with his statement: money and goods should not be more important than the lives of their companions. If you think about it this way, having a leader like Third Hokage can make them a lot of peace of mind. Some people looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with approval, what he just said was quite effective. But, third Hokage, did I remember correctly? Didn't the Nation of Fire win at that time? Daimyo asked with a slight frown, and this question made many ninjas react immediately. That's right, we will pay compensation if we win. It's not that they lost the battle, but is Sand Shinobi still a threat to Lord Orochimaru on the battlefield of the Kawano country? Even the magnet-style blood-following ninjas were captured. Now the person has been released, the money has been compensated, and a large amount of supplies have been given away. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stared at by many angry eyes, and he also felt angry towards the daimyo in his heart, hating why he was so talkative. Then, Hiruzen, you don't need to cover me anymore, everyone, this is my suggestion. At that time, ninja troops had to be dispatched to other battlefields. In order to end the war in the country of Sichuan as soon as possible and prevent Sand Shinobi from counterattacking, I suggest that Hiruzen exchange a small profit for Sand support from Shinobi. Mitokado Hamura said with a heavy face that this rescue was very successful, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was picked out, and he also gave him a good impression of being responsible for his companions. Although Mitokado Hamura's statement is also very unreasonable, the ninja who was transferred back at that time was not sent to the battlefield immediately, and there was no crisis in the other two battlefields. Coupled with the peace agreement with Rock Shinobi, after a ninja war, Konoha won 3 ninja villages, but had to compensate 2 ninja villages. One Mitokado Hamura is not enough to quench the wrath of Konoha Shinobi. The material compensation for Sand Shinobi did not use the funds of the village, and it was almost all paid by Hiruzen alone. When all the ninjas were still dissatisfied, Udatane Koharu suddenly took out a ledger and stood up, then turned the ledger to a certain page, and continued, about the funds allocated to Konoha village by the daimyo prefecture, every use is recorded, there will never be a phenomenon of large-scale misappropriation. Udatane Koharu's words restored the impression of third Hokage in Jonin's mind. This kind of awareness is worthy of Hua's will to pay for it by oneself to prevent the expansion of the war. At this time, Nara Shurjo said, if this is the case, then Master Hokage is not wrong at all. But before Nara Lujo finished speaking, Kahn interrupted him with a smile. If they let them continue, Sarutobi Hiruzen will be packaged as a saint. This kind of whitewashing method is not like Sarutobi Hiruzen came up with, it seems like the strategy of the Nara family. Sorry to interrupt, I'm a little curious about the bed transfer consultant's ledger. Since the sleep transfer consultant doesn't mind other people watching it, it means there's nothing confidential about it. When Kahn was speaking, Udatane Koharu suddenly dropped the ledger from his hand and flew towards Kahn's direction. Most of the people in the room did not react to this sudden change, and the few ninjas who noticed that the ledger was floating in the air had no suitable means. After all, this was in the conference room, the daimyo's release throws flying thunder god kunai. Secret technique shadow tentacle. Ask for votes. After Nara heard the hoarse voice, he subconsciously stopped the ninjutsu in his hand. After he stopped Genin, the boa constrictor wrapped around his body also slowly withdrew its mouth. Lu Jiujun, what are you going to do in the meeting room? Hey, look what I found out, it costs 110 million taels to buy medicines from the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. I remember only 70 million taels of revenue in the entire Fire Nation at that time, really interesting data. Yamanaka Haichi and Akamichi Choza shouted worriedly, Orochimaru's technique was too fast, even if they were beside Nara Shikaku, they couldn't react. Thanks to Mr. Abbey for the 10,005 rewards, there will be 3 changes today, but it may take 2 or 3 days. Nara Shurjo said slowly, and then withdrew the shadow secret technique. After the shadow secret technique disappeared, the python on his body also slowly crawled back, got into Orochimaru's sleeve and disappeared. Sleeping consultant, there are a few places that are different from what I know. It seems that Konoha's finance department seems to have made a mistake in the account book. It obviously cost 40 million taels to hire 50 ninjas from Chao Ninja Village, but 80 million taels of expenses are recorded here, and 50 million taels of Taki Ninja Village is recorded in the ledger, but 90 million taels are recorded. It is a task entrusted by the newspaper office from the two ninja villages. Lujio. End of this chapter. Nara Lujio reacted quickly. After noticing that the ledger was flying towards Kahn, he immediately used the shadow technique to prevent Kahn from taking the ledger, although Udatane Koharu promised that no one would see the flaw, but in case of any problems, then they will be passive. Compared to Jiraiya's solemn face, Tsunade thought of the extremist virus serum. She guessed that Orochimaru had already used it, but she had never seen him use the wood-style blood successor. Kahn's words attracted the attention of everyone in the room to him. Nara's heart sank after hearing the words for a long time. The thing he was most worried about just now happened. Although the scene just now was short, it also opened the eyes of many ninjas, especially Orochimaru's strength. Even the patriarch of the Nara clan could not hide. Apart from Jonin in the house, even Jiraiya and Tsunade gave Orochimaru a sideways look. Orochimaru said to Nara with a smile on his lips, "It's okay, I believe Mr. Sarutobi won't care about such a small matter. Every time Kahn utters a piece of data, he will produce corresponding evidence. This action is like a knife frozen in ice, directly piercing Udatane Koharu's heart, making her tremble slightly now. Sorry, I was the one to be rude, Lord Orochimaru. What's going on here, the sleeping consultant? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, then the Daiming Mansion will re-evaluate the financial support for Konoha." The Fire Nation daimyo closed his fan with an angry expression on his face. Usually he used the fan to cover his face, but now he closed the fan to show his expression. It can be seen how angry the daimyo is now. In addition to slowly controlling daimyo of the Fire Country, black magic can also magnify the emotions in his heart. This matter will be thoroughly investigated by Umbu and the interrogation team. Please rest assured, Your Excellency, the Ministry of Finance, including the transfer consultant, will not miss a single one. It's about funding and the support of the daimyo, and Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't want to have more accidents. Although he has the title of ninja, he is not as courageous as second Hokage. If it is Senju Tobarama, he will definitely not be threatened by the daimyo. At worst, break the relationship on the spot, and let the daimyo be killed by bandits when he leaves the village. But Sarutobi Hiruzen can't do it. He takes a fancy to his own reputation, dares not to fall out with the daimyo publicly, and doesn't want to cut off the financial support from the daimyo's government to Konoha, so he can only quickly admit his mistake and let it pass beforehand. Take it easy afterwards. When something like this happens, how can I trust Konoha again? The Fire Nation daimyo was still furious, obviously dissatisfied with the explanation given by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The few things that Kahn found out just now, there was a difference of hundreds of millions of taels. Did this mean that the daimyo mansion was slaughtered like a pig? Now it has changed from a personal problem of Sarutobi Hiruzen to a matter between Konoha and the Land of Fire. No matter who knows that he has been cheated of hundreds of millions of taels, it is impossible to remain indifferent, especially if the other party is a daimyo of a country. Nara Shujo desperately thought of a solution to the situation in his mind, but no matter how he thought, he couldn't think of a good solution. Now he has no chance to intervene, the patriarch of the Nara clan. This identity is nothing in front of the Fire Country daimyo, he has not yet become the monitor of Jonin class. Let's choose Hokage again. After the daimyo finished saying this, he covered his face with the fan again and closed his eyes. This sentence was like thunder on a sunny day, and it exploded in everyone's hearts. Some Jonin who were on the fringe had no idea that things would evolve to the point where Hokage was re-elected. Like Kakashi who has been paddling, no matter how depressed he is, he can't help but look up at the daimyo after hearing this sentence, which means that third Hokage has lost the trust of the daimyo. Although Konoha has been building the village for a short time, the cooperation with the Fire Nation has always been close. It can be seen from previous wars that the Fire Nation's support for Ninja Village is definitely the first among the 5 ninja villages. But now the daimyo says to re-elect Hokage. For a while, the room was silent, and most of the Jonin looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an ugly face. At this time, his series of actions just now completely lost their effect. There are only two choices now, either take a step back and let Hokage go, or be tough to the end, warn the Fire Country daimyo, and restore the majesty of Konoha village. It's just that the latter will sharply break the relationship between Konoha and the Fire Nation, and some ninjas will not approve of Sarutobi Hiruzen's approach, such as the guardian ninja Hatake Tsukumo. Hiruzen didn't make a big mistake during his tenure. On the contrary, he made a lot of credit. To change Hokage just because of other people's mistakes, Konoha will never agree to such absurd thing. Danzo took 2 steps forward on crutches, his only remaining eye glowed coldly, fixedly staring at the daimyo of the Land of Fire and warned him. However, when Danzo saw Kahn who was smiling at the side, the hatred in his heart could not be suppressed. It was this person who caused him to become what he is today. Contribute. Kushina, who was sitting behind Tsunade, felt Danzo's malice towards Kahn, could not help but squeezed his fist and whispered, "Old B*******************, D, sooner or later, I will beat you hard." Facing Danzo's threat, the Fire Nation daimyo didn't care at all, or under the influence of black magic, the fear in his heart had been suppressed to the lowest level. No matter what you say, unless a new Hokage is elected, the daimyo's government will not be ashamed of the wood. Leaf support may be suspended for a period of time, including assignments. After hearing daimyo's words, not only Nara Shikaku, but also Tsunade and other jonin couldn't sit still. If Konoha had no financial support and task distribution, the village might collapse. Danzo asked with a cold voice, "Are you threatening Konoha, Your Excellency?" "I know you, Danzo, a disciple of Second Hokage. This is not a threat, but an ultimatum from the daimyo house." After the Fire Nation daimyo finished speaking, he closed his eyes and waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen's reply. At this time, the room was so quiet that even the sound of breathing could be heard. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to kill this reckless daimyo several times, but he did not have the courage and prestige of Second Hokage. Even if he killed the daimyo of the Land of Fire after that, he couldn't keep everyone's mouths shut. All the jonin didn't know how to speak, they seemed to be a spectator. Even the ninja chief and Sannin in the front row didn't say a word. Although Hyuga Hayashi is young, Grandmaster rests his mind. He sits there and closes his eyes to meditate. The other ninja chiefs, except Ino, Shika, Cho, all learn from the Hyuga patriarch, but they don't have the tradition of the Hyuga clan. Aristocratic etiquette gesture. As for Sannin, Orochimaru watched the show the whole time except for warning Nara Shikaku. Tsunade kept frowning and biting his nails, Jiraiya fidgeted as if there were nails under the cushion. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen also guessed why the daimyo is so tough. His confidence lies in the next Hokage, or Orochimaru. When Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to Orochimaru, the latter also smiled at him. "Orochimaru, I will never let you succeed." After being quiet for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen said slowly, "I understand what your Lord Daimyo means." 5 days later. The daimyo suddenly interrupted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and said, "Aren't all the jonin in the village here? If Hokage is elected, when is it better than now?" Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but angrily said, "Isn't the Hokage election a trivial matter? Daimyo, don't go too far. It should be Konoha who is going too far. The Daiming Mansion believes in Konoha so much, but what they get in return is deception." The Fire Country daimyo also slammed the table and yelled angrily, then picked up the evidence on the side and threw it in front, but he lacked strength and lack of skill. He threw it less than 2 meters and fell to the ground, not hitting Sarutobi Hiruzen at all. However, this move by the daimyo also made most of the jonin present feel ashamed. What they learned in the ninja school is the supremacy of the employer and the ninja spirit, but instead of feeling proud, he lowered his head in shame. Blame Udatane Koharu and. More than one person thought so. Among the hundreds of jonin present, at least 1/3 of the ninjas had this idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced around, most of the jonin looked down, and couldn't find a few who supported him. As for Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, their reputations had been lost, and it would only increase the joke if they spoke again. And Danzo is like a sick dog, no matter how happy it barks, it can't scare the Fire Country daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, and finally, as if he had let out a sigh of relief, he said, "Just do as your Excellency Daimyo said, and hold the Hokage election now." After saying this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be 10 years older. The Hokage election is very simple. The only official election was when the first Hokage was elected. It happened to celebrate the establishment of the village at that time, so it was held more grandly. Then, the second generation project directly inherited the position of Hokage by virtue of its strength and prestige, and then appointed third Hokage on the battlefield. Speaking of which, there is no fixed process at all. After all, there are only 3 experiences, and each time is different, so there is no reference value at all. Election the fourth Hokage is also different from the former third Hokage. Strong conflicts broke out between Daimyo and Konoha, and there was even a risk of separation. Under such circumstances, the Hokage election was held. I have something to do during the day, and there are 2 or 3 shifts in the afternoon or night, so I'm writing desperately. Jiraiya quickly said at this time, "I also abstain, I support Minato, he is the most suitable ninja for Hokage in terms of strength and quality." Nara Lugio said to everyone, "Namikaze Minato is tied with Sannin at such a young age, but it is indeed enough in terms of military exploits and strength. Tsunade is so powerful that even Orochimaru can feel a headache. If you abstain, just abstain, and canvass for votes." Tsunade gave Jiraiya a contemptuous look, typical of not admitting defeat. But with Tsunade at the front and Jiraiya at the back, his words didn't work so well. Before Nara could finish speaking, Tsunade interrupted, "You don't need to add me, I recommend Orochimaru. In fact, at Sarutobi Hiruzen's age, he is now in his prime." The votes were counted soon. Nara felt helpless, but could only announce the result. Namikaze Minato Jonin 45 votes, Orochimaru-sama 197 votes, 4th Hokage is Orochimaru-sama. Soon, everyone wrote down the 4th Hokage in their hearts on the note. Nara Lugio was in charge of counting the votes, and he didn't dare to play tricks in front of so many people. First update. Because all the Jonin are present, we tentatively set 1 vote for each person, 20 votes for the daimyo, 3 votes for the Minister of the Fire Nation, and the person with the highest number of votes is the 4th Hokage. Nara Shikaji sighed in his heart, and said, "Then the only candidates are Namikaze Minato and Orochimaru-sama, colleagues, please choose." However, the votes in the hands of the daimyo and the Minister of the Fire Nation were accidental. This was requested by the daimyo. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others did not ask, so Nara Shikaji could not refuse. "By the way, please count the votes." After Tsunade finished speaking, Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen's faces were very ugly, while the medical doctor Jonin present nodded slightly as if he had received a signal, and some civilian ninjas who didn't know who to vote for seemed to have a target. This is the only way Nara can think of. He can only hope that Namikaze Minato will be more popular in the village. In terms of contribution, strength, etc., the people in the village who agree with Hokage candidates are Orochimaru-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, and Namikaze Minato Jonin. It's over so easily. I still have some evidence I've collected. It seems that I won't be able to use it. Orochimaru. No, 4th generation, will Konoha reimburse me? Kahn threw a scroll to Orochimaru, on which was the evidence of Root's private human experimentation. There were 3 laboratories in the Country of Fire, but Kakuzu destroyed 2 of them. He originally wanted to ruin all the high-level Konoha, but he didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be persuaded. You will be needed to allocate funds in the future, so let's owe it first, and you can allocate less in the future. Orochimaru took the scroll with a smile and said, then he opened it and looked at it. It was about Danzo's research on Hashirama cells, and this scale must be supported by a large amount of funds. This scroll, together with Utatane Koharu's financial loophole just now, is likely to nail all the high-level Konoha to death. Who is Danzo, and why does he study the remains of first generation? There is nothing wrong with the second generation project research. Tsunade research is also to save Nawaki, and Uzumaki Mido was asked in advance. Now that Konoha has no shortage of wood-style ninjas, Danzo loses justice by researching Hashirama cells, so after a little thought, he knows that he is doing it for selfish purposes. As soon as this news comes out, Tsunade must be very angry. Orochimaru put away the scroll and said with a smile, "I'll give it to Tsunade, at least the roots in the village won't survive, but now Danzo has dispatched most of the staff, thanks to Mr. Kahn." Kahn chuckled softly, "They won't give up so easily, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. Have you seen the look in his eyes? The person he hates most now is probably you. It's nothing more than a last resort. If they can do it tomorrow, I will give them a high regard." "Is Kushina going to be the monitor of the sealing class?" Orochimaru asked, although Kushina was not here, but he felt that Kahn could do Kushina's idea. "I'll go ask her." After Kahn finished speaking, he was also thinking silently in his heart. He felt that he could also speed up his movements, and then he would use Kong Ning Fortress as the new daimyo mansion. "That position is reserved for her. If you want, you can come to be." "Forget it, Orochimaru, my business is managed by others, and I may be busy again in a while." Speaking of this, Kahn suddenly thought of something, and then continued, "Noera Lin is very useful to me, and she may disappear for a while. Just figure it out." Orochimaru said without raising his head that he now wants to take over Konoha's affairs as soon as possible, and then use Konoha's resources to study new unknowns. Although he got Hashirama cells and Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru felt that it was not enough. He got two kinds of power to calm the troubled times at the same time, but he didn't get the power of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. He definitely needs to study it, and there is Extremis Virus Serum, which should be able to withstand more than 2 blood successors, but Orochimaru wants to study the yin and yang balance in it more carefully. But before that, he still needs to sort out Konoha's affairs. The resources provided by one village are always too few. If there are 5 Dainin villages, it is barely enough for him to study. Orochimaru hopes most now that Kahn will become a daimyo, and then he can use his former Hokage identity to apply for research funding as much as he wants, and mobilize Umbu to help him do things. If Hokage assists, the Nara clan will definitely not work. It would be great if Senior Tsukumo is here, Uchiha Fugaku Tsunade Nawaki. After Kahn left, Orochimaru began to deal with the government affairs of Konoha village. Now he urgently needs a Hokage to help him, which can save him a lot of trouble. Uchiha Fugaku is definitely not good, too much power will only breed the ambition of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Fugaku will probably be framed by the crazy guard. Tsunade is not even willing to accept the head of the medical department, and stays in the Konoha hospital all day, take the money and don't do anything, and leave everything to her students. Nawaki Orochimaru intends for Nawaki to be Umbu captain for a while, then take over as Jonin squad leader, and finally directly as Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi, he should not be able to refuse the position of Hokage assistant, and the status of the Uchiha family in the village will improve a lot in a short time. Orochimaru does not believe that the Hyuga family can bear it. The Uchiha family is not a humble ninja family. When they promote the #1 pupil technique in the ninja world all day long, the Hyuga family will definitely not be able to bear it. There are also the Pommel Horse clan and the Inuzuka clan that can be used, and then we just need to wait for the war to end. Orochimaru quickly browsed through the family ninjas in several departments of Konoha, and then transferred those who should be transferred, and those who should go to the border. Almost 80% of the registered ninjas of the 4 clans of Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi were transferred to the border by Orochimaru. They are all elite ninjas, with them guarding the border. Konoha and even the Land of Fire will feel at ease. The Hokage succession ceremony was held 3 days later, but Orochimaru was already sitting in Hokage's office to deal with matters at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's things had all been taken away, and the entire Hokage building now only recognizes the order of 4th Hokage. After Kahn left the Hokage building, he happened to meet Kushina who was waiting for him at the door, followed by Uchiha Mikoto who was holding a grocery basket. It seemed that the two went home and went grocery shopping, but Kushina was more of an experience shopping for vegetables. She is learning to do housework now. Although Kahn told her that there will be domestic robots in the future, Kushina wants to do housework herself, and she seems to be convinced of Uchiha Mikoto's women's theory. Seeing Kahn coming out, Kushina jumped up and hugged him, but the pigeon left after being squeezed for a moment. Kahn said with a smile, "Kushina, Orochimaru asked if you should be the monitor of the sealing class." After hearing the words, Kushina quickly shook her head and said, "No, I just plan to go out of the village to play, and I will cause trouble at this time." "Are you playing?" After hearing Kushina's words, Kahn couldn't help touching her silky red hair in an apologetic way and said, "I might go to other places in a while." Kushina became unhappy for a moment, bumped Kahn's chin with her head, and said in a muffled voice, "Go for another year or two? How is it possible? Come back in a few months." Kahn smiled, then leaned into Kushina's ear and whispered, "You can rest assured to raise the fetus in Konoha for a few months, and I will come back later." "What nonsense, it's still outside." Kushina blushed instantly, then looked around as if doing something bad, and found that Mikoto was still far away, so she whispered back, "Then you have to work hard. As long as you don't beg for mercy." Before saying anything more, Uchiha Mikoto walked towards them, and then said hello to Kahn, "Mr. Kahn." Kahn replied, "Mrs. Mikoto, thank you for spending time with Kushina. I will come to thank you when the Fugaku Patriarch returns." Uchiha Mikoto shook his head gently and smiled, "It's not interesting for me to be alone at home, thanks to Kushina who often comes to accompany me. The Uchiha clan will probably be busy in a few days. If Madam has a channel, please inform the Fugaku clan leader." Kahn reminded Uchiha Mikoto that Orochimaru's promise to Uchiha Fugaku will definitely come true, but he will definitely not let Fugaku arrange it. After the Hokage succession ceremony is held, the arrangement for the Uchiha family will begin. Although the Uchiha tribe will still be allowed to enter places such as Umbu, the administration department, Konoha Hospital or the enchantment class, these are arranged by Orochimaru. "I see, thank you Mr. Kahn for reminding me." Uchiha Mikoto also understood the meaning of this sentence, she still smiled gently and showed no other expressions. It seems that she is not a pure housewife, after all, she is Jonin of Konoha. Kahn glanced at it with interest and then withdrew his eyes, not letting Kushina beside him notice. Afterwards, Uchiha Mikoto found an excuse and left. It is estimated that he will not go home immediately, but go to the security team first. Not long after parting from Uchiha Mikoto, Kahn was stopped by an unexpected person. Kahn chuckled and asked, "Yellow Flash. Namikaze Minato-kun. What can you do for me?" "Call." Namikaze Minato saw that Kushina hugged Kahn's arm tightly, and the two were intimate, which was even more uncomfortable than when he was surrounded by hundreds of rock shinobi. "You won't succeed, I will protect Konoha." Seeing that Namikaze Minato was coming in a bad way, Kushina raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, are you here for trouble? If you want to fight, I will accompany you." "Forget it, Kushina, how could the Konoha shinobi attack the publicist, you misunderstood Namikaze Jonin." Kahn smiled and waved his hand, telling Kushina to leave here temporarily, then looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Namikaze Jonin, if you want to protect Konoha, you must at least become a Hokage, otherwise the ninja should just perform the task obediently, don't you still can you disobey Hokage's orders?" End of this chapter. Namikaze Minato was hit hard all of a sudden. He performed desperately on the battlefield and made great achievements in order to become Hokage, gain the approval of the whole village, and finally express his heart to the person he likes. But now there is nothing, the red-haired girl he likes is in the arms of others, and few jonin in the village can recognize him. Whether to fight or not. Kahn shook his head, then whispered to Namikaze Minato. After saying this, Kahn saw that Kushina was impatient to wait, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Namikaze Jonin, if you don't have money, don't run for Hokage again. Sorry for the lateness, I went out to do a day's work today, designing, and I will be back at 7 o'clock. After speaking, Kahn took out the votes just now and showed them in front of Namikaze Minato. Some of the votes for him were clearly written +20, +3, and it was obvious that they were voted by the daimyo and ministers of the Land of Fire. After Namikaze Minato saw these votes, he really wanted to convince himself this way, but he read it carefully a few times, and he was quite sure that this was the vote used just now. Several people. 15 million taels. That's 15 million taels for each person. How many close friends do you think you have, who are willing to vote for you instead of the 15 million taels? I'm afraid most people think it's something like, Minato-kun has so many friends, I'm sure you won't lose my vote, right? I know you don't believe me, so I specially kept the voting records, you can see for yourself. Namikaze Jonin, actually I voted for you, not just me, the daimyo voted for you too, but you still lost to Orochimaru in terms of votes. You. Namikaze Jonin, do you think battlefield credits are useful? You are doing meritorious service, and they will praise you when they know it, and they will be happy, thinking, it feels good to have such a powerful ninja protecting us, is already very good. Do you know why they chose Orochimaru? This is fake. What have I been doing for the past few months? Has no meaning. There will be another update later, and the debt will be paid at the 4th update tomorrow. By the way, please count the votes. Thank you, Master Reader. After Kahn finished speaking, seeing Namikaze Minato sneered, he continued to say to him. Sarutobi Tribal Land. Minato, what took so long, what happened? Nara Shirgyo and his team waited for a long time for Namikaze Minato, but he suddenly found that Namikaze Minato, who is always cheerful and sunny, was very disappointed today, as if he had suffered a great blow and lost all energy. Jiraiya worriedly asked, Minato, what's wrong with you? We separated for a while, why did Minato become like this? In his impression, Namikaze Minato is a tenacious character, outstanding strength, almost the most perfect ninja, almost nothing can hit him, but now it is like this, as if his will has been crushed. Senior Lugio, what is the real situation of the ballots? Namikaze Minato suddenly raised his head and looked at Nara Shikahisa, his eyes were even full of unwillingness. I miscalculated, Minato, it was my fault. Seeing Namikaze Minato's expression, Nara also guessed that he might already know about the 4th Hokage ballot, so he couldn't help apologizing. They may have noticed our private actions, so they made countermeasures. I thought this was Minato's last comeback, but... It's not your fault, Senior Lugio. Namikaze Minato smiled wryly after hearing the words, and even spoke weakly, it's because I didn't do enough, and it has nothing to do with Senior Lugio. After hearing the conversation between the two, Jiraiya was still at a loss. He only knew that Minato's votes were low, but this should be regarded as a normal behavior. To be honest, even if he himself participated in the 4th generation campaign, he would not be the opponent of Tsunade and Orochimaru's network, not to mention that Minato has more than 40 people who voted for him. Master Jiraiya, the only ones who voted for Minato were the ninjas of Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi, you, and the daimyo of the Fire Nation. The rest of the Jonin did not support Minato, and they all voted for Orochimaru. Nara Shikaju hesitated for a while, but still told this cruel reality, the greatest hero of the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, the yellow flash on the battlefield, when it came time to run for Hokage, except for the ninja who invested in advance, no one chose him. Namikaze Minato usually pays attention to the relationship with his fellow villagers, but it is because of this that he suffered such a heavy blow this time. What? No one voted for Minato, what's going on, Lugio? Jiraiya asked with a look of disbelief. Minato won more than 40 votes, apart from them, there were at least 30 people who voted for them, how could no one vote? Afterwards, Nara Shikuju explained, and after Jiraiya heard it, he said furiously, what do these bastards think of electing Hokage? And that Kahn, who actually used money to buy Jonin in the village, they agreed. Akamichi Dingza comforted and said, more than half of Minato's votes were voted by the other party. It seems that they want to undermine your confidence. Minato, this is because you are afraid of you. No, this is playing tricks, the other party won't be afraid of me at all. Namikaze Minato closed his eyes and thought in his mind. He saw many reactions in Kahn, but the only thing he didn't have was fear. His yellow flash that made the enemy fearful. The opponent didn't pay attention at all. Just like what Kahn said, why would a ninja with no status and power attack the Lord of the Fire Nation? As long as Namikaze Minato dares to do something, he will become a rebellious ninja, and all the bonds with Konoha will be cut off. So after Kahn finished speaking, Namikaze Minato found that he did not even have the courage to resist. While Namikaze Minato was sad, Jiraiya was thinking about Kahn. 15 million taels per person, even if it is an S-level task, you have to do 15. This is done without the village's commission. If you complete the S-level task from the village in exchange for rewards, one person will have to take 3 tasks. More than 10 S-level missions, if you count the team's share and other expenses, a jonin may not be able to save this money for 5 or 6 years. 100 people is 1.5 billion, 200 people is 3 billion. What other people can see is Kahn's wealth and generosity, but what Jiraiya sees is danger. This guy is in great danger. He is destroying the ninja system. Prophecy. Jiraiya suddenly thought of the prophecy, and then he subconsciously brought Kahn into the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Kahn was the one who was not compatible with the ninja world and the prophecy. It was too similar. Minato, cheer up, if you give up after one failure, you will let us down too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, now they must prepare. Before the Hokage succession ceremony, Orochimaru has not exercised the power of Hokage on a large scale, they must respond. Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato forcibly lifted his spirits and said, but only he knew what was going on in his heart. Orochimaru has changed. After everyone looked at him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a while and said, he can't even see him clearly as a teacher, lurking, waiting, and giving you a fatal blow at the most critical moment, waiting for him to be after becoming Hokage. The ninjas of our 4 clans will definitely be targeted, and before Orochimaru becomes Hokage, we must make changes. There is no way for the clansmen to become ninjas. They must obey Hokage's order. Next, let the clansmen become ninjas for a while. Nara Shurjo knows that this trick is useless to Orochimaru. His purpose is to take care of his tribe, otherwise he will have to obey Lord Hokage's orders after becoming a ninja, and he may die without knowing how to die. The Nara family has a lot of business outside the Fire Country. Next, I will ask the family to open up businesses outside the village as a cover. Yamanaka and Nara Shikaku have been teammates for more than 10 years, and he knew what he was going to say when he opened his mouth. The same is true for the Yamanaka family, and we can only dormant in the future, and even if Orochimaru takes the position of Hokage, it will not be soon. After all, he will have to be more cautious about attacking us. So does the Akamichi clan. In addition to these, Nara Shurjo also proposed many ways to deal with it, but he and Yamanaka Haichi have the same idea. Even if Orochimaru becomes Hokage, they will not do anything to them within half a year. They still have a long time. The friendship between the Ino, Shika, Cho and the Sarutobi clan is very long. Before the establishment of the village, the 4 clans formed a deep friendship. When Sarutobi Hiruzen served as Hokage, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan also benefited a lot. Friendship cannot be divided. Now they can only try to prevent Orochimaru from suppressing them. After all, in this incident, both sides have almost torn their faces. Nara Lujo suddenly asked, Master Third Hokage, the elders of the Mito sect and the elders of Zhuanzhu. Although the 2 were born as commoner ninjas, they have been consultant elders for more than 10 years, and now they have accumulated a lot of power. It is also a big help to win over. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded knowingly, and said, I'll talk to them, but Udatain Koharu's condition is a little bit bad. Under pressure, he had to detain Udatain Koharu in the interrogation class, otherwise he couldn't explain the Konoha finance department. This matter is very troublesome, and Sarutobi Hiruzen can only solve it quickly while most of the power in Konoha village is still under his control. Several people discussed for several hours, and even Namikaze Minato raised some questions, and finally left from the Sarutobi tribe, but Jiraiya left Sarutobi Hiruzen's house without saying a word, his expression suddenly solemn, and then just jumped on the house and left. Kakashi. Noera Rin found Kakashi in the agreed dumpling shop, and seeing his thoughtful expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Kakashi, what are you thinking? By the way, what happened in today's meeting? You look so weird of." "The Jonin meeting has just ended today, and the daimyo hasn't left the village yet. It turned out that the blockade is not considered a blockade. At least all the Jonin and the ninjas know it, but the middle and lower ninjas don't know that the village has elected the fourth Hokage. It's nothing, just thinking about when to send some living expenses to Obito's grandma, Lin. Don't inquire about the Jonin meeting or someone will question you." Kakashi told Noera Lin that everything at the Jonin meeting is confidential, and random inquiries and leaks will attract Umbu, although Umbu probably doesn't have much time now. "Okay, I don't ask, I'll be a medical Jonin in a while, and I'll check it out for you." 10 million taels. "Kakashi, where did you get that?" After seeing the numbers on the passbook, Noera Lin suddenly said in surprise, and then she looked at it herself to make sure that she read it correctly. "With this money, Obito's grandma should be able to live better." Kakashi didn't answer Noera Lin's question, and then handed the passbook to Noera Lin, and said to her, "Lin, please leave this matter to you, someone is looking for me tonight." "Who?" Noera Lin stared and asked. Kakashi has always been withdrawn in the village, even people of the same level seldom talk to him, how could someone come to him suddenly, and this must be, should not be. After Kahn answered, he didn't hear Kushina's reply. He looked down and found that Kushina had fallen asleep, so he cleaned it up with magic, and then fell asleep with Kushina in his arms. It wasn't until she saw Kakashi waving that Noera Rin turned around and left in peace, but then she got a headache. How should I tell Obito's grandma about such a large number as 10 million taels? Kahn said with a helpless smile, "You don't need to listen to Mrs. Mikoto for some things. It's completely like the Land of Rain is asking the Land of Wind for advice on flood control policies." Falling into his arms step by step. Then she gasped for a while, like a choked fish, and after resting for a while, she picked up the cushion beside her and put it under her waist, and propped it up there. "Tomorrow 4 more will definitely do it. Kakashi, that kind of thing is absolutely not allowed." Noera Rin reminded in a low voice, thanks to Kahn's non-stop delivery of novels to the ninja world, now even Noera Rin understands some of the more famous novel elements. "Good." With a blushing face, Kushina stretched out her fist and hit Kahn twice, then said shyly, "This is what Mikoto taught me, it can increase the chance of getting a baby." After hearing Kahn's words, Kushina suddenly felt some truth, and then she touched her lower abdomen, which felt swollen, and she didn't need a cushion at all. "By the way, please ask for a ticket. It's my father. He works as a guardian ninja in the daimyo prefecture. He returned to Konoha today." Kakashi saw that Rin Noera was thinking wildly, and after explaining something, he left directly. Now his father should be waiting for him at the izakaya. Not to wait for Noera Lin, he had already gone to chat with his father. But being ridiculed by Kahn like this, Kushina was still a little ashamed and angry, but now she really had no strength, so she could barely pull out the pillow, and then hid in the bed and said in a muffled voice, "Come with me to the hospital tomorrow." Ended the 4th round of the sprint. End of this chapter. Kushina, what are you doing? Is Ms. Tsunade not here? I still want to ask her to make it easier for me, so that I don't have to queue up to get a number. Kushina complained that she rushed here early in the morning with great enthusiasm, but there were too many people who came to see the doctor, and they had to wait for a long time. She wants to check her physical condition. Kushina is now told by Mikoto that she really wants a baby, but she has been in a relationship with Kahn for so long, her stomach still hasn't changed. Kushina and Mikoto have consulted privately. Although Mikoto often reassures her that such things are not in a hurry, but Kushina can't bear to keep talking about it. In the end, Mikoto can only mention a few tips, such as pillows or some body checks. Some type of. However, Uchiha Mikoto's method is not suitable for many of Kushina. Just listening to the time and feeling of her speaking, Mikoto will feel a little dry every time. You don't know Tsunade yet, she's drinking and skipping work by instinct, let her stay in the hospital honestly, unless she prepares a cabinet of soju and a slot machine. Before Kahn finished speaking, he saw Yakushi Nanoyu coming down the stairs towards them. Kushina Jonin, Mr. Kahn, are you going to have a medical examination today? Yakushi Nanoyu pushed her glasses, the floodlight on the lens covered the expression in her eyes, she looked businesslike, she didn't need to wear Konoha's medical clothes, a student of Tsunade, the vice president of Konoha Hospital, even if you wear regular clothes, no one can control it. However, Kahn felt a little guilty after seeing Nonayu's beautiful figure. After the last deep massage, he hadn't gone to see Nonayu for a long time. The look in question just now were obviously aimed at him. Yes, but it's just me. Kushina explained, and then showed Yakushi Nanoyu the registration number in his hand. After Yakushi Nanoyu finished reading, he said to Kushina with a flat expression, well, please come with me, Kushina Jonin, and I will check for you. Come and help me. Is this okay? Now Konoha Hospital. Kushina asked in surprise after hearing the words. Although she didn't say hello to Yakushi Nanoyu, she also knew that Yakushi was the vice president of Konoha Hospital. If Tsunade was not there, she was managing Konoha Hospital. Such a busy, how could someone suddenly come to do such a small thing for her? There's nothing to manage right now, and the other medical ninjas don't have time. I'm just free. Come with me, Kushina Jonin. After Yakushi Nanoyu finished speaking, he turned and left. Although Kushina was a little puzzled, but seeing Yakushi Nanoyu being so aggressive, he had to say a word to Kahn and followed immediately. After Kushina left, Kahn waited at the door of Konoha Hospital. There was nothing to be busy with now. The only thing he needed to care about was the country of water. Although there was a connection with the Terumi clan, the increasingly severe situation in Kirigakure still made it difficult to get news. Pass it out. My lord. While Kahn was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind, and he turned around and saw Rin Noera and Hitaki Kakashi. It's you guys, are you coming to Konoha Hospital for an examination? Kahn suddenly felt very interesting when he saw Kakashi. Hitaki's family should not be short of money, but Kakashi appeared on the voting list. If he told Namikaze Minato about this, he might see a more interesting expression. But Kahn didn't do it in the end, because Hitaki Sakumo was still alive, and Kakashi was not too decadent, although he had been sad for a while because of Obito's death, he seemed to have come out now, and his eyes still revealed sharpness. This father and son will be a good subordinate in the future. Noera Rin greeted Kahn, and then said with a smile, I took Kakashi to check my eyes, Mr. Nanoyu is just free today. Kahn nodded and said, no now she just took Kushina for a checkup, it may take a while. But an eye check will stump you, Noera Chunin, although I don't often stay in Konoha, I'm a genius. The reputation of the medical girl has also been heard. It's not that exaggerated, it's just being flattered by others. In fact, there is still a lot to learn. Noera Rin is a little embarrassed. She is far behind Yakushi Nanoyu and Tsunade-sama. It always feels unbearable to be called this title. By the way, Your Majesty, you know the Uchiha clan. Before Noera Rin finished asking, Kakashi interrupted, Lin, there is no need to talk about this. Noera Rin was a little unwilling after hearing the words, she persuaded, but Mr. Gongqin. About that Sharingan? I talked to Chief Fugaku, it's no big deal. Kahn spoke suddenly, which made Kakashi and Rin Noera look at him at the same time. People who are not of the Uchiha clan can't control their eyes at all. For the common people, the Sharingan may be a help, but for the genius ninjas, the Sharingan is equivalent to a burden. The entire Uchiha clan is not much better than Mr. Hitaki, which is enough to explain the problem. Hearing Kahn talking about his father, Hatake Kakashi couldn't help but think of what his father said to him last night, and lowered his head for a while. However, Kahn didn't care about Kakashi's emotions, and continued, the Uchiha clan doesn't have to go back to Sharingan. Since Hatake Kakashi decided to waste his talent, let him go. Without the training methods of the Uchiha clan, outsiders can't use it. Sharingan's strongest ability is the original words of the Fugaku Patriarch. Kakashi's chakra is not particularly high, it can only be said to be at the level of a normal Jonin, and Sharingan is a power-hungry user for him. He has tried to use Sharingan to perform Hatake knife skills, although the insight is stronger, but the time to maintain the sword fighting is much shorter. If this continues, he can only give up the Hatake knife technique and develop a tactic suitable for Sharingan to end the fight in a short time. Noera Lin breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the words, so she didn't have to worry about the Uchiha clan getting into trouble with Hatake Kakashi. During the time she was back in the village, she heard that many guards wanted to take back Kakashi, the Sharingan. You can rest easy now. Thank you for your news, Mr. Gongqing, but I want to try to solve the problem of Kakashi's left eye. If it can be used normally, then Kakashi's strength will definitely be stronger. Noera Lin refused to give up and said, Kahn didn't say any more after seeing this. What she didn't understand was that the Uchiha clan was born with a lot of chakra, except for the Senju clan, few ninja clan can match the Uchiha clan in terms of chakra. Kakashi's problem is not that he can't switch Sharingan normally, but that he has this eye on him, and there will be an embarrassing situation where chakra is not enough during the fight. Noera Lin's medical ninjutsu is not bad, but she hasn't studied the cell experiment, so it is impossible to solve the Sharingan problem. After Kushina came out, Noera Lin bid farewell to Kahn, and took Kakashi to the hospital inside. This time, the inspection of Sharingan still depends on Yakushi Nanoyu. This is what Noera Lin asked in advance, otherwise some medical equipment she couldn't use it. It's alright, do you think that Uzumaki Naruto I said is lying to you? This is really coming back from the future. After Kahn saw Kushina's inspection report, he quickly thought that it was his own fault. With 3 serums and 4 genes, he was not sure whether he would be able to give birth to offspring. But more than 10 years later, his son will be that big, so there should be no problem. Kahn has never doubted himself in this regard. Kushina touched her flat belly, still a little skeptical, unreasonable. Then come a few more times, even if the probability is only 1 in 1,000, as long as you come 1,000 times. Kahn looked at Kushina's beautiful body, and felt that there was still a lot of room for development. Her endurance was the best Kahn had ever met. This kind of fit body and Kushina's shy expression every time made her feel Kahn couldn't put it down. No. Orochimaru read the application submitted by Jiraiya, decisively rejected it, and then threw it aside. If there was no room on the table, he might have thrown it directly into the trash can. Why not? Orochimaru, are you targeting me? Jiraiya slapped the table angrily, and then asked Orochimaru loudly, do you know how important my mission is, that is? Looking for the so-called child of destiny. In fact, most of the time I play in the ninja world, and the efficiency of inquiring about information is less than half that of Umbu, and I can still lead the mission. While Orochimaru was processing the documents in his hand, he said a few words in a flat manner. Every time he said a word, Jiraiya's arrogance would be weakened. I couldn't control it before, but now I'm Hokage, and I'm responsible for the village. The Fire Country is still at war along the coast, Tsunade is still in Konoha even if she is lazy, and she will return to Konoha Hospital at any time if necessary. Jiraiya, since it is Konoha Shinobi, follow the rules unless you relinquish your identity. But it's about me. This is not Konoha's mission. Don't confuse private and business affairs. If Mount Mayaboku wants to find Destiny's child, let them come to the mission department to issue a commission. I will consider it as appropriate. Orochimaru didn't look up at Jiraiya the whole time. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what was going on, and the transaction processing of the Hokage building was almost at a standstill. In fact, Orochimaru knew that he was using many things to disperse his energy, and the gap in status and power could only be made up with these small means. Seeing that Orochimaru would not let go no matter what, Jiraiya couldn't help picking up the task application form angrily, turned around and left. Orochimaru suddenly said, "Jiraiya, if you want to leave the village, no one can stop you, but at that time I will automatically judge that you have given up your identity as a Konoha shinobi." "Orochimaru, you are too much." Jiraiya couldn't help but said, "Isn't it treason to give up the identity of Konoha shinobi? But it's worse than killing him to keep this loose man in a village, and since there is no way to deal with Kahn in a short time, he has to find Destiny's Child. Jiraiya has already planned everything. He will go to the Land of Rain first. He is going to take a close look at Nagato. Nagato, who owns Rinnegan, seems to him to be the most suitable person for the status of the Child of Destiny." However, these perfect plans were vetoed by Orochimaru, who threatened to designate him as a traitor if he left the village. Sure enough, as Sarutobi-sensei said, Orochimaru has changed a lot. Seeing that Orochimaru said that, Jiraiya ignored him and left the Hokage building angrily. "Lin, your operation is very good. I heard that even in the fierce environment of the battlefield, you can still perform my replacement surgery so well. You are very good at basic medical ninjutsu and some operations. After a while, you can go to the medical Jonin assessment." Yakushi Nanoyu checked Kakashi's Sharingan carefully and said to Noera Lin, "Kakashi's eye replacement surgery is the best so far, even if she is asked to preside over the operation, it is just the same as Noera Lin. Sharingan can't be closed, the problem is not with Kakashi. When the Sharingan of the Uchiha family is extremely emotional, a special chakra appears in the brain, and this chakra changes the optic nerve, and finally changes the eyes into Sharingan, so the root of Sharingan is that special chakra, not the eye itself. This is what Yakushi Nanoyu saw in the notes brought by Tsunade. For this student who has been helping him deal with things, Tsunade can only take some medical research notes from home and give them to Yakushi Nanoyu as a reward. Among them are the notes on human body research in the second generation project, which contains a lot of research on Sharingan. The real master of human body research in Konoha must be Senju Tobarama, and Tsunade does not have as many human body studies as Senju Tobarama. After hearing this knowledge, Noera Rin immediately figured out what the problem was, so, the reason Kakashi can't control the Sharingan is because he doesn't have this special chakra. Well, although the eyeball is the main target of this special chakra transformation, the brain, surrounding optic nerves, and its own chakra are all within the scope of transformation, and Kakashi's direct transplantation of Sharingan lacks the link of special chakra transformation. Noera Lin understands what Yakushi Nanoyu said, and now she has nothing to do. To solve Kakashi's problem, Obito must evolve the special chakra produced by Sharingan, but now Obito is dead. Without this special chakra, unless Rin Noera can modify Kakashi's brain, optic nerve and chakra all over the body. But this is simply impossible, even Tsunade can't do it. Noera Lin said disappointedly, "So that's the case, thank you, Teacher Nanoyu, it seems that Kakashi's Sharingan can only be like this. Actually, it's not hopeless. The ninja world is so big, and there are many strange methods." Yakushi Nanoyu calmly mentioned Noera Lin's hope, and after her eyes rekindled hope, she continued to speak, "This matter is originally confidential, Lin, and you must not spread it if you know that Nawaki Jonin has never awakened wood before. Style Shueiji was seriously injured once and even quit his ninja career, but not only recovered completely, but also became a powerful wood-style ninja." At this point, Yakushi Nanoyu shut up and stopped talking. Noera Lin was immediately hung up, feeling very itchy in her heart, and quickly asked, "Teacher Nonayu, what's going on behind?" "The latter is classified. Unless you can become a senior executive of my hospital, you are not qualified to check these messages, Lin." After finishing speaking, Yakushi Nanoyu sorted out the documents, knocked on the window of the examination room, and left here, even though Noera Rin pleaded. After Kakashi came out, he immediately saw Lin Noera with a troubled face, and he directly comforted him, "Lin, there is no other way, as long as Uchiha doesn't take this Sharingan back, it will be fine. Kakashi's words aroused Lin Nohara's fighting spirit, and she said to Kakashi firmly in her heart, "Don't worry, Kakashi, I have found a way." Being seriously injured, she can still inherit the wood-style blood inheritance. If this is the case, it should not be difficult to fully integrate the Sharingan. Teacher Nanoyu must have wanted to tell her about this. Noera Lin thought a lot in her heart. In addition, she has to become a medical jonin first, otherwise she will definitely not be able to inquire about this kind of secret. Yatsushiro-kun, the village has experienced several wars in a row, and there are many vacancies in various departments of the village. For the excellent ninjas of the Uchiha clan, the village can give proper care in terms of promotion. You can notify these appointments. Orochimaru gave some appointment documents to Uchiha Yakudai, which included the appointment of 6 Umbu members, 3 medical ninjas, a seal class and a task class, and a promotion notice for the 3 jonin. Uchiha had been huddled in the guard before, and even the position of jonin in the clan was linked to the appointment of the guard. There were not many clan members who directly passed the village assessment to become jonin, and they would always be beaten back for various reasons. Although the former Uchiha was the #1 ninja in Konoha, his political status in the village was very weak, and he could not get involved in other matters except for the garrison, so Uchiha Yatsushiro was very happy after receiving these appointment documents. Uchiha Yadai said excitedly, "Thank you Hokage-sama for your trust in the Uchiha clan. We will work hard for the village." Orochimaru said with a smile, "There is no need to die, I believe in the strength of the Uchiha clan, but Yashiro-kun, I believe that the Chief Fugaku should tell you about the guards." "Yes, I understand, Lord Hokage, the guard has reserved positions for 3 teams, and the arrangement of positions in the future will be arranged by Lord Hokage. Although the 8 generations of Uchiha are not willing to let outsiders join the garrison, but the Uchiha family has gained such a big benefit at once, and more members of the family will receive fair arrangements in the future. Their family is not without talents, but they are treated differently. Can't get promoted. Don't worry, Yatsushiro-kun, the people who are charged into the garrison all have good friendship with your clan." Orochimaru said with a smile that he was not chosen at random. The ninjas who joined the guard now have experience with Uchiha's tribe during the war and gave good comments, and they don't have any dislike for Uchiha. After Uchiha Yadai heard the words, he thanked Orochimaru again, "Thank you very much for your care, Master Hokage." After speaking, he compared Vice Admiral Orochimaru with 3rd Hokage in his heart, and found that it was a good thing that 3rd Hokage abdicated. "Yatsushiro-kun, if I have nothing else to do, I will be busy with other things. Then I will take my leave, Lord Hokage." After Uchiha 8 generations left, Orochimaru called out ninjas from other ninjas and civilians. Some of them were people who had followed Sand Shinobi. They performed well on the battlefield and completed tasks efficiently. They were all arranged by Orochimaru to a good position. Konoha is about the size of a village, and the 2 most important ones are mission delegation and dealing with wars. Orochimaru never holds power in his own hands, he will arrange capable people in suitable positions. For example, the medical department in Konoha Hospital, after Orochimaru handed it over to Tsunade, he almost never asked about it. The same is true for the enchantment class and sealing class. After learning that Kushina would not go out of the village to play, he handed over this important task to Kushina. In the past 2 days, he arranged the most important positions, such as transferring the ninjas of the Sarutobi and Ino, Shika, Cho tribes away. Although they were unwilling, they had to accept Hokage's transfer orders. Konoha village is a military group. It is not so easy for ninjas to retire. They have to go through repeated audits. Some ninjas in important positions retire, and they will also arrange sealing techniques in their brains to ensure the confidentiality of Konoha. Although the village has only been established for about 50 years, it has already developed a mature system. Now the only thing Orochimaru has not done is Umbu, but Umbu has been split into 2 parts, and there is only 1 unit under Orochimaru's order, and the rest are still, according to the regulations, under the orders of 3rd Hokage. Because tomorrow is the Hokage succession ceremony. But this is an excuse for those Umbu captains, because the Umbu captain and deputy captain are the eldest son and daughter-in-law of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya, if you want to buy me a drink, you won't pick a better place. Tsunade looked at this small shop and said, although it is not small in terms of the whole Konoha, but compared with Kahn's izakaya, it is not the slightest difference. Small also has its advantages. The shochu here is definitely not bad, and there are all kinds of side dishes. Jiraiya quickly said that the benefit is actually saving money. Last time he drank a few bottles of shochu, he felt heartbroken, so this time he found a cheap izakaya in advance. After ordering shochu and appetizers, the two drank one cup after another. Now it is a busy period, and they are the only ones who can be so free. Tsunade was the first to ask, Jiraiya, what do you want to say this time? Is it because of the Hokage election last time? It's not that, I understand you, I made the same choice as you. After Jiraiya heard this, he didn't get any useful information from Tsunade, but he thought about the abnormality of the daimyo, and planned to investigate this aspect first, but in that case he might become a traitor, but he thought for a long time and made a decision. An amazing guy, I don't know much about him. Jiraiya shook his head and said, it has nothing to do with strength, I'm talking about Orochimaru's character, right Tsunade, can you tell me a little about that Kahn, I'm very curious about him. Tsunade immediately sensed something was wrong, and quickly asked, Jiraiya, what are you talking about? Why did you become an enemy? Jiraiya sighed and said, I'm just feeling emotional, and what I want to say is that even if I become an enemy in the future, I don't want it to be you, Tsunade, who come to hunt me down. Kushina found her target when she was very young, and Tsunade has been single in recent years. Although there are various reasons, she is still in a bad mood. I came to you for another matter, do you think Orochimaru has changed? UB************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
D. What do you want to say?
Tsunade hates this sentence the most. Although she is over 30 years old, her technique can keep her appearance unchanged, but if anyone mentions her age in front of her, it can still arouse her curiosity anger. Thank you, Mr. Jien 4455, for the reward. Tsunade, more than 20 years have passed since we became teammates, and you are getting old now, if you promised me back then. Jiraiya shook his head and said, he knew that Tsunade cared about Nawaki a lot, and Nawaki was Orochimaru's disciple, so there was nothing wrong with his choice. The second update, ask for tickets, there will be 2 updates in a while. Tsunade feels a headache when she thinks of Kahn. She probably owes more than 300 million in Kahn's casino, and her other identities have been exposed. Recently, she is considering whether to ask Kushina to ease the debtor. Tsunade frowned slightly after hearing the words, and then asked back, changed? Are you talking about Orochimaru's strength? It's not surprising. She said in a normal way, and she suddenly remembered that Jiraiya probably didn't know about the extremis virus serum. Tsunade snorted coldly and said, Jiraiya, I still won't think about you. The Hokage succession ceremony was held as scheduled, and the Fire Country daimyo also came to help. It was a very grand ceremony. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the Hokage hat to Orochimaru at the succession ceremony with a blank face, which can be regarded as a symbol of power transfer, but this is a brand new hat, because Kahn asked Orochimaru a word. One was worn by the old man. Will you continue to wear the bamboo hat that has been worn for more than 10 years? After hearing this, Orochimaru asked to make a new Hokage hat, but Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it was Orochimaru's provocation to his teacher. Thousands of people cheered, the streets near the Hokage building were full of people, and almost everyone in Konoha village came to watch the succession ceremony, but the ceremony ended soon, and the security team quickly evacuated the crowd to prevent accidents. After the ceremony, Orochimaru officially became the 4th Hokage. After returning to Hokage's office, Orochimaru didn't show an excited expression, because everything was a matter of course. What he's thinking now is where is the best place to move the laboratory outside the village, and the cultivation of fire dragons and other magical creatures can also be done. Build a team in an above-board manner. Boom! The door of Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open, and Orochimaru saw the vigorous Tsunade walking towards him. Orochimaru, Jiraiya has left the village. Yes, I see. Orochimaru didn't show any surprise, as if he had expected this a long time ago. Then he took out a copy from the side file, knocked on the table and called a member of Umbu who was waiting outside the house, and said to him, "Pass this wanted warrants are sent to Fire Nation and other allied ninja villages." However, the Umbu member was snatched away by Tsunade before he got the wanted warrant. "Master Tsunade." Umbu reminded weakly. According to the regulations, this should not be shown to other people casually, but basically no one will stop Tsunade. Even Master Hokage who is beside him has a flat face and doesn't care. After reading the information on the characters on the wanted notice, Tsunade took a picture of the wanted notice into the hands of Umbu members, and asked in disbelief, "Orochimaru, do you really plan to designate Jiraiya as a traitor?" Orochimaru shook his head and said, "Leaving the village without Hokage's permission, isn't it enough to qualify as rebellion? Tsunade, my request to Jiraiya is to stay in the village and wait for help from the battlefield. He insists on fulfilling the prophecy of Mount Myaboku. Now Kirigakure is still invading. But he has been with us for more than 20 years. Before Tsunade could finish speaking, Orochimaru interrupted, "This is Jiraiya's choice." He knew that leaving Konoha would be a traitor, but he still chose to leave. "Tsunade, didn't you persuade him?" Of course she persuaded, Tsunade thought angrily. She not only persuaded, but also threatened with her fist, but it was useless. Jiraiya still left early. He is very familiar with Konoha's enchantment, and he can even do it differently startle anyone. "It's so troublesome, I don't care about it anymore." Tsunade held back his anger and left the Hokage building directly. Sanin's relationship and reputation were directly broken. After the news of Jiraiya's defection to Konoha became widely known, there must be many villages watching Konoha's jokes. Tsunade felt that she should be more decisive. Jiraiya scored in the hospital. After Tsunade left, Orochimaru continued to deal with Konoha's government affairs, but it didn't take long for him to feel that he should finalize the matter of Hokage's assistance as soon as possible, otherwise so many things would definitely waste a lot of his time. But before that, solve the Kirigakure matter first. Orochimaru felt that third Mizukage was a little crazy. He actually participated in the war when each ninja village was preparing to end the war, and he also faced 3 ninja villages. Although there are obstacles in the sea, it is difficult to negotiate a large-scale war with mist shinobi among the 3 ninja villages, but if you are forced to use the tailed beast Jinchuriki, even if Kirigakure lives in the sea, it will be wiped out by tailed beast bomb. What a bunch of troublesome guys, about to start digesting the benefits of the war. What the hell is Mist Shinobi trying to do? On Hokage's desk was a request for help from the coastal battlefield, which required medical ninjas and a group of assassination squads. Orochimaru thought for a while, then selected a group of ninjas as a support force, and then asked Umbu to assemble them. In the past, when sending support to the battlefield, a Jonin meeting would be held, but Orochimaru felt that this was a waste of time, so he issued orders directly. As long as the ninjas obeyed the orders well, nothing else mattered. As Umbu and the task class ninjas issued the order, many ninjas directly received the summoning order and went to the Hokage building. Hyuga clan. An Umbu suddenly came to the door and was taken to Hyuga Hayashi's home by the guards of the branch house. After seeing the person, Umbu directly handed over the scroll in his hand, and said, "Head Hyuga, this is an order from Master Hokage." After saying this, Umbu left vigorously. Hyuga Hayashi frowned slightly. Their Hyuga clan has never been involved in the affairs of the village, and they seem a little independent from outsiders. However, Konoha village cannot do without them because of the ability of Bai Yen. In terms of detection ability, Bai Yen is the strongest blood successor. Although the Hyuga clan supported Orochimaru at the Jonin meeting, it was Hyuga Hayashi's decision when Namikaze Minato was hopeless. However, after Hyuga Hayashi opened the scroll, he was shocked by the appointment above, and then Hyuga Hayashi directly said to the branch house guards beside him, "Takuma, immediately notify the elders and a few people in the branch house to hold a clan meeting. In addition to the Hyuga clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho and Sarutobi clans also received a lot of quests, but unlike the Hyuga clan, the Ino, Shika, Cho clan mostly received more difficult tasks. Long-term border garrison missions, lurking and intelligence collection, etc. Nara Shirgyo and Yamanaka Haichi's speculation was completely wrong. On the first day Orochimaru just took office, he took a few ninjas from them. Although it was not directly sent to the battlefield, but it was a big deal to be transferred from Konoha's power center to the border or other small ninja villages at once. And this time it was dispatched to the border, and next time it might be sent to the battlefield. But they have no other way, unless they defect directly from the village like Jiraiya, or they have to accept Hokage's order. Deep underground in the land of Earth, the aging Uchiha Madara felt that he was about to die. Just now, with the help of the remaining power in the Geto statue, he cast an illusion on third Mizukage, which consumed a lot of his chakra. It will take a while longer. Uchiha Madara looks at Uchiha Obito who desperately wants to recover his body every day, and then leaves here. This is probably the only fun he can enjoy, and it is rare for the Uchiha family to have such a person. Suddenly, a white Zetsu emerged from the ground and whispered to Uchiha Madara, "Master Madara, the target has been assigned to Konoha, ready to go to the Mist Shinobi battlefield. Really, it's finally time, otherwise you will have to use Sharingan to run, and now I only have one Sharingan left." After Uchiha Madara said this, he stopped for a while. After he used the illusion on third Mizukage, he couldn't move anymore. Then for the illusion of Mist Shinobi Ambu, he deducted a Sharingan and put it in it. Leave the illusion seal to White Zetsu, let him act. "Master Madara, besides this news, I have something more to gain." "Master Madara, do you want to guess?" This White Zetsu avatar said to Uchiha Madara excitedly, as if he had obtained a peerless treasure. This performance also made Uchiha Madara a little curious. What harvest, what big move does Konoha have? Or White Zetsu couldn't wait to say to Uchiha Madara, "It's 10 million taels. The task target gave it to me. It's the first time I've seen so much money. Madara, how do you think I should spend this money? Do you want to hire me?" Several people performed in front of me. White Zetsu. The third update. Sorry for being late, there will be another update in a while. It is impossible to let White Zetsu go. After all, White Zetsu is an important source of information for Uchiha Madara. The new team member is Kakashi's same period, Chunin Marino Ibiki, who is a taciturn person, and rarely communicated with each other when he was in the ninja school, but after introducing each other, they can be regarded as getting to know each other. It was after Uchiha Madara knew about Rin Nohara's constitution that she arranged such a good show for Obito. "Lin, be careful when you arrive in the land of water, and obey my orders." Noera Lin nodded, "I see, Kakashi, but I have also become a lot stronger, this time I won't hold back." She also did a lot of special training after she came back, especially about resisting illusions and casting them. It's just that this kind of defective product is sometimes too annoying. Although it is very useful, it can often provoke his anger. Subsequently, the Konoha Shinobi supporters of the Mist Shinobi battlefield set off, a total of 300 people, of which the medical staff and the assassination team accounted for half of the number. The Kakashi team is the standard long-term latent team in the enemy's territory. In addition to Konoha's actions, Kirigakure has also made a plan under his arrangement, but Kirigakure needs a suitable candidate, and constitutions that can seal tailed beasts are very rare, and Noera Lin happens to be more suitable for sealing tailed beasts' constitution. The more Uchiha Obito looks forward to, the greater the despair will be. Under this kind of despair, it is the time when the Uchiha family will transform the fastest. There is Kakashi, the captain with outstanding strength and experience in lurking in enemy territory, as well as medical ninjas and Marino Ibiki who is in charge of torture. Ask for tickets by the way. Moreover, Kakashi always feels a little guilty when facing Namikaze Minato. The last time he saw Mr. Minato, he keenly felt that Mr. Minato has changed a lot. I don't know whether it is because of the failure of the election for Hokage or the defection of Master Jiraiya. In short, Kakashi, I feel that Minato-sensei has a big emotional problem. Although it is incomparable with Kakashi, those who underestimate her may be easily cut open by Noara Rin with chakra scalpel. Roll. What's wrong? Madara-sama. Kakashi warned before departure that now that he has formed the Kakashi team, he and Noara Rin have left the Minato class. Unless there is a particularly difficult S-level mission, there will be no two Jonin in a team. We have so many forces. Kahn revealed to Kushina a little about the size of his business, and Kushina's eyes widened in shock, but she didn't know everything, at least the armed forces and the intelligence organization managed by Yakushi Nanoyu, Kushina didn't know. It's not a deliberate concealment, but many things are not visible, such as human experiments. Kushina will probably find it difficult to accept, although Kahn can guarantee that Kushina will not leave him even if he knows, but this kind of embarrassment should be avoided as much as possible. After I leave, you can manage these things if you want, and if you don't want to, leave them to Xia Chuan and the others. After hearing the words, Kushina immediately became interested and asked, "Can I manage business matters?" Of course, even if you lose a few 100 million taels, it's nothing, as long as you're happy. When Kahn said this, he was really not bragging. He has been in the ninja world for 10 years. It is a bit exaggerated to say that he monopolizes the basic necessities of Fire Nation, but at least 30% of the business is related to him. Medicine, newspapers, desserts, casinos, chain izakayas and restaurants, etc. Xia Chuan has also become a well-known businesswoman in the Land of Fire, but many people know that Kahn is behind her. 70% of the consumer places in Konoha are run by Kahn, and the money he sent to Jonin will eventually be spent on his business and recycled. Moreover, Kushina was just on a whim, and I guess I would not care about it when I lost my interest. Kahn's biggest gain from coming to the ninja world this time is the gift from himself in the future. The technology accumulation brought to him by Naruto is enough to make the technology accumulation of the Pent group reach the level of space warfare, but it will take a lot of time to fully digest it. He has been searching for mineral resources in the ninja world during this time. Kakuzu was holding the seal scroll and almost broke his legs, but he is also very happy. Now Kakuzu has almost become the exclusive thug of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, and even entrusted by Xia Chuan to destroy 2 underground bounty houses in the country of Tang and the country of Grass. Because there were a large number of bounties on the underground bounty for important personnel in Kahn's forces, and they refused to withdraw the bounty, Kahn spent money to teach the underground bounty a lesson. However, Kakuzu was more cautious in his actions, and his actions were very clean. No one escaped, so the people in the underground gold exchange did not know that Kakuzu did it. This is just the beginning. Kahn directly used 500 million taels to buy the life of the underground bounty house and the bounty behind the scenes. In addition to this move, Xia Chuan is also equipped with a lot of biochemical super warriors. Shenong helped them transform their bodies, using T-virus and super soldier serum to strengthen their body data, and the Red Queen helped them transform them into semi-mechanized bodies implanted with electronic chips to increase their combat power. The electronic chip contains not only Kahn's orders, but also a series of knowledge that a guard should master. At the same time, it can be regarded as testing and collecting data. They are the first batch of users of the 2 serums under Kahn. Even with the support of future data, Shenong still killed more than 70 experimental subjects before creating 30 biochemical super soldier. Although the appearance is a bit hideous, it is okay to wear a mask, and the mask is specially made, with multiple functions such as infrared scanning, farsightedness, and electric stimulation. It is also equipped with exoskeleton armor and new energy weapons. The new energy weapons in the hands of these biochemical super soldiers are usually plasma laser guns. If a ninja is rubbed, the body will be scorched and injured, and it is basically impossible to save the vitals. And the firing speed is faster than Jonin's throwing kunai. Unless you dodge in advance or the speed is fast enough, you can't dodge the plasma laser gun. However, although this weapon is powerful, it is difficult to recharge it in the ninja world. Most of the energy must be supplied to the Red Queen and engineering robots. The weapons of the 30 biochemical super soldiers are just right. If there are more, they need to be left for them. Part of the energy is used as a weapon reserve. With the protection of biochemical super soldiers and magic items, the safety of several important men of Kahn is temporarily guaranteed. Xia Chuan and others also have ninja and samurai guards. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to kill them under the triple protection. Kahn also has some guesses about the mastermind behind the bounty offer. Konoha executives and Cloud Shinobi are more likely. They have the deepest hatred for Kahn. If they cannot deal with Kahn, they are likely to deal with the people around him or his subordinates. Kushina is naturally closest to him, but the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who can control the power of tailed beasts, and several other ninjas of 5 Kage levels are no match for Kushina, and the magic items on Kushina are the most powerful, and her safety does not need Kahn worry. Somewhere in the land of fire, the root training base. Danzo started to establish root bases outside Konoha very early, and there are more than one. There are 3 hidden bases in the Fire Country alone, and this is the training place for root members with the largest capacity among the 3 bases. After the root base of Konoha was destroyed, Danzo asked people to develop more spells to restrain his subordinates, and the news of the destruction of the root base was also known to all ninjas. Since then, even with the order of Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is also difficult for him to recruit men from the ninja. An incompetent and weakened Danzo elder and root, many ninjas do not want to send their clansmen to serve Danzo, and the root's recruitment requirements are not low, at least Chunin is already considered the backbone of the ninja. Since then, Danzo has vigorously developed its own candidates and established a training base. Gento has taken 5 to 6-year-old children from the ninja world for training. Those with ninja talent and good performance will be allowed to practice ninjutsu, only when you become a genin will you be assigned tasks. Now there are 33 teenagers and girls aged 7 or 8 in this base. They have to undergo cruel training every day. These 33 people are all children who have been screened out and successfully extracted chakra. How about it, how many people in this group can supplement the roots? On this day, Danzo came to the training base to check the situation. His Hokage assistant had been dismissed, and now he only had the identity of common jonin. And Danzo was unwilling to let go, so he could only use his own methods to develop and grow the roots, and then look for opportunities to regain power. At least 20 people can become Chunin, but it takes several years of training. After Danzo heard the words, he said coldly, "A few years. It's too long. I will prepare a batch of medicine for you. Starting tomorrow, the training volume will be increased by 30%. Only those who survive will be added to the roots." "Yes, Master Danzo. How is Shizen doing?" "Excellent. I will give her news of Kato Dan Jonin from time to time." Driven by hatred, she has learned the spirit technique and also learned various assassination methods. The ninja in charge of the root training base replied, "She has completed 17 C-level missions and 9 B-level missions, and there is currently no mission target alive." "Well done." Hearing this, Danzo was also very satisfied with Shizen's performance. After throwing off the shackles of Konoha, the root development speed increased several times than before, and he felt that he would soon have the strength to return to Konoha. Kahn sorted out the gains this time. All the future technologies will be sorted out by the Red Queen. After returning to the Marvel world, another Red Queen can receive and digest them all. There are also metal resources, which can be produced after returning. Engineering robots or new energy war machines. The expansion of power will be of great benefit to the collection of resources. Now that Kahn gives an order, hundreds of people in the ninja world will help him run errands. Kakuzu, a Kage-level ninja, has traveled all over the ninja world. After collecting a large number of resources, Kahn is going to send them back to the Marvel world for use, otherwise they will be idle in the space backpack or the non-marking expansion pocket. After packing up the items to take back, Kahn went back to Konoha, ready to say goodbye to Kushina. I just happened to meet Tsunade who came to Kushina to complain. She is in a bad mood recently, not even in the mood to process documents, so I came to see Kushina. However, Tsunade's eyes lit up when she came here. She knew that Kushina had moved to a new home, but she didn't expect such a good place in Konoha. Kahn never wronged herself after she was able, so she changed the environment with magic, making the enchantment very livable. Not long after Tsunade arrived, she decided to live here for a while. When Kushina heard Tsunade's decision, she wanted to refuse, but she couldn't speak. She couldn't tell Tsunade that her voice might be loud at night. Ask Tsunade to come live after Kahn leaves. Before Kushina finished speaking, she was suddenly picked up, and then an apparition came to the bedroom. Just as Kushina was about to say something, she felt a burst of desire, and then her desire also rose. Ask for votes. After Tsunade listened carefully for a while, his face turned red, and he thought with embarrassment, why is Kushina so loud, didn't she lock the door? Although she has always been single, she still has some understanding of this kind of thing, and now she suddenly feels that she should not stay overnight because of drinking. Ignore these two guys and sleep. Kahn remembered that Tsunade asked him to live in the Senju tribe to protect him, so he put away the idea of driving her away and said, forget it, let her live, it's good to have someone to accompany you. There is nothing special here except magic, and it is obviously impossible for Tsunade to understand magic, so it doesn't matter if he stays. After Tsunade knew what the sound was, she ignored it and lay on the bed directly covering her ears with the quilt, but even so, she could still hear some muffled sounds and couldn't fall asleep at all. After a while Tsunade tossed and turned on the bed, and then his legs slowly rubbed together. On the other hand, after Tsunade was drunk, she always felt voices coming from her ears, and it continued continuously, which made her unable to sleep well. From the fact that Tsunade opened a bottle of Kahn's good wine during dinner, it can be seen how she could be a person who cares about the living environment, and usually throws her clothes everywhere. After Tsunade's alcohol dissipated for a while, she sat up on the bed angrily. She just wanted to get out of bed to see where the sound was coming from, but the next second she felt something was wrong. It was already night when Kahn returned to Konoha, and after hearing Kushina's words, he immediately guessed Tsunade's real intention. It didn't take long before continuous whispers sounded, and Kushina suddenly felt as if she had forgotten something in a blur of consciousness, but under the violent movement, she completely forgot what she was thinking just now. He seldom drinks, but the wine cabinet is full of a wall, including many famous wines from the Marvel world and the biochemical world. This wine cabinet is very attractive to Tsunade, so she finds an excuse to stay down. However, Tsunade heard from Kushina in the afternoon that it is best to have her pick you up here, otherwise it will be very troublesome, but at this time, how dare Tsunade go to Kushina and ask her to send him away? She knew Kahn would be away for a while soon, so she took the initiative. After returning to the Marvel world, this is the first time that Kahn has felt a little weak in kidney vitality. Although his physical fitness has evolved to this level, his opponent is not weak either. The resilience of Uzumaki's constitution plus the resilience brought by Nine Tails chakra, after Kushina's clothes softened and begged for mercy, Kahn went to Yakushi Nanoyu's again, wearing a Chongsam-like nurse's uniform with slits and a long white silk tube socks, and no Naoyu's cold expression. Kahn can only say that no Naoyu understands him too well. After returning, Kahn sat quietly on the sofa for a while. He emptied all the ammunition in one day, and he was considered a heroic warrior, until the green snake crawled in from the outside and rubbed against his feet. Only then did Kahn come back to his senses, and he will look for genes that can strengthen this aspect in the future. Xiao Qing. When did you grow up so big? It seems that I have to find a way to solve it for you. Kahn immediately thought of the permanent shrinking spell in alchemy, but the green snake obviously couldn't wear magic items, so he could only think of other ways. Poison Fang, or Snake Lin. Xiao Qing, which one do you think is better? These two shapes of alchemy items are more suitable for the green snake, and it will be good to find a replacement on it, otherwise, its body will grow to tens of meters long, and unless it lives in the sea like a basilisk, it will still be killed. Discovery is impossible, unless it never leaves the protective spell range of the Kahn estate. It's fine for the master to make up his mind. It's really inconvenient to be too big. I may not be able to enter the house in a few months. The green snake nodded its huge snake head and said to Kahn that it has grown up to be able to talk, but it doesn't usually talk much. When Kahn and Betty are not around, it will climb into the house by itself to turn on the TV and receive some news of this world. As a snake born in Ryuchi Cave, the green snake is one of the better endowed snakes. Generally, snakes that absorb natural energy too quickly are likely to control human language, and it only needs to strengthen the body with natural energy. As for Ryuchi Cave's immortal art, if Kahn does not help it transform its body, it will take at least 100 years to learn to control it. The alchemy items prepared for the green snake will be ready soon. During this period, Kahn will also transfer the future technology brought back to the Red Queen's network for storage. Some technologies can be replaced now, and those that are eliminated can still be manufactured. Come out and sell it to the military or Hydra. The new energy weapons researched by Vank and his son are still among the top batch in the world. Although there is no research on strategic weapons, in terms of individual equipment, there should be no arms company that can compare with the invention of Vank and his son. The same is true for Stark Industries, whose arms are ahead of Heavy Arms, and orders for individual weapons were once occupied by Hammer Industries and the original Osborne Group. Fierce Fire training materials, Shadow Clone's solidified ancient runes, and the fangs that Kahn broke from the basilisk's mouth were used as magic materials. Before the uploading of the data was completed, he made a few snake-like alchemy items for Shaoqing and Fangs. Kahn put a few snake scales and fawn-like alchemy items on the body of the green snake, and then cast a hardening spell, and then the body of the green snake slowly shrank under the effect of the alchemy items until it became an arm length. It's amazing, Master, but I don't feel that the power has weakened. After the green snake finished speaking, it flicked its tail and pulled it towards the ground. In an instant, the gravel smashed by the floor tiles in the house flew randomly, forming a pothole more than 1 meter wide. I can't bear it to slam it with all my strength. In the future, you can try to get Betty to accept you, so that you can go out and hang out. After Kahn finished talking to the green snake, he waved his hand to restore the broken ground to its original state. Betty knew the existence of the green snake, but she couldn't accept the size of the green snake. People who lack strength have natural fear when facing huge monsters, even if Betty knew that the green snake would not hurt her. However, the shrunken green snake looks pretty good, and Kahn thinks Betty should be able to accept it. I see, Master. Although he readily agreed, the green snake still crawled towards the living room, and after a while, the sound of a TV program came. It seemed to be a documentary about animals. Kahn didn't expect that the green snake would like to watch this. All the information is transmitted to the database of the Red Queen, and the degree of confidentiality is very high. Kahn knows that there are existences in this world that can threaten the Red Queen, such as Jarvis, Dr. Zola and some powerful hackers, so the confidentiality of the database is very high. Very high. The independent network and the access rights only available in special locations directly cut off 99% of the possibility of intrusion, unless they can break through layers of magic to come to Kahn's residence, and then eliminate the green snake and basilisk. After several hours of cracking, only then can it be possible to obtain all the technical reserves in the Red Queen database. Ivan, make a list of recently developed weapons that can be sold, and then make a batch of samples. I'm going to negotiate a business with the military and others. After Kahn came to Pent Group, he found Ivan Vank immediately and asked him to pack up the existing junk and prepare to sell them in batches. Boss, don't make some technical reserves. We have a better choice now, Ivan. I will give you some more advanced weapon technology at that time, and now these relatively backward ones can be sold to the military. Kahn said to Ivan that the weapons put out by the Pent Group will most likely lead to a new war mode. Some old rifles and submachine guns can be eliminated, and light and portable new energy weapons and firearms will be the future of war. Mainstream weapons. Even new fighters, new tanks, etc. will be developed all at once. After giving these orders, Kahn suddenly received a dinner invitation from Stern and told him that a special guest would like to talk to him about something. Kahn has asked the Red Queen to find out about Stern. He is barely a core member of Hydra. The status of a member of parliament is of great help to Hydra, so Stern often comes forward to help Hydra get some benefit. As for the purpose of Hydra looking for him, it is not for the extremist virus serum or Wakanda's business. If it is the former, then Kahn decided to sell some of the inferior version of the extremist virus serum to Hydra, but he has to exchange for some construction of underground hives and resources to build a space carrier. The inferior version of extremist virus serum uses some highly regenerative cell genes to suppress the side effects of extremist virus, with a 70% success rate. Ingredients, we can continue to improve the success rate. Other ingredients may not have such a good regenerative function. The most perfect extremist virus is the fusion of Hashirama cell genes, the absolute success rate, powerful regenerative properties, and can continue to integrate the genetic characteristics of other species, but in the Marvel world, only Kahn has injected the perfect extremist virus serum. If it's about Wakanda, then Kahn wants Hydra to be more decisive. Vibranium is such a magical and useful metal, why does it have to be controlled by a black country with backward fighting methods? Betty is not in the United States now, she went to Sokovia after dealing with Eugene's biological laboratory. Kahn and Betty talked on the phone. She has now found the Maximov brothers and sisters, and they have not been killed yet. Snake noticed that he was receiving government subsidies to go to school. The siblings, Pietro and Wanda, were quite vigilant, and did not relax because of Betty's charitable behavior, and did not accept their suggestions for funding and adoption. Betty is trying other methods now, but she won't be able to come back in the short term. A bit of a waste of time, but Wanda has this kind of investment value. Chaos magic is more powerful than a single infinity stone, and Kahn has to keep it in his hands. Cent Villa is considered a relatively luxurious and quiet residential area in Washington, D.C. Stern likes women with a hotter personality. Most of them are ****D by using their senator's status, and they are all suppressed by him. These were found by the Red Queen when collecting Stern's information. Kahn didn't take a plane, but came here directly with apparition, and then made a call to Stern at the door that he couldn't refuse. "Mr. Congressman, I'm outside your villa right now, I can open it if it's convenient." Door. Stern rushed to the door immediately after receiving the call. When he saw that Kahn had really come to his house, he couldn't help asking in surprise, "Mr. Kahn, if I remember correctly, I just spoke on the phone half an hour ago." "Half an hour is enough for me to stay at the hotel." After a few words of politeness, Kahn was invited in by Stern. When he came to the living room, he met Malik, the director of the International Security Committee. "Director Malik, I didn't expect you to be looking for me." After saying hello, Kahn sat directly on the sofa next to Malik. Malik's expression remained solemn all the time. Even if he told him some good news, it might be difficult to see a smile, but if he really made him smile, it would definitely be very ugly. After the two talked about some irrelevant trivia, Malik went straight to the topic and asked with a slightly solemn expression, "Mr. Kahn, how much do you know about Wakanda?" The backward tribes are used to controlling the most advanced technological civilization, and the incomparably precious vibrating gold mines are a bit wasteful in my opinion. Kahn shook his head regretfully and said that the space carrier needs a large amount of alloy metal doped with vibrating gold, and it can also be used to make the biochemical mechanical warrior. It is a pity to let a group of black ghosts keep it. Director Malik, any thoughts on Wakanda? Director Malik did not answer Kahn's question, but instead talked about other things. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Wakanda have had one or two contacts, and the other party does not have strong ambitions or the purpose of destroying world peace, and S.H.I.E.L.D. It is also impossible to conduct in-depth reconnaissance on Wakanda. Their place is a bit strange, so it was finally set to level 7. Kahn chuckled and asked, "Good evaluation, Director Malik. Excuse me to ask, what level is the Indian rated?" "We only know the approximate location of Wakanda and some unimportant information. We don't know the rest of the information," defense satellites, military equipment, and defense personnel. We can't even find Wakanda on the map. Mr. Kahn, do you know what that means? After Malik's camouflage was torn off by Kahn, they also revealed some news. They did analyze the value of Xinjiang metal, the outflow of personnel and other information, and finally came to the conclusion that Xinjiang is important for weapon development, aerospace and other aspects. There is a great breakthrough. Captain America's shield is doped with vibrating gold, which is hard and light. It is an alloy that Hydra has not been able to research so far. If there is a large amount of vibrating gold, it will definitely promote the development of all aspects. Strategic level weapons can't be used. Yes, the safest way is to rely on a large number of soldiers to search at the approximate latitude and longitude where Wakanda is located, and then use the tactics of World War II to take them down. Malik said bluntly, and he was only a member of the Council for the Supervision of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. has grown bigger, even Pierce cannot start a war against Wakanda for no reason. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization that maintains world peace and guarantees the safety of mankind. He is not a warmonger. So Director Malik, do you have a way to adjust Wakanda's rating by one level? Malik frowned slightly after hearing the words. Level 7 is already enough to threaten national security, so the United States should treat it with caution. Director Malik, I don't think that the United States will be an opponent of Wakanda. With members of Congress and the politicians of the U.S. President, it is estimated that if the attack does not go well, they will immediately choose other methods. That would be a real joke. Kahn can see that Malik, or the Hydra behind him, is also very excited. A metal mine with the highest value on Earth and the most advanced civilization on Earth, even Hydra doesn't know much about Wakanda. If it wasn't for Kahn's reminder, they didn't even notice that there is such a wonderful country on the African continent. Mr. Kahn, if there are enough super soldiers, I think there are other ways to deal with Wakanda. Malik spread his hands, and the purpose was exposed. They felt that Wakanda needed a long-term plan, but the super soldier serum could be obtained as soon as possible. The two bodyguards beside Betty Ross had already exposed their strength, jumping 3 or 4 meters, easily set off a car. In addition, the military is currently forming a second super soldier squad. Without enough samples, it will take at least 7 or 8 years for Hydra to research the serum. The fastest way now is to get it from Kahn. Director Malik, I've always felt that we can work together well. After all, we have a lot in common. The benefits you get in Wakanda will far exceed that of an extremist virus serum. Don't let your eyes be bound. While shaking his head, Kahn took out a tube of extremist serum and transaction documents, which contained the effects of extremist serum and what he needed. For transactions with Hydra, Kahn does not accept US dollars, but requires shares of several mining companies and construction companies in the United States, especially those involving overseas operations. Now the channels of the factories under the Pent Group are completely unable to meet the construction of underground hives, not to mention that Vank and his son have accumulated many other projects. There is a big gap in the supply of steel, alloys, etc., not to mention the weapons that will be sold to the military afterwards. If they are not stupid, they will place a long-term order. At that time, the supply of alloys needed at that time will at least double or even 10 times. Maybe people will get stuck, so Kahn feels that the resource supply channels of the Pent Group need to be expanded. He has medicines that are needed by rich people from all over the world, and he can use this to negotiate with those mining countries. He took out a tube of extremist virus serum and a trading contract, and left behind a USB flash drive, which contained a catalog of weapons sold by the Pent Group and demonstration videos, and then got up to leave, but before he left, he bowed his head in front of Malik in the ear of the director said, "Hail Hydra." Hearing this greeting from the organization, Malik's pupils shrank for a moment, and then he looked back quickly. However, there was no one in the room, and there was no one else except him, but he still had the extremist virus serum, the letter of agreement for the transaction contract, and a data hard drive in his hands. He felt for the first time. "Stern!" Malik yelled, and Stern came in from outside, along with some heavily armed soldiers with assault rifles. Stern saw Malik alone after entering the room, and immediately asked suspiciously, "Malik, where is Kahn Pinter? He didn't leave through the gate. We have been guarding outside the door, and we haven't seen anyone leaving at all. Jimmy, what did you see in the surveillance?" After Stern explained to Malik, he immediately asked the person in charge of monitoring. "Nothing, sir. The gentleman was alone in the room just now. He scratched his head after drinking a cup of coffee. F***ku. Stern cursed directly. He led the people in, but the surveillance personnel said they never saw them. Then Stern waved his hand and asked the two armed soldiers to deal with the monitoring personnel, and by the way, carefully check the monitoring problem. After listening to the monitoring, Malik and Stern knew that the security system here had been invaded, but it was the failure of the monitoring personnel not to find out in time. Although this villa is not very important, it can also reveal a lot of information. The fault of the monitoring personnel has reached the processing standard. After dealing with the surveillance personnel, Stern saw a few things in front of Malik, and asked involuntarily, "What is this?" "Extremis serum, letter of intent to trade contract, and I need a laptop." Malik said that when Stern was dealing with the monitoring personnel, he had already read the letter of agreement for the transaction contract. What Kahn wanted was not difficult for Hydra, not to mention that they had such resources in their hands. The power of Hydra can help Kahn get it done in a month. However, if there is no sample of extremis virus serum, it will not be produced within a year. The laptop was delivered quickly, and Malik inserted the USB flash drive into the laptop, and then he and Stern saw the list of weapons sold by the Pinter Group and video data. After reading it, Malik's assessment of Kahn Pinter was even higher. "Stern, did you know he was a member of Hydra?" "What?" "When he just left, he said a word of Hail Hydra to me. He is also a member of the organization." Malik said with a solemn face, leaning into his ear and saying the slogan, "This is the way the organization greets," but he didn't know that there was such a number one person in the organization, super soldier serum and new energy weapon armament. If he knew it before, he definitely going to be working with Kahn Pinter early on. Later, Stern learned from Malik what happened just now, but he didn't know what to say, and they almost robbed their own people. The room was quiet for a while, and both Malik and Stern were contemplating. After a while, Stern suddenly asked, "So how did he leave just now?" "Mr. Burnt, I am the new assistant arranged by Ms. Ross. I am mainly responsible for completing your affairs and daily schedule when Ms. Ross is away." A call was made to Kahn's mobile phone suddenly, and then Kahn saw the female assistant on the other side of the projection screen. This technology has been popularized in the Pinter Group, and all aspects of operation and profit are left to Laura. "Your name?" "Ms. Assistant." The lady with blue eyes and blonde hair on the other side of the projection screen replied, "Sharon Nia, graduated from the Department of Management of Harvard University, Mr. Pinter. I remember your phone number. I have nothing to do recently. If there is anything, I will notify you." After Kahn finished speaking, the conversation ended. A female assistant is not worthy of Kahn's concern, but he still asked the Red Queen to carefully monitor the people around Betty. With the scale of the Pinter Group and Betty's identity, there are too many people who want to put spies around her. He didn't take life assistance seriously. In fact, on this earth, there are too few people who can pose a threat to him, like to develop power and then control everything. Kahn doesn't like Tony Stark's behavior very much, but Stark Industries is promoting recently that their Liberty flagship series missile system is negotiating orders with the military. If it goes well, it will be replaced by the military after Christmas. A batch of more advanced missile systems. Perhaps the only thing Kahn appreciates about Tony Stark is his playboy, and he, a pharmaceutical tycoon, can do it too. The Pinter Group's recent popularity in the pharmaceutical field has completely surpassed Stark Industries. If Kahn is willing, he can one day change a supermodel. But those supermodels are really ordinary in Kahn's view. Without Vila blood, special identity, or abnormal constitution, it is difficult to arouse his interest. Moreover, Kahn is not very pushy, and pushes all interviews to Laura and Betty. Laura is responsible for being famous in the business, and Betty is responsible for attending the military press conference. The flagship missile system of the Liberty series. Tony Stark is estimated to be going to Afghanistan for weapons testing. Can you take over Stark Industries' weapons department? Kahn thought for a while, and found it difficult. Stark Industries is not short of money, and except for Obadiah Stine, the second largest director, the shares held by the other directors add up to less than 15%, and there is no acquisition at all necessary. While Kahn was browsing the news online, Malik called him. After hanging him for a few minutes, Kahn answered the phone, and then heard Malik's voice on the other end of the phone. "Sorry, Kahn, my attitude may not be very good yesterday, I didn't know you were our friend." The second update, there will be another update in a while. For the people of Hydra, no matter how great the benefits are, it is not as good as a Hail Hydra. The greater the benefits that outsiders bring out, it will only arouse the greed of Hydra. They will rarely cooperate with outsiders. Either they will absorb you into the Hydra organization as a peripheral member, or they will use various methods to control you. That is to say, Kahn's methods are too special, and he has too many super soldiers. The military killed a squad on the battlefield in the Middle East, and then turned around and formed a squad of super soldiers. Betty Ross was accompanied by 2 super soldier bodyguards. Kahn also had an umbrella military security company under his name. It is said that this military security company, the company only listens to the orders of 2 people, Betty Ross and Kahn. No one knows how many super soldiers are hidden in this military security company. The level of secrecy is very high, and the people inside are difficult to buy. They will be known if they contact Umbrella's mercenaries. This shows that Kahn still has extremely powerful intelligence gathering capabilities. Moreover, Kahn's sudden disappearance in the room also added Malik's label to him as a suspected superpower. However, after Kahn said the phrase, "Hail Hydra," Malik became much less wary of Kahn. Malik invited Kahn to another location, this time with all sincerity. Hydra really wants to get their hands on Wakanda, and they have plans to raise Wakanda's peace threat rating. That is to sacrifice 2 SHIELD agents above level 5 and a team of American military personnel near Wakanda in a row, just like Hydra wants to collect intelligence and sight forces of the Ten Rings gang, so it forces the American army. Fong kept putting in troops. The Ten Rings gang didn't want to be exposed, and it was really not suitable for participating in large-scale wars, so they withdrew from the Middle East area after exposing a few strongholds. Now it has been taken over by Hydra, and Malik is going to use the same method to deal with Wakanda. It is undeniable that the US military is the strongest force on Earth, and any of its actions can be labeled as legitimate, which is incomparable to Hydra and SHIELD, and the International Security Council also accepts US. After all, most of SHIELD's funds come from several wealthy and powerful countries. Kahn, if we had known that you were our friend earlier, our cooperation might have been earlier. Malik put down his knife and fork. The steak grilled today is very suitable for him, and it may be that he has gained a new member, which makes his mood and appetite better. I guess you will definitely manufacture a large number of new weapons. It is indeed difficult to support large-scale weapon manufacturing through Osborne's channels. These 2 companies should meet your requirements and can complement Osborne, Pent Group's steel alloy supply chain. I am also the secret power of Hydra, if I am not forced to. Kahn pretending to be Hydra is Oscar's possession. Malik really regarded Kahn as an old member of the organization, then he took the file from Malik, and asked Hong Ho to transfer the 2 companies when checking out. The scale is indeed not small, and several mining countries have their own mineral resources, and the Red Queen did not find any thunderstorms, unless they hide very deep, but in just a few days, even Hydra it's so hard to cover up that even the Red Queen can't find out the news. These 2 companies are very good, but if you just exchange for some super soldier serum, the value is a bit over the top. Mr. Malik, what else do you want? Kahn told Malik that he didn't quite believe that Malik was so generous to a member he just met, so it would be better to talk things out. The follow-up development materials of the extremist virus serum, as well as new energy weapons. Kahn, I know that Extremis Virus has a follow-up development plan, and I want to use these two companies to exchange this with you. The developers and researchers of the Extremis Virus serum are in Kahn's Biological Research Center, and the serum formula is well kept secret, and other forces do not know it until now. After listening to Malik's words, Kahn put down his knife and fork with a slight frown, and then said, Mr. Malik, the Extremis Virus serum is the core product of my biopharmaceutical company, and it is now valued at nearly 100 billion. If the Extremis Virus serum leaks out, we will never reveal a little bit in the civilian market. In fact, we are going to cultivate our own super soldiers. If this is the case, we will have more power to deal with Wakanda, can drink soup. Malik also knew that his request was a little too much, and then continued to increase the chips. If you think it is not enough, I can give more here. Hydra's power is not small, but it lacks a superhuman action force of its own. A super soldier can completely influence the success or failure of a mission. A super soldier squad can affect a local war. If they hadn't notified the 10-ring gang in advance, plus the ambush in advance, the military's super soldier squad would not have been wiped out so easily. Subsequently, after a long period of discussion, Malik and Kahn also reached a consensus. They also paid a group ranked 13th in the mining industry in exchange for the detailed formula of the Extremis Virus serum and the data for subsequent development. Kahn didn't expect Malik to give him such a large group, but after hearing that it would take 2 months, he knew that Hydra was going to use some extra means. In terms of value, the 3 companies that Malik paid are twice the value of Extremis Virus, but Extremis Virus has too much room for development, and with enough time, recovery potions alone can occupy half of the pharmaceutical field. If Kahn is shameless, learns from Tony Stark in another universe, and turns Extremis into a monthly fee, he can monopolize the lives of the entire world. Once the deal was settled, Kahn was ready to return to New York. This time he didn't apparate directly. Because last time when the assistant knew he was in Los Angeles, he directly drove the private jet over and waited for him at the airport. When Kahn arrived at the airport, Sharon Nia had been waiting for him at the gate of the plane for a long time. The blue-eyed, blonde-haired female assistant was not very beautiful, but her temperament was outstanding. Ms. Nia, if I want to fly, I will let you know in advance. I don't need to pick me up in Betty's plane. Hasn't this place been renovated? After Kahn entered, he found that it was a standard business class for some successful people, and immediately felt that he might as well use apparition to go back. Sharonia lowered her head slightly and replied, because Ms. Ross and Ms. Jones don't have too many requirements for the interior of the plane, and they need to use it immediately, so it was delayed. Go and order 2 more, just ask Betty to pay for it, let them design it well, don't make it look like a conference room. After casually ordering this matter, Kahn asked Red Queen to contact Laura, and told her that Pent Group was about to take over 2 steel and alloy companies, and they were both companies with good market value and healthy financial assets. Another company in the mining industry will also be merged into the Pent Group, but it will take at least 3 months to be conservative. After Laura heard the news, she was almost wet with excitement. It took her a lot of effort to triple the assets of the Pent Group, most of which were due to the credit of the biopharmaceutical company, but Kahn's casual harvest acquired 2 companies in the steel alloy industry. Laura loves managing large assets, which can be very exciting for her, and Kahn Pont gave her a chance. After finishing the call with Laura, Kahn made another video call with Betty. He wants to sell weapons to the military to increase their military strength and ambition, so that the military will not be timid when facing Wakanda, but Kahn really doesn't want to meet the old man Ross alone, so he needs Betty's company. Betty will talk about military orders, and Kahn will talk to Ross about some confidential matters. What good can war in the Middle East do? A barrel of oil costs tens of dollars, and a gram of vibrating gold costs tens of thousands of dollars, and Wakanda has vibrating gold mines and many advanced technologies. Even children know how to choose. After a while, Sharonia came over and asked in a slightly formal tone, Mr. Pinter, do you need something to drink? Don't take special care of me. By the way, Ms. Nia, help me collect some good wine collections. If there are some collectors or auctions, buy them. Kahn suddenly thought that when he returned to the ninja world, Tsunade would probably spoil the wine in that cabinet. By the way, find a good makeup artist for yourself. You should look good after makeup, but no makeup is fine. After hearing this sentence, Sharonia took a breath, and then said slowly with a corner of her mouth, "I understand, Mr. Pinter." After arriving in New York, Kahn's driver was waiting for him at the airport early on. In this regard, Sharon was quite qualified, and she was very considerate along the way. But Sharon didn't leave with Kahn because she didn't have permission to go to Kahn's Brook Forest coastal estate. After leaving the private plane, Sharon got into her own car, and then quickly started to leave the airport. On the way, her face became cold, and then quickly recorded the information she collected: unknown power, suspected to be with Boleek Mining, New Delhi Metallurgical completed secret acquisitions, don't like business decor, like sweets. Sharon Carter recorded all the information about Kahn collected along the way, hesitated at the end, and filled in at the end, suspected to like Sharon Nia after makeup, but rarely watched the flight attendants on the plane. Looking at the recorded information, Sharon Carter only felt that the time spent together was too little, but with these and the uploaded video data, she should be able to analyze a lot of useful information. With that information, Sharon Carter is sure to explore more intelligence. Related to the super soldier serum, Kahn Pinter already belongs to the 7th level top secret file in the SHIELD. Director Ferry, I need a data analysis team, preferably Grandmaster computer data and biological knowledge, and a psychological analysis team. After returning home, Sharon Carter applied for a batch of support from Nick Fury. She heard something about super soldiers on the plane today, but the other party didn't say much. She needs more logistics teams. On the other side of the communication, Nick Fury asked, "Did you find anything? Some useful news?" The Pent Group should not only have the support of the military. Although his biopharmaceutical company has good revenue, it should not be enough for the Pent Group to acquire Boleek Mining and New Delhi Metallurgy. Now it seems that negotiations have been made. Alright, ready to send someone to receive it. After Sharon Carter finished speaking, the relevant news of the two companies has been called out, and there has been news of the successful merger and acquisition of the Pent Group, but it has not caused too many twists and turns. Someone is suppressing the news of the Pent Group. There is not even a press conference for such a big event. Director, if there is really news about the super soldier serum, then the Biological Research Center and the Pent Manor are the most likely. Nick Fury said to Sharon, "Try to track down the news, I will let Coulson form a professional team to help you, everyone you want will be there." The continuous formation of super soldier squads by the American military has attracted the attention of SHIELD. Only very mature technology can produce so many super soldiers. What makes SHIELD even more concerned is that this technology is in private hands. In addition to reaching a cooperation with the military, they also developed a recovery agent with partial effects of the super soldier serum. SHIELD has conducted a lot of internal analysis, but there are too few materials and samples. In addition to the research of recovery agents that can quickly achieve human tissue regeneration, other than that, the rest is nothing to gain. The unknown represents potential danger. If the strength or other things behind the Pent Group are fully understood, SHIELD may not be so concerned about the Pent Group. They need to dig out all the secrets that threaten the Earth and mankind. Sharon Carter reminded Director Fury, "It's better to send another agent to infiltrate Betty Ross. Everything is important in her hands, but 2 months of charity rescue in Sokovia. Coulson will contact you after a while." After Nick Fury finished speaking, he ended the call. Although he didn't say it clearly, Sharon Carter guessed that Nick Fury must have sent someone there, but she didn't know who the other agent was. The hierarchical system of SHIELD is also very secretive to the inside. The latent agents in the field hardly know their colleagues. Although Sharon is a 5th-level agent, she is just a rookie who has just climbed up inside SHIELD. Only an 8th-level agent is considered the top secret agent of SHIELD, can check all 7 levels of top secret. Okay, after a while. Sharon Carter clicked her tongue. She now feels that it is very difficult to collect information. The chance to meet Kahn Pinter is too rare. She has been with Betty Ross for several months, and she only saw this one time. She still induced Betty Ross to send a plane. Come pick up Kahn. After Kahn gave the new weapon technology, Vank and his sons began to research and manufacture, and the construction of the underground hive was completely handed over to the Red Queen. Her overall planning ability is stronger, and even a construction team of 100,000 people can perfectly order it. Now Vank and his son are mainly responsible for upgrading Umbrella's weapons. The weapons of the common soldiers will also be replaced with new individual weapons. As for the super soldiers, their equipment is all customized and can fully exert their strongest abilities. Umbrella now has only 5 super soldiers on the surface, but there are 21 in the dark. The next super soldier will create opportunities. Kahn is going to stop, because the biomechanical warrior is stronger, cheaper and more obedient. After Betty came back from Sokovia, she also brought back the Maximov brothers and sisters. Since it was already dark when Betty arrived in New York, she took them directly to Pent Manor in Brook Forest. After Betty came back, she stepped forward to give a hug, and said in a low voice, "It's too late today, so I brought them back." "I see." Afterwards, Kahn greeted Pietro and Wanda. "Sit down, you two, I know you have many questions, but since you are here, it means that you have the intention to join, and I will try my best to answer your questions." Pietro and Wanda looked at each other after hearing the words, and then Pietro took the lead and said, "Mr. Pinter, why did you come to us?" "Because your ability has great research value, Pietro Maximov. The fastest running speed is 100 meters in 3 seconds, faster than Captain America who has been injected with super soldier serum. Wanda Maximov, you can use your telekinetic ability to lift heavy objects, and you can also affect other people's spirits. Fortunately, you didn't shoot Betty along the way, and you seem to know how to restrain yourself." After Kahn finished talking about the intelligence information of the two, he felt that the twins immediately became tense, and their bodies were slightly stiff. Then Kahn waved his hand and continued to persuade. "Don't be nervous. If you don't know your information, why did you bother to invite you here? Your abilities are of great value. If you can research the principle and copy it, it will be a great fortune." Wanda suddenly asked, "You want to study us?" "After obtaining your consent." Kahn emphasized this point and said, "Your abilities are still very weak, I can help you develop your abilities, and I can also pay you to help you solve some worries." "You know what we want," Pietro said. "It should be revenge, right? Because of the Stark missiles, I hate Tony Stark very much. In fact, there are many people in my company who are like you. Biologists, Soviet physicists, and sons, Tony Stark's personality, there are definitely more people who hate him than those who like him." Kahn said indifferently, "If you want to seek revenge from Tony Stark, I can give you some help, such as a team of lawyers, or strategic support. Whether you can succeed or not is up to you." At this time, a tea tray in the distance floated slowly towards Kahn and Maximov brothers and sisters, and it was not considered floating, because there was a swimming snake tail under the tea tray. Climbing to the table in front of the sofa, the green snake steadily placed the tea tray on the table with its tail, then hooked the teapot with its tail, and poured a cup of black tea for Kahn and Betty. Betty looked at the black tea in front of her, and wondered if she was too busy recently. The Maximov brothers and sisters also looked suspicious. They wondered if they had come to the taming zoo. It seems that even Indoran can't do this. Kahn said, "Thank you, no dessert, you go to rest first, or go to the house next door." He felt that the green snake wanted to watch TV, so he asked him while pouring tea. After the green snake slowly crawled away, the atmosphere of the discussion was interrupted, and Pietro asked, "Mr. Pinter, can we think about it?" "Of course, there are quite a few houses nearby, you just choose one to live in. By the way, don't go to the beach." Kahn readily agreed. He could feel the softening attitude of the Maximov brothers and sisters. They wanted to achieve their goals, and there were not many people they could rely on. They were not afraid of Stark Industries and at the same time understood their value. There are really not many in the world, Kahn counts as one, and the other should be Hydra. Pietro and Wanda don't even have a high school degree now. If they don't join Kahn, they can only use their own ability to make money after leaving, and then they will be discovered sooner or later, and they will embark on the road of fighting against the government or going to prison. Think about this kind of thing, just know how to choose. After the Maximov brothers and sisters left, Betty hugged Kahn emotionally. She had long missed that feeling after not seeing him for such a long time. Next day, Kahn and Betty took a private jet to the military base in Los Angeles to visit Betty's father, where Thaddeus Ross usually stayed if nothing else happened. This time they came with a lot of people. Besides Betty's assistant and bodyguards, there were some weapon testers. After some demonstrations, almost all the high-level military personnel in the Sand Shaker military base took a fancy to the new military weapon of the Pent Group. Power, convenience, and the matching auxiliary exoskeleton armor package can make a common soldier have the combat power and destructive level of a super soldier, and can also form a rear support counterforce, so that soldiers on the battlefield can get more help. The price is not too expensive. It only costs $120,000 to arm a soldier. Even if the follow-up space satellites and custom systems are added, it will not add $500 million. With the military's annual funding, paying such a sum of money is simply trivial. With these equipment, the strength of the American military will be upgraded to another level. When other people had a meeting to discuss, Ross called out Kahn. His opinion had already been expressed, and the rest was to let those people discuss the results and submit them to the White House budget. Kahn, what are you going to do? Now you are selling new weapons to the military. Why do you think I have other intentions, General Ross? Kahn said with a smile, it's just for making money. After all, the weapons department of the Osborne Group is developing well. Now that I have taken over, I won't let it decline. General Ross looked at Kahn for a while, then slowly said, I hope so. It's better not to hurt Betty, she doesn't like this kind of thing. What's up? Ross snorted coldly, and then said, besides war, what else can the update of weapons and equipment bring? Kahn said with a smile, of course I know, but there is one premise that Betty will not violate when she hates war, and that is that she likes me. One was covered with tiny wounds, his face was almost scratched by thorns and branches, and his suit was in tatters. He was running around in a panic at this time, and behind him was a team of S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents chasing him. After running for so long, this middle-aged man was almost exhausted. If it weren't for the place that could save him not far ahead, a pampered person like him would never run such a long distance. No gunshots could be heard from behind, and his men might have died or been captured. Absolutely, it must not fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. The middle-aged man is a drug lord, and he attracted S.H.I.E.L.D. because he discovered something incredible, but this middle-aged drug lord is also bold enough to be lawless, and he will ruthlessly attack the S.H.I.E.L.D. who sneaked into his territory. After concocting it, the male and female agents died miserably. This move, together with the thing that the drug lord bought, directly caused S.H.I.E.L.D. to send 3 teams of level 6 field agents, plus backup troops, to wipe out all his subordinates on his territory. Fortunately, the middle-aged drug lord was rescued, so he discussed with the person who rescued him. As long as he survived, he would sell that strange thing to the other party. It's all those 2 bastards. Why should I hand in the things I got? Damn it, the power built up in more than 10 years is gone, but as long as you sell the things, you can get a whitewashed identity. Saved money. The middle-aged drug lord hadn't finished speaking when his head hit an invisible barrier with a boom sound. After he hit it, he vaguely saw blue light flowing from his front to the air. Like a huge semicircular barrier, if it hadn't been for hitting his head here just now, the middle-aged drug lord would not have seen the flashing blue halo. It's here, it's finally here. Hey, come and pick me up, I'm here with something. The middle-aged drug lord ecstatically slammed into Wakanda's barrier, but Wakanda's invisible barrier has many kinds of high technology, and this drug lord alone cannot make a sound. Let me in quickly, don't you want that thing? The middle-aged drug lord roared loudly, smashing the invisible barrier angrily, while looking back to the direction behind him, for fear that S.H.I.E.L.D. would come before the other party took him in. Wakandane. After seeing the performance of the middle-aged drug lord, the Wakanda female monitor in charge of the invisible barrier immediately reported the matter to Chaka. After a while, the current king of Wakanda and the female guard rushed over. What happened, Darcy? Your Majesty, this drug lord is very strange. He is heading directly towards Wakanda, and he keeps saying that he took something. This thing should be the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. is chasing him. Chaka was taken aback when he heard the reputation of S.H.I.E.L.D., and continued to ask, S.H.I.E.L.D. is hunting him? Can you find out what it is? I don't know for now, but this poisonous chassis site has been cleared by S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems that this thing is very important to them. What should we do, Your Majesty? After thinking for a while, Chaka ordered, we don't need to have frequent contact with S.H.I.E.L.D., let the nearby guards drive this person away. The current King Chaka accepts Wakanda's closed education. Except for necessary exchanges, Wakanda generally does not interact with other countries and forces in the world. This is also why Hydra does not know the background of Wakanda. Reason. However, the appearance of this drug lord made Chaka feel that something was wrong. Wakanda could not be found on the radar. From the perspective of satellites from other countries, it was a desolate African grassland. How could this drug lord land nearby by plane and head straight for Wakanda? Find out who contacted this drug lord from the beginning to the end of this matter. After Chaka gave this order, he left here with the female escort. Damn, dishonest be *******************. D. The middle-aged drug lord yelled for a long time, but Wakanda's invisible barrier still did not respond, which gradually expanded the despair in his heart. Don't you want that thing? Hey! Before the middle-aged drug lord finished cursing, he saw the invisible barrier in front of him open a 2-meter-long entrance, and then 2 black bald women with long guns came out from inside. You guys finally came out, damn it, why are you so slow, the shield behind you. The middle-aged drug lord stepped forward and complained with a smile on his face, but before he could finish speaking, a spear held his throat. The Wakanda woman opened the guard and said coldly, get out of here immediately. Because of the cold metal on his neck, the middle-aged drug lord shouted in fear, what are you doing? Don't you want that thing? It's different from what we agreed. Leave Wakanda immediately. Don't you want that thing? The middle-aged drug lord and the members of the Wakanda Women's Guard each shouted their needs. After a while, the S.H.I.E.L.D. After seeing this scene, the 2 field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately raised their pistols, aimed at the Wakanda Women's Guards, and shouted, ma'am, please put down your weapons and surrender immediately to accept S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau's takeover inquiry. The middle-aged drug lord didn't have a gun in his hand, and was held to his throat. As for the latter, he was dressed in a strange suit, and there was a high-tech invisible barrier behind him. They don't know that there are these people in this area. Looking at the clothes and weapons of the 2 black women, they are likely to be members of the same organization. Maybe they are the ones who bought 084 items from the drug lords. No, assistant, I'm here to trade with you, you can't treat me. The middle-aged drug lord suddenly yelled loudly with horror on his face. While yelling in fear, he also raised his hands and backed away again and again, and then his face suddenly became swollen and red, and within a few seconds, his whole body exploded into pieces with a bang at the end, blood and minced meat splattered all around. Why did people die suddenly? The 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents immediately put suspicion and alert on the Wakanda Women's Guards, and immediately dispersed while aiming their guns, shouting, immediately raise your hands and surrender, or we will take action. Immediately. This is Wakanda. Before a female guard could finish her angry words, she was stopped by the people around her. This incident was full of weirdness, and they now wanted to report it to His Majesty. But at this moment, one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents also appeared in the same state as the drug lord just now, his whole body suddenly swelled, and then his skin became extremely red. It didn't take long before it exploded into blood, foam and debris, as did another agent, but she barely pressed the distress signal before the explosion, and then, like her teammates, faced two Wakanda female escorts. Exploded into blood foam fragments. What's going on here? The two Wakanda female guards couldn't understand the situation in front of them at all. 3 people in a row blew themselves up in front of them, and now the minced meat on the ground has slowly decomposed, like some kind of chemical composition that can quickly decompose the corpse. Stay vigilant around, people from the technical department are watching and rushing over there. Chaka's voice sounded in the ears of the 2 female guards. He saw the situation at the scene through surveillance just now, and his bad feeling became more and more intense. When Chaka saw the surveillance footage, they all thought that Wakanda was the only murderer, but they never did anything, that is, someone was planning to frame Wakanda. First find out the cause of death of these 3 people, and then contact the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. Chaka had dealt with people from S.H.I.E.L.D. He remembered that the director of the other party was black like him, and there should be a possibility of communication. As expected of Hydra, but won't people in Wakanda find clues? After watching the video Malik showed him, Kahn could only feel that Hydra had a hand in framing it. After watching it, he felt that it was Wakanda. The drug lord was playing according to the script. Another side with a bit of a delayed onset hallucinogenic drug, enough to make him play any way we want, and that Hydra agent, whose sacrifices will yield something more valuable. Malik shook his head, and then continued, after people die, they can't find any clues, unless they go back in time. After finishing speaking, he closed the video in front of him. This was the last video sent to S.H.I.E.L.D., which was copied by Malik. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. was in charge of the whole process, and the Supreme Commander was not from Hydra. At the end of the investigation, only Wakanda can be found. It's not enough just to say that. Malik nodded and said, well, so in 3 days, 2 fighter jets from 2 American companies will crash in Wakanda. Bow Lake Rear Admiral will definitely demand a thorough investigation after learning about this incident. It's unlucky for the simple guys in Wakanda to meet your enemy. Kahn said with emotion that Bow Lake Rear Admiral is a representative of the hardliners in the Air Force. He will never give up until he finds out the affairs of Wakanda, and the current king of Wakanda, Chaka, is a closed-minded. The king will definitely not allow the American military to enter Wakanda for search. At that time, the American military will definitely ask S.H.I.E.L.D. for intelligence assessments about Wakanda. With the promotion of Hydra, the American military will definitely regard Wakanda as a murderer and threat. At that time, there will be an army general represented by Thaddeus Ross, and 90% of the White House and Congress will agree to attack Wakanda. The relationship between Kahn and General Ross is too close. Even if General Ross does not like Kahn, he has to. It is admitted that the relationship between the 2 parties should be relatively strong in American politics. If Betty had another child, it would count as a close ally. At that time, it doesn't matter whether Wakanda is the murderer or not. As long as they are unknown countries, not under the control of the United States, the White House will not make major incidents smaller. They will definitely search Wakanda thoroughly until it is confirmed that Wakanda is not a threat. Only when they are controlled by the United States will they be let go. Then I'll go back first, Mr. Malik. After watching the video, Kahn also stood up and prepared to return to New York. Seeing that Kahn wanted to leave, Malik suddenly asked, Kahn, how did you do it? The technology developed by the Red Skull more than 60 years ago, so far I am the only one left to control it. Malik, I have to say that it is too wasteful to put the cosmic Rubik's Cube in S.H.I.E.L.D. Have you considered giving it away to a museum for people to visit? Before leaving, he did not forget to lie to Malik, and then Kahn opened the door and walked out of the living room with a smile. A few seconds later, after receiving the signal, Malik's assistant opened the door and walked in, shaking his head at Malik as a signal. It was the same as last time. The security system was hacked, leaving no audiovisual information. Even how Kahn left, yes, none of them figured it out. Malik can only speculate based on Kahn's words that this method is related to the Rubik's Cube, which seems to be developed by the Red Skull. Furry, I need an explanation for this matter. For this 084 item, 4 agents have been lost, but now it's a shelving decision. Hand's 7th level agent asked Nick Fury that the mission failed and lost so many subordinates, and now she can't even check the other party's intelligence information, which makes Victoria Hand very difficult to accept, and her resume should not leave under such a failed sum. The explanation is that I don't know the truth of this matter. The only thing I can know now is that there is a third party that neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Wakanda knows is making trouble. Agent Hand, go do your own thing. Nick Fury said this to Victoria Hand, and then stopped revealing any news. Although Wakanda gave an explanation, Nick Fury was suspicious of everything. He suspected that a third party had intervened, and he also suspected that Wakanda had directed and acted on its own. For this closed technological powerhouse, Nick Fury's the vigilance has not diminished. It's just that the opponent's technological level and closed policy are too strong, even the S.H.I.E.L.D. can't infiltrate it to collect intelligence. Nick Fury only realized that there is such a country on the African continent when Wakanda took the initiative to contact the outside world. Not long after Victoria Hand left, Nick Fury received a message from Alexander Pierce asking him to visit the other party's office. Pierce is the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is now the contact of the International Security Council Association, and S.H.I.E.L.D. Malik was responsible for orchestrating the operation against Wakanda. Pierce and Malik, one S.H.I.E.L.D. secretary and the other a director of the International Security Directors Association, combined enough to make Nick Fury believe them in anything. What is it, Pierce? After Nick Fury came to Pierce's office, he asked directly. Pierce turned on the projector and said to Nick Fury, "Didn't you watch the news? When 2 fighter planes of the American military were on a patrol mission, they crashed at this location for no reason. Now the mission leader Bo Lake is going to pursue it to the end. As for crash site Wakanda, some of Agent Hand's subordinates also had an accident there." Nick Fury saw the news about the place where the fighter plane crashed, and he couldn't help but feel a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately said to Pierce, "Pierce, there is a conspiracy here, I think we can investigate first. It's useless for you to tell me. I want to support your decision, but the American military has already asked the council for information about this place, and the council unanimously agreed." Pierce shook his head and spread his hands, expressing that he was powerless, and then continued to say to Nick Fury, "I can only help you for 2 days and give a result of the investigation, otherwise I will prepare information about Wakanda to evaluate the affairs of Agent Hand. Write it down too." Pierce. Fury, this is agreed by the council, only 2 days. After Nick Fury saw the expression on Pierce's face, he also knew that there was no room for discussion on this matter. Bo Lake is a well-known tough rear admiral in the American Air Force. He can win 2 days, which can be regarded as taking care of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Nick Fury has no confidence in investigating the truth of the matter within 2 days, unless Wakanda willing to cooperate with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigation. But it can be seen from Wakanda's attitude that it is impossible for them to make such a decision. This country has not joined any union and community so far, not even the United Nations. Nick Fury knows that these countries headed by the United States will definitely not allow their unknown countries to appear on the earth. If Wakanda is discovered, it will definitely start a war. But now he can't stop it anymore. In 2 days, he couldn't even persuade Chaka, and the body of the agent who was sent back has turned into a bottle of rotten corpse water, and the 2 fighter planes of the United States have also been destroyed. Everything has been erased, it is impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to find any clues. "Sorry honey, I'm so tired." Betty's face was flushed with fatigue and joy, and with her common constitution, after a busy day, she could persist for 3 times at night, which was considered the limit of her energy. "Betty, I think you can also inject serum, otherwise you will get tired and sick if you continue like this." Seeing that Betty was about to close her eyes, Kahn had to let her go, but she really needed to strengthen her body. Betty needed to strengthen her constitution, whether it was to deal with external crises or meet the physical demands between the beds. The super soldier serum needs to be improved. Betty is already very tall, it will be bad if she becomes a warrior. You can figure it out, I'm going to bed first. After Betty murmured a word, she immediately fell asleep. She was really tired recently. When she was maintaining charitable donations in Sokovia, Betty only needed to order things down, and her assistants and subordinates would help her complete them, but after returning to the United States, there were a lot of things: biological research merger of Center and Eugene Biological Laboratory, umbrella and military handover, etc. It can be said that Laura is in charge of Kahn's money bag business, so Betty is in charge of Kahn's armed forces and connections, but now it is much better than before. With the help of the Red Queen, Betty is much more relaxed. Umbrella has also made a lot of moves recently. The gradually expanding business has stopped, and a mercenary team of 300 people has been formed to prepare for the next Wakanda war. After Kahn and Ross talked in detail, he also decided to unite with other friends to try his best to promote the war against Wakanda, and if necessary, all strikes other than nuclear bombs will be taken. Ross needs war credits, so he not only prepares a squad of super soldiers, but also prepares the soldiers to be proficient in a short period of time with the new weapons that Kahn sold them, although they will be delivered in 3 months. Naturally, Kahn will not let go of the first plundering of Wakanda. If the country can be broken, then the first ones to enter must eat meat, and the latter can only drink soup. Umbrella Corporation, as the fastest-growing military security company with the strongest military capabilities in the United States, is definitely qualified to be employed by the American military. Moreover, Kahn and General Ross have discussed that Umbrella will be arranged for him at that time. In Command Q. As long as Umbrella's people can rush in at the first time, then Kahn will have the opportunity to use the Red Queen to plunder Wakanda's information data, and at the same time let the super soldiers rob Wakanda's vibration gold inventory. Although Malik and Ross both promised Kahn's share of vibration gold mining, he wants to get Wakanda's vibration gold accumulation over the years, which is definitely not a small amount. Soon, the American army obtained the intelligence assessment on Wakanda from the Shield. The level of friendliness is given within the authority. However, the generals of the military do not recognize Nick Fury's assessment at all. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are all dead in the hands of the opponent, so that they can give friendly and unevaluated suggestions. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. can also eat shit. They certainly recommends that Congress cut funding for the International Security Council Association. The 2 proposal documents, Reassessment of Wakanda's Military Threat and International Status, and Wakanda's Possession of Weapons of Mass Destruction and Terrorist Actions, have been placed on the desk of the President of the White House. Submitted to Congress. As long as both the President and Congress pass this reassessment, it is basically certain that the United States will carry out assessment and control on Wakanda. Before the decision was made, the FBI and CIA had already received orders to investigate Wakanda, and the president could not trust the military completely. He still wanted his own intelligence system to find out the matter. If there is a war, the United States will probably pull other countries, because Wakanda is not a country such as Afghanistan or Syria. Their technological level is much higher than that of the United States. Whether it is military equipment or other things, it is far beyond the current military level of the United States. The only weakness is that the country is small and there are few people. Wakanda can use high technology to deal with the United States, but it will definitely not be able to deal with the joint military forces of developed countries on the earth. However, when the war against Wakanda is launched, it may take at least a year of preparation time, but the warm-up of the war has gradually been quarreled. The Red Queen has already made efforts on the internet, and many people have participated in the discussion. Wakanda threats to the world and links to terrorism. There are quite a few military organizations that practice terrorism on the African continent. At least with a little guidance, they can be linked to Wakanda. After all, they are all black, and most people can't tell the difference. Kahn finished talking to the 2 with a smile, and then he was going to check on the progress of the research. Revenge? Anytime. End of this chapter. The next world, One Piece. When Kahn was here to check the progress, Wanda and Pietro just finished a round of blood tests. After seeing Kahn, the two of them hurried forward and asked, "Mr. Pent, when can we be?" Kahn saw an interview with Tony Stark being played on the projection screen in the house, and he guessed that the Maximov brothers and sisters were a little bit overwhelmed. Biological Research Center. In this way, no matter whether the two of you succeed in revenge or fail to be arrested, you don't have to worry about it, unless you are defeated by Tony Stark's bodyguards in action. I have prepared a whole team of lawyers, operation planning experts, and managed all the prisons in New York State for you, and even a general is willing to provide security for you, provided that you fail to be arrested and Tony Stark is not dead. If you decide to wait for your ability to develop stronger before taking revenge, I will provide everything you want, villas, yachts, or you plan to go to school. In short, you can do whatever you want, and no one will interfere with your thoughts. The premise is to cooperate with their research. The first update, ask for votes. What Kahn said made Wanda and Pietro stunned in place. They did not expect such a situation. It seemed that the other party did not intend to avenge Stark instead of them, but provided them with revenge against Stark. Help. It's nothing. The person who has been following you is Laura's assistant. She will meet all your requirements that the Pent Group can do. If you need it, talk to him. But that's okay, Pietro and Wanda decided to take revenge with their own hands from the very beginning, and lived with a missile that could explode at any time for 10 days. No one could imagine the feeling of fear. It has been expanded a lot, and at the same time, 5 underground floors are being built, and there are 85 security personnel. The security system is directly controlled by the Red Queen. Once an invasion occurs, all entrances and exits will be sealed immediately, and even the ventilation ducts will be activated. Enemy equipment, if someone intends to sneak in from here, it will only turn into minced meat in the end. After Pietro and Wanda accepted Kahn's invitation, they were arranged to live near Kahn's manor in Brook Forest. Now they only need to come to the Biological Research Center for blood tests every day, so that the people here can thoroughly study their abilities. Kahn knows that Wanda's ability comes from chaos magic, but it is worth studying where Pietro's ability comes from, and it would be a good thing if it can be developed, and there is not only Pietro on the Earth. Estimated to be faster than Pietro. An enemy of the country? Nefeltari Vivi, who is only 14 years old, is already a very responsible princess. She has loved and valued her country since she was a child, but recently she discovered that many people such as Ikarem and her father have no old faces. Happy, so while chatting with Ikarem, I found out the news from him. Vivi widened Black's pupils, looked at Ikarem and asked, "Who are they?" "I don't know, I can't find out at all, I only know that they are a group of criminals." Ikarem shook his head with a sad face. He is the captain of the Kingdom Guard after all, but now he has not even found out the identities of some of the most common criminals. It is a bit embarrassing to say it. It's impossible to inquire about information from the outside, and if we continue to investigate, it will only threaten the security of the country. Those guys are daring, and they are just collecting funds now. Princess Vivi, what are you going to do? Vivi raised his mouth and asked, "Ikarem, do you know what I'm thinking?" "I don't know at all. I'm going back to work." "Who are you? You actually trespassed on the palace." Ikarem suddenly looked towards the window and shouted in panic, but Vivi stared at Ikarem intently. If she was 7 years old, she might be tricked by Ikarem, but now she already 14 years old. "Ikarem, this trick doesn't work for me, you can't fool me anymore after I turned 8 years old." Before Vivi could finish his complacent words, he was dragged behind by Ikarem, and then entered the combat mode with a nervous expression. Several muzzles suddenly protruded from his abnormal curly hair, aiming directly at Kahn appears by the window. "Calm down, I'm not an enemy, I just happen to be here. Don't quibble, you just showed up after talking about the crime agency, you are here for Princess Vivi, look at me." Boom! A stun spell was cast on the back of Ikarem's head, and his body weighing more than 200 kilograms directly made a muffled sound. "It was just a misunderstanding just now, but your guard values you very much. He thinks I'm a threat, so I have to let him sleep for a while, and he will wake up soon. After solving the tense icolum, Kahn turned around and said to Nefertali Vivi with a smile on his face, although I heard it accidentally passing by, I am very familiar with what you just said. Interested, can you tell me about it? After speaking, Kahn snapped his fingers, and Ikarem, who was lying on the ground in a coma, floated up, and was placed on the blanket beside him by the floating spell, and the blanket was also thoughtfully covered on his body. The temperature does not need a blanket. When talking, Kahn perfectly displayed the temperament he got from the unicorn. Whether it is a movement or a smile, every move can dispel the vigilance in Princess Vivi's heart, and Kahn has no malice towards Ikarem, whether it is words and deeds or etiquette, there is a kind of aristocratic demeanor. Who are you? Although Princess Vivi didn't feel that Kahn was a bad person, she didn't let her guard down. A businessman who knows a little bit of magic. He got lost in the air just now, so he wanted to come down and ask for directions. Kahn said with a smile, and then asked, what about you? Nefertari Vivi is the Princess of Alabasta, and that is the captain of the palace guard, Ikarem. While Princess Vivi was speaking, she was also thinking about what Kahn meant by magic. She knew devil fruit, and those who ate it would gain many incredible powers. So Vivi wondered if the person in front of him was a person who ate devil fruit. This is the palace of Alabasta. Kahn smiled when he heard the words, and then said apologetically, I'm sorry, this place is just a little bigger from the outside, and it's very different from the palace I expected. Please accept this as an apology for my random intrusion, magic chocolate. Kahn's words made Vivi's face turn red a bit. The appearance of the Arabana Palace is really ordinary. From the outside, it looks like a large circle of palaces. Some marine bases are better than the Arabana Palace. Vivi immediately retorted, Dad, he spent all the living expenses of the royal family to improve the lives of Alabasta civilians. That's really a good king, so you were discussing the criminals who destroyed the country, Princess Nefertari, you seem to be a child now. Just call me Vivi, that's what they all call me. During the conversation just now, Vivi became less wary of Kahn, so she continued to talk about Alabasta to Kahn. The continuous severe drought and the increasing crime incidents have greatly undermined the stability of Alabasta. Moreover, it has not rained for a year, and the citizens of Alabasta are quite irritable. In addition to the criminals found by Ikarem, great changes have taken place in the originally peaceful Alabasta. Vivi has always loved her country very much, but now she realizes that the country is becoming more and more unfamiliar, so she has been investigating privately for a long time. So it is, Princess Vivi, I can make a deal with you, including but not limited to the sale of supplies, rainfall, hunting down criminals, etc., and you need to pay very little price. Kahn smiled and said to Princess Vivi that his words seemed to have magical powers, which made Vivi believe him more in his heart after listening to him, and the guard in his heart just now disappeared during the conversation. Not long after returning from the ninja world to the Marvel world, Kahn was able to enter the new world again. After staying in the Marvel world for 2 months, he decided to come to the new world to see what he could gain. The war against Wakanda may still take several months. Once this war is launched, it will not be easily terminated unless Wakanda surrenders before the war begins. It will take a long time. Kahn just needs to calculate the time and rush back before the war starts. He didn't get any useful information from the clips displayed in the trading system, but after Kahn came here, he discovered that the fourth trading world was the world of One Piece. After learning that it is the world of One Piece, Kahn is more joyful than others. With his strength, he is here enough to protect himself. According to the performance of the strong players in Marine and Pirates in the original book, he is not the opponent of Logia III Admiral and Apex Shichibukai. But Marine Vice Admiral has very few who can deal with him, except for the one who eats senbei. Kahn's strength is based on the diversity of magic. Flying spell and apparition are enough to make him immune to most physical attacks, and he can cast fiend fire in a wide range, enough to destroy towns dozens of kilometers away, as well as bombing spell and killing spell. It is also an alternative means of attack for the people of One Piece world. However, His magic method may be good for cleaning up the powerhouses below Vice Admiral, but those who have cultivated armed color or have a strong spirit can resist the explosive curse or the killing curse. Those who are weaker than themselves die. It's just that he hasn't experienced Haki himself, but Conqueror's Haki should be based on spiritual deterrence, and Kahn feels that Occlumency and other defensive spiritual magic should be able to resist Conqueror's Haki. The biggest value of One Piece World to Kahn is the Devil Fruit, and Haki is inferior. He is not suitable for hard exercise. So far, the longest time Kahn persisted was when he was exercising on Kushina. That time was when Kahn record of. After binding the transaction coordinates with Princess Vivi, Kahn awakened Icarem with magic. Ah, Princess Vivi, why are you with this dangerous person? After waking up, Icarem saw Kahn next to Vivi, and immediately got up to continue fighting, but Vivi opened her arms to block Kahn, and said to Icarem, "Wait a minute, Icarem, Ping Mr. Tay is not a bad guy, he is my friend now." Icarem suddenly showed surprise, and asked quickly, "Friend?" "Princess Vivi, but he suddenly appeared in the palace and attacked me." Kahn smiled and waved his hands and said, "I'm sorry, Icarem Guard Chief, I was too impulsive just now, and now Princess Vivi and I have reached a consensus, which can be regarded as an alliance." Thanks to the cooperation of Pietro and Wanda, Kahn has made a big breakthrough in the human body ability research experiment in the Marvel world. If possible, he would like to try it on demon fruit power. Out of the body. So I can only act as a bounty hunter myself and come to negotiate business with Cobra. It's okay, Icarem, trust me. Alliance? That's right, King Cobra, whether it's finding out who's behind Alabasta, or bringing rain, these can be done, but since I'm a businessman, I need a certain reward to complete these commissions. End of this chapter. Princess Vivi put her hips on her hips and said, "That's right, Mr. Burnt is Alabasta's friend now, Icarem. I'm going to take Mr. Burnt to see Dad." Soon, under Vivi's leadership, Kahn soon met King Cobra of Alabasta, and quickly agreed to her request with his favor for Vivi. The second update, there will be another update in a while. Bell and Jack as other lieutenants of the Kingdom Guard are both there. They are all animal fruit capable people, and they are somewhat similar to Kahn's Animagus. But, Princess Vivi, isn't it? Ask for votes. Kolokdal, this big pirate is a good choice. Kahn said to Cobra confidently, the changes in Alabasta were naturally made by Klokadal, and now he needs to take the first step, whether it is to find a local strongman in One Piece World or Devil Fruit. After listening to Vivi's words, Cobra was surprised, but out of the habit of trusting his daughter, he still asked Kahn, "Mr. Pent, Vivi said that you are a businessman who can solve Alabasta. The problem?" There were other people besides Cobra in the Arabana Palace, though, they, like Icarem, were less reassured by Kahn, an outsider, in this situation. After arriving at the main hall, Princess Vivi ran directly to Cobra and whispered something in his ear. Bell and Jacka, who were on the side, were relieved to see Princess Vivi leave Kahn's side, otherwise the princess would. It's dangerous to be around strangers all the time. A banquet was held for Kahn in the Arabana Palace, but only 3 people attended, Kahn, Cobra and Vivi. With Cobra's character, after Vivi said that Kahn is her friend, even if Kahn can't find out who is behind the crime in Alabasta, he will entertain Kahn well. However, the meat in One Piece World is indeed more delicious. The toughness and cooking give Kahn a different taste, or he can bring some local delicacies to Betty or Kushina to taste. Mr. Burnt, is the method of rainfall you just mentioned using dancing powder? If it is this method, then I can only refuse. In Alabasta, the use of dancing powder is clearly prohibited. Cobra tentatively asked at the banquet. Recently, he has used many methods to pray for rain, but many of them are deceitful. Dancing powder is the only thing that can rain, but dancing powder will make other countries drought, which leads to war, has more serious consequences than drought. So Cobra absolutely does not allow dancing powder to be used in Alabasta. That kind of thing is purely deceptive. The rain I am talking about does not rely on anything, it will be weaker if it is just spoken. Let me show it to you, your majesty. After Kahn finished speaking, he put down the knife and fork, and then produced a shadow clone. This ability caught the eyes of everyone in the palace. They seemed to have never seen this devil fruit ability. Shadow clone directly changed into a puff of smoke and flew out from the gate. Kahn smiled and took out a parchment, and said to Cobra with a smile, "King Cobra, it will rain soon. After you believe it, you can take a look at my charging standard, which is friendly price." There were no words on the parchment at first, but after it was handed over to Cobra, a series of transactions and fees appeared on it. For example, 1 rainfall is 20 million bellies, 1 ton of rice is 600,000 bellies, which is equivalent to 300 bellies per caddy of rice, and the price of other staple foods is similar to that of rice, and the price fluctuation between 1 ton will not exceed 100,000 bellies. What Alabasta lacks most is water, staple food and vegetables, which are about 10% more expensive than the price given by Kahn after being transported by merchants. There is also the price to deal with the pirates. Alabasta only needs to pay half of the reward amount. If they choose to report to Marine, they can do so, but Marine usually will not come so timely. There is also recovery potion. The effect is considered top-notch even in the world of pirates, but Kahn has not tested the effect yet. He plans to find a few pirates to try the effect later. If the effect is not as good as in the Marvel world, then it will be against Cobb Pull set out of stock. As for the super soldier serum Kahn, I didn't take it out. People in pirate world are unreasonable. Almost everyone has a defense of 1 HP and 100,000. A flintlock gun can break the defense, and then the blood will flow for a long time. Fighting. He took out a lot of firearms, because when he came to Alabasta, Kahn found a few flintlock guns and tried them out. The power is the real flintlock gun. However, this thing has an upper limit and a lower limit. The gun with the highest limit in the pirate world should be the "Don't Move" model flintlock. There is only one in the whole world, and it is in the hands of Ben Beckman. With this gun, he can command the Admiral of Logia held up his hands. The rest of the firearms exclude special models, and the reference should be the standard flintlock guns of the major kingdoms and marines. It can only be said to be weak. It's better to have a Gatling. Anyway, the common soldiers of pirate world have this constitution after a little training. However, the new firearms are more expensive. An AK costs 10,000 Baileys, Gatling 50,000 Baileys, and the prices of rocket launchers and other ammunition vary. After reading it, Cobra was stunned. He didn't know many things above, but he could understand it because of the effect explanation later. It was this price. He felt heartache after thinking about it for a while. There is one final commission: solve the real crisis in Alabasta. Note, it is about the secret that Nefertari has guarded for more than 800 years. The price is 300 million Baileys. Vivi on the side also poked her head curiously, but after she read the price above, those black pupils were about to pop out. Immediately afterward, Vivi jumped up from the chair, slapped the table in shock and asked, "Mr. Pinter, this is too expensive, aren't we friends?" "Princess Vivi, the price is just because you are a friend. You can ask King Cobra if the price of rice is cheaper than Alabastus. As for the others, I promise you will be safe." Kahn shrugged and said that just after he finished his sentence, clouds appeared in Albana, the capital of Albion, and then it rained heavily. The sound of rain was pouring down, as if the river in the sky was pouring backwards, trying to submerge the entire city, but after puddles appeared on the ground in Albana, the downpour slowly stopped, and then within 10 minutes then the blue sky white cloud was restored. After the rain stopped, Kahn smiled and said, "It's free this time, King Cobra." Cobra was a little stunned, and then he immediately turned his head to look at Bell beside him, but Bell shook his head. The dancing powder used could dye the sky green in order to have such a heavy rain, but just now the sky in Albana no sign of using dancing powder at all. "Mr. Burnt, I now fully believe that you are capable. Some of the above materials are indeed cheaper than Alabastus. But I still don't understand some, such as these firearms, recovery potions, and the real crisis at the end. Cobra wiped away the sweat that didn't exist on his face. He had a little guess in his heart about the secret that had been guarded for more than 800 years, but even Vivi didn't know about it. He couldn't confirm that Kahn was talking about him. It was what I thought. That's it, King Cobra, someone's after Pluton. Kahn saw that there were only 6 people in the palace, and 3 of the chief guards and adjutants of the palace were loyal to Alabasta, so he spoke out without any scruples. He can also manufacture weapons that can destroy an island. The strongest railgun on an aircraft carrier, combined with a few energy ships, can destroy a small satellite hundreds of kilometers with maximum power, and even a few more cannons can even destroy it. A living planet. Ancient weapon Kahn, such as Pluton, Uranus, and Poseidon from hundreds of years ago, is really not interested. In comparison, he might as well plan 10 tails. So it's this, I understand. 300 million Baileys are indeed not expensive. King Cobra wiped off his sweat. If the news about Pluton gets out, let alone him and Vivi, the entire Alabasta may be destroyed, the super ancient weapon that can easily destroy an island, for those vicious pirates just the most alluring thing. This matter must not be spread. Vivi suddenly asked curiously, what is Pluton? You must not tell about Pluton, Vivi, if you tell, the whole Alabasta will be destroyed. Cobra said to Vivi with a very solemn expression. It was the first time she saw her father showing such an expression, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Don't worry, King Cobra, although Pluton's power is powerful, I don't like that thing, but someone knows that your Nefertari family has Pluton's whereabouts, and the recent changes in Alabasta are also his fault. If you don't need me. Before Kahn finished speaking with a smile on his face, he was interrupted by the anxious Cobra. Need, 300 million Baileys, Alabasta can make up. This is to save Alabasta with 300 million Baileys, how could Cobra not agree? However, after hearing these words, Ikarem on the side couldn't help but said, Your Majesty, the palace may not be able to produce so many Baileys. It doesn't matter. Besides Bailey, you can also use other things as collateral. For example, if I want to build a building, I need manpower, or all kinds of treasures can be used as collateral for Bailey. Kahn interjected with a smile, actually, the Alabasta gun above can also be considered. At least it can improve the strength of the palace guards a lot, which is much better than the flintlock guns and swords you use. Let's talk about this matter later, Alabasta will definitely think about it. Cobra hastily said, it's not that he is stingy, it's that Alabasta's finances are really not healthy. There has been no rain for the past year, and crimes have occurred in various places. Cobra has always been compensating for the losses of the people. Regarding the 300 million Baileys paid to Kahn, Cobra needs to make up for it. Bailey is still very useful in this world. At least there is a chance to buy information and devil fruit. Some unimportant or unrecorded devil fruit will be auctioned in various places. If you can only buy some common items, then Kahn will not want Bailey this kind of waste paper. Kahn nodded and said, if this is the case, let's solve this matter first. Anyway, without the mastermind behind the scenes, Alabasta's climate will slowly recover, and there should be a few rains in a year. By the way, Cobra King, please help me prepare a sea-stone handcuff, otherwise it will be difficult for me to catch him. Sea-stone handcuffs, rare, but still available in Alabasta. Wait, Mr. Burnt, are you asking for sea-stone handcuffs to deal with the person behind the recent drought and crime in Alabasta? Cobra suddenly reacted, and quickly asked Kahn. Not only him, but also Bell and Gaka on the side were aware of the sea-stone handcuffs. These are special handcuffs for dealing with demon fruit power, and in the entire Alabasta, apart from the two of them, there is only Alabasta's patron saint, the sand crocodile Lockdoll. Cobra asked in disbelief, Mr. Pinter, you mean that 7 warlords of the sea is the murderer behind the spying? Of course, but I can't blame you. If a powerful person wants to lie to you, he will believe that he has a reason. But after I finish him, you will know what's going on. Kahn said confidently, Sand fruit is still the way to deal with a natural fruit-capable person who doesn't know hockey. Kahn has many ways to deal with Lokdar. Klokadar is off in the sea. After capturing the 7 warlords of the sea alive, Kahn will conduct research on Devil Fruit's ability on him. Hey, what did His Majesty call me here? Where is he? After Klokadar came here but did not see Cobra, he couldn't help asking in doubt, but although Cobra didn't come, Alabastus Guard Adjutant and another person he didn't know. However, after hearing what Kulak said, the adjutant of the palace guard did not answer him, but respectfully said to another person whom Kulak did not know, Mr. Pent, then I will go back. After saying this, Bell immediately turned into a falcon and flew into the sky. Hey, what's going on here? Who are you? Why did you come to me through Cobra? Klokadar asked in an unhappy tone. He touched the golden hook on his left hand, and now he had the urge to kill. If it wasn't for Pluton, a super ancient weapon, how could he, a free and easy pirate, be here? This kind of place plays a disgusting patron saint of a kingdom. Kahn said with a smile, I'm a businessman. You don't need to know the name who will soon become a prisoner. Now I'm entrusted by King Cobra to solve the spying on Pluton and the Bar Lock studio that has been doing tricks in the dark. Oh, so I have been exposed, when? Forget it, it doesn't matter. After listening to Kahn's words, Lokdar changed the expression on his face a few times, and finally squinted his eyes and laughed wildly. Cobra is an idiot, wouldn't it be good to die in ignorance? Just find someone and think about it. It's a dream to hold on to it like a life-saving straw. Desert Sword. While laughing wildly, Klokadar's arms suddenly turned into sand, and then quickly threw a sand blade in the desert, so fast that it directly cut Kahn in half, and even the vast desert was cut out a long ravine. With this kind of strength, you dare to attack me? When Klokadar saw that Kahn was cut into 2 at once, with a terrified expression on his face, he lost interest in Kahn immediately, and he couldn't even survive a single move. It is estimated that the little pirate offered a reward of several million to deceive Kobla. But before Klokadar turned around and walked towards Albana, he saw that Kahn, who had been cut in half by him, suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. Then on the other side, another identical Kahn slowly emerged from the transparent body, smiled at him and said, That's a clone, I want to see if you have observation hockey. Now it seems that you are really hockey. How much money did you give the world government to become a Shichibukai? Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* gritted his teeth angrily, "It was just an appetizer, how dare you underestimate him if he hides away." Then he pushed his hands to the ground and shouted, "Desert sunflower." The desert suddenly centered on Kahn, and a continuously sinking and flowing pothole appeared. At this time, the surrounding sand became very soft and sinking rapidly, and it only took a few seconds to submerge a person. "Be obedient and be swallowed by the sand, haha." Crocodile just laughed a couple of times when he saw Kahn floating in the air. His so-called sand trap was not a threat to Kahn at all, especially this B*****************. D smiled at him, which angered Klaka even more. Dull. Damn B************************** D, desert sword. Sha-Lan. An extremely sharp sand blade attacked Kahn again, but after cutting dozens of meters of desert, Kahn waved his hand and used the transformation technique to control the nearby sand, and took control of the desert sword used by Klakater. "My desert knife." Lokdal said with shocked eyes. He has practiced this move for a long time, and it is the first time he has seen the enemies he encountered before being cut in half by the desert sword, or dodging in embarrassment, directly dissolving them into sand. Sure enough, as long as the strength is strong enough, magic can snatch the control of natural objects from the natural fruit ability user, which means that you are too weak, Klakater. Kahn confirmed his idea, and after seeing the sandstorm created by Kolak Dal, he immediately used a lot of magic power to control the surrounding sand to rotate in the opposite direction of the sandstorm or stop the sandstorm from continuing to form. As the magic power gradually snatched the control over Sha-Lan, Kolak Dal also found that he gradually lost control over Sha-Lan. "My sand." "Impossible, I am a Logia sand fruit capable user, how can you control my sand in the desert? Clocketer gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, and then quickly rushed towards Kahn. It was useless for him to attack with sand several times, so he planned to attack at close range this time. People kill. Torn apart. Boom! Kahn threw out an explosion spell and shattered the legs of Kulakdar, who was rushing towards him, but there was no scene of blood and flesh splattering, his legs directly turned into loose sand, and he fell down in the desert. Damn be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** 7 warlords of the sea. A great pirate destined to conquer the world in the future. Kulak Dal said angrily about losing to Kahn, and his legs are also recovering quickly. Kahn shook his head and said, "You don't even know hockey, why conquer the world, Cruciatus?" Ah. Kulak Dal suddenly felt an extremely painful experience, his whole body trembled from the pain, and he couldn't stop shouting. "I can't take it anymore after using only half of the magic power. Why did the world government make Kulak Dar become Shichibukai?" Kahn was a little puzzled and said that the sand crocodile's ability did not pose a threat to him at all, and he didn't even use his full strength. Fiend Fire, Killing Curse, etc. were completely useless, and even the huge magic power of his body was suppressed by half. One Piece world can pose a threat to him, except for the extremely fast powerhouses, only Conqueror's powerful people. His apparition has a half-second transfer time. If it is someone like a speedster, it can bring him great danger. There is also Conqueror's Hockey, which Kahn can find a chance to experience in the future. The soul is out of the body. After stopping the Cruciatus curse, Kahn directly used the Imperius curse to control Clocator, and then the sandstorm that filled the sky gradually calmed down. After a while, the nearby desert returned to its former tranquility. The Imperius curse cannot permanently control a person. If it is Shinnong, then Kahn's Imperius curse can last for a year or two, but if it is Kulak Dal, Kahn feels that the Imperius curse he left may last for a month. Will then fail. Therefore, the sea stone handcuffs are still worn. After Kahn took over the Bar Lock studio, he was ready to study the experiment of extracting devil fruit ability. Blackbeard can use dark fruit to take away shock fruit's ability from Whitebeard's body, so devil fruit's ability can be extracted. But next, let's take over the Bar Lock studio first, and then use it as the location of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce One Piece World branch. Kahn decided, and then put his hand on Locke's shoulder, and directly used the flying spell to take him to the rainy city. I know, but many people are performing missions outside, and it is possible if they all come back. The reason why Nico Robin took refuge in Kulak Dar, on the one hand, is because he can find the text of history by following him, and on the other hand, because Kulak Dar is powerful enough for the world government not to track down the people around 7 warlords of the sea. However, for the time being, she followed Kahn's words and informed all the members of the Bar Lock studio, from the chief conductor to the executive conductor. After the notification, Nico Robin also took the initiative to sort out the information of these people going to see Kahn, ready to test and communicate. The first one is asking for votes, good brothers. Nico Robin nodded, then turned around and walked out of the room. She felt a lot of pressure from Kahn. Although the man was smiling all the time, it made her feel like facing a government CP agency. Kahn chuckled and said to Nico Robin that the Devil's Son wanted to attack him just now, but he gave up the idea after a quick assessment, but Nico Robin's psychological activities did not hide from him. End of this chapter. Are you going to run away? But the text of the history has not been known yet, stay by this person's side. King Cobra, I've dealt with Clocator, and I'm dealing with the Barlock workshop in Rainland City, and I'll be back in a few days, or you can come here for a visit. But now Clocka Doll is obediently like a pet, standing obediently beside this person. In Nico Robin's impression, that guy will not admit defeat even if he fails, and now this has absolutely nothing to do with Seastone handcuffs. Don't care about that, hurry up and call the rest of Bar Lock Studio, the place here is big enough, call all the executive directors and alternates. Nico Robin is very conflicted in her heart, She can't make a choice between her life and her dreams. Pursuing the historical text is her lifelong pursuit, but staying by this person's side, will it be dangerous to cooperate with him? In other words, is he willing to cooperate with himself? It's amazing, I didn't expect that Kulak doll could be defeated. That I see. Kahn gave Cobra a piece of good news through the phone bug. If nothing else, Rainland City will belong to him in the future. This is not only the residence of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, but also the place where the research laboratory is located. Nico Robin looked at Kahn, who was sitting on the sofa, with a serious face. Standing beside him was his former boss, 7 warlords of the sea. Powerful pirates, they are even recognized by the government. Stronger than the sand crocodile, if she becomes the new 7 warlords of the sea, she must be qualified to protect her, but Nico Robin can't figure out Kahn at all, so he can't make a decision. Kahn interrupted Nico Robin and said to her, "One day, tell them that they don't have to come back if they don't come back, and run away as much as they want." "Your Majesty Cobra, why did you bring Princess Vivi here?" Kahn sighed, and then said to Cobra emphatically, "This is the Bar Lock Crime Agency, and many people may die soon. It's okay, I'll let Vivi go out in a while. Is this the underground base of Klaka Doll's criminal organization? I think there are undiscovered criminal secrets on the upper floor. Ikarem, let's search it. Bar." Cobra smiled and waved his hands indifferently, and then prepared to take Ikarem to visit the Rain Feast Casino. He had heard of the name of this place a long time ago, but because of his status as the king, he had no chance to come here. "There is a chance today. Your Majesty, we should be here to interrogate, not to gamble." Ikarem grabbed Cobra by the collar, dragged him back and walked to another house, where Clocator was imprisoned. Find out how much this sand crocodile knew about Alabasta's secret and how many people it told. After Cobra was dragged away by Ikarem, Nico Robin approached Kahn, and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect a strong man of your strength to choose to cooperate with this kind of person. I don't have anything about him. Any advantages found?" "Hey, you be asterisk 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 D, what's wrong with my father? He's the best king ever." Vivi heard Nico Robin's words and said indignantly, if she didn't know that this woman is an advanced cadre of Bar Lock Studio, she would definitely teach her a good lesson with her fists. Vivi is right about that, Cobra is king, and a good one at that. Kahn shook his head at Nico Robin and said, "You have been running away for so many years, haven't you realized the role of a good identity? If you were a member of the Nefertali royal family, would Marine have chased you for so many years?" After hearing what Kahn said, Nico Robin was shocked. She didn't tell the other party her identity. Could it be that she had already been guessed? Or did you know it from Kulak Dar? However, for this sentence, Robin still agrees with it in his heart. He has been fleeing since he was 8 years old, and he has been able to survive by constantly changing identities, buckled on her body. Nico Robin feels that Kahn seems to know her identity, but she does not reject her, so she has the idea of cooperating with him, but now is not the time to talk about it. She feels that it will be a good opportunity for this person to take over the Bar Lock Studio. Soon, the chief conductor of Bar Lock Studio came to the underground conference room of Yuan first. There were 4 groups of 9 people from Mr. 1 to Mr. 5, Mr. 2 Bentham is a mermaid, so he was alone in a group. Nico Robin asked, "They are already waiting for you, boss, do you want to meet the advanced cadres first?" That is, the 9 chief conductors. Kahn waved his hand and refused, "Let them wait, I don't like to say one thing twice. By the way, Robin, help me clear out an empty room, it needs to be bigger, if you don't have it, go and build it now, please." "I see." Nico Robin said with a smile, then glanced at Vivi, and walked out slowly. As soon as Nico Robin left, Vivi immediately asked angrily, "Mr. Pinter, I think that woman is also a bad person." "Princess Vivi, some things can't just be seen on the surface. You will gradually understand Nico Robin in the future. By the way, I have a set of Iron Man suits here. It only costs 100 million Baileys, and you can become a hero after wearing it. Do you want to think about it?" While promoting the Iron Man suit to Vivi, Kahn also took out a magic chocolate frog. Vivi's eyes lit up when she saw the chocolate, but her face collapsed again when she heard the price of the Iron Man suit. Yesterday, she eavesdropped on the conversation between her father and Ikarem and others, and knew that Kahn should have good things here, but the price is too expensive, so expensive that Alabastus national finances can't support it. Her father has already planned to send people to help Kahn do it live to repay the debt. Can I see the Iron Man armor first? Vivi whispered with low confidence. If she really moved her heart, then she would save 100 million Baileys by herself. It should be easy to save. Kahn smiled and touched Vivi's head and said, when this thing is over, trust me, you will definitely like my Iron Man suit. Another potential customer, the subsequent upgrades and energy replenishment of Iron Man's suit are not a small benefit. One day later, almost all the chief conductors and executive conductors came, and some who couldn't make it in time were also designated as traders by Nico Robin. The conference hall of Noah University was full of people. Now the Bar Lock studio has not developed to the size that it will be in 3 years, but there are 70 or 80 executive directors. If there are more, this underground conference hall will not be able to stand. Everyone, please be quiet. Nico Robin smiled and walked in from the conference room to the entrance door. The voice was loud enough for everyone to look at her, and then continued. Our new boss may have a bad temper. If someone provokes him, please don't implicate others. New boss. Daz Bonus, codenamed Mr. One, noticed the key point in Nico Robin's words. He is the one who ate Paramecia dice fruit, and his strength is at the forefront of the Bar Lock studio. So, Mr. All Sunday, do we still have an old boss? That's right, Mr. One, but the old boss has been killed, and now I can reveal his identity to you, Locke the Sand Crocodile, one of the original 7 warlords of the sea. After Nico Robin finished speaking, everyone in the conference room showed shock on their faces. Many of them did not expect their original boss to be so powerful, and what shocked them even more was that 7 warlords of the sea actually got killed. Nico Robin ignored their shock and continued to speak, as for the current boss. Before finishing speaking, she looked in the direction of the head of the conference table. Is everyone here, Robin? A voice attracted the attention of the people in the room, and then they saw a young man who looked like an aristocrat sitting at the head of the conference table. This is the new boss. After meeting Kahn, everyone guessed, because compared with them, Kahn was too thin in terms of figure and appearance, and he was not even as tall as Nico Robin. Appearance is the first deterrent, and Kahn of the magic system will naturally not look fierce, and the temperament brought by the unicorn gene makes him invisible, and of course only women can feel it. Men don't feel this way. What are you doing? The new boss is this brat. He defeated the 7 warlords of the sea. Mr. All Sunday is not lying to us. I'm really upset. Is this kid the young master of some noble family? There were a lot of discussions in the conference room, which was extremely noisy in the originally quiet space. Some of the executive conductors who had joined for a short time almost showed their dissatisfaction with Kahn, while the chief conductor sitting at the conference table did not express much. Boom! Kahn snapped his fingers lightly, and he used 31 silent shattering spells in an instant, directly pulverizing the 31 people who spoke just now. Nuada's conference room fell silent instantly. Except for a little blood floating on the ground, there was nothing to prove that there were those people in the room just now, as if it was an illusion. Suddenly turned into powder and died, and they haven't figured out how these people died, and they have never heard of devil fruit with this ability before. Even Nico Robin swallowed her saliva. She said that the new boss's bad temper was to warn these people, but the new boss's temper was really not very good. For the first time, and once again, I will make you feel that death is the happiest thing in the world. Kahn's words were full of warnings, but no one dared to take him as a joke, and those who were a little less courageous even nodded silently covered in cold sweat. The people recruited by Locke's studio are all criminals, and Kahn didn't feel any burden if he killed them all. If it wasn't for the lack of manpower in the world when he first came to this world, he really didn't want to use these unstable people, the chief conductor jumped out, otherwise the effect would be better. Robin should have told you just now that your original boss, Lock Dahl, was defeated by me. After that, the Lock Studio will be renamed the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. I called you here today just for a meeting. You can also cherish the memory of the original boss. Kahn said slowly, after the large reduction in the number of staff in the conference room just now, even the chief conductor Mr. One dared not ignore his words, and listened very seriously. As for the arrangements for you, I will inform Ms. Robin, the vice president of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce, in Rainland City. After hearing the words, Nico Robin took a deep breath, then smiled and said, "It's a great honor, boss. Vice President Robin will tell you what to do in the future. Follow orders and don't make trouble, unless you can find another force that can protect you." After speaking, Kahn announced the disbandment, leaving Robin alone. "Robin, I know your identity and purpose, but if you can help me do things with peace of mind in the future, you don't have to worry about the world government." Kahn straight to the point said to Nico Robin that her management ability is good, and the collection of devil fruit and other resources of the pirate world does not conflict with the main text of history. It is better to rely on influence than to rely on her own collection. She should know how to choose. Nico Robin thought for a while, and asked hesitantly, "Boss, the world government has never given up hunting me. It's Nico Robin thereafter, they won't take all the other women in the world. This is a polyjuice potion. Throw a strand of someone else's hair in it and drink it. You can become his in half an hour." Appearance. This is an electrostatic camouflage veil, which can only change the face, but the effect is longer lasting, and it is a little worse than Mr. Two's clone fruit. You can try it. Kahn brought out the polyjuice potion and the static camouflage veil on the table and said to Nico Robin, "With these two things, she can even bring a camera to Merryfit to take pictures as a reporter." At this time, the wanted ones are all based on facial photos, which is extremely backward. 2 years after the Summit War, there was a pirate pretending to be a straw hat. A lot of people. Nico Robin was very moved when she heard it. She was also envious of Mr. Two's clone fruit ability. Now, after hearing Kahn's confession, she couldn't help reaching out to the polyjuice potion. Alabasta, which has been dry for a year, finally rained. Although Alabasta no longer has the problem of drought and sandstorms after the sand crocodile is eliminated, in order to quickly stabilize the people's hearts, Cobra gritted his teeth and asked Kahn to rain a few times in Alabasta. Vivi overheard that her father was planning to ask Kahn for a few more rains, so she came to Kahn in advance, sincerely hoping that Kahn would be cheaper. Kahn agreed immediately, and then signed a work contract with Vivi, hiring her as a princess to act as a supervisor. He is going to make a big renovation of Rainland City. At that time, in addition to the people sent by Cobra, Kahn himself may also hire a group of civilians. Princess Vivi is the best supervisor. After signing the contract, Kahn waited for Cobra to come to his door, and reluctantly gave him 3 million Baileys cheaper. The lack of water is all that plagues the people of Alabasta. I have to deny that Cobra is a good king who really cares about the people. Lokdar is a bit stupid. Threatening Cobra, the probability of getting Pluton is greater than the probability of him overthrowing and taking Alabasta. Your Majesty, this light rain may last for another day. As long as we follow Mr. Burnt's suggestion, there will be no risk of drought in Alabasta in the future. Your Majesty, are you still looking at those transaction lists? Ikarem saw Cobra holding the sheepskin scroll in a daze, so he stepped forward and shook it vigorously, making Cobra recover from his daze. Ah, Ikarem, you're here. Ikarem shouted to Cobra angrily, I'm done reporting. Ha ha ha, don't be angry, I'm just thinking about the above. If all those firearms are allocated to the Kingdom Guard, then the people of Alabasta will never be afraid of pirates' harassment in the future. After hearing the words, Ikarem poured cold water on it and said, Don't think about it, Your Majesty, Alabasta can't afford it, no matter how much you can reduce the palace's expenses, it's impossible. Cobra hit Ikarem's head with a hand knife and said, Don't just puncture other people's dreams, you be *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************still agrees with Cobra's words very much. With that kind of powerful firearms, 3 guards who are proficient in using assault rifles can threaten Bell and Jacka, and Alabasta has a standing army of 600,000. Protecting the people has always been what Cobra has been trying to do. After seeing the power of Kahn's guns, Cobra had to say that he was very moved. 100 people can do a hail of bullets, 100 rockets can destroy a 10-meter large pirate ship. It's useless to think about other things, Your Majesty, there is no threat from Bar Lock Studio now, just develop slowly in the future. Ikaram persuaded, but he asked with some worry, but Your Majesty, that Mr. Pinter. Are you asking if he's the next Clocketer? Ikaram. As if he knew what Ikaram wanted to ask, Cobra said ahead of time, don't worry, Ikaram, he doesn't seem to have any other shortcomings except greed for money, he doesn't even care about Alabasta's most precious secret, Alabasta. What else could attract Mr. Pinter? That's true, but Your Majesty, Alabasta is so poor, how can you sleep? You curly b*************************************************************************************************************************************************utututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututututut discussion with the king. You said that Alabasta is poor, and you don't work hard to make the country rich. Ikarem and Cobra fought in the palace while talking, and the guards next to them were no strangers to it, and sometimes Cobra would fight with hooligans on the street. Boss, everyone has been arranged. Maybe some people are not used to it. After all, they have done so many crimes before, but now they have to do business. Nico Robin reported to Kahn about the Chamber of Commerce on the sidelines. Most of the people in the former Pakistan Lock Work Agency were violent and knew nothing but crimes, so Nico Robin used them to form an intelligence department and a money-making department. Specifically for pirates. Kahn is not a good person, but he will still choose the object of profit. In the world of pirates, civilians are the lowest level of existence. Using violence against civilians, the money won and paid are completely unequal. Pirates and nobles should be his targets, one uses violence, and the other uses legal means of profiteering. As for the civilians in the pirate world really don't have much money. The nobles and kings scrape over and over again, and finally save a little, and they may encounter pirates and scrape again. It doesn't matter. If it weren't for no one would use this bunch of trash. If anyone plans to defect, please inform me. There are just a lot of experimental subjects in need. While fiddling with the experimental equipment, Kahn said to Nico Robin that he is going to conduct 2 studies now. The first is whether the recovery potion and super soldier serum are useful to the people of Pirate World, and the second is to try to extract the devil from Lockdar fruit ability. If successful, send Clocketer's head for a bounty. Whether it is to form an intelligence department or buy devil fruit and other materials, a lot of Bailey is needed, and Kahn needs Nico Robin to take care of him, so give a little bit of benefits appropriately. Robin, you can change to a fixed face, and then go to King Cobra to ask for a fixed identity, a distant relative of Nefertali, or a commoner. As long as you have Cobra as your identity proof, you can go to naval headquarters openly and above board. The most important thing is that you can talk to King Cobra about the main text of the history in private. As long as you reveal your identity and purpose and don't spy on Pluton, King Cobra should agree to your request. If it doesn't work, you can give him a fortune viewing fee. Kahn took out a parchment and handed it to Nico Robin, and continued to say to her, I will give you a quota of 100 million to 70 million Baileys, and King Cobra should agree to your request. Is it that simple? Nico Robin couldn't believe it, how much she paid for the historical text, but it seemed to be nothing in Kahn's mouth. What's the problem? You're not doing it for ancient weapons, and you won't threaten Alabasta. Cobra only needs a reason, and you can give him that reason. After Kahn finished speaking, he was ready to start the first test, so he waved Robin out. But before she left, Kahn said another sentence that tickled her heart, if you behave well, it is not impossible to tell you the whereabouts of a few historical texts, the premise is performance. The Imperius Curse cooperated in the previous month, so Lock Dahl was very cooperative, lying on the experimental bed and doing whatever he asked, and even took the initiative to draw blood and cut flesh for Kahn to study. A month later, Kahn added an Imperious Curse to Kulak Dal again, but he could feel that Kulak Dal's resistance was slowly getting stronger. Some progress in Pirate World is unreasonable at all. Rayleigh taught Luffy to be inferior to Kaido for a year and a half. Kahn was a little worried that he used too much Imperious Curse on Lock Dal, and it would help him awaken observation haki. However, the Sand Crocodile, whose ability of Devil Fruit has been suppressed, is useless even if it awakens the color of knowledge. After more than 4 months of research, Kahn has made a lot of progress in Demon Fruit power. He also has a background in biology, and has personally participated in many research projects, and finally asked Red Queen to record all the research data. Whenever he goes to a new place, Kahn must bring Red Queen's supercomputer body and corresponding research and testing equipment. The Red Queen on his body has collected data from 3 worlds, and its calculation ability is quite powerful. It is precisely because of the data accumulation of the Red Queen that Kahn can make such rapid progress in 2 months. The tampered gene chain can also be called a blood factor here. Devil Fruit is equivalent to mutating a person's genes, but it's not like completely changing a person's genes. This one has the genes to use the fruit's abilities. The sound of the machine startup was getting louder, and the light in the laboratory was gradually getting stronger. Kahn stared intently at the process of separating the Devil Fruit bloodline factor. Then, after the progress reached 100%, a strong cold air was released in the laboratory for an instant. The machine cools down. Before Crocodile could finish his appeal, he was stunned by a stun spell, and then sent to the test bench by Kahn to start drawing blood. Kahn saw the results of the analysis after seeing the red, but he did not expect that Devil Fruit is like this, almost equivalent to an unconscious symbiosis, and after the death of the Fruit Eater, Devil Fruit's ability will slowly overflow from the corpse, and then recondense somewhere. It's almost like a symbiote. This experiment has only a 68% success rate in the calculation of the Red Queen. If the Sand Fruit serum extraction fails, it can only wait a few years for the Sand Fruit to be reborn elsewhere. Fortunately, the bad part of the bloodline factor may be separated, so that the defect of Demon Fruit power's fear of seawater and seastone can be eliminated. The only bad thing is that it needs all the blood of Demon Fruit power to barely extract the Sand Fruit serum. In this way, the ability of Devil Fruit cannot be used, and people with poor health will be affected by the bloodline factor of Devil Fruit. Hearing the last sentence, Crocodile knew that Kahn had discovered him a long time ago, so he gritted his teeth angrily and shouted, "You be ********** D ruined mine." Boom, Zizi. The success of this serum is due to the Red Queen's greatest contribution, and the contribution of Kulak Dal, who has long been mummified, is not small. Kahn can only find other Demon Fruit power to continue experimenting. After seeing the plan and analysis report given by Hong Ho, Kahn said to Crocodile with some embarrassment, "You can understand me, Sand Crocodile, after all, what you pursue is the concept of the weak and the strong, and the king loses the king. It's hard for you. It took 3 days to pretend. Successful." Kahn looked at the test results with some excitement, and couldn't wait to go to the separation equipment immediately, holding the prepared Sand Fruit serum in his hand to watch. As long as Jean Blue's liquid is injected into the body, Sand Fruit can be obtained the ability, not afraid of sea water and sea stone. In addition to empowering the user, Devil Fruit's bloodline factor also has a shell that is afraid of sea water. As long as it is affected by certain factors in sea stone, Devil Fruit's bloodline factor will disperse and can no longer be aggregated. Boom. It's such a troublesome thing. It's just that one pirate died. Why do we need to confirm some unimportant things? Shichibukai and these pirates should all be caught. Please don't say that, Colonel Smoker, this is a task assigned to us by the headquarters. Tashigi on the side hastily persuaded with a flustered face. Although there were only the 2 of them nearby, there was no third person who heard Smoker's words. When Lockdoll's body was sent to the Marine branch near Alabasta, the entire Marine branch was shocked, and even the headquarters were alarmed. 7 Warlords of the Sea is a FA high thief recognized by the world government, and almost all of them are powerful big pirates. Now one of them has died. Naval headquarters and world government must investigate this matter clearly. However, Cobra sent Icarem as the royal palace messenger, and told the Marine branch of all the crimes of Clocader in Alabasta. Robin even came to the Marine branch as a distant relative of the Nefertali royal family and the vice president of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. I gave Smoker some information about criminals from the former Pakistani lock studio. There was a royal family who proved it for Kahn. Coupled with the convincing evidence of the crime of Lokdar, it was an unforgivable move to subvert one of the 20 founding kingdoms of the world government. So world government and naval headquarters asked Smoker to see the person who killed Kolokdar, and if the other party wanted to become 7 Warlords of the Sea, they would invite him over. Letting Smoker go also has the intention of testing the opponent's strength. 7 Warlords of the Sea is a system used by the world government to check and balance pirates with pirates. The world government will realize the system of 7 Warlords of the Sea if it does not want to greatly expand the marine power and at the same time want to fight against pirates. It has certain effects, but the disadvantages are even greater. At least the countries that have joined the marine and world government do not want to see the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Pirates are a disaster, and the damage caused by a legal disaster to common civilians is simply unimaginable. When Smoker and his party came to the rainy city, the scene they saw was completely different from the previous period. Because of the heavy construction in the rain, many business places are closed for business, but there are many Alabasta citizens who broke ground on the street, and there is a girl with a loudspeaker who is directing, but the girl is obviously listening to a professional building nearby workers report, and then she shouted. Tashigi looked at the blind girl carefully in surprise, and said, "That's Princess Vivi of Alabasta. Why is she doing such a thing? With her here, the citizens around will not be lazy, and they can work with a smile, at least much better than the original sand crocodile." Smoker drank his cigar, then turned his head and shouted to Tashigi who was far behind, "Let's go Tashigi, let's get down to business first. Many things can be reflected from the nationals of a country." Smoker feels that the new owner of Rainland is at least a little better than Kolok Dal. After Smoker, Tashigi and his party saw Kahn in the underground conference hall of the Rain Banquet. They had the same expressions on their faces as the executive directors at that time. Kahn is not like a strong man at all. In the world of pirates, height and body shape represent strength to a certain extent. Even if it is a special demon fruit power, there should be scars left by many battles on the body, and Kahn not noticeable at all, like an elegant aristocrat. "Welcome both of you, please sit down," Kahn said with a smile, and then someone stepped forward to move Smoker and Tashigi out of their seats, and brought 2 cups of tea. The strength of intelligence guesses and this inexplicable etiquette made Tashigi feel a little restrained, and even Smoker was the same, but he would not be subject to such restraint. After sitting down, he drank the warm tea in one gulp, and then directly asked. "I'm Colonel Smoker of the Marine Branch. I'm here this time to deal with the follow-up of Kolok Dal. Regarding his bounty, the branch doesn't have so much at present. After the corpse is transported to the headquarters, someone will send you the bounty." 7 Warlords of the Sea had stopped offering bounties, but Kolokdar had his bounty reinstated after he was disqualified as a Shichibukai for his crimes. Kahn smiled and nodded, "No problem, it's just a matter of waiting a few more days." "Colonel Smoker, is there anything else?" Smoker said unceremoniously, "Yes, because Klokadar's status is unusual. To be honest, I hate their 7 Warlords of the Sea, big pirates with a legal name, but these are the idiots of the world government decision, I can only bear it." Tashigi on the side persuaded in a panic, "Colonel Smoker, don't say such things outside." Smoker said indifferently, "Forget it, let's not mention those idiots. The world government and naval headquarters want to invite you to take over Kolokadar's position and become the new 7 Warlords of the Sea. Do you want to accept it?" "Man, I think it's much better than sand crocodiles." "I refuse, I am a businessman, why should I be a legitimate FA high thief?" Kahn refused without even thinking about it, saying that the status of 7 warlords of the sea is good for pirates, and they can be plundered legally. 7 warlords of the sea can only lower Kahn's status, turning him from a legal businessman into a non-FA high thief. Legal plundering is of no use to him, and he has to obey the orders of the world government. It can be said that it is all disadvantages and no benefits. Is that so? Then I'll go back to the headquarters, and the bounty from Kolak will be sent to you. Tashigi asked in surprise after hearing the words, "Colonel, is this over? No more persuasion?" Smoker said impatiently, "I don't even want to, why are you persuading me?" After speaking, Smoker was about to get up and leave, but Kahn stopped him with his hand. "Colonel Smoker, please wait a moment. The matter of the 7 warlords of the sea can be put aside. I have a batch of munitions to sell here. Do you want to think about it, Marine?" Kahn smiled and said to Smoker that Alabastus finances cannot support a large-scale replacement of arms, but Marine should have the ability. In the world of pirates, war and fighting are the main theme, and nothing is better than selling arms. The arms and weapons production line brought by Kahn this time is useful, even the cheapest AK assault rifle is better than Marine standard flintlock and smoothbore guns are much better. Nico Robin has already established a military factory next to Rainland City. As for gunpowder and gun-making materials, Kahn plans to buy Alabastus gunpowder inventory, half of which will be paid with money, and the other half will be paid with arms. Both Tashigi and Smoker felt a little odd after leaving Rainland town. They obviously came to invite each other to become 7 warlords of the sea, but unexpectedly, Colonel Smoker negotiated a deal with each other. Tashigi asked weakly, "Colonel, I still think it would be better to invite Mr. Burnt to become 7 warlords of the sea, at least he won't plunder civilians." "Forget it, Tashigi, if I let you become a pirate, would you be willing?" Smoker interrupted Tashigi, and said, "But the weapons he provided are really good, Tashigi, submit an application to the headquarters as soon as you go back, really no way, the branch will buy a batch first." Tashigi quickly persuaded, "Colonel, without the approval of the headquarters, it is best not to change the equipment casually, which will lead to punishment. Then you have to convince the headquarters, otherwise it will be troublesome if these weapons are bought by pirates. Although that guy will not attack civilians like pirates, he is also a standard businessman." After Smoker finished speaking, he stuffed a cigar into his mouth again, and smoking one always felt like it wasn't strong enough. After Tashigi and Smoker left, Nico Robin approached Kahn. "Boss, do you really want to sell marine weapons?" Kahn waved his hand helplessly and said, "No way, the intelligence department, devil fruit, and rare materials all need a lot of Bailey, and you can make a little money just by robbing pirates. By the way, look at your face when you come back. Nothing to love, didn't you find what you wanted in the historical text? Then please, this is for you, a magic item with protective ability. Although sand fruit can be regarded as a Logia ability, it has obvious weaknesses. It is afraid of water, and sand is also afraid of high temperature. In contrast, thunder fruit is better." Nico Robin thought to himself, then smiled from the bottom of his heart and said, "I know the boss, let me set up the intelligence department and develop the Chamber of Commerce. There are not many fruits that are relatively easy to obtain at this stage, and thunder fruit is definitely the most valuable among them. If you develop it well, it will definitely be a godlike ability." Kahn told Robin that the latter was frustrated because the historical text did not have what she wanted to know, but she knew the whereabouts of a historical text so quickly, and Kahn also supported her very much, which made Nico Robin feel a little lucky. "As you said, boss, it's just a boring weapon, but boss, is what you said last time true? I will help you deal with the Chamber of Commerce and the intelligence organization, boss, and you will give me a place of shelter, and at the same time allow me to use the intelligence department to find the historical text. Sky Island is not legendary, and there are devil fruit and some resources I need, but I will go there after a while. By the way, Robin, while inquiring about devil fruit, ask about demon fruit power by the way." Kahn said with a smile, of course, I am also very interested in the historical text. In addition to the historical text of Alabasta, Sky Island also has one. I will take you to see it in a while. End of this chapter. Kahn gave Nico Robin a magic bracelet and let her go. This is a normal alchemy item, which also has protection and recovery functions, but it can give Kahn a location, so that he can apparate to Robin at any time beside. Thank you, the Question Bank Master, for the reward. Perhaps, it's much better to stay under Boss Pinter's hand than the Sand Crocodile. Nico Robin thought about it for a long time, and today he finally made up his mind and prepared to ask the matter clearly. Her identity has been guessed by the other party. If you want to exchange her for a bounty, there are countless opportunities in the past few months. But if the boss doesn't have this idea, Robin plans to take root here. Thank you for your rewards. As for the plan to go to Sky Island, after the Sand Fruit Serum was extracted, Kahn had this plan. Nico Robin was surprised after hearing the words, "There is also Sky Island." But that is not the island in Legendary. The Sand Fruit Serum was temporarily released by Kahn. His goal for Logia was Thunder Fruit, but he had to figure out whether the bloodline factor of Logia Devil Fruit was unique in the gene chain. If it could not be covered, he could only take it a Devil Fruit. Regarding the statement that two Devil Fruits cannot be eaten at the same time, Kahn suspects that eating two Devil Fruits will cause the conflict of the genetic chain to collapse. Before this problem is solved, Kahn does not intend to eat the second Devil Fruit. He still doesn't know much about Devil Fruit, and needs more experimental subjects and data support, but relying on Thunder Fruit's ability alone, if it is well developed, it is basically a real god. Fortunately, Enel is a scumbag. If he learns or develops Thunder Fruit a little bit, the difficulty level will rise a few notches. If it's just the level at the beginning of the plot, then Enel is still easy to deal with the opponent's arrogance, plus the composite insulating clothing and magic power prepared in advance, Kahn has a great deal of confidence in dealing with Enel. Magic can affect electromagnetism. Kahn knew it when he was at Hogwarts. When the magic is strong enough, it can prevent the current from spreading and create an existence similar to an insulating force field, which is Kahn's own magic field. Now that Kahn has sent Nico Robin to collect information on Sky Island, and after finding out the specific location of the updraft, he is ready to go. After Nico Robin heard that Kahn asked her to inquire about Sky Island and the turbulence, she immediately guessed that the boss was going to Sky Island, and she sent out many executive directors, and she was even more concerned about this matter than Kahn. O'Hara died because of the historical text, and exploring the blank history is not only Nico Robin's own hobby, but also her responsibility belonging to the last O'Hara people. But while he inquired about Sky Island and Ascension Stream, Nico Robin had other things to attend to. For example, Smoker from the Marine branch came to Alabasta again. This time, in addition to sending Klaka Dar a bounty, he still wanted to invite Kahn to become a Shichibukai. "I'm sorry, Colonel Smoker, the boss doesn't like being pirates very much, I'm afraid he will still reject you." After Nico Robin asked Marine to take over the bounty, he didn't bother Kahn's thoughts. A qualified assistant is to handle things according to the boss's wishes. Warlords of the Sea really has no interest. Please inform your boss again. Naval Headquarters knows that he doesn't want to be a pirate, so he changed the condition. Smoker said with some impatience on his face. He was not good at lobbying and persuasion, but the Marine Headquarters still asked him to do such things. What a trouble. Nico Robin asked with a constant smile on his face, "What are the conditions offered by Naval Headquarters?" If it is really sincere, I believe the boss is still willing to listen. After all, he is a bit busy now and has no necessary things. I dare not easily disturb him. I said you. Smoker's displeasure on his face made him want to slap the table, but he thought that this was in the other party's territory, and he had important matters to represent Marine and world government this time, so he suppressed his unhappiness and said to Nico Robin. Naval Headquarters knows that your boss doesn't want to be a pirate, so he will declare to the world that your boss is to become the 7 warlords of the sea as a hero against pirates, and there is also an order to buy guns from Marine, but the headquarters will send someone for this matter. Let's talk about it in detail. If there is no accident, the guns of naval headquarters will be purchased from your boss in the future. And finally it will be the pass. Pass? Nico Robin asked repeatedly. Smoker explained with a look of impatience, any place where the Marine is, will pass unconditionally, but I guess the place you use the most should be through the Red Line, which should be quite expensive for businessmen, after all, except there is only the Fishmen Island, and you should know the ship loss rate there. Nico Robin asked in surprise, Holy Maria Joe, from the Red Line? Can the goods pass through there? There is a special channel, otherwise how would those celestial dragons bring their things back? Well, after talking so much, are you going to inform your boss? Smoker's patience was reaching its limit. If this assistant started to argue with him again, he would immediately turn around and let other people from the headquarters come and talk to this guy. But just after Smoker finished speaking, the space in front of him was directly distorted. The next second, Kahn's figure came out of the distorted space. The time lasted very short. Nico Robin didn't see clearly at all, only Smoker saw clearly what happened just now. Unknown ability, can suddenly appear in a certain place. Smoker recorded this information in his mind. As for why Kahn came here suddenly, Smoker looked at Nico Robin, who stretched his hand back from under the table, and guessed that she had been using the phone bug to contact Kahn just now. Kahn came into the conference room, smiled and said to Smoker, Colonel Smoker, I'm really sorry to trouble you for a little trouble. Smoker received Kahn's apology, and the other party greeted him with a smile again. He couldn't say anything more, so he pretended not to know and repeated what he said just now, it's nothing, this time I'm doing it because of the world government and the latest news from the headquarters. But before Smoker finished speaking, Kahn said first, I agree to the invitation of the world government. If I don't become a pirate, then the 7 warlords of the sea status is also good for me. As for the purchase of guns by Marine, I have a doubtful, with the research capabilities of the world government, this kind of firearm should be easy to research thoroughly. It would be superfluous to ask him to buy it again. The pacifist that naval headquarters is developing is even equipped with laser cannons. This kind of firearm should not be difficult for them. Who knows, maybe it's laziness, or maybe it's because you're afraid that you'll sell it to the pirates. Instead of letting the pirates change their equipment and increase their strength, it's better to buy it from Marine. Smoker changed 2 cigars and continued, I'm not responsible for these things. The headquarters will send other people to connect with you at that time, but it will probably add that you are not allowed to sell guns and ammunition to pirates. Can you accept this condition? Kahn said with a smile, of course, Colonel Smoker, don't forget that I'm a businessman, and I don't have any affection for most of the pirates who rob me. It's impossible for them to buy a bullet from me. Pirates are only worthy of being the plunder of Kahn's men. There is no prey to buy guns from hunters. Except for a small number of pirates in the pirate world, the rest are criminals. Even Luffy made a big noise and impelled down and let a group go pirates. Since this is the case, I have nothing to do here. Someone will come to hand over to you in a few days. At that time, the world government will declare to the world that you will become the new 7 warlords of the sea. The main responsibility is to use strength to deter or catch other pirates. When Smoker said the last sentence, it was a little meaningful, and while speaking, he touched the weapon that was set aside. Seeing this, Kahn smiled, then nodded and said, I understand, at least show Colonel Smoker's strength, of course it's no problem, right here, are you ready, Colonel Smoker? Smoker stood up, his fierce face became more solemn, and he said, I'm right here, I'm ready anytime. When Kahn spoke, Nico Robin had retreated to the gate, and she didn't want to be affected. Then I will do it. Kahn reminded, and then he opened his mouth slightly, and a surging sea of fierce fire spewed out from his mouth. Flame. Demon fruit power. Smoker's eyes widened, and he thought in shock that he had smoked himself in an instant, but after the naturalization, the flames in the room still gave him a strong sense of threat, as if the flames could burn even the smoke. Is this, Maramara fruit from natural devil fruit? Smoker quickly wanted to escape the sea of flames, but the flames ejected by Kahn were like a waterfall roaring. In just 2 seconds, the conference hall of Nuoda was turned into a sea of flames. Kahn finished speaking with a smile, and then waved back all fiend fire. After the flame cage around Smoker disappeared, there was not much damage around, only a little scorched black appeared on the ground and ceiling. The second update, there will be another update in a while. However, Kahn snapped his fingers and used magic to restore the surrounding areas damaged by fiendfire. Then Kahn thought in his heart with satisfaction that his control over fiendfire seemed to be a little stronger again. Magic, Mr. Burnt's strength is indeed enough to serve as 7 warlords of the sea, then I won't bother you anymore. End of this chapter. Ask for votes. After Smoker finished speaking, he took his leave and left. He originally received an order from the headquarters to test Kahn's strength, but he was captured by the opponent without much action. Why did the headquarters never have any information on this? Are the intelligence agencies of the world government eating shit? I feel that you are also looking forward to it. After all, it is a historical text, so let's start after accepting Shichibukai. If the speed is fast, you can come back in a few days. This is magic, Colonel Smoker. Although I am a businessman myself, I learned a little magic by chance. Nico Robin laughed and said, Boss, Colonel Smoker seems to be hit hard. After Nico Robin was left in the conference room, she curiously touched the floor that had been burned just now, and then said to herself in confusion, what is magic? I remember that this place was destroyed just now, and now I can't even feel the heat. Kahn shook his head and said, how could that kind of person be hit? You should be sulking with yourself, mad at yourself for being too weak. Have you finished collecting Sky Island's intelligence? Sure, it's not devil fruit. Even the ceiling was burning with flames, and the flames gathered around him from all directions, turning into a flame cage in a short while. Around the flame cage, stood 4 beasts in the form of fiend fire, guarding him. Beside the flame cage was motionless. This flame. Definitely not Logia Marimera fruit, not even a Kainu Admiral's magma. The sense of threat was so great that Smoker didn't dare to use smoke to test whether he could get out of the flame cage. He tried it with a seastone weapon, but the seastone weapon was directly burned by the fire, and the tip of the weapon was blackened after a while stand up. Nico Robin felt a little excited when she heard the words, but she still stabilized her emotions and said with a smile, I've prepared it a long time ago, after all, it's the boss's order. It's been confirmed. It's very powerful. One is the spatial ability similar to the fruit of the door. It can suddenly appear in a conference hall with closed doors and windows. It also has the ability to control flames. It can burn my seastone weapon and even threaten the naturalization of a person with natural fruit ability. If he attacks me, I will be dead. Smoker reported to Naval Headquarters with a phone bug, and told Naval Headquarters all the information he got to make a summary. It's not devil fruit, are you idiots? I said that the flame can burn my seastone weapon. According to him, it's magic. Instead of asking me, it's better to ask the intelligence agency of the world government to investigate. This kind of thing sends someone else. Come on, I'm Colonel Marine, not a negotiator. After finishing speaking, Smoker hung up the phone unhappily. Worm, the guys in the headquarters let him, the branch colonel, handle everything. Fortunately, he didn't bring Tashigi today, otherwise he, the colonel, would be ashamed. The opponent sat on the bench and subdued him without moving. If this incident gets out, what kind of marine star? It's all blown out. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi on the side asked weakly. She always felt that Colonel Smoker was very angry today. In the past, he could have a good talk with the headquarters, but recently he quarreled when he disagreed. Smoker turned back and shouted, Tashigi. Yes, Colonel Smoker. Notify all soldiers, gather training, and double the amount of training in the future. If they are all so weak, how can they protect civilians from pirates? Tashigi opened his mouth in surprise after hearing the words, double. Colonel, isn't that a bit? I triple it. Yes, I understand, this subordinate will notify you now. After seeing the expression on Smoker's face, Toshiji knew that this matter could not be discussed, so he saluted immediately, and then went down to inform other soldiers in the branch. The calm sea caused some waves again because of a statement from the world government. The sand crocodile was killed for sedition and other crimes, and the person who killed Kolokdar became one of the new 7 warlords of the sea. Mage Kahn Pinter. There is magic in the pirate world, and there are performances in many places, and there are even pirates named after magic, but the term magic is relatively unfamiliar in the pirate world, and Kahn is probably the first to be famous for magic people. Even the world government has no information about magic, and other pirates are even less likely. However, in the newspaper's statement, the world government's promotion of Kahn was even a little too much, saying that he is a businessman who hates pirates very much. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely catch all pirates and would never sell them to pirates. A gun or a bullet. Magic mage Kahn Pinter may have been influenced by Marine's justice, which made him avenge the evil of pirates. When Mr. Pinter was young, he even swore that he would destroy the last pirate in the future. And the sea is peaceful. Boss, is this your childhood ideal? Nico Robin looked at the contents of the newspaper, and asked Kahn with a smile on his face. This newspaper was just met a newspaper gull after they set off, so Robin bought a copy. Unexpectedly saw such a interesting stuff. My ideal when I was young was to marry 7 wives. I never had the idea of driving away pirates. Robin, did I allow them to talk nonsense in the newspaper? Kahn read the contents of the newspaper carefully, and the world government was obviously trying to instigate hatred between him and the pirates, and although the newspaper didn't say it clearly, the implication was that he was very close to Marine. Nico Robin smiled and said, probably because you allowed them to process freely when you were impatient, but the 7 wives should be able to do it with the current strength of the boss. Dreams naturally change with strength. Let's not talk about this for now. There should be many pirates who will come to make trouble. Robin, I will lend you the fire dragon when I go back, and let it hunt sea beasts by itself. Enemies that can't be dealt with will be handed over to it. Kahn told Nico Robin that the fire dragon he was talking about was the one pulling the cart outside. Now it has been raised to more than 60 meters and needs a huge amount of meat every day. Every once in a while, he would throw a batch into the pet bag cattle and sheep, together with basilisks and green snakes. Kahn directly signed a contract with a large ranch. But there is no need to worry in the world of pirates. The fire dragon can also dive for a short time. As long as it does not touch the large sea kings, there is basically no threat to it. Moreover, the power and flames of the fire dragon are also extremely difficult to deal with. With the 100-meter-long pillar of flames and the ability to fly, few pirates can deal with the fire dragon in the first half. When Nico Robin heard that the fire dragon was lent to her, his eyes lit up and he asked, with this chariot? The dragon chariot is what Kahn and Nico Robin are currently riding on. There are 10 large rooms and 5 living rooms inside, as well as various storage rooms, kitchens, entertainment rooms and other rooms. They have been done before, but Kahn has always been I'm used to operating, so I don't have much chance to use it. After Kahn thought for a while, he sighed and said, okay, except for my room, I can let you use the rest. This is a benefit for the vice president. Don't be negligent about the devil fruit. Of course, I won't let you down, boss. Nico Robin immediately said joyfully. Not only did she now have a new identity, but she could also ride in such a cool car. The decision she made at that time was really correct. Sand crocodile. How unfamiliar, and now her boss is Kahn Pinter. Afterwards, the two of them soon came to the vicinity of Gaia Island. It is said that there was a soaring current here not long ago, and Nico Robin sent someone to find out. Kahn magically put a waterproof and moisture-proof spell on the dragon, and then let it fly directly into the sky. The height of tens of thousands of meters is a bit difficult for Kahn, a fire dragon, but he can still fly up. When he flew to an altitude of more than 6,000 meters, the fire dragon plunged into the clouds, but then he saw a sea of clouds. There is a protective spell on the chariot, and the fire dragon is also protected by a spell, so it is not afraid of the white sea above the sky at all. There really is Sky Island, this should be the white sea in the records. Nico Robin saw the changing white sea outside through the window, and she even saw a special fish in the empty sea. Soon, the fire dragon crossed the white sea and came to a jungle composed of the Sky Island specialty white cloud and the white sea. Come down, then use other methods to get in. Thunder Fruit ability users have the color of knowledge that can cover the entire Sky Island. I don't know if magic can cover their tracks. Kahn said to Nico Robin, and stepped out of the chariot. Such a knowledgeable boss, it seems that I will wait for you outside. Nico Robin said in surprise after hearing the words. She also knows observation hockey, but it is very rare to cover an entire island. This type is basically a strong one. When the two men go to war, it will definitely cause a lot of commotion. I'll send you to the vicinity of Angel Island first, you can stay there for a while, and I'll go find you after I deal with the Thunder Fruit capable user. After Kahn finished speaking, he directly used Animagus to transform into a silver and white phoenix. In the form of a bird, even if Enel sensed it, he probably wouldn't care too much. Thunder Fruit's ability to escape is too perverted. Although it is impossible with Enel's character, if something happens, the loss will be great. Phantom Beast. When Nico Robin saw the huge phoenix suddenly appearing in front of her eyes, she couldn't help covering her mouth and said in surprise, but based on her experience, she didn't even know what kind of bird it was, but it felt a bit like a phoenix. This is magic, ready to go. After Kahn finished speaking, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. After taking off, he grabbed Nico Robin with his phoenix claws, and rushed towards the higher Sky Island amidst her exclamation. He had done a lot of preparation to catch Enel, so he definitely didn't want to make a mistake. The flying ability of the phoenix is no less than that of the fire dragon, and after Kahn turned into a phoenix with Animagus, some instincts, or magic belonging to the phoenix, gradually grew in his mind. No wonder other wizards have warned future generations not to turn into magical creatures when practicing Animagus. The magic power system of magical creatures is completely different from that of wizards. Turning into a magical creature disables Animagus so she can never change back. Kahn also has the Phoenix gene and the Extremis virus to become a magical creature. Vulcan Scent. This is the name Kahn gave to the Phoenix ability, which can instantly take himself and others to other places through the spontaneous combustion of the Phoenix fire, and after becoming a Phoenix, Kahn's perception has improved a lot. He could clearly perceive the numerous life breaths on Angel Island 6 or 7 kilometers away, which were not only blessed by the Phoenix's ability, but also benefited by natural energy. Boom! A flash of fire flashed, and before Nico Robin knew what happened, he felt that she was falling rapidly from a high altitude. What's happening here? Nico Robin only saw a big white bird in the sky disappear for a moment, and then she was falling quickly. Flower flower fruit, flower flower fruit. But the flower flower fruit couldn't save her, there was no place in the air for her to grow her hands, and Nico Robin felt the speed of her descent slow down as soon as she felt the shock in her heart, and stopped suddenly after a second. Saved. Nico Robin opened her eyes and found that she was less than 2 meters away from the ground. She turned around and jumped on the ground. She looked at her wrist and found that the shiny bracelet had returned to normal. She was slightly relieved. This should be a coast. It seems that the unscrupulous boss left me on the beach of Angel Island. Let's go and collect information first. Nico Robin came to Sky Island for the first time, and there was some urge to explore in his heart, and then he walked to the stairs on the side of the mountain. Along these man-made roads, he must find empty locals. Sanctuary. This is the place where the gods live. After the previous god Gonfer was expelled, this place has been the place where the new god Enel lives, but this was originally Gaia Island in Qinghai, but it was occupied by the residents of Sky Island a long time ago. So the Sandia people have been trying to take it back. Strange animal, a bird threw a monkey to Angel Island, and that monkey went to a crowded place. Enel sensed Kahn and Nico Robin, but although he sensed their existence, his perception was still disturbed by magic, and he didn't regard them as intruders. God, what happened? Your priest is willing to serve you. One of the 4 priests, heard Enel talking to himself, and then asked respectfully. Enel laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, no need, no need, if you need a priest to catch a monkey, doesn't that mean that the white sanctuary is too busy?" But the 4 priests really feel a little idle. The Sandia people haven't come to make trouble for a long time, and they are about to fall ill. A magical human being, why doesn't she have wings on her back? It doesn't seem to be from Sky Island, is it from Qinghai, from other places? After Nico Robin came to a market in Angel Island along the ladder, many Sky Island locals stared at her curiously. Sky Island has not been visited by Qinghai people for a long time, and every time Qinghai people enter the country, they can exchange purchases many strange things. So when they saw Nico Robin, many Sky Islanders looked at Nico Robin with hopeful eyes, hoping that she could trade with him. But Nico Robin can't read minds, she just feels that many people are looking at her with weird eyes, and she can't figure out what the eyes mean. It doesn't seem to be full of hostility. The boss should know something about Sky Island, if only he told me in advance. Nico Robin sighed in her heart, thinking that she would be noticed wherever she went, so how could she inquire about the news of the main text of history in this way? Just as Nico Robin was about to inquire about the situation on Angel Island, some white beret troops suddenly appeared nearby. They were guards dedicated to maintaining order on Sky Island. "Everyone, we have received news that an illegally invaded monkey has come to Angel Island. If you have any clues, you can report to us." The captain of the White Beret unit loudly announced to the residents of Sky Island. "Monkey? I don't think I've seen it before." "That's right, there is only one from Qinghai, but she doesn't seem to have any plans to make a deal with us." After hearing the words, the captain of the White Beret frowned and asked, "People from Qinghai? Have we received any notice of illegal intrusion by people from Qinghai recently?" One of his subordinates flipped through the records, and then replied, "No, Captain, they should have entered the country legally." "Then it has nothing to do with us. If the people of Qinghai make mistakes, please come and inform us. However, if you find that monkey that entered the country illegally, you must inform us as soon as possible. This is God's will." After Captain White Beret finished speaking, he led the other team members and crawled to other places on the ground again. Strange Sky Island people. After Nico Robin waited for the White Berets to leave, he shook his head and sighed, and then prepared to ask someone for information. Kahn, who turned into a phoenix, flew directly to Apayado Island. This island is very obvious. Other places on Sky Island are made of clouds, but this island is made of mud. On the island of Apayado, there is a giant vine surrounded by the sky, and a cloud island on the vine is the shrine where Enel lives. I don't know if Enel is there. If not, I will attract him, and then use fiend fire and a barrier to bind him. After Kahn made up his mind, he ended Animagus, and then separated 15 shadow clone. Even the shrine Yundao where Enel lives is not a small place, it takes 15 shadow clones to jointly cast a powerful enchantment, otherwise, with the destructive power of Thunder Fruit, the unguarded enchantment is likely to be destroyed. Enel destroys. The moment Kahn's shadow clone appeared, Enel's heart network sensed something was wrong, and doubts appeared on his face, and he said to himself, what kind of ability is this? From a bird to a human, and then to another, dozens of identical bodies? This is definitely not Sky Island's method. It seems that he also had a problem with his heart network just now. It is a bit like Devil Fruit's ability, but Enel doesn't know if it is Zoan or Paramecia. Turning from a bird to a human is a bit like Zoan, but it is so different. Multiple bodies and a bit like Paramecia. No matter what ability Devil Fruit is, it seems that this person is coming for me or the shrine. Enel suddenly laughed and talked to himself, causing the surrounding priests, chief guards, and guards to look at their gods in surprise, although they don't know the cause and effect, but from Enel's words just now, there should be enemies chasing them. Come. God, are there any enemies? Please allow me to destroy them. God, let me come. Shura and Om among the 4 god-tier officers took the lead in fighting, and O on the side reacted a step slower, but then he also challenged Enel. Only Gadaz reacted the fastest, but he hesitated, biting his lip, speechless. Don't worry, just wait here. Enel picked up a banana, didn't care who the enemy was or what abilities he had, and said arrogantly, the enemy should be from Qinghai. I don't know where I know about the shrine, so I want to deal with me, a god, ha 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 ha. Just wait for him to come, let him go from hope to despair, it should be the most fun thing today. After hearing Enel's words, the 4 god-tier officers were appeased, but they were still very excitedly waiting for the enemy to come to their door. After a while, the shrine was covered by a layer of transparent enchantment. Enel, the 4 god-tier officers, and the head of the guard who had the heart network were all surprised. Their heart network was isolated. Even Enel, the same is true, his heart net cooperates with thunder fruit, even if it is placed in the grand line, it is very powerful. But after the enchantment appeared, it was confined to this small shrine. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, I don't know what kind of devil fruit it is, but I'm the strongest god, he must be very desperate for a while. Before Enel could finish his confident words, a cloud of black smoke suddenly appeared from the sky, and then fell in the middle of the shrine and turned into a person. Who wants to despair, Enel? After Kahn finished asking this sentence, a layer of fiercely burning fierce fishing net instantly appeared on the periphery of the barrier, covering the entire barrier. A fiend fire of this scale could block even the light from outside, and the barrier the inside is full of dazzling red flames, and Kahn's face looks like a devil's smile under the light of fiend fire. Priest Ah Wu unconsciously felt a touch of fear, then subconsciously took half a step back, and said somewhat stammeringly, "Who is this guy?" However, his behavior was noticed by Enel, and the always arrogant god did not allow him to have such a shameful subordinate, so he immediately used his ability, 1,000,000 volts, lightning strike. Boom, crackling. Ah Wu, one of the 4 priests, was seriously injured by Enel. Under the suspicious and fearful eyes of the other 3 priests, Enel said with a gloomy expression, I don't need to be afraid of the enemy's subordinates. In the future, Wu will be kicked out of the 4 priests. Location. Aren't you scared too, Enel, because seeing your subordinates remind you of yourself? Kahn said to Enel with a smile on his face. Under the enveloping fire that burned everything, the bewitching flame made Kahn's smile look like a devil, and Enel felt fear in an instant. But after the fear, he was more angry. What I'm most worried about is that you will escape. With thunder fruit speed, if you really escape, I will have a headache. Fortunately, you are more arrogant and let me arrange the enchantment in advance. Do you think you can challenge God? Arrogant and ignorant Qinghai people. Enel's smile was a little crazy, and then he picked up the weapon at the side and tapped on the 3-go jade drum behind his back, 30,000,000 volts, Thunderbird. Crackling. In an instant, there was a flash of thunder, and the loud thunder could be heard endlessly. In an instant, countless thunder lights formed a lifelike Thunderbird, which screamed angrily and attacked Kahn. The Thunderbird's speed was very fast, but when it neighed and rushed to the position in front of Kahn, the Thunderbird suddenly became a little unstable, and then was waved by Kahn, causing the incomparably condensed Thunderbird to overflow into countless electric lights, within a few seconds then disappear. After smashing the Thunderbirds with the thick magic field and special insulating materials, Kahn shook his head and asked Enel, you have 30,000,000 volts here, and it's only a few million if you die, have you measured it, Enel? Could it be that he just said a number casually? You blasphemous B *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his teeth angrily, and then tapped the Goyu drum behind him again with the weapon in his hand. 100 million volts, Lei Guangzhu. The powerful thunder and lightning converged into a beam of light and blasted directly at Kahn with lightning speed. However, after the 100 million volts of lightning beam approached Kahn's body by 3 meters, it still collapsed and was unstable. Then Kahn defeated the center of the thunder and lightning with powerful magic power, making it melt. Scattered into countless tiny currents and spilled into the void. This time there should be tens of millions of volts. It seems that you really made up a random move. It seems that God is also a lie. Kahn looked at the scorched black insulating material around him. Even with the ancient rune attached, he still couldn't bear it a few times under this powerful lightning. So that's it, it seems that you came prepared. Enel also slowly discovered something was wrong. There were some invisible objects floating around Kahn. His 2 lightning attacks just now all began to show signs of collapse at a position of about 3 meters. The Vulcan is coming. Boom. Thunderbolt explosion. Boom. Awada eats a big melon. Ha ha ha, except for this weird flame, you can't hurt me at all, and your things that can hinder lightning are gone. Wait for me to break the eggshell outside and see what else you can do. Not a second later, Enel closed his eyes and fell from the sky. Kahn also began to fight back, first flooding the entire shrine with a large-scale fiendish fire, then killing several priests with the explosive curse, and then blasting several large holes in Enel's body. Even if there is an enchantment blocking it, the cloud island below the shrine is showing signs of collapse. Crackling. Enel thought in his heart, and then he was going to gather thunder and lightning and release a more powerful move to smash the outer layer of barrier and fiend fire net. Although fiend fire could burn his elemental body, the thunderbolt could also strike fiend fire into pieces. Scattered. Enel laughed loudly and said, he tried Kahn's several spells just now, except for these weird flames that could burn his elemental body, other means had no effect on him at all, which undoubtedly made Enel relax a little. It's just a little special Qinghai people, and I'll let you know the end of rebelling against the gods later. Seeing this, Kahn quickly took Enel down with the levitation curse, and after checking it, he said with luck, fortunately, he's not dead. If you can't even hold the killing curse that reduces the magic power, it's really troublesome. Explosions and fierce fire raged, plus lightning and thunder in the enchantment. Just when Enel was about to attack the enchantment in one fell swoop, a green light suddenly flashed behind him, and then Enel felt a splitting headache. The scene in front of him became darker and darker, and the lightning condensed in his hands could not be controlled. Sorry for disturbance. After asking some questions around the shellfish shop, Nico Robin still didn't get any useful information, so he bought some things and left the shellfish shop. Angel Island is so big, how long does it take to visit all of them? Go around all of them? A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside Nico Robin. Although she was startled, Nico Robin did not show it on his face. The residents on Sky Island seemed to have never heard of the historical text. Boss, are you finished? That's right, Thunder Fruit is really difficult to deal with. If he is a little more cautious, I will have nothing to do with him. He has a powerful sense of knowledge, unparalleled speed, and amazing destructive power. It's a pity that he is an idiot. After hearing Nico Robin's question, Kahn immediately smiled and said, Enel, if Enel stayed in the second half of the Grand Line for a while, he would not be able to win the opponent so easily. But why do you ask them for the historical text? I am here to let you collect information that is valuable to the Kahn Chamber of Commerce on the island. This is the duty of the Vice President. After you have collected it, I will take you to find the historical text. Text. After Nico Robin heard the words, he immediately asked anxiously, Boss, do you know the whereabouts of the historical text? Boss. But before she could finish her question, Kahn apparat and disappeared from Robin's eyes. If this is the case, you should have made it clearer at the beginning, this boss who does whatever he wants. Nico Robin sighed. Although she didn't get the whereabouts of the historical text from Kahn immediately, at least she can be sure that the historical text is somewhere in Sky Island. Next, she just needs to collect information, and she should be able to get a better performance. The whereabouts of the historical text. Speaking of which, the most valuable thing about Sky Island should be all kinds of magical shells. If it can monopolize the transaction, it will at least become the main profit product of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce. After Enel was defeated by Kahn, several priests under him did not die. These people are not bad at skills, they all know how to use knowledge, plus the special Sky Island shellfish fighting style. After a good training, they will be a few effective guards. The environment of Sky Island in Qinghai is very different. These priests may face some problems after leaving Sky Island, however, good exercise and injection of super soldier serum should allow them to adapt quickly. When he was in Alabasta, Kahn also conducted human experiments with some pirates and prisoners on death row. Although the super soldier serum had little effect on the powerful experimental subjects, it could still have some effect. People on Sky Island have lived in the thin air for a long time, so the effect of the super soldier serum should be a little bit more. The trip to Sky Island this time is very rewarding for Kahn. The most valuable thing is the thunder fruit, and he can extract the serum of the thunder fruit after he returns, but before that, he plans to study it on Enel, a matter of whether Logia devil fruit can coexist. If not, look into Paramecia and Zoan. Except for the thunder fruit serum, Enel's men, and his art proverbs, it's too ugly to be used as a cargo ship of the Kahn Chamber of Commerce in the future. Doesn't this guy have any sense of beauty? Kahn felt a little annoyed when he thought of the proverb of the Arkansas. The power system and the suspended flight system were completed early, but in the end he spent a lot of time on the golden idol. The golden god's face was removed. The power system can be improved. Forget about the attack turret on the Ark Proverbs. Let's take it back and make a big change. I wanted to make Ganfort's guards work harder, but they were all guards, and they were only second in command in shipbuilding, but the power system is quite useful. Just add an arc reactor for energy conversion, and the Ark Proverb can fly long time. After returning, you can go to the capital of Seven Waters and invite some shipbuilders to come to Alabasta to remodel the hull structure. Afterwards, Kahn divided the God's Guard into two groups. One part went to Cloud Shinobi Village to inform the Shandya, and the other part went to call the previous god and the White Beret troops on Angel Island. Sky Island is too far away from Alabasta, and Kahn has no interest in ruling any country. His energy and time are limited. The purpose in One Piece world is very clear, that is to collect devil fruit and local resources to expand his power. The behavior of ruling a country, if the development of the modern network is particularly good, it will be fine. With the help of the Red Queen, he can save him a lot of energy, but Pirate World is too troublesome. Just a change in the magnetic field can isolate the internet. Develop Cloud Shinobi Village. This is a very remote village on Sky Island. Since the Sandias were seized from their Gaia Island, the rest of the Sandias have come to live in this remote Cloud Island, but Sandia people are looking forward to taking back Gaia Island all the time. Chief, there are guards outside asking to see, but Wappo wants to kill them directly. Loki quickly ran into the chief's tent and said that she felt that the guards didn't seem to be here to crusade. Even if they were caught by Wappa and the others, they didn't resist, but shouted that they had something to tell the chief. God's Guard? The guards of the current god Enel? What are they planning? After hearing this, the old chief felt very puzzled. Since Enel knew where they were hiding, why didn't he just send someone to destroy them? Go and see, Loki. The chief also sensed that something was wrong, so he decided to ask the God Guard. As much as he hated to admit it, their Sandians were no match for the Sky Islanders, neither hundreds of years ago nor now. Not only the Shandians, but even the reclusive Gonfur was found by the guards. Some residents of Angel Island had Ganfur's whistle, so it was easy to contact him. God, Enel was killed, now it's the new god who's calling them. After hearing the news, both Chief Sandia and Gonfur were shocked. Gonfur knew Enel's strength better, and he was even more shocked when he heard Kahn shouting their intentions from the guards. I can't refuse to go to God's domain anymore. The two parties made a decision almost at the same time, but the Shandians were more energetic. They led a group of elite warriors and prepared weapons for a long time. Coincidentally, Sandia and Gonfort and his party ran into each other near Gaia Island again. For this former enemy, Wappa raised the incendiary cannon as soon as he met. Seeing this, the members of the Divine Guard hurriedly dissuaded them. Wait a minute, everyone, Mr. Pinter invited you here to discuss matters, please don't do anything. What Pent? Wappa, stop, how to choose, at least wait until you understand before making a decision. Before Wappa was ready to make a move, the chief of Sandia stopped him. This time the chief felt a glimmer of hope of returning to Gaia Island from the guards. Gonfer didn't care about Wappa either. As early as many years ago, he knew that Shandya warrior was a straight-tempered person. Along the Yunha River, the two parties arrived at the shrine one after the other, but before they entered, they saw the original 4 god-tier officials who were covered in bandages and were acting as guards at the door. This is Kahn's order, and the wounds on their bodies are also left by Kahn's teaching. The newly adopted hounds need to be polished. After being taught by Kahn, the 4 priests can finally obey his orders well. When they came inside the shrine, the traces left after the war still existed, but the first thing Sandia and Gonfer saw was the young man on the high platform seat. At this time, Kahn was enjoying the Sky Island fruit being fed by the shrine maid, and Nico Robin used the flower fruit ability to stretch out 4 hands beside the recliner to help him massage, although Nico Robin exchanged the hard-earned results from Kahn for the historical text location. But that is the highest cloud on Sky Island, and without Kahn's help, it would still be difficult for her to go up. After seeing the people from Sandia and Gonfort coming, Nico Robin raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, "Boss, they have arrived." "Thank you, Robin, I'll take you there later." Thanks to the book friend 20200621172546352 for the 900 rewards. After finishing speaking, Kahn sat up from the reclining chair, and then said to the Sandia and Gonfer with a smile on his face, "The chief of Sandia, and the previous god, I am from Alabasta, Qinghai. The merchants are here to do business with you. What's more, the object of discussion is Gonfort. If it is replaced by Enel or the kind of god 400 years ago, I am afraid that the Shandya will choose war rather than die. It is also a good thing for the people of Sky Island to regularly trade Sky Island specialties." As for the amount that Kahn wants, Gonfort agreed without thinking about it. Many Sky Island people are more willing to trade items in Qinghai. Recruit someone from the Beret unit to collect. Chapter 2, Ask for votes. In this case, it is only suitable for making money in peace, and the benefits of war still depend on the Grand Line. He has no intention of becoming a god or ruling Sky Island, and the Sandians are not a group that can be easily subdued. Even if Gonfer was chosen in the original book, it was made after a life-and-death struggle and the near-destruction of Sky Island. Choose. End of this chapter. Both the Sky Island people and the Sandia people are too small in number, and the combined front is not as large as Alabasta's standing army. There will be a big impact. Now that most of his goals have been achieved, Ali hopes that the remaining Sandia people and Sky Island people can coexist peacefully, and then produce some special products of Sky Island for him, so that the Kahn Chamber of Commerce will have its own special products. Afterwards, Kahn briefly talked about his intention and behavior. They have worked hard for more than 400 years for this purpose, and now it has been realized by Kahn. For the Sandia people, this is the greatest kindness. The negotiation went smoothly. Both the Sandia and Gonfort agreed with Kahn's words. Because Kahn not only had no intention of occupying Gaia Island, but also told the Shandians about the Lamp of Shangri-La, which is the golden bell on the highest cloud island, even Wappa, who has the most fiery and impulsive personality, was very excited. If the chief hadn't been there, I'm afraid he might have offered Kahn the highest gratitude of the Sandians. Gamfer's guards were also released, and a matter that weighed on his mind was settled, so he had little intention of refusing Kahn's request. As for the fact that the two sides are not allowed to fight, neither Chief Sandia nor Gonfort agreed without much hesitation. The reason for their war now is not so much, and it is more because of the ownership of Gaia Island, but for Kahn's request, they are willing to negotiate through peaceful means. However, Gonfer should be one of the few Sky Island people who understand the Sandia people. Other Sky Island people just think that Gaia Island belongs to them, but Gonfer is reflecting on right and wrong.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.